She blinked once. When Xiao Wanwan opened her eyes again, she had already been transported to the small vacation world chosen for her by the Quick Travel Bureau. Stretching comfortably, she felt the memories of the body's original owner rush into her mind all at once. After reading through everything, she silently raised her hand and pointed at the air in frustration. She knew it. Workers never truly get a break. Even on vacation, she still had to work. What a hard life. It was August 1970. The original owner was 18 years old and had just lost both parents, now living alone with no one else to care for. A few days earlier, her parents had died in the line of duty. The young girl had forced herself to stay strong, handled all the funeral matters, and then collapsed in bed for 3 days. Early this morning, with her mind still foggy, she impulsively went to the local office and signed herself up to go to the countryside. The director tried to persuade her for half an hour, explaining that as the orphan of heroes and an only child, she didn't need to go. "If you leave, what will happen to your house?" he asked. An hour later, the original owner left the office full of excitement, holding 50 yuan in relocation allowance and an introduction letter. She had just returned home when Xiao Wanwan arrived in her place. Now, in front of Xiao Wanwan lay stacks of cash, 2 bank books, and bundles of ration tickets. The floor and walls around her had been pried open, revealing piles of gold, silver, and jewels. After drinking 2 cups of spiritual spring water, Xiao Wanwan still couldn't calm her anger. The original owner must have been under the Bureau's control. Why leave a private house to live in the countryside? Why ignore piles of treasure to live in hardship? Why not spend the money instead of running away? Looking at her reflection in the mirror, a delicate face, fair skin, rosy cheeks, and a graceful figure, she sighed. A true beauty. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wanwan waved her hand, storing all the valuables into her personal space. Then she closed her eyes to rest and began taking stock of her assets. Hidden beneath the floorboards and inside the walls were equal parts gold and antiques, paintings, jewelry, and ornaments, all exquisite and well-preserved. The paintings were carefully wrapped in oiled paper. Feeling the ancient aura from them, Xiao Wanwan didn't unwrap them but instead placed them neatly into a sandalwood box for safekeeping. All of these were the secret dowry left by the original owner's mother. According to her, her maternal grandfather's family had once been very powerful and wealthy. Many of the jade pieces and gold ingots even had the mark of the Imperial Household Department engraved on them. It was clear that many of these items were royal gifts. In addition, Xiao Wanwan found 7 or 8 land deeds in a brocade box. Most of them were for courtyard houses that her grandfather had lent to the local community for free, and the deeds were kept by her mother. Xiao Wanwan felt torn inside. If this wasn't a vacation, then she had been given endless wealth, enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. But if it was a vacation, who had ever heard of spending it doing farm work in the countryside? Truly, the world of employers was full of tricks, and workers had no real choice. Then she thought again, going to the countryside might not be so bad. The neighbors there had known the original owner for many years and understood her somewhat. If she went away, no one would know her true personality or background, which would make it easier for her to live quietly. Besides, this was the capital city, the center of politics, and also a place full of hidden dangers. Although the original owner's mother was a martyr, her family background could not withstand close investigation. So going to the countryside might actually be a good idea. Xiao Wanwan took out a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge from her storage space to soothe her hungry stomach. At the same time, she used her mind to harvest the ripe crops inside the space, plant new seeds, and sort out the items that could be used in this era, all while multitasking with ease. As a senior member of the Quick Travel Bureau, Xiao Wanwan had experienced hundreds of small worlds. A mere historical setting like this was nothing new to her. She had even gone through her one and only marriage in one of those worlds. When she was young, she thought love was sweet. In old age, she learned what it meant to stay together until the end. By noon, Xiao Wanwan had just finished restoring the wall and floor she had pried open when someone knocked on the courtyard gate. She went out and saw several men in military uniforms. Their faces were firm and strong, but their eyes were filled with deep sorrow. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Li, Uncle Wang. Why are you all here? Xiao Wanwan called out softly, imitating the original owner's tone, and quickly opened the gate from inside.
Child.
You've suffered. These men, who never flinched even when bleeding, could no longer hold back their emotions when they saw Xiao Wanwan. Their eyes turned red, and their grief was plain to see. Uncles, please come in and have a seat. I'll be joining the group of young people going to the countryside in response to the national call in a few days. I'm packing my things, so it's a bit messy. Please don't mind. Xiao Wanwan welcomed them into the main room, poured tea for each of them, and behaved with perfect manners. Her father had been a regiment commander and her mother a nurse. Coming from a respected family, they had always placed great importance on her upbringing and education. When the uncles heard that Xiao Wanwan was planning to go to the countryside, they slammed their teacups down on the table. Nonsense. Who came up with this idea? You're the child of a hero. How could they send you to the countryside? I'll go talk to the neighborhood office. Has their director lost his mind? It's our fault for coming too late. Our brother had only one daughter, and now she's being taken advantage of. Old Zhang, we can't just let this go. If necessary, I'll go to the commander myself. We can't let Wanwan suffer. The four uncles were furious. Seeing Uncle Zhao silently reach toward his waist, Xiao Wanwan quickly stopped him. It was me. I signed up myself. She was frightened. These men were known for their strong tempers and military backgrounds, each one powerful and high-ranking, and all of them carried real weapons. If anything went wrong, the neighborhood director might soon be in serious trouble. The four men stood up at once, staring at her intently. Feeling the pressure, Xiao Wanwan spoke softly. I signed up myself, uncles. My parents devoted their lives to the peace of our country and the happiness of the people. I may not have my father's strength or my mother's medical skills, but as their daughter, I should follow the call of the nation, go to the countryside, and contribute to the country's development. Her words were full of passion. The four men looked at her with both pride and affection. Brother, sister-in-law, you raised her so well. You can rest in peace. Seeing their emotions rise, Xiao Wanwan quickly invited them to sit again, pouring tea for each of them as she spoke. But uncles, please forgive me for having a small personal request. I'm just an 18-year-old girl, living alone in this big house. All the neighbors nearby knew about my family situation. They knew I was living alone and that my parents had left me some savings. If everyone around me were kind, I might still live a peaceful life. But if even one person had bad intentions, I wouldn't be able to protect myself. It would be better to go to the countryside as an educated youth, to a place where no one knew my background. When I grow up, become independent, or even start a family, I can return to the capital then. Wouldn't that be better? That was also my father's wish. Seeing that the others still wanted to persuade her, Xiao Wanwan had no choice but to mention her late father. After half an hour of planning, four tall figures in army green uniforms slowly disappeared at the end of the road. Watching them leave, Xiao Wanwan felt deeply moved. After hearing her thoughts and learning that they matched her father's wishes, the men had fallen silent for a moment. Soon, they began discussing how to help her prepare for the future: money, tickets, connections, the place she would go, and the people who could look after her. They carefully arranged everything, then hurried off to pull strings, buy supplies, and even secure her train seat. They thought of every detail. After seeing the uncles off, Xiao Wanwan went to the nearby recycling station. In the small house at the entrance sat an old man with graying hair, holding a teacup in one hand and a newspaper in the other, enjoying the sunshine. Grandpa Jean, reading the newspaper again? You should take care of your eyes at your age, Xiao Wanwan said kindly. Girl, what brings you here? Did something happen? Don't worry, your Grandpa Jean is still strong. The old man quickly put down his cup and paper, grabbed the walking stick by the door, and was ready to go out. Grandpa Jean. Xiao Wanwan's heart, already touched, softened even more. This old man didn't ask any questions. He just stood by her side, ready to defend her without hesitation. Her long silent heart stirred with emotion. She quickly stepped forward, held his arm, and gently pulled him back. Grandpa Jean, thank you.
I'm Fine.
I came today for 2 reasons. First, to see you, and second, to ask a favor. Please help me look after the house. You already have a key. And these things were prepared by my father long ago. He wanted to give them to you on your birthday, but now I'll hand them over instead. Grandpa, I'm going to the countryside soon. When Grandpa Jean heard this, he was about to get angry, but what Wanwan said next made him fall silent and feel even more tender toward the granddaughter he had watched grow up. When he was young, Grandpa Jean had been a soldier. He spent his life protecting the country and its people. After being injured and retiring, he lived alone. He never married and had no children. Wanwan's father admired his character and spirit, and over time, the two became close friends despite their age difference. After Wanwan was born, her father taught her to treat Grandpa Jean as her own grandfather.
Please don't be upset.
I might be away for a few years, traveling across our beautiful country, seeing its mountains and rivers, and experiencing different ways of life. I want to know if they are as wonderful as my mother described in her writing and my father in his stories. The two of them talked for a long time, until the sun began to set. During that time, Wanwan went out to a state-run restaurant and bought a few good dishes. With her father's fine wine and her own cooking, Grandpa Jean drank a few extra cups. In the warm little house, his steady snoring filled the air. Wanwan quietly closed the door and walked to the storage room behind the recycling station. Using her sharp senses, she searched through piles of old, broken furniture and found several pieces of Wangwali wood, some rosewood, and a few hidden gold ornaments and jewelry. Among them was a jade bracelet, dark green and perfectly preserved, which caught her attention. Because of the times, these precious items, treasures in later years, were now piled up like trash in a corner of the warehouse. After finishing what she needed to do, Wanwan carefully locked the gate of the recycling station, then pushed off the ground and climbed over the courtyard wall with ease. The next morning, before she woke up, someone knocked on the gate again. Wanwan, it's Grandma Wang from next door. Are you awake? Come open the door. The woman's rough, noisy voice made Xiao Wanwan's ears ache. This person seemed to be an old enemy of the original owner of the house, someone who could go a whole year without saying a single kind word. The old lady was mean, stingy, always gossiping, and had not a single pleasant quality about her. Hardly anyone in the neighborhood wanted to deal with her family. Early that morning, she came knocking on Xiao Wanwan's door, clearly with some hidden motive. After brushing her teeth, washing her face, and getting dressed, Xiao Wanwan slowly went to open the door. I'm coming. Who is it? Yelling so early in the morning. Don't you know that's disturbing? Oh, it's Mrs. Wang. What brings you here? Pretending to have just realized who it was, Xiao Wanwan crossed her arms and stood in the yard facing Mrs. Wang. As for the gate, who said she had to open it just because someone came by?
There was no law about that.
Seeing Xiao Wanwan's attitude, Mrs. Wang grew furious. What kind of manners did this young girl have? But she held back her anger, forced a smile, and pulled a boiled egg from her pocket. Wanwan, dear, look, Grandma made this egg just for you. It's delicious and full of nutrition.
Try it.
Xiao Wanwan noticed that the neighbors had come out to watch the scene. She exaggeratedly turned toward the west, staring up at the empty sky, as if searching for something very important. After a while, as more people gathered, Mrs. Wang asked, Wanwan, what are you looking for? Tell Grandma, I'll help you. I'm good at finding things. Xiao Wanwan laughed mockingly. What am I looking for? I'm checking if the sun has started rising from the west today. A weasel bringing gifts to a chicken. How strange. Old lady, you and my family have never gotten along. We can't even pass each other without trading insults. And now you're suddenly being kind enough to bring me an egg? Oh, just one egg too. What a generous gift. So, what do you want in return? Money? Coupons? My house? Or are you just hoping to take advantage of me because I live alone? As she said this, Xiao Wanwan glared fiercely at the onlookers around her, some curious, some greedy, and took in every expression with cold clarity. Old Madame Wang was shocked. How did this young girl know what she was planning? Humph, even if she knew, so what? A girl without parents, what trouble could she possibly cause? Madame Wang, your plan won't work. Yes, my parents are gone, but they were heroes who gave their lives for the country. I am the child of martyrs. You want to harm me? Would the neighborhood agree? Would the army agree? Would the country agree? Her three sharp questions made Madame Wang step back again and again, and everyone watching felt a chill in their hearts. She truly was the daughter of soldiers. Her presence and courage didn't seem like that of an 18-year-old girl at all. At the back of the crowd, Director Fong from the neighborhood office, who happened to be passing by on her way to work, felt both inspired and frightened. Fortunately, this girl from the Chiao family was strong and capable. Luckily, she had arrived in time. If anything had happened to the child of martyrs under her watch, she would have had no way to explain it, not only to her superiors, but also to the 4 high-ranking officers who had visited her office just yesterday afternoon. Thinking of the 4 pistols those officers had placed on her desk, Director Fong's legs trembled slightly. She quickly pushed her bicycle forward and shouted, "What's going on here? What are you all doing? Move aside." The crowd, startled by her stern voice, immediately stepped back when they saw her familiar face, clearing a path for her. Director Fong, people greeted her respectfully. She nodded briefly and hurried to the door of Qiao Wanwan's house. Seeing that the door was still closed and that the girl was unharmed, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She turned around and glared coldly at Madame Wang, who was causing trouble again. This old woman was always stirring up conflict, offending everyone on the street. And now, she had the nerve to target a martyr's orphan. Her courage was getting out of hand. Madame Wang felt uneasy under Director Fong's sharp gaze, but her years of experience told her that making a scene was the best way out. She slapped her thigh, sat down on the ground, and cried out, "Director, I'm being wronged.
I'm innocent.
I was just being kind, bringing this girl some eggs, and now they say I'm bullying her? I'm being treated unfairly." Before she could finish, louder sobs came from inside the courtyard. Qiao Wanwan was crying even harder.
Ah,
Aunt Fong, thank goodness you're here. If you hadn't come, I would have been bullied to death by these people. They think I'm easy to pick on just because I'm an orphan. Aunt Fong, Mrs. Wang is openly bullying the child of a fallen hero. She clearly doesn't respect you at all. Crying hard, Qiao Wanwan had already rushed to open the courtyard gate when Mrs. Wang slapped her thigh, and she threw herself straight into Director Fong's arms, tears and sobs flowing like rain. Director Fong, held tightly by her, couldn't and didn't want to hear what Mrs. Wang was shouting on the ground. She quickly patted Qiao Wanwan's back to comfort her, while glaring fiercely at Mrs. Wang. This old woman was truly awful. Such a gentle, lovely girl, pretty, kind, and willing to volunteer to help build the countryside. How could anyone bear to bully her? She should be protected, not hurt. Good child, don't worry. Auntie will make sure those who tried to harm you are punished, Director Fong said softly, not realizing she was speaking in a tender tone. The girl was just too beautiful, even when crying. After calming Qiao Wanwan, Director Fong turned and shouted sternly at Mrs. Wang. "Well, Mrs. Wang, you've always been troublesome, but today you've gone too far, bullying the orphan of a hero. You're disrupting unity, breaking the law, and harming the harmony between the people and the army. If we don't deal with you properly this time, who knows what you'll do next? Someone, go to the towel factory and call her son back. He doesn't need to go home. Send him straight to the neighborhood office for handling." Hearing this, everyone understood that Mrs. Wang was in serious trouble. She might not be imprisoned, but she would likely be sent back to the countryside, and her eldest son could lose his job. The crowd murmured, some cheered, glad to see the troublemaker finally punished. Others looked at Qiao Wanwan with clear eyes, no longer daring to target her. After seeing Director Fong off, Qiao Wanwan went home to wash her face, then lifted her head high and stepped out the door. The timing was just right. Biting into a big meat bun she had secretly taken from her storage space, Qiao Wanwan walked toward the supply and marketing cooperative she remembered. As soon as she entered, rows of old-fashioned counters came into view. Behind them stood sales clerks, and on the shelves behind them were all kinds of goods, clothes, food, daily necessities, almost everything one could need. "Hello, comrade. I'd like 2 cans of malted milk, 4 cans of fruit, 5 pounds of white rabbit candies, 2 pounds of sponge cake, 20 feet of cotton cloth, and 10 pounds of cotton," Xiao Wenwan said. Then she took out money and ration tickets from her pocket, actually from her storage space, and showed them to the clerk. "All right, please wait a moment," the clerk replied. At first, she thought the child was joking. How could such a young girl have so much money and so many tickets? But when Xiao Wenwan really handed them over, and even a bit extra, the clerk's attitude changed immediately. Under the clerk's surprised gaze, Xiao Wenwan carried several large bags and a bundle of cotton out of the store. Finding a quiet alley, she put everything back into her storage space, keeping only the roll of cotton cloth in her hand. She went straight to the tailor shop at the end of the street and asked the elderly seamstress to make her a set of long clothes and pants that would be easy to wear. She also asked her to use the leftover fabric to make a pair of gloves. After leaving the tailor's shop, she headed to the state-run restaurant. She waited at the door for a short while until it opened, then rushed in as the first customer. On the small blackboard by the window, the menu read, braised pork, stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, minced eggplant with meat, shredded pork with green peppers, white rice, steamed buns, stuffed buns, and noodles. "Hello, sister. I'd like 1 serving of braised pork and a bowl of white rice to eat here, and 20 meat buns to take away." Better add another serving of braised pork to go," Xiao Wenwan said with a bright smile and sparkling eyes as she looked at the young woman behind the counter. "Oh, little sister, you're so pretty. Why are you buying so much food? That'll be 3 yuan and 50 cents, 1.5 pounds of meat coupons, and 1 pound of grain coupons," the waitress said kindly, though she was curious about the large order. "Okay, sister. Here are the money and tickets. I'm about to answer the country's call to go to the countryside and help build the nation. My parents have both passed away, and there's no one to prepare food for me, so I want to buy a bit more. I'm afraid I'll get hungry on the way." When Xiao Wenwan mentioned her parents' sacrifice, her voice suddenly softened, sounding especially pitiful. All right, little sister, go sit over there at the table in front of me. When the food is ready, I'll call you," the waitress said kindly. Though she wasn't married or a mother, her heart was full of care. Xiao Wenwan thanked her and obediently sat at the table the waitress pointed to. Many of the people who had been standing behind her quietly sat nearby after ordering their food, as if to protect her. The braised pork was soft and flavorful, melting in her mouth. Paired with steaming white rice and a drizzle of rich sauce, it was so delicious that Xiao Wenwan finished it all in one go. When she was full, the waitress warmly called her over to pick up the food she had packed to take home, steaming buns and braised pork. Xiao Wenwan smiled gratefully, holding an aluminum lunchbox filled with pork in one hand and a bundle of buns wrapped in oiled paper in the other. On her way home, she carefully stored everything away. As she reached the entrance of the alley, she saw 4 tall figures standing straight in front of her house. Each of the 4 men carried a small bundle. They had brought the compensation money for Qiao's parents. Her father, a regiment commander, had 650 yuan, and her mother, a military nurse, had 500 yuan. A total of 1,150 yuan, all in cash, packed into several envelopes. There was also a thick envelope that the men said was specially sent by the commander. Judging by its weight, it must contain quite a lot. The uncles reminded Xiao Wenwan of many things, telling her that everything had been arranged. The larger items had already been mailed, and she could collect them later with the receipts. She was to go to the Hongqi Brigade in the eastern province. The brigade leader there was also from a military family and had already been informed, so he would help her with any problems. Before leaving, each uncle handed her a small bundle filled with food, money, and ration tickets. They told her not to worry about spending. If she ran out, they would send more. The uncles had to return to their unit that night and couldn't see her off the next day. They had arranged a window seat for her on the train and reminded her to stay safe. Xiao Wanwan knew how deeply they cared for her and felt overwhelmed by their kindness. She took out 4 small porcelain bottles, saying they contained medicine her mother had made to strengthen the body, and insisted that they accept them. Everything was ready. Xiao Wanwan took one last look at the house where the original owner had lived for 18 years and where she herself had stayed for 2 days. As the sun set in the west, Xiao Wanwan carried some braised pork and meat buns and walked toward the door. At dusk, Xiao Wanwan's lively figure appeared outside old Jin's window. The old man opened the door in surprise and joy. "Girl, you came at the right time. Come in quickly, Grandpa has something good for you." Old Jin mysteriously welcomed her inside. With great care, he handed her a small cloth bundle. Under his expectant gaze, Xiao Wanwan opened it. Inside were national food coupons, fabric coupons, and at the bottom a small yellow triangle that caught her eye. It was a blessed charm, though its light had faded, showing it had already protected someone from danger once. Seeing its worn state, Xiao Wanwan guessed that the disaster it had blocked must have been serious. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and looked down at old Jin's left leg, which was lame from a serious injury he had suffered on the battlefield. Back then, his squad had 10 men. 9 were killed in an explosion, and only old Jin survived, though he was left disabled for life. Now it all made sense. The charm must have saved him at that time. Old Jin's next words confirmed her thoughts. "Girl, keep this safe. Don't let anyone see it. This thing can save your life. Back then, it was because of this that I made it off the battlefield alive. My comrades, they're all gone. Not one survived." Speaking of his fallen brothers, old Jin's voice trembled. For years, he had often asked himself whether they blamed him for being the only one left alive. He wasn't afraid of death. Everyone must face it someday. What he wanted was to live long enough to see the beautiful land his comrades had died for. Later, he found another reason to live, a sweet girl who followed him around, calling him Grandpa. Though she wasn't his real granddaughter, he wanted to protect her as much as he could, at least while he was still alive. That way, he would have no regrets. "Child, don't refuse. Grandpa only hopes you return home safe and sound." Xiao Wanwan was deeply moved. Don't be fooled by that boy's sweet words. There's no need to rush into marriage, all right? Xiao Wanwan felt touched too soon. No matter what, the old man truly treated the original owner like his own granddaughter. Those national food coupons and cloth tickets must have cost him great effort and nearly all his savings. Xiao Wanwan saw all of this clearly. When night fell and old Jean once again fell asleep after drinking, she quietly took out 2 bags of grain from her storage space, along with some food coupons from the capital and 10 large denomination bills. She also wrote a letter by hand and placed everything under his pillow. The grain was hidden under the bed, covered by a sheet, so it couldn't be seen from outside. Moonlight spread across the ground, and the shadows of the trees swayed gently. A breeze rustled the leaves, and Xiao Wanwan felt reluctant to leave. She wondered what life in the countryside would be like. In the different time periods she had experienced, she had worked in factories and eaten in canteens, but she had never gone to the countryside. In the morning, around 8 or 9 o'clock, the sun rose as usual. Xiao Wanwan sat by the window on the train, holding several bags. She had left home early, first stopping by the tailor shop to pick up the urgently made clothes, gloves, and cloth shoes, then visiting a state-run restaurant. Since it was still early, there was no braised pork, but luckily there were large meat buns. She also bought a few white flour pancakes. At the station, people of all kinds came and went. Some were young volunteers heading to unknown places, some were families saying tearful goodbyes, and others were reuniting joyfully after long separations. Not saddened by poverty, nor greedy for wealth, perhaps that's how family should be, Xiao Wanwan thought to herself. When she looked up, she suddenly met someone's gaze. While she had been lost in thought, a pretty young woman had taken the seat across from her, wearing a simple dress. Compared to Xiao Wanwan's white shirt and black pants, the girl's outfit was more eye-catching. Seeing her bright, curious eyes, Xiao Wanwan took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, comrade. My name is Xiao Wanwan, a volunteer from the eastern province going to the countryside. The girl in the dress, with her braided hair and rosy cheeks, replied with admiration. Hello, comrade. I'm Su Moli, also a volunteer from the eastern province. I'm assigned to the Red Flag Brigade. Where are you going? Su Moli loved pretty and talented girls the most. She simply couldn't resist them. She really wanted to be friends with her. Red Flag Brigade. Red Flag Brigade. Please say you're going there too. Su Moli looked eagerly at Xiao Wanwan, silently praying in her heart. What a coincidence, I'm also going to the Red Flag Brigade. We can keep each other company. I'm 18 this year. How about you? Xiao Wanwan could easily see through Su Moli's thoughts, which were written all over her face. What a simple and sincere girl. Excited, Su Moli grabbed Xiao Wanwan's hand and exclaimed, I'm 18 too. That's great. Can I call you Wanwan? Of course. Then I'll call you Momo. Let's look out for each other from now on, Xiao Wanwan replied, gently holding her hand in return. Friendship between girls often grows quickly. The two soon became close friends, only calming down a little when the seats around them filled up. Su Moli wore a pretty dress with small leather shoes, clearly from a well-off family. Her fair skin and neat appearance made her stand out, drawing the attention of many young people in the carriage. In contrast, Xiao Wanwan wore a white shirt and black straight pants. Though her shoes were simple cloth ones, they looked new, showing that her family's situation wasn't bad either. She was just as beautiful as Su Moli. If Su Moli was a bright peony, then Xiao Wanwan was a rose with hidden thorns. The carriage was full of young people heading to the countryside. Though their destinations differed, their goals were similar. Everyone behaved decently, and apart from the mixed smells in the air, things were quite bearable with the windows open. Next to Su Moli sat a man with square glasses, a real bookworm. Xiao Wanwan noticed right away. He never let go of his book, carrying it everywhere, even to the restroom. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of person he was. The book in his hands was wrapped in a thick cover, which made Xiao Wanwan curious about what he was reading. She was dying to know. Hello, comrades. I'm Zhang Jingguo, a young volunteer from the Eastern Province. The bookworm across from you is Fong Guiqing, also from the Eastern Province. We grew up together, said the man with a short haircut sitting beside Xiao Wanwan, introducing himself with a friendly smile. Xiao Wanwan quietly held the hand of the innocent Su Moli and spoke first, calmly replying, My name is Xiao Wanwan, and she's Su Moli. We're both going to the Eastern Province as educated youth. Her years of experience in different worlds told her that even during a break, there would always be a male and female lead in this small world. Just then, Xiao Wanwan's sharp eyes caught a familiar presence, one that made her both recognize and want to avoid it. Could those square glasses be the seal holding back the Chosen One's power? Just moments ago, while Zhang Jingguo was introducing Fong Guiqing, the quiet bookish man across from them had taken off his glasses to wipe them. In that brief 5 seconds, Xiao Wanwan sensed something, the faint aura of destiny that surrounded every chosen one in these small worlds. That silent, book-loving man was actually the male lead of this world? Was it that she had seen too little, or that the world had become too strange? Xiao Wanwan fell silent, but didn't forget to keep holding the hand of the innocent Su Moli. As long as she stayed far enough from the male lead, the main storyline wouldn't tangle her up. She could just relax and take it easy. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A strange silence settled among the four of them. Only the chatter of other passengers and the rhythmic sound of the train on the tracks filled the air. Gradually, the smell of food spread through the carriage. Su Moli tugged gently at Xiao Wanwan's hand. Although she liked holding Wanwan's hand, her stomach was really hungry. She had left home early that morning, upset and tearful, and hadn't eaten much of the breakfast her mother had carefully prepared. Now, she was starving. Wanwan, everyone's eating. Let's eat too. Xiao Wanwan let go of her hand and reached into her shoulder bag. Just as she pulled out 2 big steamed buns, a lunchbox full of braised pork appeared right in front of her. Xiao Wanwan's eyes widened as she looked at the innocent girl. This girl must come from a well-off family. Her parents clearly adored her. She looked like someone who had grown up in a happy home, untouched by the harshness of the world. But this was the 1970s, on a train heading to the countryside, and she just pulled out a whole lunchbox of braised pork? Wasn't that a bit too bold? Wouldn't that delicious smell attract attention? Just as Xiao Wanwan was about to close her lunchbox, Su Moli quickly handed her a pair of chopsticks and, at the same time, took one of the big meat buns from her hand. She began eating one bite of the bun, one bite of the braised pork. That was a bit too fast. The braised pork in the lunchbox was disappearing at a speed visible to the eye. Xiao Wanwan stared at Su Moli, curious. Her small cherry-like mouth didn't seem to move that fast, so how was the food disappearing so quickly? After finishing the bun, Su Moli reached into her shoulder bag, pulled out a plain steamed bun, and started eating again. Her eating manner wasn't messy, but her appetite was astonishing. Zhang Jianguo slowed down his own chewing. As a young man who prided himself on having the biggest appetite in his family, he had seen many people who could eat a lot, but never a girl like this. One meat bun, half a box of braised pork, one steamed bun, another half box of braised pork, and another bun. She even finished the sauce. Did that meal even take 5 minutes? Zhang Jingguo began to doubt his eyes. When he turned his head, he saw Xiao Wanwan still holding her first bun, not even halfway through. So, no, his eyes weren't broken. He couldn't afford this. All his earlier admiration and fondness for Su Moli vanished. He realized, with some despair, that this beautiful girl wasn't just out of his league. He couldn't even afford to feed her. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanwan hadn't taken her eyes off Su Moli the whole time. She was too curious. With such thin arms and legs, where did all that food go? Eating so much without gaining weight. What an enviable trait. Xiao Wanwan couldn't help but ask, Momo, have you always been like this? How do you stay slim? Can you teach me? Realizing she had eaten all the braised pork and hadn't left any for Wanwan, Su Moli blushed deeply. Feeling guilty, she quietly reached into her bag to take out another lunchbox for dinner, but then she heard Xiao Wanwan's question.
Ah?
I guess. I was just born this way, Su Moli stammered. I'm so sorry, Wanwan. When I start eating, I forget everything around me. I ate your bun and didn't let you have any of the pork. Here, this lunchbox has my mom's homemade braised beef. You can have it. As she spoke, she hurriedly tried to hand the aluminum lunchbox to Xiao Wanwan. After watching the two men nearby, who were both eating meat dishes and showed no interest in Su Moli's lunchbox, Xiao Wanwan casually took a few slices of braised beef from it. She quickly finished her meat bun, enjoying the mix of flavors between the juicy bun and the braised beef. When she was done, she asked Su Moli to put the lunchbox away, then took 2 cucumbers from her bag. She ate one herself and handed the other to Su Moli. A girl who was so pure, cute, and kind, who could even eat in front of her so naturally, and was also beautiful, Xiao Wanwan couldn't help but smile fondly. She felt completely charmed and just wanted to take care of her. Xiao Wanwan picked up her thermos and drank a few sips of her favorite cold soda. The icy drink refreshed her and cleared her head. Seeing how happily the two women were eating, the two men with meat pies suddenly felt their own food wasn't as tasty anymore. Even the quiet one looked up from his meal. They exchanged a quick glance, and the man with a short haircut, Zhang Jingguo, went to the dining car and came back with a plate of braised pork. The two men ate their meat pies with the braised pork, enjoying every bite. The rest of the passengers, however, weren't so lucky. Some had buns or steamed bread, while others only had coarse cornbread. The smell of Su Moli's beef had already tempted them once, and now the rich aroma of braised pork made their stomachs growl even more. Those who couldn't afford better food could only bite into their simple meals with frustration. After eating, Xiao Wanwan told Su Moli to watch their luggage and quietly reminded her not to talk too much with the two men. Then she went to the restroom. She quickly stepped into her private space to take a shower, though she didn't wash her hair, afraid someone might notice. She changed into a fresh white shirt and black pants before returning. The weather was too hot, and she couldn't stand feeling sweaty. When she got back, she pulled Su Moli aside and whispered, Momo, take a towel, and wash up a bit in the restroom. Change into clean clothes, and if you can, wear comfortable cloth shoes. After we get off the train, we'll probably have to walk a long way. Sue Molly nodded obediently, took a small bundle, and went to the restroom. When she came back, the eye-catching dress she had been wearing was gone. She was now dressed in the same style as Xiao Wanwan, a shirt and long pants, with cloth shoes on her feet. Both of them looked fresh and neat. Holding hands, they leaned on the table and fell asleep. When they woke up, Xiao Wanwan was roused by a loud singing voice. Someone had suggested singing a patriotic song to lift everyone's spirits. Soon, all the young people in the carriage joined in, their voices full of energy. The atmosphere became lively, and the group of youths leaving home for the first time felt inspired and full of determination. Everyone sang together, and Xiao Wanwan joined in as well. She recalled the song from her memory and thought that it might be useful to remember such things, quotes from great leaders and all, since they could come in handy while away from home. After the singing ended, the mood in the carriage reached a new high. Xiao Wanwan glanced at Sue Molly, who was still sleeping on the table, and thought to herself, this girl is not only innocent but also carefree. Feeling bored, Xiao Wanwan closed her eyes slightly and used her mind to manage the farming and livestock in her private space. Everything was running smoothly. She harvested wheat, collected eggs, milked the cows, and sprinkled spiritual spring water over the fields of flowers. She even took a moment to put her used clothes into the washing machine, washed, and hung them up to dry. She deliberately didn't use any fragrance softener, otherwise, it would be hard to explain the pleasant scent later. According to the rules, she couldn't use anything beyond what existed in the current world. This not only protected her, but also avoided unnecessary trouble. Of course, inside her own space, she could do whatever she wanted. It was her world, her rules. She could relax however she liked, and no one could interfere. By evening, Sue Molly finally woke up. She sat up and saw Xiao Wanwan reading a foreign language book, which made her seem even more knowledgeable. Seeing her awake, Xiao Wanwan urged her to wash up before dinner. Only then did Sue Molly notice that the two male youths who had been sitting nearby were gone. Others in the carriage were also taking out their food for dinner. Sue Molly quickly took out 2 lunch boxes from her bag, one with braised beef and rice, the other filled with meat dumplings, placed them on the table, and blushed as she hurried off to wash her face. In this time of scarcity, even the best of friends must keep money, food coupons, and grain separate. Only then can their friendship last long. So, when Sue Molly acted that way, Xiao Wanwan didn't think anything was wrong. She pretended to take food from her backpack, though it actually came from her secret space, a lunchbox of braised pork with noodles, another of sweetened tomatoes, and 5 white steamed buns. After this dinner, they would have to buy food from the dining car tomorrow. If she took out more now, it might raise suspicion. The weather was hot, and food could only stay fresh for a day before spoiling. When Sue Molly returned, the two began to eat. Xiao Wanwan had already prepared an excuse. If Sue Molly asked why the pork dish was still warm, she would say she had asked the dining car staff to heat it up. But in the world of food lovers, eating comes first. With Sue Molly leading the way, Xiao Wanwan ended up eating much more than usual. Rubbing her full stomach, Xiao Wanwan thought that if she kept eating like this, she would soon become a 200-pound woman. Excuse me, are you finished with your soup? If you're not going to drink it, could you give it to me? Xiao Wanwan paused, her hand still on her stomach, and looked up at the young woman who had suddenly appeared before them. The girl wore plain coarse clothes, her messy hair tied into 2 braids, a style popular among young women. She held half a cornbread bun in her hand. It was easy to tell her family wasn't well off. Seeing her pitiful eyes, Sue Molly instinctively wanted to hand over the lunchbox, but Xiao Wanwan quickly stopped her. Looking straight at the young woman asking for soup, Xiao Wanwan said, "Comrade, hello. We've finished eating, and if you want the soup, that's fine. But you need to pour it into your own lunchbox. Also, since we don't know each other, you should first introduce yourself. Of course, since we're all educated youth and happen to be in the same train car, you can bring your lunchbox over and we'll pour the soup for you." In this era, Wasting food was shameful. Even if it was just soup, refusing to share and then throwing it away would anger others. That was why Xiao Wanwan decided to give it to her. However, this young woman's expression was not kind. Her eyes were filled with resentment, perhaps jealousy that their lives seemed better than hers. I'm guessing that the female educated youth might be named Zhao Di. Xiao Wanwan, with her usual mischievous attitude, watched coldly as the young woman came over, poured out the soup from their lunchbox, and left without even saying thank you. Su Moli was stunned. It was the first time in her life she had met someone like that. When the woman put the lunchbox down after pouring the soup, she made a loud noise on purpose.
How? How could she do that?
We gave her the soup and she didn't even say thank you. She even slammed our lunchbox. Su Moli spoke in a hurt tone, loud enough for the nearby passengers to hear. Xiao Wanwan, used to such things, replied calmly, Momo, you're just too kind. Not everyone in this world knows how to appreciate kindness, and not everyone has a warm heart. There are many people who take what others give and then turn around and speak badly of them. When we're away from home, we must protect ourselves. And only when we're sure it's safe should we help kind strangers as much as we can. When Xiao Wanwan said the words kind and strangers, she deliberately raised her voice. When Zhang Jingguo and Fang Guoqing returned, they happened to hear this part of the conversation. The whispers from nearby seats helped them understand what had happened. Both of them, who had grown up in comfortable families, had never experienced such a thing before. They completely agreed with Xiao Wanwan's view. When traveling, one must always stay alert. Su Moli also began to reflect. She realized that her family had protected her too well, making her see the world too simply. Now she knew she needed to think more carefully and change how she dealt with people and situations. Kindness should be given where it truly belongs, not offered without limits to those who take advantage of it. After a while, Su Moli understood. She looked up gratefully and said, Wanwan, thank you.
I think I understand now.
From now on, I'll listen to your advice more. I really want to stay close to you. The next morning, after washing up, Xiao Wanwan went to the dining car. She walked around, bought 2 steamed buns, and on her way back, quietly took out 4 boiled eggs and a thermos of hot water from her storage space when no one was looking. As she reached the entrance of the train carriage, a man suddenly blocked her way. Xiao Wanwan was sure she didn't know this young man, and the original owner of her body hadn't known him either. Hello, comrade. My name is Zhu Weiguo. I'm from the capital. My parents are both workers. I'm also going to the Hongxing commune for rural work. Before the young man could finish, Xiao Wanwan gave him a cold glare and interrupted firmly, Comrade, I don't know you. From what you just said, it's clear you've been watching me since you got on the train and even listened to my conversation with my friend. Her voice was loud enough for many passengers to hear. Those sitting nearby, who had seen the whole thing, quickly explained what had happened to others. Zhu Weiguo felt embarrassed under everyone's gaze, but he still thought such a pretty girl with a good family background, someone who could eat meat every day, was too good to miss. So even though Xiao Wanwan looked at him coldly, he didn't back down. You said you're also going to the countryside, right? Sorry, but you didn't even hear clearly. I'm going to the Hongqi Brigade, not the Hongxing one. And please don't talk about wanting to get close to me or start a relationship. I know exactly what you're thinking. You just see that I have good conditions and want to take advantage of that. Let me tell you, my father was a martyr. Do you understand what that means? I'm the daughter of a martyr. I came to the countryside to help build the country, not for romance. Besides, I'm still in mourning this year, so I won't be in any relationship. And if anyone dares to bother me, they'll regret it. By rejecting him so directly, she made sure there would be no future trouble. Xiao Wanwan noticed that the other young people in the carriage were now looking at her differently. Zhu Weiguo was completely humiliated. He sat down, red-faced, unable to say a word. The other young men, who had similar thoughts, quickly came to their senses. They realized that some people were not to be messed with. When Xiao Wanwan walked past, a few even lowered their heads without thinking. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as she sat down, she was greeted by 3 admiring faces. Su Moli clapped her hands dramatically and said, "Wow, Wanwan, you're amazing. That was incredible." Facing the male educated youth head-on. How brave. Su Moli looked at her with admiration. If only one day she could be as confident as Wanwan. Wanwan waved her hand casually. Just now, she had only mentioned that her father was a martyr, not her mother. She didn't want others to know she was an orphan with no one behind her. Being a martyr's child, in this society, meant few people dared to cause trouble, an easy way to avoid many problems. Beside her, Zhang Jianguo suddenly became very talkative. "Comrade, we're also going to the Hongqi Brigade." "What a coincidence. Your father was a martyr too?" Hearing that, Qiao Wanwan almost laughed. She looked at Zhang Jianguo as if he were silly. "What? Your father's a martyr too?" Was that really how people talked? She didn't even realize she had said it out loud. Zhang Jianguo shook his head quickly. If he dared to admit that, his father would probably scold him to no end. He hurriedly pointed at the quiet young man next to him. His father's the martyr. Oh my. Qiao Wanwan looked at Fong Wuqing's confused face and almost burst out laughing. Fong Wuqing really had a talkative friend, though maybe not a very clever one. Before Qiao Wanwan could say anything, the quiet young man kicked Zhang Jingguo lightly on the leg. The move was controlled, strong enough to hurt a little, but not enough to cause injury. An expert could see the skill. Others just saw the fun. Qiao Wanwan noticed the technique, while Su Moli simply enjoyed the scene, clapping and laughing happily. So this quiet guy wasn't as simple as he looked. Qiao Wanwan's curiosity grew. He definitely had a story behind him. Who would have thought that on this train to the countryside, she'd not only make a new friend but also meet such an interesting man? If the male lead had appeared, where was the female lead? Without realizing it, Qiao Wanwan started scanning the other female educated youths around her, but even by the time they got off the train, she hadn't spotted anyone who seemed like the female lead. Could it be that she was waiting at the Hongqi Brigade? Time on the train passed quickly between eating and daydreaming. When they finally arrived in the morning, everyone grabbed their luggage and squeezed onto a bus. The smell was even worse than on the train. After several days of travel in the hot weather, everyone was sweaty and smelled unpleasant. The train had at least been spacious, but the bus was packed tight, making the ride even more uncomfortable. The space was small, crowded, and the windows were tiny. The air barely moved, and when a gust of wind finally came through, it carried the smell of so many people that it wasn't much better than a pile of garbage left to rot for days. At last, they arrived at their destination, Xiangyang Commune. Qiao Wanwan's face was pale, and Su Moli was crouched by the roadside, throwing up non-stop. She felt dizzy and weak, clearly carsick. "Wanwan, I'm so useless. I can't believe I got so carsick I threw up," Su Moli said, embarrassed that she had slowed Wanwan down again. "It's fine, you're doing great." "Look, you're not the only one," Wanwan said kindly, pointing to a few others by the road who were also sick. Following Wanwan's hand, Su Moli looked over and felt a little better. Thank you, Wanwan. I feel much better now. Let's go find the Hongqi Brigade," she said, taking back her luggage. It was heavy, but if Wanwan could handle it, so could she. Wanwan looked at her friend, who suddenly seemed full of determination, and felt relieved. They had barely walked a few steps when Su Moli muttered, "What a pity. I wasted that meat bun I had this morning." Wanwan. Soon, the two of them reached the courtyard of the youth office. It was crowded, and one of the staff members was shouting loudly after signing in, "You can go find the ox carts for your assigned brigades. Team leaders, count your people. Those who haven't signed in, move forward. Those who have, move out. Hurry up, everyone move." The man's face was red from shouting. Wanwan pulled Su Moli back, set their luggage down, and told her to watch it while she squeezed into the crowd. "Comrades, did anyone drop a 1 yuan note?" Wanwan suddenly shouted in a rough, manly voice from the back. Everyone turned around at once, and while they were distracted, she slipped through the crowd and quickly made it to the front. "Hello, comrade. I'm here to sign in, Qiao Wanwan and Su Moli from the Hongqi Brigade." My friend is waiting by the gate. Could you please sign us both in? Wanwan said with a bright smile, blinking expectantly. The young woman in charge of registration at the Educated Youth Office blushed at once. She had never seen such a scene before. With a few quick strokes of her pen, she finished registering Xiao Wanwan and even told her roughly where the ox cart was parked. The new educated youth was really beautiful. If only she could become her sister-in-law. She wondered when her older brother would come home for a visit. It was making her anxious just thinking about it. Uncle Captain, is the village far from the commune road? And is the post office far from the educated youth office? I have a package to pick up, Xiao Wanwan said. As soon as she finished, Su Moli quickly handed over a pack of cigarettes. Su Moli thought that Wanwan had been helping her all along the way, and she couldn't just rely on her completely. She wanted to do something in return. Luckily, she had some cigarettes her parents had prepared for making connections. When the captain accepted them, Su Moli felt very happy. Seeing this, Xiao Wanwan quietly put away the same brand of cigarettes she had in her hand. The captain tapped his pipe, slipped the cigarettes into his pocket, and said, "It takes a little over an hour to walk back to the village. The post office isn't far, just 10 minutes straight ahead. Anyone else need to pick up a package? We want to buy a few things. Captain, could you wait a bit?" "We'll be quick," Zhang Jingguo said, handing the captain another pack of cigarettes. "All right, I'll wait an hour. Everyone go ahead. We'll meet back here in an hour. If you're late, we won't wait. You'll have to find your own way," the captain said, putting the cigarettes in his pocket and sitting under a tree by the ox cart, puffing on his pipe. Besides the four of them, there were a few other educated youths whose names they didn't yet know, all hurrying off in different directions. Xiao Wanwan? So this was the educated youth his son had called about, asking him to look after her. She really was pretty and seemed clever too. Xiao Wanwan and Su Moli walked into the post office arm in arm. Each held a slip for their package and went to different clerks to handle the process. "Hello, comrade. I'm here to pick up a package." "Here's the slip," Xiao Wanwan said, handing over the one her four uncles had given her. The postal worker glanced at the slip, turned to fetch the package, and asked, "Did you come by yourself?" Xiao Wanwan nodded. Was there a problem with coming alone? When she turned around, she saw Su Moli had already received a large package. It looked heavy, and she was struggling to carry it. Clearly, she was a well-loved child. Her parents had sent her plenty. "Here, comrade, your packages. Count them, 4 in total." The worker wiped his sweat after moving the 4 large parcels. Xiao Wanwan turned around, stunned. "Wow, Wanwan, what did you bring? 4 huge packages? Are you moving?" Su Moli asked in surprise. "Hehe, I don't really know either. My uncles sent them to me," Wanwan said curiously. She had thought it was just 1 package, but it turned out to be 4, each as tall as half a person. 4 uncles sent 4 packages. If she had 8 uncles, would she need to hire a cart to carry them all? Her uncle's love was truly heavy. Gritting her teeth, Wanwan lifted all 4 packages, 1 on her back, 1 in her arms, and 2 hanging from her sides. From a distance, she looked like a walking mountain. Under the curious gaze of the post office staff, Su Moli followed behind her, also gritting her teeth. Her friend Wanwan was amazing, not only smart but also strong. For big packages, and she carried them all at once. When they returned to the ox cart, Wanwan placed the luggage on it. Seeing that the team leader said nothing, she asked Su Moli to watch the packages, greeted the team leader, and ran to the state-owned restaurant to buy steamed buns. There, she happened to see Zhang Jingguo and Fong Wuqing eating. She greeted them briefly, bought more than 20 meat buns, asked the waitress to pack them separately, and went back to the ox cart. As expected, the others hadn't returned yet. She handed 5 buns to the team leader, who tried to refuse, but Wanwan pushed them into his hands. "Uncle, my name is Xiao Wanwan. Someone should have already mentioned me to you. I won't say who. Please take these buns, give them to your children if you like. I'll be counting on your help in the future." As soon as she finished, the team leader put the buns away. "Girl, my name is Ding Hai. My son is Ding Yanfeng. Don't worry, if you ever need help, come find me." I'll take care of it. After speaking, he saw the other educated youths returning and quickly sat by the ox cart, smoking his pipe. Xiao Wanwan. What did that mean? Was his son also working in the team? Soon, everyone had gathered, carrying their luggage and loading it onto the ox cart. The cart was piled high, so the people had to walk back to the village. Wanwan, thank you for reminding me. If I had worn my little leather shoes, my feet would have been ruined by now. Su Moli warmly held Xiao Wanwan's hand, and the two of them whispered to each other. There were 7 people in the group. Besides Xiao Wanwan, Su Moli, Zhang Jingguo, and Fang Guiqing, there were also 2 other educated youths walking behind them. Comrades, my name is Zhang Aigua. I'm from Shanghai. It's fate that we've all come to the same village. How about we introduce ourselves? From now on, we'll be working together, said the young man walking behind Zhang Jingguo, breaking the long silence. My name is Zhang Jingguo, and this is Fang Guiqing. We're both from Beijing and have been friends since childhood, Zhang Jingguo said as usual, speaking for both of them. Fang Guiqing simply nodded at Zhang Aigua in greeting. My name is Qiao Wanwan from Beijing, Qiao Wanwan said, pulling a few wild grasses from the roadside and playing with them in her hand. I'm Su Moli, also from Beijing. Wanwan and I are good friends. Nice to meet everyone, Su Moli introduced herself confidently, making sure to mention her friendship with Wanwan. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Xiaomei from Sichuan. I'm 17 years old, and this is my first time traveling far from home. I hope you'll all take care of me, Zhao Xiaomei said with a bright smile on her freshly washed face. Hearing her soft, delicate voice, Qiao Wanwan didn't even need to look back to know what kind of person she was, another fragile, helpless girl. Just listen to that tone. Please take care of me, I'm only 17. Humph. No problem, no problem. Right, don't worry, we'll look out for you, Zhang Jingguo and Zhang Aigua said almost at the same time. Men naturally liked to protect gentle girls. Qiao Wanwan and Su Moli, however, said nothing. It wasn't that they didn't speak at all, they just didn't speak to the group. After Zhao Xiaomei finished, Su Moli leaned close to whisper to Qiao Wanwan. Wanwan, I feel like there's something strange about the way Zhao Xiaomei talks, but I can't say exactly what. I just don't like it. Do you think I'm imagining things? Momo, trust yourself.
Your instincts are right.
Zhao Xiaomei is clever and calculating. You can't win against someone like her. Just mind your own business and don't get involved, Qiao Wanwan said. After all, people like that usually cause trouble for the men, and for any woman who tried to be kind to them. Qiao Wanwan raised her hand and placed the grass ring she had been playing with on Su Moli's head. It looked surprisingly good on her. Su Moli's face was as delicate as a flower bud, and the wreath made her look even prettier. After waiting for a while, Zhao Xiaomei's smile began to stiffen. The 2 girls walking ahead of her didn't respond at all, which made her unhappy. She was still young, and when going out, of course she needed others to look after her, especially since she was a girl, and a pretty one at that. Wasn't it only natural for her to get a little extra care? Those 2 female educated youths must be jealous that the male ones were kind to her and had promised to take care of her. Were they trying to leave her out on purpose? To show her who was in charge? Jealousy wouldn't help them. Her mother always said she was good-looking and had a nice figure. Men liked girls who looked healthy and strong, the kind who could bring good fortune to a family. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaomei swayed her hips even more as she walked. Su Moli glanced back, got startled, and quickly turned away, holding Qiao Wanwan's hand tighter. Zhang Aigua, who was walking behind the ox cart, happened to look up and saw everything. He immediately turned his head away. His mother had always told him not to stare at things he shouldn't. Looking too much could only bring trouble. Startled, he quickened his pace and caught up with Zhang Jingguo. Comrade, we'll be living together from now on, like brothers. Let's help each other out, Zhang Aigua said, trying to make conversation. Sure, no problem. But are all the dorms shared like that? Uncle Captain, do we have any private rooms at the educated youth station? Maybe rooms for 2 people? Zhang Jingguo asked, slipping a pack of cigarettes to the team leader. Yes, there are 2 rows of single rooms you can stay in, said Captain Ding Hai. But you'll need to pay 1 yuan a month. Each room has a small stove, but no iron pot. If you want to cook separately, you'll have to buy your own pot. Those cost both money and ration tickets, which we country folks can't easily afford. If you don't want a private room, you can stay in the shared dorm for free. Most of the older educated youths cook together using one big pot. You can decide among yourselves later. Captain Ding Hai wasn't exaggerating. In the nearby villages, their educated youth station was indeed the most spacious one. It was set up in what used to be the house of a former landlord. The villagers all wanted to compete for it, but later, when the educated youths came to the countryside, it was directly turned into a residence for them. Each youth lived in a single room, paying 1 yuan a month, which also brought some extra income to the village team. The villagers didn't complain, since the money earned by the team would eventually be shared with them or used for their benefit. They weren't losing anything, in fact, they were gaining a little. Uncle Captain, we each want a room, preferably next to each other. We'll pay the rent soon, Zhang Jingguo quickly said. He didn't want to share a room. His good friend had always been very neat and couldn't stand any mess. Since he was a straightforward man, living together would only lead to constant arguments. As for Fang Guiqing, Zhang couldn't outtalk or outfight him. Even this trip to the countryside was ordered by his father, who told him to accompany Fang. So, he had no choice but to pack up and follow along. Uncle, I want a room too. Please help me pick one with good sunlight, Qiao Wenwan said, following Zhang Jingguo. She had been thinking about how to ask for her own room when Zhang handed her the chance. I want one too, Uncle Captain. I'd like a room next to Wanwan's. Any size is fine, and I'll pay the rent soon, Su Moli quickly added when she heard Qiao Wanwan's request. Her family was well off, and before she came to the countryside, her parents had given her several hundred yuan and a pile of ration tickets. Her family hadn't wanted her to go, but there were 3 children at home. Her older brother was already married and didn't need to go, while her younger brother, only a year younger than her, had always been weak. If he went to the countryside, he might not survive the hardship. So, she gritted her teeth, went to the local office, and signed up herself. By the time her mother found out, it was too late. Her mother held her and cried for a long time. Even her usually stingy younger brother gave her all the money he had saved from New Year gifts over the years, afraid she wouldn't have enough to eat. With what her brother and sister-in-law also gave her, she had nearly 800 yuan in total. By that count, she really was a little rich girl, hee. Captain, I want my own room too. Any kind is fine, Zhang Igua said quickly, afraid there would be none left for him. He had always had his own room since childhood, and if he had to sleep in a shared dorm, he truly wouldn't be able to rest. All right. When we get there, you can all choose freely. The team leader happily agreed. Among this group of educated youths, there were 6 people. 5 of them would live in single rooms, each paying 12 yuan a year, making 60 yuan in total, a decent income. With things going well this year, they could truly look forward to a good new year. Everyone was cheerful, walking beside the team leader and chatting about the village's customs and people. They talked about which family could make furniture, who was good at tailoring clothes, and who made the best pickled vegetables. Everyone seemed to know quite a lot, except for Zhao Xiaomei, who walked at the back, her eyes gradually darkening. They all had single rooms, but she didn't. She had to stay with the older educated youths in the crowded dormitory where conflicts often happened. How could they treat her like this? She was so angry that she stomped her foot, puffing her cheeks in frustration, trying to get the others' attention. But the group ahead was chatting happily, and no one even looked back. Amid the laughter and conversation, the ox cart soon reached the entrance of the village. There stood an ancient tree with thick, lush branches, looking as if it had been there for hundreds of years. Its trunk was so wide that 2 people together couldn't wrap their arms around it. At that moment, many elderly women were sitting under the tree, enjoying the shade. Some gently waved their fans, while others were sewing shoe soles, their needles moving quickly and neatly. Groups of children played and laughed around the tree. It was a peaceful and lively scene, showing that the villagers of the Hongqi Brigade lived better than those in other brigades. Otherwise, at this hour, not only the elderly but even 4- or 5-year-old children would be working in the fields with the adults. Oh, the team leader has brought back the new educated youths. Why are there so many girls? Can they really do the work? An old woman with sharp eyes asked, pursing her lips as she held a half-finished shoe sole. Old Xia's wife, if you're so capable, why don't you take my place as team leader? You can go to the commune and ask them to send only male educated youths. Team leader Ding Hai replied bluntly, not showing her any politeness. Hearing this, Xiao Wanwan blinked. She could tell that this old woman wasn't kind. She liked to gossip and was lazy. The shoe sole in her hand looked worn and greasy, as if she had been working on it for ages. It was best to stay far away from her to keep things peaceful. She nudged Su Moli and gestured toward the old woman. The two girls exchanged a knowing smile. The team leader drove the ox cart and took them straight to the educated youth quarters. There were single rooms on both sides, and the main room in the middle seemed to be a shared dormitory. You can take a look yourselves. The rooms with locks are already taken, and the ones without locks are empty. Comrade Xiao and Comrade Su, you two can take the rooms on the east side. The girls next door are also female educated youths, the team leader said. The three male youths naturally had no objections. Keeping proper distance between men and women had always been a common rule. Xiao Wanwan looked at the room the team leader had pointed out. It was the second one from the entrance, and a bit larger than the others. When she went inside, she was very satisfied, not only with the room itself, but also with the team leader's thoughtfulness. It was clear that someone had cleaned it recently. Even the bed platform was free of dust. Right in front of everyone, she took out 12 yuan, handed it to the team leader, and began moving her luggage inside. Momo, didn't you say you wanted to stay next to me? I think the room on the left looks good, she said. The right side was closer to the outside, which would be colder in winter, so Xiao Wanwan suggested that Su Moli take the third room from the entrance, right beside hers. Su Moli paused for a moment, then turned, took out 12 yuan as well, and moved her things into the room. After seeing the two of them set the example, Zhang Jingguo, Fang Guoqing, and Zhang Aiguo quickly followed, paid the money, chose their rooms, and carried in their luggage. Zhao Xiaomei, however, was short on money. When she left home, her mother had taken half of her allowance from the educated youth office. Out of 50 yuan, she only had 25 left. After buying a quilt, bedding, and some daily necessities, she was left with just 12 yuan. She couldn't bear to spend any more. Everyone else had their own rooms and seemed well off, while she couldn't afford one. Zhao Xiaomei felt deeply embarrassed. Her mother had told her that pretty girls never had to worry. Boys would always be eager to help. But here, things were different. Blushing, Zhao Xiaomei shyly asked, Uncle Team Leader, I'd like to stay in the shared dormitory. Which one is it? It was just one short sentence, but it took her a long time to gather the courage to say it. The main room, the one on the west side. Don't go to the wrong one. The east side is for the male educated youths. They're all out working in the fields right now, so you'll meet them when they come back this evening. Normally, the group leader of the educated youth quarters would be here to welcome you, but yesterday Comrade Zhao hurt his leg, and the leader is at the hospital taking care of him. So for now, you'll have to settle in on your own. One more thing, Ding Hai said, in my team, no one is allowed to break the law, cheat, or behave badly. If anyone is caught doing so, they'll be sent straight to the police station, no exceptions. Alright, that's all. You can tidy up now. Tomorrow is a day off, you can rest or go to town to buy daily supplies. The day after tomorrow, everyone must return to work. No one is allowed to take leave. After speaking, Ding Hai climbed onto the empty ox cart. He glanced at Xiao Wanwan, who smiled and nodded. Only then did he drive the cart out of the youth camp. Xiao Wanwan fetched some water, and together with Su Moli, they cleaned both of their rooms. Wanwan, there's a well right in the yard. We won't have to worry about water anymore, Su Moli said with a playful smile. Xiao Wanwan nodded in agreement. They quickly finished cleaning, changed into fresh clothes, locked the door, and headed toward the village. Seeing this, Zhang Jingguo immediately pulled Fang Guoqing along to follow them. Zhang Jingguo quickly pulled Fang Guoqing to follow the two girls. Zhengguo, Fang Guoqing said, why are we following them? Did they ask for help?
I don't remember hearing that.
As a man, secretly following two young women didn't feel right to him. "Come on, you bookworm," Zhang Jianguo said. "They're probably going to buy furniture. If we go too, we can help them carry things. As men, we should take the initiative to help our female comrades. You can't expect them to ask us first, they might be too shy. Besides, we can buy some cabinets for ourselves too. That way, they won't feel awkward about us helping. It's a win-win." His reasoning was clear and convincing. Fang Guiqing looked at him in surprise. Since when had Zhang Jingguo become so quick-witted and thoughtful? The two men followed behind Xiao Wanwan and Su Moli for a while. Still feeling uneasy, Fang Guiqing thought for a moment, then called out to them. "Comrade Xiao, Comrade Su, we're following to help carry furniture. Don't be alarmed. Since we all live in the same youth camp, if you ever need help, just let us know." Xiao Wanwan and Su Moli already knew what they were up to. Zhang Jingguo hadn't exactly spoken quietly earlier, and they had even seen Fang Guiqing kick him in protest. However, at this moment, Fang Guiqing specially spoke to explain, which made Xiao Wanwan and the others feel very warm. Su Moli immediately replied, "It's okay, Comrade Fang. When there are many people, we are stronger. Let's go together. Maybe the fellow villagers will give us a better price. Yes, Comrade Fang. Since you said that, we won't refuse. Could you two gentlemen help us carry the grain when you go to the brigade later?" "Thank you." Xiao Wanwan said this not because they couldn't carry it, but because everyone's efforts balanced out. No one owed anyone anything, and this way, everyone could get along more easily. "Sure, no problem. You don't need to go. Just the bookworm and I can carry everything back," Zhang Jingguo quickly agreed. Actually, he also felt that following the female-educated youth was not very proper, but he was just a rough man. He had to rely on the choices of the female-educated youth when it came to what to buy and how to arrange things in the house. The bookworm beside him was not much better. They had grown up together in the military compound, never leaving home. Everything at home was well managed by their mother, who never worried about their lives. So, the four of them walked into the eastern part of the village, arriving at a yard where a hand-pushed cart was parked. The cart was the kind operated by human effort, but it was clear that it was well made, showing the craftsmanship of a skilled worker. Xiao Wanwan pulled Su Moli into the yard. Inside, an old man was hunched over, polishing a wardrobe. The wardrobe was almost finished. The old man applied a layer of tung oil and then polished it carefully. This process needed to be repeated 5 or 6 times. "Grandpa Li, we are new educated youths here and want to buy some furniture. Do you have any ready-made?" Xiao Wanwan politely called out to the old man across from her. On the way to the village, their team leader had briefly mentioned this skilled carpenter in the village. Yes. Come in quickly. This girl is very pretty. Come in and look around. If you like anything, I'll give you a good price." Li Sanju greeted the 4 youths and called out to the house. "Old lady, come out quickly. The new educated girl wants to buy furniture," the old man shouted. He had spent his life making furniture, and his wife was in charge of selling it. I'm coming," an old lady's bright voice responded. Soon, a neatly dressed, energetic old woman in a white shirt came out of the house. "This is the new young educated girl, right? She looks really pretty. Come, girl, Grandma will help you pick." Grandma Li and Grandpa only have one son, and his wife has only 2 little grandsons. They have no daughters, so it's almost like a family obsession for the old couple. So whenever they see a pretty girl, they are very happy. "Okay, Grandma. We bought a lot. Can we borrow your cart to carry our things?" Su Moli climbed up easily and immediately held Grandma's arm. She looked at the kind and gentle Grandma, feeling very close. When her own grandma was alive, she was just like this. Grandma Li wouldn't refuse. She enjoyed the girl's initiative in holding her arm. The 4 of them bought a special bed cabinet, a table, a bed cover, and also a cupboard, water bucket, big wooden basin, broom, and dustpan. Fang Guiqing didn't want the bed table, but bought a set of tables and chairs instead. After paying, Zhang Jingguo and Fang Guiqing started moving furniture onto the cart. The belongings of 4 people had to be moved several times. Before leaving, Grandpa Li called them back and gave each a straw hat. The old man made them himself, very carefully woven. When they returned with the first load, Zhang Aigua saw everything clearly. He rolled up his sleeves and helped unload the cart. After unloading, he and Zhang Jingguo went to Grandpa Li's house, and they also brought back his furniture. Su Malalai helped Jiang Wanwan, who was lying on the side sunbathing, and they fetched clean water from the well. They wiped down the furniture in the yard one by one. The sun was strong now, and in about 20 or 30 minutes, the furniture would be dry. When everything was cleaned and packed, and the sun was about to set, Fang Guiqing hurriedly pulled Zhang Jingguo and called Zhang Aigua to go out. They needed to go to the brigade to pick up the grain loaned to them. They had just promised 2 young educated girls to help carry the stuff back. As they stepped out, they met some old educated youths returning from work at the youth camp. There were 7 or 8 of them, all sweaty from work, with red faces, and dirt on their pant legs. "Are you the new young educated girls? What are you going to do?" One of the girls asked with a smile, holding a towel. "What else?" "Going to the brigade to get grain," they replied. "It's just right, so we don't go hungry, and we're also eating our own rations." "All right, let's go inside. This hot weather is killing us." A sharp, harsh female voice sounded, and everyone's faces looked unhappy. The female educated youth who had earlier come forward to greet everyone looked annoyed and said shyly, "You all should go now. Soon, there will be no one left at the team, and you won't get any grain today." After speaking, she followed the old educated youth toward the yard. In the yard, Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalag had just finished tidying up their messy area. They sprinkled some water on the ground to cover the dust. "Comrade, did you do this cleaning? It looks very neat." The speaker was a male educated youth, wearing a dark cloth around his neck. When he saw Su Malalai and Qiao Wanwan, his voice naturally rose. Su Malalai, who was sweeping the ground, looked up and saw a dark-skinned male youth. What made her even more disgusted was that he was grinning with big yellow teeth. She quickly took a step back, grabbed Qiao Wanwan's arm, and felt much more at ease. Qiao Wanwan looked up and saw 4 female educated youths and 5 male educated youths walking in, one after another. If they counted the team leader's words about the injured youth and the youth who was being cared for, there would be 11 people. Adding the 6 new arrivals, the youth station would have 17 people. Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai exchanged a glance, feeling a little worried about what was to come. More people often meant more trouble. Luckily, the youth station was big enough for them to live and eat separately, which would reduce many problems. Next, everyone introduced themselves. Su Malalai learned that the disgusting male youth was named Huang Yue, a boy who seemed unlikely to do much. After work, everyone introduced themselves and then went back to their rooms. They each took their basin and went to wash at the water well. What surprised Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai most was that 3 of the 4 female youths living inside the old youth station were in single rooms. At first, Qiao Wanwan thought the team leader wanted to take care of her, so he arranged for all the women to live in that row. Now it seemed the team leader was telling the truth. Especially when she looked at the girl walking toward the west side of the main house, she cast a deep glance. It seemed to be her earlier, who had caused trouble for Zhang Jianguo and others at the door. Was her name Hu Xiaomei?
Haha.
Hu Xiaomei? Zhao Xiaomei? A venomous snake meets a pretentious, innocent girl? It's really quite lively.
Who are you?
Why are you lying on my bed? Why aren't you taking off your shoes? That's so dirty, so disgusting. Hu Xiaomei just entered the room and saw a woman wearing dirty shoes, lying crookedly on her bed. She shouted angrily. Zhao Xiaomei was half asleep when she was suddenly pulled up and scolded loudly. Her foggy mind cleared a bit. "No, I didn't mean to offend. I'm a new worker here. I didn't know this was your spot. I'm very tired, so I accidentally fell asleep. I'll clean it up later, okay?" Zhao Xiaomei looked sad and spoke softly. She thought that since she apologized, even if the old worker was angry, she would forgive her. But suddenly, her face was splattered with spit. "Hey, you little brat, pretending to be delicate for whom? I think you're just being flirtatious on purpose. Lazy and careless." The other workers outside have already finished their chores and even swept the yard. And you're here, sleeping lazily? Still leaving your luggage on the ground without tidying up? What's wrong? Are you used to being a rich girl from a landlord's family, waiting for servants to serve you? Hu Xiaomei kicked the luggage in the middle of the room harshly, glaring fiercely at Zhao Xiaomei, inspecting her from top to bottom, looking down on her. Another flirtatious girl appeared, clearly unable to do any work. What is she? Zhao Xiaomei was so scared she started crying silently, tears falling uncontrollably. She dared not cry out loud. Why is this old worker so mean? Hu Xiaomei sneered and took her basin and towel to wash up outside. Before leaving, she glared at Zhao Xiaomei and said, "Clean this up quickly, or tonight you'll sleep outside in the yard." After Hu Xiaomei left the yard, Zhao Xiaomei burst into loud, heartbreaking crying. Hu Xiaomei noticed everyone was watching her. She showed no expression and shouted loudly into the room. Zhao Xiaomei's crying suddenly stopped, as if it had never happened. Everyone quickly cleaned up. The old workers suggested holding a welcome dinner for the new worker tonight. Everyone ate together. Qiao Wanwan nodded, went back inside, and took out a can of meat and a bowl of plain noodles. No one knew exactly what was inside her 4 big bags. This bowl of plain noodles is my daily food, and I also have a can of food to share with everyone. From now on, we will live in the same courtyard. If I do anything wrong, please tell me. Su Malalai also went back to her room, took out a can of fruit. She had no other food in her luggage, so she had to wait for Zhang Jingguo and the others to return, then she would dig out a bowl from her own supplies. Among the older educated youths, some had been sent to the countryside for a year, others for 3 or 5 years. But they all shared one thing in common. They lacked meat. In the countryside, vegetables could be grown by themselves, and staple foods could be exchanged with the commune or brigade. Meat was very scarce. Even Hu Xiaomei, who often caused trouble, couldn't say anything now. She just stared intently at the canned meat that Qiao Wanwan had taken out. When Fang Guiqing and the others returned with a borrowed cart from the brigade, dinner was already being prepared. The older youths picked fresh vegetables from the backyard garden, and a pot of cornmeal pancakes was ready. The bowl of plain noodles contributed by Qiao Wanwan was used by a young girl to make a big bowl of dumpling soup. Comrade Qiao, Comrade Su, this is your ration. Everyone gets the same. 3 jin of plain flour, 40 jin of cornmeal, and 20 jin of potatoes. Fang Guiqing carried their rations to the door. Even with the door open, he didn't go inside directly. After delivering the young girl's share, he went to get his own. When he saw Su Malalai digging out a bowl of cornmeal to the big stove, Fang Guiqing quickly called Zhang Jingguo to send their rations over. Su Malalai also wanted to dig out a bowl of plain noodles, but Qiao Wanwan stopped her. Food was precious in this era. Most people ate coarse grains. Dinner was almost ready, so even if they took plain noodles, they would eat cornmeal pancakes. They also both took out cans of food, which was enough. If they took more, it might seem foolish or wealthy, and someone might get greedy for the good food, causing trouble later. She also saw Zhang Jingguo not only took 2 bowls of cornmeal, but also carried 2 cans of food. As night fell, Su Malalai couldn't see clearly, but Qiao Wanwan saw clearly. It was meat-canned food. Her thoughts about these 2 childhood friends deepened. These 2 were probably from wealthy and powerful families in the big courtyard, sent to the countryside as a temporary measure. Hello, I am the leader of the Young Intellectuals residence, named Wenting. I am the head of our youth group. Currently, I am at the hospital caring for injured young intellectuals who cannot return. I am here to replace him and warmly welcome the new young intellectuals. Wenting holds a large, old-fashioned teapot. Look at that, do you like it? Wenting seems to be very thoughtful and proper, but her comment about replacing the head of the group is worth noting. The 2 leaders of the youth residence, a man and a woman, are talking about their relationships. However, seeing the admiration in the eyes of the 2 young men looking at Wenting, Qiao Wanwan immediately dismisses her own thoughts. If they were openly dating, others would avoid them or act differently. But instead, they are openly admiring Wenting without concern. So, Wenting might like the head of the group, Or perhaps these two are secretly seeing each other, hiding it from everyone. TSK. After everyone started eating, Zhao Xiaomei, who had been quietly crying inside the house, finally arrived late. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Zhao Xiaomei instinctively straightened her posture. Her chest was high, and she looked confident. A beautiful woman should always be the center of attention wherever she goes. Wanwan, what is she doing? Su Malia rarely lifts her head from her bowl. The food is very plain, clear broth and simple dishes. Even the thick soup is made without oil. The cook, an older young intellectual, didn't add any oil, so it tastes bland. Nothing much, just trying to find someone to support her with a long-term meal ticket, Qiao Wanwan said while biting into a plain corn cake, her voice a bit hoarse. She quickly took a sip of the noodle soup. Su Malia looked confused, not understanding Wanwan's meaning. She just felt something was off. Just standing there, could someone really give her food? That didn't seem right. Forget it. She doesn't understand these people's minds. Thinking too much is tiring. Eating is tiring too. How long do I have to eat? She wanted to go back to her room and eat cookies. Seeing Su Malia's hopeless expression, Wen Ting couldn't help but smile. This girl really has no guile. All her emotions show on her face. Fang Wuqing was sitting opposite her. Behind his rectangular glasses, he was quietly observing Su Malia. How come she's eating so reserved today? She doesn't seem like herself. Thinking back to the days on the train, Su Malia used to eat very happily. Even he, who was watching nearby, couldn't help but eat more than usual. He felt like he was gaining weight. Zhao Xiaomei, who was called over by the old educated youth, sat awkwardly at the end of the dining table. Empty-handed, she didn't go to get her share of food or take anything out of her bag. She just sat there peacefully eating. The 9 old educated youths looked unhappy. Both men and women, they had a hard time supporting themselves after going to the countryside. How could they just give away their food for free? Others might tolerate it because Zhao Xiaomei was a new youth, but Hu Xiaomei couldn't hold back. She immediately frowned and said to Zhao Xiaomei, "Hey, whose young lady are you? Coming here to eat our hardworking people's food?" Others, as new youths, not only cleaned their rooms and took back grain, but also brought canned food to share. "And you? You slept all afternoon, did nothing, and just sat here eating for free? You have a big face. Think everyone is your mother? We need to spoil you." Clap clap. Qiao Wanwan applauded approvingly. She thought you were a troublemaker among the youths, but it turns out, Hu Xiaomei, you're a breath of fresh air. Zhao Xiaomei's face turned red. She looked at Hu Xiaomei, who scolded her, and Qiao Wanwan, who added fuel to the fire, feeling very wronged. Clap clap. Unseasonal applause sounded again. Zhao Xiaomei's expression grew even more grim. Qiao Wanwan couldn't help but gently pat Su Malia, who looked confused but obediently clapped along. "Oh, my dear Malia, you're so cute. You really don't have a bad heart. Forget it, from now on, just follow me honestly. Anyone who dares to bully you, I'll teach them a lesson." No one paid much attention to Qiao Wanwan's words. Everyone saw her as a delicate young woman. As for Zhao Xiaomei, she hesitated for a long time, but no one spoke up for her. She could only apologize, saying she would get her share of food tomorrow and make up for it immediately. Hu Xiaomei nodded in satisfaction, but her eyes were full of disdain when she looked at Zhao Xiaomei. This person was not even 1/10,000th as good as her sister at home. She had caused her family to lose everything and even got her father taken to the police station. Now, such a person dared to come in front of her and act bold? Humph. Soon, the meal was finished in a strange way. Most people used aluminum lunch boxes to eat. After eating, everyone cleaned their own boxes, pots, and bowls. The woman responsible for cooking today, probably named Bai Ling, was in charge of cleaning everything thoroughly. Zhou Wanwan and Su Malalai both remembered her because the food she made was really bad and not effective at all. It was already dark outside, but Zhou Wanwan still pretended to take out a large iron pot from her bag. She simply dug some yellow soil from the vegetable garden, mixed it into mud, and smeared it where the iron pot connected to the stove. She filled half the pot with water and borrowed some firewood from the older workers to boil the water. When she went to borrow the firewood, she saw that the older workers were also boiling water in their own pots. However, there were too many people, so one pot of water was not enough. They needed to boil at least 2 pots, which meant those who washed up late would have to go to bed later. While she was boiling water, Sue Malalai, carrying her familiar military green small bag, suddenly appeared, bouncing happily. As soon as she entered, she mysteriously closed Jo Wanwan's door, then reached into her bag and took out a can of malted milk drink. She reached in again and pulled out a packet of cookies wrapped in a handkerchief. Phew! I was so nervous. I almost got caught just now. Luckily, I had my bag to hide behind. Hee, Wanwan, come over. Let's eat a little more. I didn't get enough to eat tonight. She then took out her teacup and placed it with Jo Wanwan's cup on the bedside table. They scooped large spoonfuls of malted milk into their cups.
Great.
I was just thinking of having a meal with you. Jo Wanwan pretended to reach under the cabinet, but actually took out a bag of egg cakes from the space. The two of them closed the door and enjoyed a delicious meal together. After eating, Sue Malalai went to get a basin of hot water to wash up. When everyone left and the door was closed, Jo Wanwan pulled down the curtains she had prepared, checked that no one outside could see inside, then slipped into the space. She happily washed from head to toe. She washed until she felt completely refreshed. After drying her hair, she took a novel and came out of the space, lying on the cool bed mat, marveling at the wisdom of the workers. The earthen stove in her room looked ordinary, but was actually quite clever. A piece of board was skillfully added to the side leading to the Kong hole. When the weather is hot, the heat from the fire escapes through the chimney, flowing outside. In winter, when the board is removed, the warm air naturally flows into the Kong hole, making sleeping comfortable and cozy. The next morning, Chow Wanwan woke up naturally. Today, these new young workers didn't need to work, so they could rest for the day. After washing up and eating 2 meat buns and drinking a glass of soy milk, she put the disposable cup into her bag. After making sure everything in the room was okay, she left the house carrying her bag. She wanted to wake Sue Malalai, but as soon as she stepped outside, she saw Sue Malalai sitting on a bench. She asked if she had already eaten breakfast. Both of them wore the straw hats given by Grandpa Lee yesterday and hummed a little tune as they walked toward the town. It was already past 9 in the morning. The ox cart at the village entrance had long gone. They talked about funny stories and they didn't feel tired. During the walk, Sue Malalai kept asking Chow Wanwan to teach her how to make flower crowns. After about an hour, they finally reached the town. They didn't go anywhere else but headed straight to the state-run restaurant. It was already past 10. At the restaurant entrance, 3 or 4 people were already waiting in line. Sue Malalai hurriedly pulled Chow Wanwan to stand behind them. In this big world, eating was the most important thing. Wanwan, I want to eat braised pork, big meat buns, shredded pork noodles, and chicken with mushrooms. How many days do you think it will take to get these? Sue Malalai listed all the delicious meat dishes that made her drool. She knew the restaurant couldn't serve so many meat dishes in one day, so she felt a little disappointed. Seeing Sue Malalai with her eyes lowered in sadness, Chow Wanwan was about to speak to comfort her when she heard, "It's okay. There will be at least 1 meat dish, maybe 2. When the time comes, no matter what it is, I will buy it." Hee, I love to eat everything. Sue Malalai blinked her bright eyes, looking eagerly at the restaurant's door. TSK, Chow Wanwan couldn't help but click her tongue. She realized she had been too careless. The restaurant door opened from inside, and the people in front rushed in. Sue Malalai pulled Chow Wanwan along and managed to get the 3rd spot in line. I saw that next to the vegetable counter, a small blackboard listed today's specials: pickled cabbage with pork, braised pork, 3-style eggplant, and cold eggplant salad. White steamed buns, mixed flour buns, rice meat buns, and vegetable buns. Pickled vegetable and shredded pork noodles, green bean, and minced pork noodles. Wanwan, is the pickled cabbage with pork tasty? I haven't tried it. Sue Malalai hesitated over the menu. But before she could worry too much or even get a reply from Chow Wanwan, it was her turn to order. Comrade, I want 1 portion of pickled cabbage with pork, 1 braised pork, 1 cold eggplant salad, 2 bowls of rice, and 3 buns. How much is it? Su Malalai ordered food for both of them, not giving Xiao Wanwan a chance to speak. The server at the window, seeing this scene and noticing their clothes, understood right away. They were two young people sent to the countryside, with only a little money, trying to make do. Soon, without enough money or tickets, they probably wouldn't even dare to enter a state-run restaurant again. The server pursed her lips and said, 1 jin of meat tickets, 1.5 jin of grain tickets, 3 yuan and 50 cents. Su Malalai, carefree and eyes full of meat, didn't notice the disdain in the server's eyes. But Xiao Wanwan saw it clearly. Comrade, we also want 10 meat buns, 10 vegetable buns, and a takeout braised pork, Xiao Wanwan said coldly, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Malalai, staring at the server with a stern look. The server, feeling seen, panicked. She had a strange feeling of being stared at by a tiger, her back chilled, her scalp tense. She quickly lowered her head, took the money and tickets from them, handed them a number tag, and gave a slip to the kitchen. After Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai sat down, the server dared to sneak a glance, still feeling scared. But soon, she thought it was silly. She had been frightened by a young girl. Wanwan, after we finish eating, I want to go to the post office. Last night, I wrote a letter to my family and want to send it, Su Malalai said during the meal break, telling Xiao Wanwan where she planned to go. Okay, then after you go to the post office. No one is home at my place, so I can't write a letter. I want to buy some rice and white flour at the grain station. The team only lends us coarse grains, but I want to eat more refined grains. Xiao Wanwan thought about how to take out the stored grain from her space. Su Malalai going to the post office to send a letter was a good opportunity. All right, then buy more. I also have some money tickets here. While speaking, Su Malalai took out 20 jin of food coupons and 10 yuan to give to Xiao Wanwan. She didn't know how to comfort Wanwan. She was so clumsy and had forgotten that Wanwan's father was a martyr. Wanwan must be feeling sad again. Even the best sisters need to keep track of their accounts. Xiao Wanwan didn't refuse and simply put the money in her pocket. That's perfect. I'll buy a little more so it will be easier for us to eat later. Without needing to discuss, both of them understood that they would cook together. At this moment, the food was ready. The two of them went to pick it up. The smell of hot braised pork and pickled vegetables with pork filled their senses. Their hungry stomachs couldn't wait any longer. They looked at each other silently and ate happily. Su Malalai was eating pickled vegetables for the first time. At first, she wasn't used to it, but soon she liked it and ate with big, tasty bites. After finishing, they packed the buns and a box of braised pork into Su Malalai's bag. They parted at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, agreeing to meet again in an hour. Su Malalai went to the post office. After she walked away, Wanwan looked at her leaving and then headed toward the scrap yard opposite the grain station. At the entrance, an old man sat with a teacup. Old man, I want to buy some newspapers to patch the wall, Wanwan asked cheerfully. The old man didn't look up and pointed inside, telling her to find some herself.
Perfect.
Wanwan nodded and went into the storeroom. Her strong awareness quickly covered every corner and locked onto her target. In a broken dressing table with 2 broken legs, she found a hidden compartment. Inside, she discovered a dark green jade pendant. Holding it in her palm, she felt a cool touch. Wanwan's eyes saw a special glow around it. It was a tiny world of peace, more valuable than the things she had risked her life to gather during her missions. She searched a few more places and found 5 small yellow fish, a jade ring, and a few golden sunflower seeds. After putting everything into her space, Wanwan sensed someone approaching the door. It was probably the old man at the gate, maybe wondering why she had been inside so long. Wanwan quickly pretended to just find the newspapers, sounding annoyed. Oh, so the newspaper was right here. It took me a long time to find it.
How many should I take?
Never mind. I'll just carry these. If I don't need them, I can lend them to other young workers. Holding a stack of newspapers in her arms, Xiao Wanwan turned around and met the stern gaze of the old man. She pretended to be startled, covering her chest.
Ah?
Grandpa, it's you. You scared me. How much do these newspapers cost? Ding Yank phone. What did you say? Say it again. Commander Chin looked surprised at his diligent and excellent battalion commander who had been working tirelessly for 3 years. Ding Yangfeng stood straight with his feet together and saluted formally. Report, Commander. Ding Yangfeng requests leave to visit family. Interesting, very interesting. You, Ding Yangfeng, actually ask for leave voluntarily? Is there a family emergency? Does the army need to get involved? Commander Chin's only thought was that possibility. Report, Commander. No, everything at home is fine. I just miss my parents, Ding Yangfeng said seriously with a determined face. All right. Since that's the case, I just received an urgent task. Since your family is fine, you can lead the team to complete the mission. Afterward, I will give you a month off, Chin said, handing over a sealed document. Ding Yangfeng took it with both hands, read it carefully, then returned the document to Commander Chin. He saluted again. Yes, I promise to complete the task. After leaving the battalion commander's office, Ding Yangfeng stood on the training ground, gazing toward his hometown. His usually calm heart was now surging with waves. He only knew that he had to go home. The desire grew stronger and stronger. He was so overwhelmed that he couldn't ignore it, but he didn't know what was pulling him back. The old man at the scrap yard watched Ding Yangfeng cautiously, observing him up and down. Seeing that he still had dust on his nose and looked frustrated, the old man's doubts gradually eased. Just give me a dime. You girl, you've been here for a while and only just found the newspapers. You're pretty slow, the old man casually said, then sat steadily on a chair at the door. Xiao Wanwan handed him a dime, smiled, and left the scrapyard. She turned into a small alley, secretly sneaking out 20 jin of rice and 20 jin of flour, placing them in a basket on her back. It was about the time she had agreed, with Su Malia. Xiao Wanwan headed toward the gate of the state-run restaurant. After meeting Su Malia, the two went together to the supply and marketing cooperative. Annie, I want a jin of white rabbit candy, 2 jin of chicken egg cakes, a box of cookies, 2 bars of soap, a kerosene lamp. Do you have a bicycle? Zhou Wanwan quickly listed all the items she needed. Her aunt nodded vaguely and reached out to her. Everyone who has experienced this knows that to buy so many things, especially a bicycle, you need a ticket.
Yes, Aunt.
How much is the bicycle? Zhou Wanwan took out a bunch of money and tickets from her bag, including a bicycle ticket, which she handed first to her aunt. The permanent brand costs 180 yuan. The Phoenix brand costs 160 yuan. You can go see for yourself. Her aunt took the bicycle ticket from Zhou Wanwan and held it, then they went to look at bicycles. The Yongjiu brand with a sturdy frame is known for being durable. A bicycle can last 3 generations, people and bikes still go on. There are only a few bicycles in the supply store, all with middle bars. Zhou Wanwan was disappointed not to see a women's bicycle. In the end, she chose a Yongjiu bicycle because it's reliable and well-made, and it still works after many years. Back at the counter, her aunt bought the items for Zhou Wanwan, took the money, and packed everything she had asked for. After Zhou Wanwan finished shopping, Su Malalai spoke up. Aunt, I want a can of milk powder, a box of cookies, 2 pounds of egg cakes, a kerosene lamp, and 10 months' worth of sanitary supplies. Seeing Wanwan happily with her new bike, Su Malalai felt envious. She has money and tickets but no bicycle ticket or bicycle. In the future, she won't be able to ride out with Wanwan, which made her sad. Next time she writes to her parents, she will definitely ask them to send her a bicycle ticket. She wants to buy the same model as Wanwan so they can ride out together. For now, she will be the one to take Wanwan around. After all, she eats more and has more strength than Wanwan. In her mind, Su Malalai automatically deleted the image of Wanwan carrying 4 bags alone. She thought of Wanwan as a delicate, fragile little cutie. They pushed the bicycle out of the supply store, with bags hanging on the handlebars, showing off their strength and attracting attention. Zhou Wanwan was still thinking that Su Malalai bought sanitary supplies. She had seen them before but never used them. She always used sanitary pads and secretly changed them in the bathroom in her space. Wanwan, I will ride the bike and take you. Don't worry, I often take my little brother out too. Su Malalai's small face looked serious as she snatched the bicycle from Xiao Wanwan's hands. She took a deep, solemn breath, and climbed onto it. No, you don't have to. Xiao Wanwan didn't want to hurt the little bunny's confidence, but she was worried about her own safety. After much hesitation, she transferred all the food from her basket into her space. She lightened her load. Since the basket was covered with a black cloth, no one outside could see that she had replaced everything with foam padding. Su Malalai tiptoed, wobbling her bike forward. She excitedly shouted, "Quick, Wanwan, jump on, I'm coming." Xiao Wanwan accepted her fate, ran a bit, and leapt sideways onto the back seat of the bike. Su Malalai pedaled, and the handlebars wobbled 3 times before finally stabilizing.
Ha ha ha.
Wanwan, look. I told you I could carry you. Hee hee, I'm so awesome. Su Malalai was now full of confidence, feeling like she could carry the whole world. Xiao Wanwan nervously focused her mind, clearing large and small stones on the road ahead and controlling the wobbling handlebars to keep herself safe. She responded softly, "Yes, yes, yes, my Malalai is the best." As they rode along, Xiao Wanwan was so tired she didn't want to move her fingers. Su Malalai was extremely excited. Today felt amazing, like the land itself was helping her. They rode from the village entrance, attracting many looks. Especially at the gossip spot at the village entrance, within 3 minutes, the story of the new girl who bought a bicycle spread throughout the team. In the youth workers' courtyard, as soon as Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai entered, Zhao Xiaomei exclaimed, "Where did you get that bicycle? And you bought so many things." Su Malalai turned to look at Xiao Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan looked at Zhao Xiaomei, feeling like she was dealing with a simpleton. Snatched the bicycle, picked up the stuff. "Comrade Zhao Xiaomei, you should go see the village entrance too. There are treasures everywhere." After saying that, she pulled Su Malalai along, and the two of them went back to their room to organize their bags. The bicycle was pushed inside. Since it was a new bike and there was someone with a strange mind in the yard, she wasn't going to lend it out for free. Buying a bicycle was just for her own convenience to go to the town. Zhao Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with excitement. These two people bought bicycles and many good things. Inside the net bag carried by Su Malalai, there was even a can of malted milk. If she could get along well with them, she might be able to enjoy these good things in the future. When Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai finished organizing their things and came out, they found Zhao Xiaomei still in the yard, squatting by the water well, seemingly washing something. Seeing them come out, she suddenly stood up as if she had been energized. Zhao Xiaomei cheerfully walked over, smiling brightly. "Comrade Xiao, Comrade Su, look. Among the young people who came here at the same time, only the 3 of us are girls. Shouldn't we be closer? Yesterday, when you went to the brigade to borrow grain and buy furniture, you didn't invite me. I won't blame you. Let's get along well in the future. We are all sisters." Su Malalai's mouth opened in surprise as she looked at the suddenly changed Zhao Xiaomei. She leaned close to Xiao Wanwan's ear, covering her mouth, whispering doubtfully, "What's wrong with her? Why did she suddenly change like that?" Xiao Wanwan held Su Malalai's hand and bluntly asked Zhao Xiaomei, "Comrade Zhao, we came here together as young people, but we don't need to be overly close. After all, proximity can influence us. Also, you said we didn't call you yesterday, but you forgive us. I don't agree with that. First, everyone is new here, and no one is responsible for taking care of another. Second, we haven't done anything wrong. Why should you forgive us? That's funny. Lastly, about sisters and such, don't bring that up. My parents only had me. I am an only daughter." After saying that, she pulled Su Malalai toward the backyard. After walking a few steps, she turned back and glared at Zhao Xiaomei, adding, "And Su Malalai only has her. Don't go around claiming kinship." Su Malalai nodded in agreement and loudly said, "That's right. Wanwan is right. You are you, and we are us. Don't come near us in the future. We don't know each other." Fong Wuqing pushed his bicycle in and overheard Su Malalai's words, feeling confused. Suddenly, he noticed Zhao Xiaomei's eyes shining with excitement and her face full of grievance as she looked at him. In the eyes, tears of sadness filled with frustration, but the greed in his gaze was clearly seen. Fong Wuqing felt terrible. He hurriedly pushed a cart full of good things to his house, unlocked the door, went inside, closed the door, and moved quickly without any hesitation. Even Zhao Xiaomei was stunned. Her tears stayed in her eyes, forgetting to fall. Zhang Jingguo entered the door from behind, hearing nothing unusual, but sensing something different in the atmosphere. He swallowed nervously, holding a big bundle, and rushed into his house like the wind. The clear sound of the lock clicking seemed to unlock the three girls' keys in the yard. Xiao Wanwan and Su Malia laughed loudly together and headed to the backyard vegetable garden. At the water well, Zhao Xiaomei's face gradually turned fierce. Her eyes, looking at the backs of Xiao Wanwan and the others, seemed poisoned. She angrily squatted by the well, washing the picked vegetables, filled with resentment.
Why?
Why is everyone treating me like this? The two young women were guarding her like thieves, and the two young men, were they blind? Didn't they see her crying so beautifully? Why didn't they come over to comfort her? Even hiding inside like fleeing from a flood or a beast. Zhang Aigua, who had been watching everything from the window, was deeply shocked. His mother was right. Zhao Ziying's mood swings were incredible. From now on, he would definitely avoid Zhao Ziying. Xiao Wanwan and Su Malia, busy and diligent, were turning the soil, planning to go to the village later to exchange for some seeds and seedlings to plant. They had decided not to eat with the old young worker anymore, choosing to cook separately. Naturally, they should grow their own vegetables, not always taking advantage of the old young worker. Comrade Xiao, Comrade Su, are you also going to grow vegetables? Zhang Jingguo was brought over by Fang Guiqing to plow the land and told him they planned to grow their own vegetables. He was surprised, not expecting these two young women to start already. He asked doubtfully, "Yes, we want to cook separately. It's not good to keep picking others' vegetables. We plan to go to a neighbor's house later to exchange some seeds, preferably seedlings, if possible," Su Malia cheerfully replied. "That makes sense." Zhang Jingguo nodded in agreement, waving his and getting to work vigorously. Men are naturally stronger than women. Although Xiao Wanwan and another person started working first, they both finished planting the vegetables at the same time as Zhang Jingguo and another man. While there was still time, the four of them went out together. They randomly stopped a child by the roadside and gave 2 milk candies in exchange for information. They found a local farmer's house with vegetable seedlings and bought many. The farmer's daughter-in-law was resting after childbirth, so Xiao Wanwan exchanged red sugar for the seedlings. Zhang Jingguo and Fang Guiqing paid with money. Su Malalai didn't bring anything. She took out a few large white rabbit candies from her pocket and gave them to the farmer's grandson. Back at the educated youth's courtyard, they planted the seedlings and seeds they had bought. As the sun set and the bell rang to end work, the old educated youths, tired from a day's hard work, appeared at the gate of the courtyard. That night, Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai reheated the buns and braised pork they had packed, placing them in a large pot. They enjoyed them with sweet malted milk, eating happily. This time, the malted milk wasn't Su Malalai's. Xiao Wanwan took it from the cupboard in front of her while Su Malalai watched. "Wanwan, I think your malted milk tastes better than mine," Su Malalai said happily after taking a big sip. Xiao Wanwan pretended not to know and took a sip herself, then said, "Really? It seems so. I don't know. Uncle sent this malted milk from the army. Maybe it's because of the different brands." They ate peacefully, but Fang Guiqing and Zhang Jingguo, who lived opposite, were worried. Today they ate at a state-run restaurant and their dinner was also packed buns. Neither of them knew how to cook. Tomorrow they had to go to the fields, but someone had to cook. They looked at each other in frustration, both worried. At that moment, a smell of rice porridge floated over from the neighbor. Seeing each other's expressions, Fang Guiqing and Zhang Jingguo understood each other's intentions. They immediately carried meat buns and went together to Zhang Aigua's house next door. Soon, the three men reached an agreement. They were all well off and decided to eat together. The meat and eggs would definitely taste better than what they could cook themselves. "Phew, what is this? Is it dishwater?" Hu Xiaomei spat out a mouthful of vegetable soup onto Zhao Xiumei's face. The cooked greens stuck green and slimy on her face, making her look very awkward. After biting into a hard corn cake, Hu Xiaomei was so angry she almost wanted to hit someone. Hu Xiaomei shouted loudly. The other old educated youths looked unhappy, and even the young male youths who had shown some sympathy for Zhao Xiaomei yesterday now felt resentful. Everyone had been busy all day. At noon, they only ate vegetable porridge, looking forward to a good sleep that night. But instead, the food was turned into something unappetizing. How can people eat this? This level of cooking was even better than Bai Ling's yesterday. This meal is even worse than Bai Ling's. Don't cook anymore. It's just a waste of food. I agree. A woman who can make food like this, what has she been learning at home? The next morning, just as dawn broke, everyone in the educated youth courtyard had already gotten up and started their chores. The older youths were eating corn porridge, paired with steamed bread soaked in vegetable soup from yesterday, which they couldn't even finish. Everyone looked resentful, and Zhao Xiaomei felt too ashamed to lift her head. Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai each drank a glass of malted milk and ate the egg cakes they bought yesterday, filling their stomachs. Before leaving, Xiao Wanwan took out 2 pairs of gloves from her space, wore the donated straw hat, and holding hands with Su Malalai, followed the youth team to the brigade office. At this time, many villagers had gathered at the sun-dried grain yard outside the brigade gate, waiting for the brigade leader to assign today's work. Listen to me, everyone. The others will go to get tools as usual. The new young men and the young people from the team will go to the river to fetch water, and the young women will go to the cornfield to pull weeds. Xiao Wanwan, you'll temporarily go to the back mountain to gather pig grass, Ding Hai said as he was about to leave. Su Malalai jumped up and raised her hand, calling out, Brigade Leader, I want to go gather pig grass too. I also want to gather pig grass, Brigade Leader. Zhao Xiaomei quickly spoke up when she saw them all going to gather pig grass. This job must be easier than pulling weeds. That Xiao Wanwan must have bribed the brigade leader, who clearly favored her. Gathering pig grass, with less effort. Are you sure you want to go? Don't come crying about not having enough food when it's time to distribute grain. The brigade won't be responsible then, Ding Hai said. As soon as he said this, Zhao Xiaomei immediately shut her mouth. Without effort, what would she eat? Brigade leader, I want to go gather pig grass. It's okay if it takes less effort. I'm not feeling well and can't work hard. Su Malalai quickly explained that pretending to be unwell was fake, but wanting to be with Wanwan was real. She also said that her family didn't rely on her to earn work points to support herself. They regularly sent her money. Alright, then you two go cut pigweed. Work together and be careful not to go deep into the mountains. Watch out for the big bugs, Ding Haishan kindly warned. Okay, Captain. We understand. We won't go into the mountains, Qiao Wanwan said with a bright smile, waving her hand. She took Su Malalai to get 2 baskets and 2 sickles, and they headed toward the back mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw the lush forest. Tall trees stood straight, green plants covered the ground, and there were sounds of birds and insects. Butterflies fluttered, and busy bees buzzed around. All of this showed that the environment was healthy and undisturbed. The mountain was like a treasure, nurturing the villagers at the foot of the mountain for generations. Su Malalai didn't know what pigweed looked like. What is pigweed? Wanwan, are these green grasses on the ground okay? No, Wanwan replied. Seeing her silly friend about to squat down and dig for wild plants, she pulled her up and pointed to some wild vegetables. At this time, pigweed, daylilies, dandelions, plantain, and even trumpet flowers could be chopped up and fed to pigs. The two of them kept walking into the mountain while digging. The morning fog had already cleared, and the dew on the shady spots hadn't dried in the sun. After walking a while, they met some children from the village, also carrying small baskets and digging wild plants and grasses. Little friends, are you here to gather pigweed too? Wanwan asked with a smile. Yes, Sister Jiqing. I'm here to gather pigweed. Little Flower and Little Dog are collecting wild vegetables to take home and eat. Sister Jiqing, do you know what pigweed is? Do you want us to teach you? The children were not shy at all and talked confidently, which made Wanwan find them very interesting. She immediately replied, Sure, please teach us then. She took some candies from her pocket and handed a few to each child. The shiny candies quickly won the children's simple hearts. After eating the candies, they could play with the wrappers for a long time. The three children happily led Wanwan and Su Malalai to introduce more wild vegetables they knew. Thanks to these children, they learned about several new wild plants. They had more options when choosing pigweed. The only downside was that the sickles provided by the team were not very good. After separating from the three children, the two of them quickly gathered half a basket of pig grass while chatting and laughing. They then sat under a big tree to rest. Since they collected 2 baskets of pig grass each day, finishing the task was enough for the day. When she needed to go to the bathroom, Xiao Wanwan secretly took out 7 or 8 wild chicken eggs from her space, which she had left in the forest inside her space. Compared to regular chicken eggs, these wild eggs were much smaller and had a pointed end, looking like a cone rather than the oval shape of normal eggs. As for the wild chicken eggs in the forest, she decided not to take any more and left them for the diligent children in the village to discover. When she found a good opportunity, she planned to go deep into the mountains to gather some wild delicacies and game. Mo, come quickly. I found wild chicken eggs, Xiao Wanwan shouted excitedly, holding the eggs in her straw hat as she stepped out of the bushes. Really? Wow, Wanwan, you're so lucky. Come here, I've never seen what wild chicken eggs look like. Are they the same as the eggs we usually eat? Curious Su Malalai bounced happily, full of excitement. They're a bit different. Should we eat them now or take them back to eat later? After a long day of wandering, Mama was starting to feel hungry. Since Su Malalai was nearby, she couldn't take food out of her space. The wild eggs were perfect to bring out now. The two of them gathered some dry twigs nearby, burned them until they turned to ash, then placed all the eggs inside and buried them. It would be even better if we had 2 sweet potatoes and some potatoes. Maman thought about the times in a small post-apocalyptic world when she could eat cooked sweet potatoes and potatoes. Those felt like delicacies. After waiting a while, they used sticks to pry out the wild chicken eggs. Su Malalai couldn't wait and cracked one open, took a bite, and immediately started blowing on the hot egg. She kept huffing and muttering, "Good, good, hot." Her adorable little face was very cute. Wanwan also cracked open one egg and started eating. The eggs cooked in the ash had a special flavor. When they got thirsty, they each took a sip from their water bottles. Su Malalai drank sweet syrup, while Wanwan drank ice milk tea, and the fragrant aroma drifted out. Huh? Wanwan, are you drinking malted milk? Su Malalai sniffed and thought the smell was sweet, a bit like milk. Oh, yes. Malalai, what's in your bottle? Wanwan pretended to be clueless. You said malted milk, right? Anyway, you've never seen milk tea before. Brown sugar water. It's so sweet. I added 2 big spoonfuls. Su Malalai happily showed Xiao Wanwan what she had made. After eating and drinking enough, the two filled a basket with pig feed, hummed a little tune, and went down the mountain. Along the shady path, wild flowers bloomed brightly. Each picked a small bunch to decorate their home. After finishing the pig feed, it was almost noon. The two returned to the youth commune, took basins, and washed their faces and hands. Xiao Wanwan mixed 2 bowls of white flour with water, kneaded it into a firm dough, and let it rest. Soon she could roll out noodles. Su Malalai took out some cured meat from home, cut it into small pieces, and added a little green vegetable. Later, she would make a broth to pour over the noodles. They worked clearly and quickly. Soon, fragrant noodles were ready. One of them scooped a big spoon of meat broth and sat inside to eat. They had eaten half when the young workers returning from the fields entered the yard. As soon as they arrived, they smelled the meat and unconsciously swallowed their saliva. Some people hide away to eat meat. Are they hiding from us? Afraid we'll eat it too. Zhao Xiaomei, tired from pulling weeds all morning, had red, swollen hands and tiny cuts from the grass on her fingers. Today, the sun was very hot, and the fields were unbearably hot. She had no experience and didn't bring water, and the older workers refused to lend her any. The village women were all very strict. She didn't dare ask. When she returned, she saw the 2 young women secretly eating meat. How could she tolerate that? She immediately mocked them. If Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai pretended not to hear, it would be too cowardly. Such people, if they don't teach her a lesson now, will keep causing trouble later. Both looked unhappy. As they opened the door to go back inside, they felt they had the right to be angry. They were eating their own meat openly. Why should others criticize them? Why should we wait for everyone to eat their own meat? If they cook alone, whether it's just eating or even boiling a pig, it has nothing to do with you, Zhao Xiaomei. Why are you jumping around?
What?
You're poor, can't afford meat, and just want to trick us into sharing? Do you think you're someone special? Look at yourself. Uft, Hu Xiaomei grew more annoyed with Zhao Xiaomei. She thought, this girl? She's not even worth sharing a roof with. It only lowered her own standards. Ignoring everyone, Hu Xiaomei washed her hands and face. She looked up and glared. Today, the young worker responsible for cooking hurried to the kitchen to start the fire. The old educated youths dispersed one after another, washing up and cooking, all getting busy. Only they stood in place, unable to understand what was happening. Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai didn't say a word to each other. Was the trouble just gone?
Hu Xiaomai is so impressive.
It seems everyone is a bit afraid of her. Didn't Wen Ting say she was the leader of the female educated youths? Why isn't she coming out to take charge? Su Malalai was confused, her little mind working overtime. Something must have happened that we don't know about. I saw those male educated youths also seem a bit scared of her. She's a bit sharp-tongued, but her values are pretty good. As for Wen Ting, it's hard to tell if she's just putting on a show. Qiao Wanwan became more curious about Hu Xiaomei. They nodded in agreement. Su Malalai added, it's good that we cook for ourselves and live alone. It saves a lot of trouble. After they finished eating, they went to wash dishes by the water well. The three male educated youths across the way had just started their meal. Qiao Wanwan glanced over. Bread with egg soup, not a bad meal. It was much better than the corn porridge the old educated youths had for lunch. Since it was still early, Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai each went back to their rooms to rest. Su Malalai fell asleep deeply, while Qiao Wanwan slipped into her space. She took a shower from head to toe, feeling fresh and clean. Lying in the air-conditioned room, she controlled everything in her space with her mind, harvesting grains, eggs, milk, planting corn and wheat. The fertile land in her space grew everything well. She also picked ripe fruits from the trees and stored them in the eternal freshness warehouse. After about 20 minutes of sleep, she heard the afternoon work bell ring. Qiao Wanwan quickly came out of her space. Before leaving, she made sure to spray on unscented sunscreen. She put on her straw hat, grabbed her water bottle, locked the door, and knocked on Su Malalai's door. Soon, Su Malalai's sleepy voice responded. 5 minutes later, most of the educated youths in the yard had left. Su Malalai hurriedly ran out. Don't worry. In the afternoon, we'll just go to the back mountain to gather pig grass. You just put on your hat and fill your water bottle so it's easier when we get there. Qiao Wanwan pushed her back and waited in the shade. As she turned around, she saw Zhao Xiaomei's gloomy eyes. What are you looking at? Tired from pulling weeds? Your hands swollen? Didn't eat enough at noon? Would you like me to give you a tip, so you won't have to work so hard in the future? Qiao Wanwan said mysteriously. Zhao Xiaomei's eyes lit up, and she looked at Qiao Wanwan with anticipation, but she still had some doubts deep inside. After a while, she nodded confidently. Did your mom tell you that your face and figure are your bargaining chips? Zhao Xiaomei hesitated but nodded. That's what her mom said. Did your mom also tell you that boys like delicate and weak girls? Zhao Xiaomei nodded again. Did your mom tell you to find a wealthy man to marry when you go to the countryside? Zhao Xiaomei excitedly nodded wildly. Yes, that's exactly it. Then, that's enough. Your mom is very clever and has taught you everything. I have nothing more to teach you. Think about it carefully yourself. Qiao Wanwan nodded, took Su Malia, who had finished packing, and they left the educated youth compound step by step. All that was left was Zhao Xiaomei standing there, lost in wild thoughts. That afternoon, Zhao Xiaomei focused all her attention on building good relations with the village women, subtly asking about a young man in the village. In just a day and a half, Zhao Xiaomei had seen through the few young men at the educated youth site and was disappointed. Moreover, she thought, why bother working hard with the young men when she could marry a local? There are many family members and plenty of labor, so she could stay at home without working. And she was a high school graduate who went to the countryside. If she married a local, wouldn't that family be grateful and treat her well? Xiao Wanwan and Su Moliere found a small valley filled with dry branches and leaves. Sure enough, they picked many mushrooms and wood-ear fungi. After drying them, they would make a special dish for winter. Wanwan, are the colorful mushrooms poisonous? Su Moliere asked, digging near a tree root, where white small mushrooms grew in clusters. Not all of them, but if you don't recognize them, just avoid picking brightly colored ones. That way, you won't accidentally eat something poisonous. Xiao Wanwan replied, picking mushrooms on the other side of the valley and glancing at Su Moliere's harvest. Meanwhile, far in the forest at the border, a team of 10 under Ding Yanfeng was moving quickly with the most advanced weapons. They paused now and then, alert and cautious of their surroundings. Captain, at our current speed, we should reach the mission site by tomorrow morning at the latest, said the soldier spreading out the map, pointing to the red mark and route. Ding Yanfeng nodded. Everyone, rest in place for 5 minutes, have lunch, and prepare to move quickly. We aim to be halfway there before dark. The well-trained group, back to back, took out their dry food and ate quickly and quietly. Huh? Wanwan, where did you go? Wanwan? Where did you go? Su Moliere picked some mushrooms from her small basket and looked up, but she couldn't see Xiao Wanwan. She looked around anxiously. Fortunately, Xiao Wanwan soon appeared on the hillside and responded. Su Moliere's worried heart finally eased. When did you go up? I didn't notice, Su Moliere said, tidying up the wood-ear mushrooms scattered at her feet and putting them into her basket. Then she hurriedly climbed up. As she got close, Xiao Wanwan reached out her hand and pulled her up. The two good friends sat on the ground, giggling foolishly. I went to gather firewood. I saw you so focused on picking mushrooms that I didn't call you. Let's go down the mountain, deliver the stuff home, and then come back to gather pig grass. I just found a big patch over there. We'll dig it later, Xiao Wanwan said, pointing to the right. Earlier, Xiao Wanwan had encountered the legendary ginseng doll, Red Little Apron, counting tiny bunches. If it didn't run, it would be even cuter. It was so tricky weaving around that it almost escaped. If Su Moliere hadn't called her, she might have caught it. Seeing Xiao Wanwan carrying 2 bundles of dry wood, Su Moliere trusted her and happily took 1 bundle. The two returned to the youth commune, placing the firewood against the wall, drying the mushrooms on the windowsill, and spreading the mushrooms on an abandoned straw mat in the yard. They went back up the mountain, filled 2 backpacks with pig grass, and delivered it to the pig farm, completing today's task. Passing by the cornfield at the edge of the field, the female youths were pulling weeds in the sun, sweating profusely under the hot sun. The male youths and young men from the village carried water to irrigate the fields, moving between the creek and the farmland. Their clothes were already soaked, shoulders red and swollen, with pain mixed with sweat. Everyone was suffering, but Su Moliere, with her simple mind, suddenly had a bright idea. She quickly pulled Xiao Wanwan, and they jogged away, afraid of being seen doing nothing. Back at the youth station, they looked at each other and laughed. Then one of them brought a small stool and sat in the shade of the yard, cleaning the mushrooms on the ground. Next, they strung the mushrooms with string and hung them under the eaves to dry. When almost done, Xiao Wanwan told Su Moliere to start cooking, and she went back up the mountain. It was unlikely, but Xiao Wanwan casually picked up a few small stones. With her strong awareness, she could see every bird and animal on the mountain's back hill. She was surprised to see Fong Guoqing crouching among the bushes. Was he finished working early today? That was strange. Soon, she saw Zhang Jianguo gathering dry wood. These two were always close. If one was nearby, the other was sure to be close too, within 3 meters. It seemed like they were a bit too close. Thinking about leaving Moliere at home to cook, Xiao Wanwan touched her itchy nose. She threw a small stone, hitting a wild chicken in the bushes. Today, there were people in the mountains, so it was best not to stay too long. Xiao Wanwan, bleeding from a small wound, carried the wild chicken she had hit, and followed the foot of the mountain back to the youth station. Malalai, I was so lucky today I caught a wild chicken. Xiao Wanwan pushed open the door and found two unfamiliar men standing at her house's entrance.
Who are you?
Why are you standing at my door? She asked cautiously, holding a stick in her right hand, which was empty, and glaring at the two men. Comrades, it's a misunderstanding. We are youth from the station. We weren't here a few days ago. We came to say hello, Li Chongqing hurriedly explained, sizing up the girl youth who was holding a stick and a bloody wild chicken. She looked brave and capable, like a modern-day Mulan. This girl seemed strong. She had already caught a wild chicken on her first day. If she was someone to date, she might be quite advantageous. Thinking this, Li Chongqing put on his best smile. Li Chongqing was confident at the youth station. He believed no man looked better than him. Women are visual animals. They like handsome men with a bit of mischief. He knew how to impress. Oh, can you move aside now? You two are blocking the way a bit, and the two male-educated youths are blocking the entrance of the female-educated youth, which looks very bad. Please pay attention to your words and actions in the future. Xiao Wanwan didn't even bother to look at the confident man. What is he? He didn't put down the wooden stick at all, just forcing the two men to give way and walking indirectly. When she saw Su Malia inside, she immediately made a face at her. Xiao Wanwan put down her chicken and turned to look at the door. Li Chongqing saw Xiao Wanwan turn around. As he lazily flicked his hair, he said, "Comrade, my name is Li Chongqing."
You
are. Xiao Wanwan kicked the door shut with her foot, blocking the disgusting face outside. Why are there so many unpleasant men at this youth station? What's your name? Li Chongqing rubbed his nose in frustration. Haha. Well, she must be shy.
Sorry about that.
It's true. With two outstanding men like us standing at her door, she must feel a lot of pressure. Why did you go back alone? Zhao Jinyang, who was limping on one leg with a wooden crutch, hobbled toward the men's dormitory. Despite Li Chongqing calling after him, he didn't bother to look back. If Li Chongqing hadn't pulled him earlier, he wouldn't have gone to that female youth store. He had endured a lot of sneers for nothing. He wasn't Li Chongqing, and his skin was thicker than a city wall. Especially when facing the female youth, he was like a dog with a patch of ointment. He really was blind back then to let this guy become the youth station leader. Troubles kept coming one after another. But now, no matter how many problems there are, they no longer concern Zhao Jinyang.
Haha.
His leg is broken. He's limping. He could finally go home. It's so ridiculous. Ridiculous. Boiling water and plucking feathers, Su Malia was very skillful at plucking wild chicken feathers. Wanwan, you're so amazing. Did you really kill this wild chicken? How did you do it? Can you teach me? In this way, she could feed Wanwan wild chicken in the future. Su Malia looked at Xiao Wanwan expectantly. It was just smashed to death casually. If you want to learn, I'll teach you another day. What did those two male youths say when they blocked you? Xiao Wanwan sat in front of the stove, casually adding 2 dry sticks into the fire. It's nothing much. That guy with a limp, Zhao Jinyang, is quite polite. He greeted us and didn't say anything else. But Li Chongqing is more annoying. He greeted us but didn't leave, kept asking questions, and I ignored him. I feel he's not a good person, and his eyes looked strange when he looked at me. Su Malalai pouted, a bit angry as she complained. Okay, you just need to know. Zhao Jinyang is probably the disabled youth who broke his leg. He should be returning to the city soon, so we won't see him again. But Li Chongqing, such a person, is actually the leader of this youth group. We need to be careful around him in the future, never fall for his tricks. Xiao Wanwan thought fiercely. If Zhao Chongqing had bad intentions towards her and Malalai, she wouldn't mind acting boldly under the cover of darkness. At worst, she would deal with him herself, kill him, bury him in the space's land, and turn him into compost. In the evening, the youth workers returned to the yard after work. Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai, holding large bowls of rice with mushroom chicken, sat happily eating outside. Anyway, the incident with the wild chicken had been seen. The smell of the stew still filled the yard, so there was no need to hide and eat. Plus, after cooking for a long time, even with good ventilation, the inside of the house was still several degrees hotter than outside. The two of them sat openly under the eaves, eating heartily. Zhang Jianguo and Fang Guoqing, the other youth workers who had returned earlier, also caught a wild chicken and were now plucking its feathers. Wow, what a day! How come you guys caught a wild chicken? When Ting looked at Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai eating chicken with envy, then looked at Zhang Aigua, who was excitedly tidying up the chicken feathers behind her. It's nothing. Today, the wild chickens didn't fly much. We just picked them up easily, Xiao Wanwan said calmly, without blushing or feeling guilty. Fang Guoqing, who was boiling water across from them, pushed his glasses and said politely, "Yes, today the wild chickens were a bit slow. We just picked them up casually." Hearing both of them say that, everyone fell into an awkward silence. Do you two want to tell us what kind of nonsense you're talking about? Those wild chickens on the back hill, each one seemed to have gone crazy. Before they could get close, they flapped their wings and flew away. Those with bad luck even got pecked a few times. Now you're telling us that you just casually picked up these wild chickens? Who are you trying to fool? Experienced old educated youth, each wearing an unnatural smile, desperately sniffing the smell of stewed chicken in the air, reluctantly going to wash up with a basin. Only Zhao Xiaomei's tired eyes flickered briefly. The female educated youth was responsible for cooking, while the male went to the back mountain to gather firewood. Their tasks were very clear. However, the lively Li Chongqing they met earlier was no longer there, and Zhao Jinyang probably wasn't around either. When the old youth went inside just now, there was no reaction. "Comrade Su, your group's meals look pretty good," Zhang Jianguo asked casually. "It's okay, just luck," Su Malia replied vaguely. Wanwan was the one who caught the wild chicken. It already had a hole. If these people in the yard knew, wouldn't they ask Wanwan to catch wild chickens for them? That wouldn't do. Wanwan must be tired enough. She couldn't hold Wanwan back. Wanwan said the chicken was caught, so it was caught. "You two come from good families, right? You don't look like poor folks," Zhang Aigua chimed in. "Yeah, my family is okay. They don't lack my food, and my older brother and sister-in-law both work. My parents just give me a little extra support," Su Malia honestly said. Her family was wealthy, so she could eat well and eat fine grains. There was nothing to hide. What about Comrade Xiao? Zhang Aigua wasn't on the same train as Qiao Wanwan and the others, so he didn't know what happened on the train. Wanwan's father was a hero who sacrificed himself. "She's a descendant of a hero," Su Malia instinctively defended Qiao Wanwan. "Yes, my father was a hero and my mother was too. I am an orphan of a hero and an only child. My whole family is just me, so I don't need to save money," Qiao Wanwan openly revealed. To be able to eat good food openly in the future, there was no need to hide anything from them. Su Malia, Zhang Jianguo, and Fang Guoqing all looked up at the same time, surprised.
Why?
Is there something strange? I just didn't say everything on the train. No one wants to tell everyone that their parents sacrificed themselves, Su Malia comforted with a gentle hand. Xiao Wanwan didn't mind and patted her, telling her she was fine now. "So, why did you come to the countryside? If you're an orphan of a hero and an only child, you don't need to go to the countryside," they asked. "I signed up to go myself. As a descendant of a hero, I have a duty to build the country. Going to the mountains and countryside is my small contribution as a young, educated person. Also, I can't lose face for the Qiao family," Qiao Wanwan explained confidently. Other people heard this and felt excited, with feelings of surprise and respect. Fang Guoqing couldn't help but stand straight and look at Qiao Wanwan, truly amazed that a girl could have such broad-mindedness. The male young educated youths from the old educated youth group had even more thoughts. As orphans of martyrs whose parents had died, they probably held a lot of compensation money. Some of them were tempted but didn't dare to act openly because orphans of martyrs were hard to deal with and they might get into trouble. By this time, Qiao Wanwan and Su Malia had finished their meals. Su Malia went back to wash the dishes and Qiao Wanwan went to water the vegetables in the backyard. At night, after taking a bath in her space, Qiao Wanwan sat at her desk and wrote letters to her 4 uncles. She had some free time earlier and opened 4 big packages. Inside were new quilts, thick mattresses, warm cotton clothes, several bags of grains, several cans of milk powder, 7 or 8 cans of meat, and some miscellaneous items like enamel basins and pure cotton cloth. She didn't know how these 4 uncles managed to gather so many things. It must have taken a lot of effort, not just money and tickets, but also favors. She wrote each of the 4 uncles a letter, telling them she was safe, that the local customs were simple and honest, that the team leader took good care of her, and that she had made good friends. All 4 letters were identical, with the same envelope and postage stamp. Xiao Wanwan planned to visit the villagers to exchange some mountain products and send them to the 4 uncles in a few days. She also wanted to send a gift to her unknown teacher, who had given her 1,000 yuan and dozens of pounds of national grain coupons. They were very generous. The next morning, Xiao Wanwan washed her face and brushed her teeth in her space. She ate a pancake with porridge and felt full. Wanwan, I had cookies and milk powder for breakfast. What did you eat? Su Malya asked happily, pulling Xiao Wanwan along. I ate the same as you, Xiao Wanwan replied. She liked Su Malya's energetic look every day, like a little sun shining on everyone, making her feel very comfortable. Malya, you're doing very well like this. Suddenly, Su Malya was praised unexpectedly. She didn't understand why, but didn't mind. She smiled happily and nodded. A group of young educated youths hurried to the grain drying yard. Li Chongqing, who hadn't been seen yesterday, was now standing out from the others, feeling very proud, as if he was better than everyone else. The old educated youth are now used to this situation. 5 new young workers exchange knowing looks, step aside, and stand behind the villagers. Who is that person? Is he looking for trouble? Zhang Jingguo looks at the group of old educated youth as if they are fools. He can't believe they dare to act like capitalists, pretending to be superior. Do they think death is too slow? It seems to be the leader of the youth team. Yesterday, I thought he was just annoying, but now I see he's not only annoying but also brainless. Xiao Wanwan notices that Hu Xiaomei is not among the old youth team. That person is the team leader? That's not good. Even if we don't get involved with him, if something happens, it will be hard to clear our names. Fong Wuqing's eyes behind his square glasses shine with a sharp light. Xiao Momo, I need to go to the town post office this afternoon. Do you want me to bring anything? Xiao Wanwan asks while cutting pig grass, standing next to Su Malalai. Wanwan, please bring me a mosquito net. There are too many mosquitoes and they bite me a lot, Su Malalai says with a low mood. Last night, mosquitoes kept flying around her ears. She couldn't catch or chase them away, and it kept her from sleeping well. Okay, I see you're not feeling well. We'll finish cutting the pig grass in the morning, and in the afternoon, I'll go to town. You can rest at home for a while, Wanwan suggests.
Good.
Wanwan, can you also buy some pastries for me? When I get home, I'll give you money and tickets, Su Malalai says. She was bothered by mosquitoes all night and couldn't sleep, so she ate some food. Before she knew it, her supplies were almost gone. The 2 speed up cutting pig grass, make 2 trips, finish today's task, and return to the youth team. Su Malalai lights some mugwort that Wanwan gave her to fumigate the house. Wanwan takes some brown sugar to exchange for mountain delicacies like wood ear mushrooms and wild mushrooms in the village. Most villagers are in the fields at this time. Wanwan goes directly to the village head's house. She wants to thank him for his care and also to learn more about the villagers. The village head's wife is probably the most knowledgeable. Is anyone home? Wanwan stands outside the slightly open door and calls inside.
Come in.
Who is it? A very neat woman with an apron tied around her waist comes out.
Hello, Auntie.
I am a new youth worker. My name is Wanwan. Are you busy? Sorry to bother you. Wanwan politely pushes the door open, closes it behind her, and speaks very politely. Li Tsuehua heard the name that her husband had mentioned many times recently. When she saw the young girl, she thought she was very beautiful. She warmly took Xiao Wanwan's hand and led her into the house. Sorry to bother you. Oh, this girl, you're so pretty. Come in and sit. Inside, Xiao Wanwan took out a pound of brown sugar and a piece of cloth from her basket, placing them on the Kong table. Annie, this is for you and Uncle Squad Leader. That's too much, girl. We can't accept your things. Please take them back, Lu Tsuehua said, knowing that the girl was sent by her son and was told to take care of her. She couldn't accept more gifts. Auntie, please accept it. These are specially for you and Uncle Squad Leader. If you don't take them, I'll feel embarrassed to ask for your help, Xiao Wanwan said playfully. All right, girl. I'll accept it. Tell me, what do you need my help with? I'll definitely do my best, Lu Tsuehua said, unable to refuse. She thought her husband could take better care of her now. Such a pretty and clever girl was rare. Auntie, I want to exchange some local specialties with the villagers to send home, but I don't know who to ask. Can you help me? Just this? Sure, let's go now, Lu Tsuehua said, taking off her apron and leading Xiao Wanwan outside. With the squad leader's wife guiding her, Xiao Wanwan quickly exchanged dried mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms, filling her small basket. After parting from Lu Tsuehua, Xiao Wanwan returned to the youth commune. Su Malia had already closed the door and was sleeping. She rode her bicycle toward the town. The bumpy dirt road jolted her a lot. It was very hot. She was still wearing the clothes she had on in the morning, with dirt on her pants. She wore a straw hat and walked into the post office casually. She didn't want to dress up more. The original girl had many small skirts made of bright fabric and shiny leather shoes. She thought she looked very pretty already. Her appearance attracted many looks, and dressing more brightly would only cause more trouble. Comrade, I want to send 4 packages, Xiao Wanwan said, taking out 4 identical items from her basket. Besides the mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms Lu Tsuehua helped her exchange, she also added 4 bottles of beef sauce, all in plain glass bottles without packaging marks. Okay, comrade, please fill out the form. Make sure to write your address clearly. After she finished, the postal worker took the form to check. Xiao Wanwan? Perfect, you have a package here. You can pick it up directly. Once the postal worker packed the 4 parcels, Xiao Wanwan paid and waited for her to retrieve the packages. She didn't know who sent them. Could it be from 4 uncles again? She still needed to buy a mosquito net. Fortunately, there was only 1 package. It looked small, about the size of 2 10-kilogram bags of rice. Xiao Wanwan took it, placed it in the empty basket on her back, and covered it with a black cloth. Outside the post office, under the black cloth, the package was stored in her space. She rode her bike straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. She bought 2 mosquito nets, one for Su Malia and one for herself to look like she had won. Su Malia needed a net to sleep well, and since she lived next door, she also wanted one for appearance, even though she mostly slept in her air-conditioned space. She also bought some pastries for Su Malia and symbolically bought some rice and flour for herself, laying the groundwork for future plans. When she left the cooperative, her basket was empty again. Xiao Wanwan rode her bike home. Carrying a bunch of things on her back while riding would only make her look silly. Near the village entrance, she stopped her bike by the roadside. She reached into her basket, placing 10 kilograms of white flour and 10 kilograms of rice at the bottom. She put the mosquito net in, then added the pastries for Su Malia, and on top, placed a 2-kilogram piece of pork. She also tied the package she received earlier to the back of her bike. She got back on and rode past the village entrance. Under the big tree, the old lady and Annie had a new topic to talk about. Back at the youth commune, Su Malia had already woken up and was drawing water from the well. Seeing Xiao Wanwan with her big and small packages, she hurried over. She took the basket off Xiao Wanwan's back. Wow, that's heavy. Wanwan, what did you buy this time? Su Malia looked surprised, holding the basket with both hands, following Xiao Wanwan inside. When she lifted the black cloth, she immediately saw a piece of pork with a mix of fat and lean. She was so shocked she quickly turned around and closed the door. Meat? Wanwan, you got meat? That's amazing, Su Malia whispered in surprise. Luckily, I bought 10 jin of rice and 10 jin of flour, so we can eat for a while. Also, take those pastries back. I still have quite a few from last time, and I haven't eaten much of them. We'll set up the mosquito net after we finish eating. By the way, it's this time of day. Are all the young workers resting now? It was noon, and Xiao Wanwan didn't see anyone in the yard, which seemed a bit strange. Su Malalai returned to her room to get her ration tickets, meat coupons, and money before handing them to Xiao Wanwan. Then she answered, "No, they're all at the brigade office. I heard someone reported to the commune that the camp leader was showing favoritism to capitalism. Since everyone hasn't finished work, they've all been taken to the brigade office and haven't come back yet." Su Malalai lowered her voice and explained to Xiao Wanwan, "How do you know that? Weren't you sleeping?" Xiao Wanwan looked at Su Malalai with suspicion. She hadn't realized that this girl had a little gossip radar. "Well, the commune people came to investigate the young workers' camp. Luckily, I had already woken up and was washing clothes by the well. If they had seen me sleeping during work hours, I would have been criticized and punished," Su Malalai said, patting her chest nervously. "When did the commune people come?" "You just woke up?" Xiao Wanwan studied the naive girl carefully. Something seemed off about Su Malalai. "Yes, I was sleeping peacefully when I suddenly woke up. I felt uncomfortable seeing the dirty clothes in the room, so I went to wash them by the well. That's when the commune people arrived." Su Malalai picked up a piece of pork, looking very satisfied. If she could eat that meat, she would be even happier. "Wanwan, this piece of meat is so beautiful. Let's make braised pork. I brought some seasoning for stewing meat." "I'll go get it now," Su Malalai said happily, running to the next room and rummaging through the chest. Left behind, Xiao Wanwan silently sighed. How could a bookish person with glasses match her Momo? Momo was so adorable, like a little son. That bookworm, he couldn't even pass gas properly, totally mismatched, completely incompatible. She had noticed that Momo carried a special aura of luck. "Hey, Wanwan, what's wrong? Did someone upset you?" Su Malalai looked at her strangely, noticing Wanwan's sudden anger. "Nobody. You go ahead and cook. I just unwrapped the package, but I don't know who sent it." Zhou Wanwan patiently glared fiercely at the person across the door. This made Su Malalai feel confused. She looked in the direction of Zhou Wanwan's gaze, but saw nothing. She shrugged, smiled slightly, picked up a kitchen knife, and with a flash of light, she chopped. Small, square pieces of meat appeared on the cutting board. Meanwhile, she added water to the stove, lit some firewood, hummed a tune happily, and went back to kneading dough. Seeing this, Zhou Wanwan's teeth hurt even more. It felt like her precious little vegetable seedlings, still small, had been pre-claimed by pigs before they could grow. She opened the package in her hand. Crackling sounds came from inside, 3 or 4 pieces of cured meat. When she opened it further, she found 2 cans of milk powder, 3 boxes of biscuits, 2 pieces of cotton fabric for making clothes, 3 pieces of patterned cloth, and 2 pairs of work gloves. Zhou Wanwan was stunned, flipping through everything several times. Not a single note or paper was seen.
Who sent this?
No name was left. When she unfolded the patterned cloth and shook it, she became even more confused. A flurry of large black banknotes floated around the bed. "Wow, Wanwan, are you throwing money around for fun?" Su Malalai finished kneading the dough, looked up, and her eyes were full of surprise. "That was a very good question." Zhou Wanwan silently gave Su Malalai a thumbs up, then crouched down to pick up the money. She was sure the sender was probably a foolish, wealthy person with no name. Otherwise, why leave no name? It was her fault too. When she took the package, she didn't ask who sent it. She just took it back without knowing. Next time, she would ask. Later, Zhou Wanwan found a stack of money and some ration tickets, with military seals inside another piece of cloth. Could it be that this was from a comrade of her late, kind-hearted father? That uncle was not very good. He did good deeds but forgot to leave his name?
Jovan van Muttereftokstai Herselt.
She put the money and ration tickets into her space, then took out the cured meat and hung it on a horizontal stick above the stove. She took the 5 or 6 potatoes Su Malalai casually handed her and skillfully peeled them. In just a short while, Su Malalai was very quick. The pork had already been blanched and stir-fried. What surprised Zhou Wanwan most was that this girl could actually make caramelized sugar and had prepared all the seasonings for stewing meat, including dried chili, star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves. Malalai, you're really skilled. This cooking skill means I will have good food in the future. I have decided that I will handle shopping, and you will cook. No arguments accepted. Hee, no problem. We're not short of money. Wanwan, I will make more delicious food for you. I know a lot, all taught by my grandpa. When I go back to Beijing someday, I will invite you to a big meal my grandpa makes. His cooking is much better than mine. I haven't even learned the basics yet. Thinking of my grandpa, Su Malalai can't help but smile happily. Okay, I know you come from a happy family. Hurry up and cook. I'm starving. Xiao Wanwan teasingly scares her. Su Malalai's mind automatically remembers that Wanwan's parents have passed away, and she suddenly feels nervous. She quickly explains, Sorry, Wanwan. I didn't mean to. I didn't. Ha ha ha. Wanwan laughs loudly and runs out of the room to the water well, making funny faces at Su Malalai. The little bunny, holding a spatula, realizes she's been tricked. She blushes with anger, but says nothing. Instead, she turns back to stir-fry, feeling a bit relieved inside. While they are laughing happily, the door to the yard is pushed open from outside. Zhang Jingguo and Fang Guoqing walk in front, holding the wooden door. Zhang Igua supports Zhao Jinyang, a young man with a broken leg he saw yesterday. They jump into the yard. Behind them, Hu Xiaomei claps her hands and walks in. She nods slightly at Xiao Wanwan as a greeting, then leaves a comment. Zhao Jinyang, you're still a man. She then goes back to her room. Why are these people all coming back together? Xiao Wanwan looks confused and asks, Why are you all back together? Where is everyone else? Zhang Jingguo, holding a loudspeaker, looks like he's worried no one is asking him. He immediately steps forward happily, looking at Xiao Wanwan. Are you talking about those old young people? Zhang Jingguo asks knowingly, as if he's eager for her to ask. Yes. Why didn't they come back? Wanwan asks, clearly interested. Su Malalai, who is cooking inside, also comes out, leaning on the doorframe, waiting for Zhang Jingguo to speak. Everyone is ready. Zhang Jingguo suddenly feels confident. He sits down by the well, crossing his legs. They say, those people won't come back. Everyone is spoiling Li Changcheng, letting him act like a local tyrant at the youth station. You probably don't know, Li Changcheng's clothes, even his underwear, are washed by the female youth. It's really disgusting. This old guy, always showing off and needing to be in front, now with the commune investigating, he's been sent to a farm, and honestly, it's a light punishment for him. And what about Hu Xiaomei? Isn't she also an old youth? Zhang Jingguo glanced at Hu Xiaomei's house and lowered his voice. Hu Xiaomei didn't praise Li Changcheng's bad behavior. I heard that Li Changcheng tried to flirt with her, and she even fought him off. When the commune leaders investigated, they immediately sent him back. But Hu Xiaomei, who came with us, Hey. Why did you two leave? I haven't finished talking yet, hey. Zhang Jingguo wanted to keep the suspense and enjoy being the center of attention, but when he looked up, Qiao Wanwan had finished washing potatoes and gone back inside. Su Malalai, who was leaning against the door watching the scene, was also gone. He didn't notice when. This made him feel frustrated, stuck in his throat, uncomfortable. Bookworm, look at them. How can they do this? Zhang Jingguo turned to complain to his good friend, but saw Fang Guoqing sitting steadily by the stove, cooking, and Zhang Igua kneading dough. Both of them were focused, so he, the only idle one, was just gossiping about his wife? When the smell of food filled the yard, Qiao Wanwan looked through the open door and saw Zhang Jingguo carrying a bowl of homemade chicken noodle soup into the big dorm where Zhao Jinyang was. This was interesting. Was Zhao Jinyang teaming up with these two to persuade Li Changcheng to step down before leaving? Or did Fang Guoqing and the others sense some hidden danger and deliberately acted to protect themselves? Only those three men probably knew. All of this had nothing to do with Qiao Wanwan. She just wanted to be sure she was safe now and that her basic needs were met, enough food and comfort to rest peacefully. That was perfect. After years of experience, she had developed a calm attitude. She didn't care much about material things. As long as she could eat meat every meal and be full, she was satisfied. Unknowingly, the afternoon work bell had already rung. Qiao Wanwan saw Hu Xiaomei walking alone toward the farmland at the west end of the village. carrying a towel. Impressive, Momo. Look at her. When will you be able to reach her level of calmness? Then I can rest assured. Truly, Hu Xiaomei is a clear-headed person. Nothing and no one can change her pace of life. Xiao Wanwan sincerely admires her, but also worries about her silly younger sister. Her? Forget it. I'm not short of money, and I don't want to spend every day in the cornfield. With my small arms and legs, I'd be overestimating myself. I'd just do some labor to gather pigweed, Sumalia says seriously, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her small, unmuscular arms. The two playfully bickered without noticing that, through the window across, a pair of eyes behind square glasses suddenly flickered. Guoqing feels like he's going crazy. Why does he have strange feelings for a little girl who only knows how to eat? No, it must be his illusion. He hurriedly picks up his rice bowl and starts eating quickly, pretending not to hear the sounds of the two girls arguing. Soon, a pot of bright, flavorful braised pork with potatoes is ready. Sumalia has placed a few corn cakes on the edge of the pot, and in the center, there are several plain steamed buns. The buns aren't made with yeast, so they aren't very soft. Xiao Wanwan bites one and finds it surprisingly tasty. The bun is soaked with sauce, full of flavor.
Wow.
Malia, these buns are so good. The meat is delicious too. The potatoes are soft and flavorful. If someone marries you, they'll be very lucky, Xiao Wanwan says, secretly watching Sumalia's reaction. Fortunately, this silly girl keeps her feelings hidden deep inside. When she hears this, she just laughs and focuses on eating. After finishing their meal, they feel bored at home. Sumalia remembers there's a small river in the village. She drags the lying, motionless Xiao Wanwan out of bed.
Wanwan wants to cry.
She came to relax and rest, and after working hard for several days, she finally has half a day free. She just wants to lie down. The weather is hot, but the creek side is cooler. Many children from the village are playing by the stream. The older ones are standing in the water, catching small fish and shrimp, getting some oil and water. Wanwan, look. There are many snails in this creek. The kids aren't catching them. Let's pick some to stir-fry at home, adding chili and Sichuan pepper. It'll be spicy and delicious. Sumalia, a little foodie, already has plans for how to cook the snails. Sounds good. I love spicy and flavorful food. Chaowamon rolled up her pants and went into the water. The cool stream flowed gently past her legs, creating a simple, beautiful scene. The two of them caught many snails and also grabbed some small shrimp. During a water fight among the children, they accidentally splashed her and her friend. Later, the two who joined the game sat by the stream, their clothes wet. They enjoyed the sunshine and watched the lively stream, feeling like endless energy-filled children who never seemed to tire. She took the snails back to the youth station and went inside to change clothes. Su Malalai found a basin, poured all the snails in, and scooped in 2 ladles of water. She added some salt and 2 drops of oil. Letting them sit overnight, the snails would clean out all the mud from their bodies. She was very careful and focused, not noticing that someone was watching her. The person had already opened the door and come out. Fong Wuqing was inside the house, feeling very restless. He couldn't help but come out and awkwardly asked, "Comrade Su, are you going to catch snails? Why did you add oil?"
Oh.
Comrade Fong. Of course, the oil makes the snails taste better. Soaking the snails overnight helps them get rid of mud inside, making the meat more tender. If you're interested, you can try it too. There are many snails in the stream.
Sumolili patiently explained.
Cooking was her best skill and her favorite hobby. When asked, she couldn't help but talk more about it. After working most of the day, the team leader was exhausted and returned home. The mischievous youth had caused trouble again, not only making things difficult for themselves but also causing him to get scolded by the party secretary. If he hadn't built a good reputation over the years and done many practical things, and if his eldest son hadn't been in the army, he might have lost his position as team leader. "Wife, bring me some food. I'm starving." Ding Hai washed his hands and sat at his own Kong table. He crossed his legs and picked up his pipe, puffing away.
"Come on, eat quickly."
"What's all this about? It's made you miss lunch," Lu Tsuehua brought out hot corn cakes and stewed eggplant with potatoes from the big pot. Ding Hai puffed on his pipe twice, then picked up his chopsticks and ate heartily. Yeah, if I hadn't been doing well these past few years, Secretary Wang might have fired me. This group of young educated youths is really quite foolish and very brave. Today, the commune suddenly sent people to take those youths away from the fields, which scared many people. I think you should hold a meeting later to talk about it. Otherwise, if we confront these women, it might turn into something messy. Lu Tsuehua took a white rabbit candy from Qiao Wanwan's pocket before she left. She put it in her mouth, feeling sweet and creamy, with a rich milk flavor. Eating it made her feel happy inside. Why didn't I have a daughter as caring as this? My two silly boys, my eldest, who joined the army and is rarely home, only calls a few times a year. My younger son works at a furniture factory in town, leaving early and returning late. I hardly see him except during meals. Oh, old man, today Qiao the youth came by. She brought a pound of red sugar and a piece of cloth, saying she wanted to thank you for taking care of her. I tried to refuse, but I couldn't. That girl asked me to exchange some mountain goods, saying she wouldn't accept money because she felt embarrassed to ask for help. I thought, since we'll have more chances to deal with her, and since she's someone our son asked us to look after, I accepted. Ding He listened quietly to his wife's words and nodded. If you accepted it, then it's fine. If she's got the stuff, she'll feel more at ease. When I'm not home, if she comes by, you can help her out. That's enough. There's nothing much about Qiao Wanwan, but his wife's mention of the meeting made Ding He think carefully. The meeting must be held, and today's events are quite significant. But how to say it, how much to say, he needs to think carefully. Qiao Wanwan, dressed up, sat inside the house. After biting a big apple and tossing the core into the space, she felt satisfied and then opened the door to go outside. By the water well, the silly girl Su Malia had changed into new clothes and was chatting happily with Fong Guiqing. Did a dog come to steal our cabbage without us noticing? Cough cough. Malia Qiao Wanwan leaned on the doorframe, watching these two destined to be together with interest. Wanwan, you're dressed now? Why are you so slow? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Malia smiled brightly, acting carefree and teasing. Unknowingly, her soft, sweet voice made the big bad wolf across the way look even darker. I changed it long ago. After resting for a while, Mo, what are you and Comrade Fong talking about? So happy?
Huh?
Jiang Wanwan's inner voice roared. Nothing much, just Comrade Fong shared some cooking tips with me. He said Comrade Zhang's cooking isn't very good. Su Malalai felt it was nothing special. 3 men eating together a little less tasty is normal. Oh, by the way, Mo, I left you an apple on the bed table. Is it your favorite fruit? Before Jiang Wanwan finished speaking, Su Malalai rushed into the room. Jiang Wanwan crossed her arms, holding them in front of her, with cold eyes staring directly at Fong Guiqing, without hiding her feelings. Fong Guiqing felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. For some reason, he felt a chill at the back of his head and instinctively didn't want to provoke Jiang Wanwan. He awkwardly forced out a smile. Well, Jiang Jiqing, I'm going to catch some snails to eat. I'll go now. Haha. He picked up the water bucket under the window and hurried away from the youth commune yard. After walking quite a distance, he suddenly realized why he was so scared and ran away in a panic. He hadn't done anything bad, nor had he offended Jiang Wanwan. Why was he so cowardly? This feeling was something he had never experienced in the past 20 years. Now, he felt completely confused. Mo, if you're bored, read more books. There are beauties in books, golden books, and steamed fish in books. Just read more when you have time. Jiang Wanwan pretended to take a textbook from the cabinet, but in fact, she took it from her space and handed it to Su Malalai, along with an old-fashioned recipe book. Really?
Great.
Then from now on, we'll read together to pass the time, Su Malalai said, flipping through the book casually. Okay. Jiang Wanwan pursed her lips, feeling like she had involved herself too much. Forget it. As long as this silly girl keeps herself busy, the big bad wolf won't find any chance, and her own cabbage won't be stolen by the wolf. Good, let's read together. MOMO, remember, opportunities always favor those who are prepared. One day, the college entrance exam will return, and we will go back to the city, go to university, find a good job, and meet better men. Jiang Wanwan was very concerned about her best friend's relationship with the male lead of the world. That male lead was a dangerous place. Minor injuries or even death could happen. Like Su Malalai, a naive little girl, if she encounters a scheming female character, she would definitely be the one to be bullied. Upon hearing this, Su Malalai nodded. She decided that from now on, she would study her textbooks with Wanwan. Wanwan knows a lot and is very cultured, so she naturally likes to be friends with educated people. She must become a cultured person and be friends with Wanwan for a lifetime. In the evening, Su Malalai found that after soaking the snails for several hours, they had expelled a lot of mud. She decided not to wait any longer. She added bright red dried chili peppers and a large handful of Sichuan peppercorns. After stir-frying the snails, the spicy and fragrant aroma filled the air, boldly stimulating everyone in the yard. Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai carried bowls of rice, moved the Kong table to the door, sat on stools, and enjoyed their meal happily. The most miserable were the old educated youths who had been disciplined all day and just been released. They were very hungry, having had no food all day. Now, smelling this strong aroma, their stomachs and intestines were in pain and fighting inside. Hey, Wanwan, look. Has Li Changqing not come back? Maybe he won't come back at all. Su Malalai stretched her legs, bouncing slightly. He definitely won't come back. Those old educated youths probably won't have an easy time in the future. They caused such a big problem, and the team leader and others are surely affected too. I'm afraid that in the future, there will be many more people trying to get special treatment, Wanwan said confidently, her gaze falling on Zhao Xiaomei among the old educated youths. I don't know how she managed to do it. She only stayed for 2 days, spent one night and one morning with Li Changqing, and yet she got herself into trouble. She was just like those old educated youths who had been licking Li Changqing for 2 or 3 years, treated the same, and now being confined. Her mind must really be bad, ignorant and blind. The next morning, as the work bell rang, the educated youths and villagers gathered at the threshing yard in front of the team's gate. Ding Hai, unusually, did not quickly call everyone to work in the fields. Comrades, villagers, after a decision by the commune leaders and team officials, we are now publicly addressing the matter of Li Changqing's inappropriate relationships with women and his exploitation and persecution of the workers. Li Changqing has been involved with 3 female educated youths simultaneously, and he used their good feelings to persuade them to wash his clothes, socks, and even underwear. His behavior is shameful and hateful. At the same time, Li Changqing used his position as a local leader to act arrogantly in the youth commune, aligning himself with capitalism and distancing himself from the common people. Currently, Li Changqing has been sent to a farm for re-education, his youth commune status revoked. The details of his misconduct and the decisions made have been reported back to his hometown. Comrades, villagers, and all the young people who went to the countryside to build the country, we must learn from this. This incident has had a very bad influence, and both the commune and higher authorities are paying close attention. Ding Hai was still speaking passionately on stage, but Xiao Wanwan could no longer listen to his long speech. She felt sick and looked at the 3 young women from the youth commune differently. She suspected that Li Changqing was using the young women for his own purposes. Unexpectedly, besides the clear-headed Hu Xiaomei, the other 3 young women were all being played by one man while everyone clapped. A few days later, Xiao Wanwan finished reading 3 novels. Su Malalai finished all her high school textbooks, especially her Chinese textbook, which she had memorized thoroughly. Wanwan, I want to go to the villager's house this afternoon to exchange some eggs. What do you think I should bring? Su Malalai leaned on Wanwan's Kong, a traditional bed, crossing her legs. Bring some brown sugar. The villagers don't have sugar coupons, so buying it is hard. It's considered hard currency now, and everyone likes to exchange it. Last time, I traded mushrooms for brown sugar, Wanwan replied, lying on her side with her hands on her stomach, pondering an important life question. What should we eat tonight? Most families in the village keep 2 chickens, and the eggs they lay are hard to eat. They usually save them and exchange them at the supply and marketing cooperative for money or daily necessities. Sue Malalai carried a basket, going to exchange brown sugar for eggs. Bored, Wanwan skipped towards the back mountain. She hadn't forgotten the ginseng doll that ran away last time. That thing had become almost alive, and she didn't know how many hundreds of years it had been living in the back mountain. Wanwan thought that if she didn't take the ginseng doll, she would be disrespecting it, especially since it wore a little apron and wagged its at her, teasing her. The lush green mountains and fresh air made her feel truly refreshed. Even though she climbed up every day to gather pigweed, Wanwan never got tired. She still enjoyed picking flowers and teasing. In just a week, every plant and tree on this mountain had become familiar to her. Today, she knew which nest the wild chickens laid eggs in, and tomorrow she would find out where the tigers brought their cubs to patrol their territory. Xiao Wanwan knew very well that every day she took Sue Malalai and hid from the northeast tiger and the bear. They always ate together on the same mountain, but never met. Such a sneaky ginseng spirit. Has it moved to a new hiding spot? Xiao Wanwan squatted under an old tree, examining the different shades of dirt on the ground. Just like pulling out a carrot from the soil, ginseng is also a plant that grows underground. Its name and effects are very different depending on its age. One is old enough to produce seeds, and the other is old enough to become a spirit. Xiao Wanwan used her mind to scan the area. The transformed ginseng was very clever at hiding among green leaves, but it had a weakness. With a bright red seed on its head, no matter how well it disguised itself, it was still easy to spot. Hee.
Found you.
Little kid, wearing a belly band. Sister is here. Xiao Wanwan mischievously stepped toward the sunrise, controlling her awareness to cover the area precisely around the ginseng doll. The old ginseng, now a spirit, sensed danger and removed its disguise, transforming into a child wearing a belly band. It looked around, then decided to move to a different place. Its 2 small, tender legs moved quickly, heading straight toward a 100-year-old tree in the west. Soon, it found a cozy little hole again. Its roots slowly changed, spreading out to firmly grasp the soil and absorb nutrients from the land. The 7 leaves on its surface swayed gently in the breeze, moving naturally, without wind. Xiao Wanwan jumped down from the tree, grabbing the stem with the red bead. The 7 leaves trembled. She sat cross-legged and spoke kindly to the ginseng doll underground. Be good. Your little pigtail is in my hand now. You can't run away. How about we make a deal? A fair and just deal, with both sides happy. The ginseng doll, hiding its little face underground, pouted. It thought, you're holding my pigtail? How can we talk about fairness and a deal? Look, you've been here in the mountains for 100 years, right? There's plenty of delicious food and fun things here. Aren't you tired of it? Come out quietly, and I'll give you a better, bigger, and more nourishing place. Xiao Wanwan keenly sensed the ginseng doll's cautious mood. There are many small plants here that have gained intelligence and can talk and chat with you. Ginseng doll pouts. There are sunflowers that can sing. Ginseng doll pouts again. There are also magnolia flowers that can dance. Ginseng doll pouts once more. Oh, and there's a 100-year-old wild ginseng with 2 little braids, who loves digging holes and moving. Xiao Wanwan releases her grip on the ginseng doll's little braids and turns to leave. The ginseng doll jumps out, fully mobile, happily following behind her. Its chubby little arms hug her calf, afraid she won't take it along.
Hey, you're out now.
Fine, I'll take you to see something new, Xiao Wanwan thinks. Suddenly, she and the ginseng doll appear at the edge of a space farm. The ginseng doll feels a flash of dizziness and finds itself in a place full of singing birds, fragrant flowers, strange plants, and a strong aura of spiritual energy. It opens its chubby little hands and, with short, sturdy legs, rushes straight into the woods. Soon, its tiny figure disappears from sight. Xiao Wanwan laughs softly, picking up the ginseng tendrils that the shy ginseng had left behind at her feet before running away. Wow, this little thing has a good conscience. She thinks again, and several ginseng tendrils fly into the system warehouse. She strikes a charming pose and places them in a beautiful box. All the crops in the space farm are ripe now: golden rice, full corn, shiny apples, sweet pears, and glowing Chilean grass. With her thoughts, everything is automatically harvested, then replanted on the rich land. She also releases a few pigs, controlling a butcher's knife with her mind, skillfully dividing the meat into proper sizes. Holding freshly squeezed milk, Xiao Wenwen goes to the kitchen of her space villa. She boils the milk over high heat to sterilize it. Meanwhile, she puts black tea into a health kettle, rinses and steeps it 3 times, then adds the sterilized milk. A pure, natural milk tea is ready. She adds ice cubes from her water bottle and pours in the cooled tea. On a hot summer day, drinking a sip openly feels so refreshing. It's getting late. Xiao Wenwen carries a wild chicken, with a basket of rabbits and a family of hares, happily heading down the mountain. One hand holding a wild chicken, the other holding a wild rabbit. If she also had a long bow, it would really give the feeling of an ancient hunter, making Xiao Wenwen recall her exciting life in the martial world. When she returned to the youth commune, she found that Su Malalai had already come back. She was sitting by the well washing eggs. Many eggs at the villagers' homes were covered with chicken droppings or dirt, looking unappealing, but this also proved they were very fresh. Compared to modern chicken farms, now most are free-range chickens that eat bugs from nearby fields, making their eggs more nutritious. Xiao Malalai, what are you busy with? Look what good things I brought back for you, Xiao Wenwen said mysteriously, setting down her basket but not uncovering the green grass on top, building suspense.
What? What?
I'm here. Wenwen, what did you bring back? Let me see, Su Malalai said excitedly, rushing over without wiping her hands. Could there be something better than a wild chicken? Could it be? Su Malalai blinked her bright eyes, leaning over the basket, looking at Xiao Wenwen with anticipation. Wow, such a cute doll. Xiao Wenwen naturally lifted her hand from the basket, letting Su Malalai look inside freely.
Ah!
Her best friend is being spoiled, no problem at all. Wow, little bunny? Wenwen, the little bunny is so cute. Su Malalai happily held a tiny rabbit about the size of her palm, looking left and right, unable to get enough of it. So many little rabbits. So adorable, and they smell so good too. Spicy rabbit head, stir-fried rabbit meat. Wenwen's recipes include how to make them. Wenwen is so thoughtful. Another day of loving Wenwen. Xiao Wenwen watched Su Malalai's reaction happily. Sure enough, girls all like cute baby animals. No wonder she went through so much trouble bringing back the rabbits. All right, you play. I see some bricks and tiles in the corner of the wall. I'll build a nest for the rabbits later. When you're done with the wild chicken, I'll go water the vegetable garden in the backyard. Xiao Wenwen thought she was so cool. Her best friend is truly the best. After watering the garden in the backyard, Xiao Wenwen also used bricks, tiles, and branches from the corner of the wall to make a simple rabbit nest. The next day, Zhao Jinyang, who had been resting at home to recover, was taken away by the Zhao family members who hurried over. Before leaving, Zhao's mother gave Wenting a sharp glare, while Zhao Jinyang looked sad and lonely. It was clear that Zhao Jinyang and Wenting had some kind of relationship, and Wenting also seemed to have a complicated connection with Li Chongqing. Maybe Zhao Jinyang's broken leg was not as simple as it appeared. Early in the morning, a heavy rain started suddenly, as if it had been predicted. Everyone in the village was free from work, and outside the window, the rain was pouring loudly. Inside, 2 girls sat facing each other, both holding their books. Wenwen, what language are you reading? It doesn't look like English, Su Malalai asked curiously, putting down her copy of Journey to the West. Oh, this is Russian. I read this book many years ago. Now I just want to look at it again. It has a special charm. Wenwen replied casually, then turned over and stretched, yawning widely. Wow, Wenwen, you can read so many different languages. You could be a translator. My older cousin's sister speaks English and translates books for a newspaper. She makes quite a bit of money each month, Su Malalai said admiringly. looking at Wanwan, who was lying on the bed with her long hair messy and unkempt. Oh, Wanwan turned over, closed her eyes, and pretended to sleep. She wasn't here to work. She just wanted to relax and do nothing. No way she was going to do any chores. Within a minute, Wanwan's steady breathing could be heard on the bed. Malia, sitting quietly by the table reading, gently covered Wanwan with a thin blanket, then quietly closed the door and went back to her own room to do her own things. At noon, Wanwan was awakened by a loud knocking on the door. Jia, please open the door. Dahuai is not doing well. Jia, help. Wanwan recognized the voice. It was from one of the little girls from the village who often went up the mountain to gather pig grass. Her name was probably Wang Area. Usually, when she met them in the mountains, Wanwan would give them 2 pieces of candy or chat with them while helping gather pig grass. Why was she here today?
Who was Dahuai?
Was she a local child? And why was she calling for help? Full of questions, Wanwan got up, put on her shoes, and went to open the door. The sudden noise had already attracted the attention of all the young people stuck at home because of the heavy rain. Some stood by the door, others peered through the windows, all curious to see what was happening. Wanwan opened the door. When the child saw her, tears welled up in her eyes and couldn't be held back, falling down her cheeks. Big sister Xiao, please go see. Dahua can't have babies. Grandpa says she might die. Boo-hoo, Dahua is so small. Why is she going to die? Arya doesn't want Dahua to die. Sister, please save her, okay? Wang Arya cried and begged Xiao Wanwan.
What is all this about?
Xiao Wanwan listened but didn't understand anything. Arya, don't cry first. Tell me clearly whose wife is Dahua. Can't she have babies? Should we take her to the town hospital? Why are you looking for me? I haven't had children either. Xiao Wanwan knelt down, gently patting Arya's back to help her calm down. Yes, Xiao Jiqing hasn't had children either. What's the use of you finding her? Who is this child? Do you know her? Seems like she's the granddaughter of old Wang, who raises pigs. I saw him call her to push pig manure last time. Over at the other side, the 3 young men, Zhang Jingguo, Zhang Aigua, and Fong Guqing, who had the day off and nothing to do, were playing cards. Now they all stood at Fong Guqing's door, looking across in the heavy rain. Su Malalai, who lived next door, was still sleepy. She opened the door drowsily, trying to see what was happening. The 3 young men across the hall looked over from their doorway. Su Malalai leaned against the doorframe, wide-eyed, trying to wake up. Fong Guqing noticed her and felt a pang in his heart. Fong Guqing thought he was going crazy, but he couldn't help but watch Su Malalai's every move. Even a small frown caught his attention, and he watched very carefully.
Ugh. Sister, Dahua is Dahua.
You feed her grass every day. Now she can't have babies. Please go save her, okay? Please. Wang Arya, only 5 years old, only knew that her Jiqing sister who helped feed Dahua was kind. She liked Dahua too, and every day she went to the mountain to pick grass to feed her. Huh? You mean Dahua is a pig? Xiao Wanwan was stunned. Okay, now everything was clear. Dahua wasn't anyone's little wife. She didn't know her, but she had been feeding her for a month in a roundabout way. All right, don't cry. I'll go see her.
That.
Dahua, Xiao Wanwan did not look down on the pig that caused her difficult labor. In this era, pigs are important revolutionary assets. An entire brigade might only raise 2 pigs a year. In many remote areas, a person's life might be worth less than a pig's. In front of everyone, Xiao Wanwan took out a military green raincoat and put it on herself. Since everyone knew her father was a martyr, it was normal for a martyr's child to have a military raincoat. She also told Su Malalai a few more words before holding Wang Arya's small hand and walking toward the outside of the yard. After they left, the young workers' camp did not quiet down. Instead, the discussion grew more lively, with many opinions, mostly saying that Xiao Wanwan was overestimating herself. 2 figures, one tall and one short, approached the pig pen and heard the roar of Captain Ding Hai. What's going on? Why can't this pig give birth? Ding Hai was almost frantic. This year, the team only raised these 2 pigs. The male pig was to be sold as a breeding pig at the end of the year. The female pig was specially caught to breed piglets. If this female pig could be raised successfully, life in the team would improve. Everyone said their red flag brigade was the best, and the secretary of the commune kept praising them. No one knew that some families in their team had no able-bodied men, only elderly and children. They couldn't even get enough food and had no income. This female pig was their team's hope. If she was raised successfully and had piglets, they could sell them to other brigades or raise more pigs themselves. The money from selling pigs could help improve the people's food supply. Ding Hai didn't seek to achieve great accomplishments. He just wanted everyone in the team to have enough to eat and not go hungry. That was enough. Ding Hai angrily took off his green military cap, looking worried. Arya, why did you think of asking your sister to save Dahua? Qiao Wenwen was very sure. She had never told anyone in this small world that she was a veterinarian. Last time, my sister saved a leg-broken deer in the woods. Arya saw it. Since my sister could save the deer, she can definitely save Dahua, right? Arya looked at Qiao Wenwen with hope. You saw it. Qiao Wenwen thought to herself that she had been careless. That evening, she went up the mountain and encountered a deer with a leg injury. The pig saw her and didn't run away. It just looked at her foolishly as she approached. Later, she found it interesting but didn't like the smell of the piglet's muddy, earthy scent. Doing a good deed each day, she casually grabbed a torn cloth and a stick to make a simple splint for the pig. Unexpectedly, the second girl saw her doing this. Luckily, she didn't take out anything shocking that day, but she promised herself to remember this lesson. All right, second girl, I will go save your big flower, but I can't promise it will live because I only know things from books and have never done this in real life, said Qiao Wenwen, kneeling down and gently guiding the little girl. The second girl was still young, nodded, and urged Qiao Wenwen to hurry and save Big Flower. One pig's life involved the feelings of several people. Humph, humph, humph. Qiao Wenwen and Wang Arya walked into the pig pen and saw Big Flower, the pig, lying on the ground, making distressed sounds. It looked to weigh over 300 pounds, and a piglet was stuck inside its body. It had been struggling for a while. The big pig was lying still, constantly snorting and whimpering, sounding very painful. Uncle Captain, you're here too. Qiao Wenwen and Wang Arya entered holding hands. Qiaoya, why are you here? Ding Hai's face still showed a trace of helpless sorrow. Uncle, Arya came to tell me that Big Flower can't give birth. I remembered reading about this before, so I thought I'd come see if I could help, Qiao Wenwen said with a worried look. After explaining, she didn't go straight to look at the still small, Big Flower pig. She was waiting for Ding Hai's approval. All right, kid, go take a look. If you can't do anything, it's okay. Ding Hai thought that even old Wang, the only person in the village who knew how to raise pigs, was helpless. The worst case was the whole village would slaughter the pig early and eat it. Later, he would find a way to get another pig. Okay, Uncle Captain, I'll check what's going on. Qiao Wenwen nodded and crouched behind the pig. She took out cotton-lined gloves from her pocket. Actually, as she reached into the cotton gloves, she secretly slipped on rubber gloves from her space, then covered them with the cotton gloves before examining the pig's rear. Uncle, it seems like a piglet is stuck inside. It can't come out. I'll see if I can pull the piglet out. While Qiao Wenwen was explaining, she had already reached inside. Just as she grabbed one of the piglet's legs that was stuck and was about to pull it out, a stranger's voice sounded behind her. Father, Uncle Wang, what's going on? Is there anything I can help with? Ding Yanfeng, a tall man, appeared inside the pig pen. He had just arrived home, heard from his mother that there was a problem with the pigs, and saw his father was anxious, so he hurried over.
Son?
You're back. It's good you're back. You little rascal, you didn't call me in advance, so I could pick you up at the station. You came quietly without telling anyone, just came to see how your mother is? She's been worrying about you all day. She misses you so much. Ding Hai patted his eldest son's arm hard, then gave him a gentle punch, feeling much better. I came back and went straight home. My mom said you were in the pig pen, so I came over. What's going on? Ding Yanfeng's eyes couldn't help but look at the figure crouching behind the big pig. Comrade? Do you need help? Before his father could reply, Ding Yanfeng took off his raincoat, rolled up his military uniform sleeves, and crouched beside the girl who had caught his attention. Huh. Qiao Wenwen didn't expect this person to suddenly squat beside her, but she had just understood that he was the captain's son. She glanced sideways and saw he was wearing a green military uniform. The four uncles had said that if she contacted the local military family, they would take extra care of her. So, this captain's son was probably the soldier they mentioned. All right, comrade. You press firmly on the mother pig's belly, and I will pull out the piglet. We do it together. If it can be born, then this mother pig can survive, Qiao Wenwen said, pointing to the pig's rising and falling belly. Okay, comrade. My name is Ding Yanfeng. What's yours? Ding Yanfeng pressed his hands on the pig's belly, applying force downward, but his eyes kept staring intently at the girl. My name is Qiao Wenwen. I'll count to 3, and we do it at the same time, she replied casually, focusing on holding the piglet's hind legs.
1, 2,
3. Both of them exerted force at the same time. The piglet, which Qiao Wenwen had just adjusted, finally slid out of the birth canal. The weak mother pig could no longer make a sound, only snorted softly. Old Wang saw the piglet was born, hurried forward, and took it from Qiao Wenwen's hands. It's out, it's out.
Dead.
Dead. The piglet was completely purple all over, limp and unmoving. Old Wang and Ding Xin felt uncomfortable watching. Arya covered her mouth and couldn't help but cry. Uncle, don't be sad yet. The piglet was pressed too long, and if it died, there's nothing we can do. The sow still has other piglets inside her. We'll help her give birth, and some will survive, said Qiao Wenwen. She stood up, placing her hands on Ding Yanfeng's broad shoulders, then stepped onto the sow's belly. Comrade, please stay still. Uncle Wang, go to the back and help catch the piglets. I'll start now, Qiao Wenwen said. She carefully pressed along the sow's belly from front to back, helping her give birth. Soon, a piglet wrapped in a complete placenta slid out of the birth canal. Old Wang quickly used his hand to clean the piglet's nose and mouth. Ding Hai crouched behind the sow's rear. Old Wang had caught the piglet carefully earlier. He watched closely, focusing on the sow's rear, worried the piglet might slip out and he wouldn't catch it. Both old men kept their attention on the piglets. Meanwhile, Qiao Wenwen's focus was on the sow's belly beneath her feet. No one noticed Ding Yanfeng, whose ears were red and who was pressed down by Qiao Wenwen on his shoulders. He was stiff and dared not move. At that moment, something he had never understood, never felt, and never impulsively acted on, suddenly found perfect explanation. Is it you? Right? Ding Yanfeng whispered softly, so quietly that Qiao Wenwen could hear him. The group was busy. The big sow gave birth to 6 more piglets, making a total of 7. Each one was chubby and not small. But for a sow with twin uterine horns, giving birth to 6 piglets was already a small number. Outside the pig pen, the rain stopped intermittently, and the sky gradually cleared.
It was evening now.
Old Wang carried a wooden bucket, mixed warm water with some cornmeal, and fed it to the lying sow, who couldn't get up. Big sow, you're doing well. Once you're done giving birth, the pain will stop. Eat some food now. You've been through a lot, Old Wang said suddenly, patting the pig's head. Qiao Wenwen was surprised by how much he was talking. 5-year-old Wang Arya sat quietly nearby, watching over the newly born piglets. Looking at the small life, I treat it like a treasure. Sometimes I gently touch it with my small hand, and other times I get scared it might get hurt and pull my hand back. Girl, come, let's rest at Uncle's house for a while. Ding Hai noticed Jiang Wanwan's surprise and subtly led her and the others toward his home. Ding Yanfeng followed at the back. Uncle, After they walked a little way, Jiang Wanwan asked her doubts. Girl, old Wang is also a poor man. A few years ago, his daughter-in-law gave birth to a baby, but she suddenly passed away. His son was so worried that he also fell ill. Not long after, he followed his wife. Now, only 2 babies and an elderly wife are left at home. The heavy burden fell entirely on him. He's old and can't work like young people. He can only do about 5 centimeters of work a day. He has to support his wife and 2 babies, and life is really hard. A couple of years ago, their family was barely getting by, eating only when they could. In the past 2 years, the team managed to raise 2 pigs, and he was put in charge of feeding them. Every day, he earned about 8 centimeters. In his free time, he also made some bamboo baskets. They traded these baskets with villagers, and their family could mostly eat enough. The old man is very grateful. The pigs he raises are especially fat. This big spotted pig this year is a hope for the village. Once it breeds piglets and they sell them to other teams, it can help many families in the village with their food. When Old Wong heard about this, he took even better care of that big spotted pig, watching over it like his own granddaughter. In our team, there are a few families left with only old people and children. These folks can't do farm work, and their basic needs are a problem. Ding Hai said a lot, and Jiang Wanwan listened quietly, feeling more touched. She knew that a pig, in today's world, is very important for a village. But she didn't expect that some people in the team still go hungry, even waiting to sell piglets to get money for food. "Uncle, you're a good person and a responsible team leader," Jiang Wanwan said sincerely. She had seen too many cases of abuse of power. Leaders like Ding Hai, who genuinely care for the villagers and work hard to do what's right, are rare. "Girl, that's what I should do. All right, we're home now. Come inside and sit for a while. Your aunt has been thinking about you for days." "Okay, great. I miss my aunt too." Knowing how to take advantage of opportunities and climb the social ladder is exactly Qiao Wanwan's special skill. Ding Hai said his wife mentioned her, and she simply replied that she also missed her aunt, aiming to avoid offending anyone while building connections. When they entered the house, Ding Hai asked Lu Tsuehua to fetch water for the 3 of them to wash their hands, and he also mentioned the delivery of the sow that Qiao Wanwan assisted with today, explaining everything clearly. "Old lady, you didn't see it. That girl really has a clever way. She even stood on the sow's belly. I wonder how brave she is." "What? The girl? You stood on the sow?
Didn't it bite you?"
How can you be so brave? If you fell, it wouldn't be good." Lu Tsuehua patted her thigh and quickly looked at Qiao Wanwan from head to toe. "Auntie, I'm fine. The sow was too tired to move, so I dared to stand on it. Plus, your son was holding me, so I wouldn't fall." Qiao Wanwan finished speaking, turned to wash her hands, and Ding Yankong, who had been silent, suddenly handed her a new bar of soap. "Huh? Oh, thank you." Qiao Wanwan smiled and took it. She wet her hands, lathered up, and washed thoroughly. "You're welcome. After washing, go inside. My mom has cooked dinner. You can eat here today." Ding Yankong blushed as he spoke, then quickly added, "You helped the village a lot today, and my dad is the team leader. It's only right that you eat at my house." Was he explaining or making an excuse? Qiao Wanwan keenly sensed that this man seemed to be approaching her.
But why?
Today was only their first meeting. In the back room, Lu Tsuehua, who had slipped inside, and team leader Ding Hai, who was pulled into the room by Lu Tsuehua, quietly listened to the conversation in the main hall between their son and Qiao Wanwan. Lu Tsuehua's movements in setting the dishes down became much gentler. "Head of the household, do you think our son has taken a liking to Xiao Qiao, the educated youth?" Lu Tsuehua, knowing her son well, worried about his marriage, which had been a long-standing concern. "No, our son just met Xiao, the educated youth, for the first time. It's probably just politeness. You, a woman, don't understand the ways of the outside world. Come on, serve the food." Ding Hai waved dismissively, but he didn't seem very confident inside. Earlier, in the pigsty, he had sensed something was off with his son. Now, hearing his wife say that, Ding Hai felt a bit uneasy. Later, he planned to talk to his son. Xiao, the educated youth, looked like someone who didn't spend money easily. She often ate meat. Could his son really support her? Ding Haixin felt troubled and started to think about how much salary, allowances, and even meat coupons Ding Yanfeng received. No matter how he calculated, it still didn't seem enough to let Qiao Wanwan eat meat. If his son really married Xiao Jiqing in the future, the team would have to buy more pork for his son to send home when they slaughtered pigs. After washing her hands, Qiao Wanwan saw Ding Yanfeng pick up a basin of water and pour it into the yard. He casually handed her a new towel. She held it in her hand, blinking quickly, and looked at Ding Yanfeng with a scrutinizing gaze. Thank you, Comrade Ding. I'll go inside first. You should come in quickly after you finish washing, Xiao Wanwan said on purpose. Sure enough, her tall figure turned away from her, stiffened for a moment, then pretended to relax. Okay, I'll be right in. Does this young man like me? First time meeting and he already likes me? Xiao Wanwan touched her pretty face, smiled broadly, and went inside. Girl, are you done washing? Come sit on the Kong. It's pouring rain outside. You must be cold. Lu Tsuehua warmly invited Xiao Wanwan to sit on the Kong. Xiao Wanwan didn't hesitate. She was indeed cold in her feet, having forgotten to change into rain shoes before going out. With so many people around, she couldn't just suddenly produce big rain boots, so she had to endure it. By now, her cloth shoes were soaked through, and inside was damp. Her whole foot was icy cold. Sitting on the warm Kong, her feet finally warmed up. When Ding Yanfeng finished washing his hands and entered the room, he saw. Ding Yanfeng saw Xiao Wanwan sitting in the middle of the Kong table, with his mother sitting close by, chatting affectionately. His father sat nearby, quietly waiting for the meal. Fengzi, are you done? Come, move a stool, and sit on the ground. Here, the head of the family, Miss Xiao, let's eat. Lu Tsuehua pointed to a long bench by the wall, telling Ding Yanfeng to move it himself. Then she turned back to chat with Xiao Wanwan. Come, son. Shall we have a drink? Ding Hai secretly took out an old-style wine cup from the Kong, warm and just right for a rainy day to warm the body. Drink a little, Dad. I'll pour for you. Ding Yanfeng instinctively glanced at Xiao Wanwan, who was happily chatting with his mother across from him. Only then did he take the wine cup from his father and pour him a drink. He didn't know why, but it felt like he subconsciously thought he should ask for Xiao Wanwan's permission before drinking. Xiao Wanwan was straightforward and clear. The man kept glancing at her with his eyes, which affected her mood while eating. Her tone was gentle, and today's dinner featured a famous dish from Dong Province, braised fish with soybean paste. The fresh taste of the fish combined perfectly with the rich aroma of the soybean paste, creating a delicious flavor that lingered in her mouth. Eating such tasty food made Xiao Wanwan feel very happy, and her mood naturally improved. Does Xiao Jiqing like this fish? Ding Yanfeng took the opportunity to start a conversation. Since the girl was talking to him voluntarily, he didn't want to miss the chance. Yes, I do. Auntie's braised fish today was so fragrant, and the corn pancakes were delicious too. When you combine them, it's just perfect, Xiao Wanwan sincerely praised. That's good to hear. My mother is really good at cooking. Her braised chicken with mushrooms is especially delicious. Tomorrow, I'll go to the mountain to catch a chicken and ask my mother to braise it. Come over and try it. Ding Yanfeng silently remembered that Xiao Jiqing liked this fish. Fish like this are easy to catch because they like hiding under rocks and mountain streams. Tomorrow, when he goes up the mountain to catch chickens, he can also grab some to bring back. That might not be appropriate. Xiao Wanwan hesitated, biting her corn pancake. Today's meal was enough as a thank you for helping out. She couldn't keep going to their house for meals all the time. Why not? As long as you like it, girl, it makes me happy. Since Feng is home, I can catch a couple of wild chickens. That way, I can show my skills. If you come to eat, it's a sign of respect for Andy. Isn't that right? I think it's a good idea. So let's do it. Lu Tsuehua saw her son being rejected and quickly joined the conversation. Auntie, that's not appropriate. How can I come to your house to eat without a reason? If people find out, it wouldn't look good, Xiao Wanwan said as she took another piece of fish. She really wanted to agree, but she still stubbornly refused. It's just braised chicken with mushrooms, after all. Her own MO makes delicious dishes too. At worst, she could catch a wild chicken tomorrow. What she didn't know was that the chicken Ding Yanfeng mentioned and the wild chicken she thought of were completely different. All right, girl, don't be polite. Eat well. If it weren't for you today, the big pig wouldn't be safe, let alone those 6 piglets. On behalf of Hongqi Brigade, I thank you, child. In the future, if the team can help you with anything, just come to Uncle, Ding Hai raised his glass and earnestly assured Xiao Wanwan, shifting the topic to work matters. Okay, uncle, you've worked hard too. I'll toast you with water instead of wine. Xiao Wanwan was waiting for her uncle captain to say this. There is an old saying, a local official is not as good as a current manager. In the Red Flag Brigade, the leader's words are absolute. After the dishes were served and the drinks passed 3 rounds, it was completely dark outside. The carefully prepared meal on the Kong table was finished, mainly by Ding Yanfeng, a tall soldier over 1.80 meters. Uncle, auntie, rest early. I'll head back now, Xiao Wanwan said, picking up her raincoat and heading for the door. Hey girl, don't rush. Let Fengzi send you back. It's so late, it's not safe. Lu Tsuehua stopped her at the door, anxiously turning to call her silly son. Wow, when did you stand here? Lu Tsuehua was startled, smiling as she pushed the two out of the house. Fengzi, no rules. Safely send Wanwan to the youth station, then come back. Okay, I understand. I'll make sure she gets there safely, Ding Yanfeng replied, following Wanwan out the door. He took a few steps forward, standing on the same level as her. Ding Yanfeng deliberately shortened his stride, keeping pace with Wanwan all the way. He stood straight, looking ahead without distraction, his hands clenched nervously, revealing his tension. The man beside her said nothing, and Wanwan also remained silent. The night breeze blew through the rural path, carrying the scent of wildflowers. Suddenly, Wanwan was inspired to pick various wildflowers along the roadside. Red, yellow, pink, white. By the time they reached the youth station entrance, she had gathered a big handful, enough for her and Su Malia to decorate the house. Comrade Ding, I've arrived. Be careful on your way back, Wanwan said, pushing open the youth station door and waving behind her. Okay. Ding Yanfeng waited a moment, then turned around after hearing Wanwan talk to another young woman and headed home. Inside the yard, Wanwan looked back. This Ding Yanfeng was not simple. He carried a strong aura of danger, and there was a smell of blood. Was he injured? On the way, Ding Yanfeng carefully remembered that Wanwan liked to eat fish, liked cleanliness, and liked flowers. He pushed open his own door, keenly noticing an extra bicycle in the corner. He took off his military cap, a faint smile appearing on his face as he entered. Brother, I missed you so much. Finally, you're back. Ding Yanchuan heard the noise and ran to the door, throwing himself into Ding Yanfeng's arms in a big hug. Xiao Chuan, be gentle, Ding Yanfeng said, feeling his wound at the waist reopen from the hug. Yanchuan clicked his tongue. Brother, you can't even catch me. How can you find a wife? Mom said you liked that new young girl? First time meeting her, and you're already eager to talk? Aren't you afraid you'll scare her away? Hearing his brother tease him, Ding Yanfeng didn't get angry. Instead, he blushed slightly. Run?
Impossible.
Today, I'll teach you a trick. When you like a girl, be straightforward. Don't hesitate. If you hesitate, someone else might take her. No. Brother, are you serious? That young girl, really going to be my sister-in-law? Yanchuan looked distressed. His father said she was only 18, which is 2 years younger than him. The next morning, Ding Yanfeng took his bow, arrows, and water bucket and headed toward the back mountain. As dawn broke, the early mist in the mountains shone in the sunlight, and the fresh air made people feel relaxed. Ding Yanfeng's usual anger seemed to be healed at this moment. He wandered through the deep mountain, looking for the flying dragon, but finding it was a matter of luck. Not everyone could find it. Suddenly, a tiger's roar came from ahead. Ding Yanfeng quickly climbed a nearby tall tree and looked toward the sound. He saw a large adult northeast tiger, covered in colorful tiger fur, fighting a wild boar. The scene was quite spectacular. The lone wild boar was no match for the adult tiger. Soon, the tiger gained the upper hand. The desperate boar charged at the tiger with its long tusks. The experienced tiger swung its tail to dodge the attack, then opened its mouth wide and bit into the boar's hind leg. With a strong tug, it tore the leg clean off. The boar fell to the ground with a thud, and the tiger bit its neck, causing blood to spurt out. The boar's breath stopped. Ding Yanfeng waited until the tiger dragged the boar away before climbing down the tree. He looked at a nearby withered tree, where 3 or 4 lingji mushrooms were growing. Today, he was very lucky. He not only saw the tiger and boar fight but also found the lingji. Truly, Xiao Wanwan was good for him. According to his mother, a good wife can bring good luck to her husband. Before Xiao Jiqing married him, she already started helping him prosper. They are surely destined to be together. Ding Yangfeng quickly slid down the tree trunk. After a few steps, he reached the base of a withered tree and picked some lingji mushrooms. All of them were purple lingji, large in size, and there were 5 in total. He took off his military jacket, wrapped the mushrooms inside, placed them in a water bucket, and carried it away. Next, he caught many animals in the mountains, such as mountain chickens and wild rabbits. When he saw their tracks, he used his bow and arrow to hunt them easily. He also saw a flying dragon but didn't manage to catch any. He had to put away his bow and arrow and go to the small creek to find fish hiding in the rocks. The cool water reached above his ankles. Ding Yangfeng rolled up his pants above his knees, carefully placed the mushrooms, and carried the water bucket into the creek. About half an hour later, the bucket held nearly 2 jin of small fish, including willow root fish, yellowfin fish, and stone-jumping fish. Looking at the time, it was already past 9 o'clock. Ding Yangfeng came out of the creek, carried the mushrooms on his back, and was about to go down the mountain with his bow, arrow, and fish bucket. When he looked up, he saw a flying dragon perched on the treetops by the creek, its head and neck gray-brown, very lively, grooming its feathers. It was easy to find what he wanted. Xiao Wanwan, you really are helping me prosper. Ding Yangfeng carefully set down the fish bucket, drew his bow, and aimed at the flying dragon ahead. The wooden arrow shot out swiftly. The flying dragon fell to the ground. Ding Yangfeng was overjoyed, quickly ran over, and caught the dragon in his hands. Feeling satisfied, he returned to the creek, organized all his prey, and headed down the mountain with the lingji mushrooms. The flying dragon is actually a local nickname. It belongs to the pheasant family, also called the hazel grouse or flower-tailed hazel grouse. He took the flying dragon directly to his mother. The other wild chickens and rabbits he left on the ground in front of the stove. The lingji mushrooms in his arms were the main protected objects. He hurried into the house, carefully taking out each mushroom and placing them down. His cooking skills were not as good as his father's, so he had to wait for his father to come back to prepare them. Mom, I'll stew the flying dragon with mushrooms. Let's also cook a rabbit. I saw there are quite a few greens in the yard. Why not prepare 2 dishes? I'll go see my father in the fields, Ding Yangfeng said as he put on his coat and stepped outside. No, son, you've already cooked the flying dragon. Why are you also cooking a rabbit? Lu Tsuehua paused while plucking the flying dragon's feathers and called out to her son's back as he walked away. Wow, this boy has really become clever. He casually filled the pot with water, put some wood into the stove, and Lu Tsuehua smiled so happily that her eyes almost disappeared. She moved very quickly, even singing patriotic songs while going to pick vegetables in the field. Xiao Wanwan and Su Malia, as usual, carried baskets and dug pigweed with a few village children. This is really a job that takes a long time to fight through, Xiao Wanwan said as she reluctantly dug up a dandelion and put it into her basket. She kept walking forward when suddenly she saw a cute little plant with red beads. It was a wild ginseng with 5 leaves, at least 20 years old. Are ginsengs so common now? Xiao Wanwan wasn't sure. She touched the leaves of the ginseng, and in the next second, the ginseng from the top with the beads to the roots buried in the soil instantly moved into the farm in her space. The ginseng field was lined up with plants, and now there was an additional 20-year-old ginseng. Xiao Wanwan also glanced at a pair of ginseng dolls lying in the sun, holding hands while sleeping. They seemed very close, even shy. Wanwan, what are you doing? Su Malia sat mysteriously beside her. Nothing, I'm a bit tired.
Just sitting for a while. How about you?
Is your basket full? Xiao Wanwan brushed away some weeds on the ground, not caring. Su Malia looked around carefully, making sure the children were a little far away, then took out a red ginseng from her basket and handed it to Xiao Wanwan. Wanwan, look, is this ginseng? Su Malya looked around cautiously after giving it to her. The red ginseng, about the size of 2 palms, seemed to have just ripened. The spore powder was still on the surface, with no missing parts. Xiao Wanwan was speechless. How should she praise it? Is this the hero's aura? It looks like red ginseng. You can ask someone to process it, send it home to your parents, or sell it, Xiao Wanwan carefully explained to Su Malya. Okay, Wanwan, you're so amazing and know so much. Su Malya put the ginseng back into her basket, nodded to Xiao Wanwan, and took the opportunity to send the ginseng back while no one was around. By the edge of the field, Ding Yanfeng, dressed in a military uniform, appeared tall and handsome, attracting many young women's attention. Is that the eldest son of the team leader, back from the army? He is the one who came back yesterday. As soon as he returned, he was seen with that young woman from the countryside. Last night, I saw with my own eyes Fengzi taking her home. They even ate dinner at the village chief's house, said a gossiping woman who thought she saw everything. What? Which young woman? So quick to act. In our village, there's no one more promising than Fengzi. I always said these young women are all charming seductresses, the village elder said harshly, giving a sharp look at the girl nearby. When the villagers talked about these things, they spoke loudly and didn't hide their words from the young women. Zhao Xiaomei watched the soldier by the field and felt lost. Such a handsome man, a soldier too. If she married him, she could leave this village, and no one would know. She instinctively touched her belly, then looked up with mixed feelings and determination. Xiao Wanwan sat on a branch of an old tree, watching 3 or 4 children carrying small baskets down the mountain. When she confirmed no one else was nearby, she skillfully took out a box of bright, juicy strawberries from her space. Leaning against the tree trunk, she held a large strawberry in her hand, took 3 bites happily, and ate it. In her space, there were all kinds of fruits, but she could only eat them secretly when no one was around. The space's storage was long-lasting, so food and fruit wouldn't spoil. It was very spacious, but one day it might fill up. Fortunately, in her previous world, she sold a large batch of items, so now her space still had about 1/3 free. After waiting about 20 minutes, Su Malalai's figure finally appeared at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Wanwan withdrew her consciousness, jumped down from the tree, and her basket had unknowingly filled with pig grass. With a small shovel in hand, she said, "Pig grass, don't run away." Xiao Wanwan carefully dug the grass for Su Malalai. She didn't use her mind. She did it herself. The pig grass was for the pigs. They lay around all day eating, so she didn't want to overuse her powers and risk getting fat. She dug a big pile, and finally, footsteps appeared behind her. She complained, "Xiao Malalai, why are you so late? You're so slow. I'll punish you to go back and help me make a big pot of mushroom chicken stew. Remember to add red chili peppers." Comrade Ding? How come you came up the mountain with Malalai? Xiao Wanwan was once again careless. She felt that her nerves were very relaxed in this world, so much so that she didn't notice whether there was 1 person or 2 climbing the mountain. Even when she heard footsteps behind her, she was slow to realize. Isn't that strange? Shouldn't she be more alert? Isn't that unlike her? Coincidentally, we met and came up together. My mother asked me to call you for dinner. Is this your backpack? Let me help carry it, Ding Yanfeng said, lifting the backpack at Xiao Wanwan's feet and slinging it on himself, leaving no room for her to refuse. No, it's okay. Xiao Wanwan tried to stop him, but she could only quickly pack the pig grass she had dug up into Su Malalai's backpack along with her. The two followed behind Ding Yanfeng, step by step. Su Malalai suddenly took Xiao Wanwan's arm and leaned close to her ear, lowering her voice to ask, "What's going on? Does Comrade Ding like you?" Su Malalai, very sensitive to others' romantic interests, teased her sister playfully, full of amusement. "What is he like? Men only slow me down when I'm digging pig grass. If I got married, wouldn't my entire family be left without anyone?" Xiao Wanwan decided that no matter how outstanding this man was, she wouldn't marry him. She was here on vacation, and besides, she already had a man. Though his life was short, he wouldn't live past her. In this small world, he would just pass away peacefully. When she said this, Sue Malalai lost her playful mood and instead felt a bit guilty. Why did she make Wanwan think of her parents' death again? Not very good at comforting others, Sue Malalai silently held Xiao Wanwan's shoulders and gently patted her, whispering an apology. Sorry, Wanwan. It's okay, Momo. I'm just stating the facts. You don't need to worry. I've already accepted it, Xiao Wanwan said with a nonchalant face, but she was actually thinking about how to refuse Ding Yanfeng later, so as not to affect the good impression the squad leader had of her. The two girls followed Ding Yanfeng to the pig pen to deliver the pig grass. Old Wang, who was called Xiao Wanwan, was very happy. His face, full of wrinkles, rarely showed a smile. Uncle, is Dahu still okay? How's the milk supply? Xiao Wanwan asked, genuinely concerned. Good, very good. The milk is plenty, and the piglets are all well fed. Come, have a look, said Old Wang, leading them to Dahu's pig pen, a newly built pigsty. 6 little piglets were sleeping soundly, snoring happily. Xiao Wanwan smiled and said, their bellies are really full from eating. Uncle, you take good care of them. By the way, I didn't see Arya today. Where's she? Arya stayed with me last night, taking care of the piglets all night. This morning, I sent her back to sleep, said Old Wang with pride on his face when talking about his sensible granddaughter. Arya is very thoughtful, all thanks to your good teaching. We'll be leaving now. When you have time, rest more. Taking care of the piglets is tiring, Xiao Wanwan said as she and Sue Malalai bid farewell to Uncle Wang. All right, take care. Go slowly. Fengzi will tell your father that the piglets and the big pig are doing well, so he can rest assured, said Old Wang, who hadn't slept much all night but was now full of energy. Ding Yanfeng nodded and said, got it. Take care of yourself, uncle. I'll visit your home when I have time to see you and Auntie. The 3 of them walked together, 1 in front, 2 behind. I shouldn't go, right?
Sumolili Hesetatith.
She wanted to support her sister, but she also worried about going to someone else's house uninvited. Of course you should go. After we finish eating here, I'll go to the back mountain tomorrow and pick a wild chicken to send to Annie, said Xiao Wanwan firmly. Not going would be disrespectful to Ding Yanfeng, who was an officer, and also to the team leader. But she couldn't just accept free food without giving something back. Tomorrow, no, this afternoon, she would catch a wild chicken and come back. Ding Yanfeng walked ahead, overhearing everything. What did she mean by going to the back mountain to pick a wild chicken? It sounded strange. Fengzi, what are you doing? A curious villager asked as they passed by. Third aunt, I'm helping my mother invite 2 young women to our house for a meal. Are you going to the fields to fetch water? Ding Yanfeng used his mother's name to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for the 2 young women. Yes, I'm going to fetch water. You all go quickly. I'll be leaving now, said third aunt, looking back with reluctance and finally walking away. On the way, when they met villagers, Ding Yanfeng used the excuse that his mother was inviting the young women for a meal to stop any gossip. Xiao Wanwan and Sue Malalai, who had been silent the whole time, had a much better impression of this young officer. You're back? Come in quickly to wash your hands and eat. Fengzi is fetching water for the 2 young women, Lu Tsuehua said happily, holding a spatula as she ran out of the kitchen upon hearing the noise. Seeing Sue Malalai, who came with Xiao Wanwan, I felt no unhappiness. Instead, I sincerely praised her. This girl is also good-looking. What's her name? Come visit Annie's house more often. Lu Tsuehua was very pleased. The girl was pretty and fair. Her family's child still didn't have a partner. Hello, Auntie. My name is Sue Malalai. I am Wanwan's good friend. When you have time, we can come to visit. What are you cooking? Let me help you. Sue Malalai held Lu Tsuehua's arm and led her into the kitchen, gently pushing Xiao Wanwan aside. Right now is a good time for the 2 of them to talk clearly. The noon sun was bright and warm. Xiao Wanwan walked to the old elm tree in the yard, hands behind her back, and looked calmly at Ding Yanfeng. Comrade Ding, are you thinking of dating me? Cough cough. Ding Yanfeng was caught off guard by Wanwan's directness and quickly coughed to hide his embarrassment. A grown man, and he still hadn't been honest with a young girl? Ding Yanfeng took a few steps forward. His strong voice was a little unsteady, but he still spoke firmly. Comrade Wanwan, I truly like you and want to date you. Ding Yanfeng, fearless in the face of danger, now, facing a girl of about 20, felt his heart pounding uncontrollably, as if it might jump out of his chest. He nervously clenched his fists behind him, listening carefully, afraid of missing any word Wanwan was about to say. Comrade Ding, you are very good and excellent, but we are not suitable now. I am only 18 and I just lost my parents. I am not thinking about marriage or having children in the near future. Wanwan deliberately ignored his stiff body and continued, there are many beautiful and valuable things in life waiting for us to do. The great mountains and rivers of our country are waiting for us to protect. The hardworking people still lack clothing and food. Comrade Ding, I am not in the mood for love right now. I want to fulfill my father's last wish with my modest efforts. My father once said that his greatest wish was for the mountains and rivers to be safe and the country to be prosperous and peaceful. Also, if you want to marry me, it's going to be very expensive. You are a company commander now, right? You can't afford me. After speaking, Qiao Wanwan praised herself for her cleverness. She was so impressed with herself that she couldn't help but smile. Comrade Ding, don't be discouraged. You must believe that you're good, and it's my problem, she said, gently patting Ding Yanfeng's shoulder before rushing into the kitchen to help. Left alone, Ding Yanfeng stood under the hot sun, thinking for a long time. So, Qiao Jiqing's meaning wasn't against dating him, but that the timing wasn't right? His position as squad leader wasn't high enough, but he was working hard to move up. With time, he might even become a military commander. Money was easier to solve. His current salary was 80 yuan with allowances and mission bonuses totaling about 110 yuan a month. That wasn't a problem. As long as he was willing to work hard, how could he not support a delicate young woman? It must be that Qiao Zhijing didn't want him to wait around for 2 years for nothing. He could wait 1 year, 2 years, even 3 or 5 years. What did it matter? If he married someone who wasn't the love of his life, he'd rather be alone, free of worries. Having made up his mind, Ding Yanfeng regained his confidence and returned to the battlefield. After the company commander came back, the 3 women took out the prepared food from the kitchen one by one. Dragonfly stew with mushrooms, potato stew with rabbit meat, scallion scrambled eggs, and 2 plates of stir-fried greens. For the main food, Lu Tsuehua had prepared white steamed buns. She really spared no effort for her eldest son's wedding. After dinner, Ding Yanfeng followed the 2 girls from afar, seeing them back to the youth commune. Once home, he openly discussed Qiao Wanwan's concerns with his parents. Having recently lost his parents, it wasn't the right time to talk about marriage. He could wait, believing that in 2 years, he would be able to marry Qiao Wanwan and bring her home. Qiao Wanwan and Su Malia lay on the Kong bed together. In Qiao Wanwan's room, there was always a faint, indescribable fragrance, not like flowers, but a natural scent of fruits, which was very pleasant. During the day, Su Malia liked to stay close to Qiao Wanwan's room. After eating and drinking well, the 2 of them would gently touch their rounded bellies. Qiao Wanwan reached into the cabinet and took out 2 big apples. She bit into one and handed the other to Su Malia. Our food supply is running low again, Wanwan. Later, I'll give you some money and tickets, and tomorrow you can go to town to buy more. It's really strange. Why is it that the food you buy always tastes better than mine? And you always manage to buy meat, but I often can't find any. Su Malia's small face was puffed up with anger, and she looked very upset. Really? Maybe it's because the lady selling the food likes me, so she gives me better quality. You just finished eating the meat from Captain Uncle's house. Are you craving more? Qiao Wanwan quickly changed the subject, feeling guilty. At the same time, she was thinking about ways to earn money and get tickets. Su Malia's words reminded her that although the supplies in the space were enough for her to eat for many lifetimes, her current living situation was different. There were so many people watching her. The short time she had was like her elder's savings and her father's comrade support. All of these resources would eventually run out. She had to find a proper way to use everything she had.
Oh,
It was so frustrating. Why was she sent to this era for a break? If she were in a modern society, none of these problems would exist. In the afternoon, Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai went up the mountain to dig for pigweed. On the way, they met Ding Yangfeng, but they didn't take the same route. After walking together for a short while, they parted ways. Before they separated, Ding Yangfeng worriedly advised, "This mountain is not only home to wild boars but also dangerous animals like tigers and black bears. You should dig for pigweed on the outskirts and avoid going deep into the mountains." Wow, this man has such a big heart. I rejected him so directly at noon, and now he's acting like nothing happened, still worried about our safety? Xiao Wanwan was surprised again, seeing how broad-minded men could be. I really admire that. But Wanwan, are you sure you rejected him directly? Su Malalai looked at Ding Yangfeng's behavior and eyes. It didn't seem like he had given up on Xiao Wanwan. I'm sure. I was very clear and firm, Wanwan said confidently. After digging for pigweed, they carried it down the mountain. On the way, a wild chicken suddenly flapped its wings and jumped out from the bushes beside the road. It crashed into a big tree by the roadside and died. Wanwan happily walked over, holding the wild chicken in her hand.
See?
I told you, wild chickens on the mountain are really easy to find. Wait, you found it? Are you joking, Wanwan? Su Malalai said, feeling like her eyes must have been playing tricks on her. Such a story wouldn't even be written in stories. Whether it was real or fake, Xiao Wanwan was holding a genuine wild chicken, and both of them personally gave it to Lu Tsuehua. Lu Tsuehua kept refusing, but in the end, she smiled and accepted the wild chicken her future daughter-in-law gave her. She tidied it up, waiting for tomorrow to cook it, so her son could show his kindness. Ding Yanfeng held a bow and arrow, quickly climbed a big tree, skillfully drew his bow, and shot at the wild boar charging at him. All afternoon, Ding Yanfeng was hunting in the deep mountains. He caught 3 wild boars, 7 wild chickens, and 6 rabbits. During the hunt, a silly roe deer kept appearing in front of him now and then. As night fell, Ding Yanfeng carried a wild boar weighing over 200 jin down the mountain, and the villagers along the way became very excited. "Hurry, go call the team leader. Fengzi has brought down another wild boar." Unbelievable. Ever since Fengzi joined the army, our village hasn't had wild boar meat for a long time. Fengzi is really impressive. Not only is he tall and strong, but he's also an officer. He can handle a wild boar all by himself. Whoever marries him will be very happy. With this strength, he must be tough. Old Song's family, your second daughter-in-law hasn't found someone yet, right? As they talked that day, the conversation drifted somewhere else. Zhao Xiaomei was pushed by the crowd and stood near some women, listening very carefully. She couldn't help but look again at Ding Yanfeng in front of the crowd. This man was tall, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, and strong. He carried a wild boar down the mountain by himself. Her gaze moved downward, and Zhao Xiaomei blushed as she looked at that area for a long time, too shy to look away. Zhao Xiaomei instinctively tucked her loose hair behind her ear, shyly gazing at the man ahead. "The team leader is here, make way," someone cheerfully shouted from the crowd. "Let's share the meat." Not only villagers but also all the young workers came to join the fun. After the villagers finished dividing the meat, they could buy some with money. Unlike the annual pig slaughter at the end of the year, which was divided by size or head count, these young workers also had a share. Since the last time the team leader held a meeting, the 3 young women workers who were too embarrassed to show their faces haven't appeared. Now they couldn't help but stand at the back of the crowd, eagerly watching the black-headed wild boar waiting to be slaughtered. They 3 have been working in the countryside for over 3 years. Their families no longer care for them. Relying on the work points they earn, they can barely eat enough. They don't have much money left. They have to split every penny into 8 parts to spend, and they still have to pay 12 yuan in rent each year. Usually, they don't even dare to eat meat. Actually, they used to live comfortably in a shared dorm. But they couldn't stand Hu Xiaomei anymore, so one by one, they moved into single rooms in a sad way. Because they had no support behind them, They believed Li Chongqing's sweet words. They thought his family had the ability to help them return to the city. Now, looking back, all three of them realized they were very foolish. They should have stuck together, but because of Li Chongqing, the dishonest man, their relationship broke apart. They didn't even notice that Li Chongqing was secretly seeing all three girls at the same time. Wen-ting, let's save some money to buy meat. Cooking a meat soup would be good. I haven't eaten meat in a long time, Bai Ling said, her eyes shining as she kept swallowing, as if she could already smell the meat. Wen-ting and another girl, both young workers, nodded at the same time. The three of them pooled their money to buy a pound of meat, then cooked it into soup. That would be nice. Let's each give 50 cents. Together, we can make 1.5 yuan. We can buy a little over a pound of meat. Tonight, the three of us will eat alone, Wen-ting said, taking out a crumpled 5 yuan bill from her pocket that she had held onto for a long time. Not far from them was Hu Xiaomei. Seeing the three girls in such a state, she sneered lightly. It was all their own fault. Trying to rely on a man to change their difficult situation? That's just a pipe dream. And to make it worse, they foolishly fell for Li Chongqing, who was just a scoundrel. Tonight, when they go back, she plans to suggest breaking up with him. Hu Xiaomei wasn't short of money. Before going to the countryside, she took all her money, sold her family property, and even personally sent her father to the police station. She never ate alone, partly to guard against bad people in the youth station who might notice her. She also wanted to share her food. She still needed an iron pot, but buying one required industrial coupons. A few days ago, she finally found a black market in town. She didn't manage to buy the iron pot, but she bought industrial coupons. Tomorrow morning, she plans to take leave and buy the pot. Thinking of this, she looked at Xiao Wanwan with admiration. Xiao, the young worker, was more capable. She always carried her iron pot with her. Why hadn't she thought of taking her family's iron pot herself? Ding Hai looked happy, carrying a pipe bowl in his hand, walking excitedly closer. When he saw the large wild boar, at least 200 pounds, he was so excited he kept saying, "Good, good, good. Good, good, good."
Son, well done.
Bring a few people to weigh it, Ding Hai called out. Immediately, 3 or 4 strong young men came over. Each of the 4 men carried a pig leg, tied it up, and inserted it into the scale. With a little effort, the wild boar was lifted by the 4 strong men. The village accountant, holding a ledger, had lost a tooth and was smiling broadly. His thin, old hand moved the weights on the scale. 240 pounds, very heavy, old accountant Lu Tianju announced in his loudest voice in 2 years. The crowd cheered. Even though the sun was setting and the evening glow was spreading across the sky, everyone in the village gathered neatly to watch. The experienced pig butcher in the village quickly cut the pig with a knife. Children, not afraid of the bloody scene, cheered excitedly and kept swallowing saliva. Listen, everyone. According to the old rules, the team will settle accounts and each household will get meat based on the number of people. Adults get 3 or 2 jin, children get 1 or 2 jin. The rest can be bought with money. Meat costs 18 yuan per jin, offal 5 mao, hooves and ribs 3 mao, Ding Hai said while smoking a dry pipe. The villagers had no objections. This was how they always did it, and the team leader sold the meat for 2 mao less than the market price in town, which was very considerate of everyone. The 3 girls, Wen-ting, were excited and quickly moved to the back of the local villagers' line. With this division, there would probably be leftover meat, so they could buy 2 jin without needing meat tickets. Very cost-effective. The remaining young men at the youth station also lined up behind the villagers, each with their own thoughts. Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai stood at the edge of the crowd. After discussing, they decided to buy pig trotters and ribs. Offal was also good, great for stir-fry or braised dishes. They left the rest of the meat to chance. They weren't short of words. Why do I feel like I haven't seen Fang Guiqing and Zhang Jingguo? None of the 3 of them seem to have come, Su Malalai muttered. Wanwan, I'll go home and cook.
You wait here to buy meat.
I'll give you the money when I get back, Su Malalai said, and went back to cook. Xiao Wanwan nodded and boredly leaned against a large willow tree nearby. Ding Yanfeng looked up at the sky. It was almost dark, and some villagers had already started preparing torches. He hurriedly weaved through the crowd. Comrade Xiao, what kind of meat do you want? I'll bring it to you soon. Ding Yanfeng, a broad-shouldered man, stood in front of Xiao Wanwan, casting a shadow that completely covered her. Under the dim sky, unless someone was paying close attention, it was hard to see Xiao Wanwan leaning against the tree from afar. Not wanting to stand there and attract mosquitoes, Xiao Wanwan decisively replied, "Pig's feet, offal, ribs, anything is fine. I'd like to buy a little of each." She wasn't considering wild boar meat, as it always had a strong, gamey smell. As for pig's feet, Sumalia was very interested, but Xiao Wanwan wouldn't just give it to her for free tonight. Plus, in the village, when pigs are slaughtered, others buy the meat. Only they didn't buy, which might cause unnecessary suspicion. After all, they both gave the impression of being well-off and loved eating meat, with almost every meal containing some kind of meat, which everyone in the village already knew. Neither of them was poor. One was an orphan of a martyr, with money, and the other came from a working-class family, also not lacking funds. People only envied them, and no one dared to provoke them. Okay, wait here for a moment. It's not safe inside with so many people. Don't push your way in. I'll bring out everything you want later, Ding Yanfeng said, then hurriedly pushed toward the stall. Considering Ding Yanfeng's ongoing kindness, Xiao Wanwan thought for a moment and felt touched. She thought, brother, with your character and virtue, you'll find a good wife. Silently, she gave a thumbs up and praised him from behind. Unaware that he had already been labeled a good person, Ding Yanfeng was fighting his way through the bustling crowd. Zhao Xiaomei had been looking for a chance to get close to Ding Yanfeng. When he was walking down from the stall, Zhao Xiaomei noticed him and desperately pushed toward him. After some effort, she squeezed out of the crowd and saw Ding Yanfeng talking to someone. The sky was dark, and the person was mostly blocked by Ding Yanfeng, so she couldn't see clearly. Fortunately, soon Ding Yanfeng turned back. Zhao Xiaomei quickly tidied her hair and cleared her throat, knowing that men generally liked a woman's soft, delicate voice. Comrade. Xiao Wanwan. When Zhao Xiaomei saw that the person talking under the tree was actually Xiao Wanwan, she had prepared a big smile, but it suddenly shattered, filled with resentment. Why is it her again? Why is she everywhere? Just as Ding Yanfeng was about to walk past her, Zhao Xiaomei made up her mind. This was a good chance, and missing it would be hard to find again. As long as Ding Yanfeng publicly held her, he would have to marry her. Then, all the others, like Qiao Jiqing or Su Malia, would have to step aside. Oh no, who pushed me? Comrade. Ah! Just as she was about to fall into Ding Yanfeng's arms, Zhao Xiaomei's prepared words had already come out. But unexpectedly, this man quickly dodged her. At this moment, Zhao Xiaomei fell awkwardly to the ground, her palm cut by stones, bleeding red. Dirt covered her face and body. She had thought about many possibilities, but she never expected this man to dodge her. She, a delicate and beautiful woman, was pushed and about to fall. Any normal man would reach out to catch her. Why didn't you catch me? Zhao Xiaomei couldn't hold back her anger anymore and shouted loudly at Ding Yanfeng. Ding Yanfeng was confused by her shouting. Clearly, this woman had deliberately bumped into him. He had good eyesight and saw everything clearly. And Qiao Jiqing was right behind him, watching. What if there was a misunderstanding? You woman, so unreasonable. You deliberately pushed me. I saw it clearly, so I naturally dodged. If I hadn't, would I marry you? You're so scheming. Were you born with a sieve in your head? Ding Yanfeng never let a woman's gender make him soften. You. Zhao Xiaomei didn't expect Ding Yanfeng to see so clearly, nor did she expect him to say it openly, showing no respect for her. Seeing the crowd gathering around, Zhao Xiaomei was speechless. She absolutely couldn't admit to this. Otherwise, it would be hard to find a good family in the future. I didn't do it. You big man, why are you talking nonsense? Zhao Xiaomei pretended to look very wronged. She believed that men's instinct was to protect women. Now, she appeared as a weak woman needing protection. With so many young men around, Surely one or two would step forward to speak for her. Just like in the past at home, every time, different men would step forward and stand firmly on her side. As it got darker, the villagers' torches were lit. Ding Yanfeng also had a burning torch in his hand, though he didn't know when he got it. Zhao Xiaomei was still sitting on the ground. She waited for a while, expecting someone to defend her, but no voice of support came. She struggled to open her eyes, looking around hopefully at each villager's face. Why did they all have smiles that seemed to mock her? Ding Yanfeng glanced at Qiao Wanwan, who was leaning against a tree, boredly swatting at mosquitoes. Mosquitoes? No, he couldn't waste more time here. Xiao Ziking's skin was delicate. How could she be bitten by mosquitoes? His gaze on Zhao Xiaomei grew more disgusted. It was this woman, so scheming, who had wasted his time.
Yes,
you. What's her name? Ding Yanfeng shouted angrily, pointing at Zhao Xiaomei on the ground. His loud roar startled Zhao Xiaomei. She instinctively answered, Zhao. Zhao Xiaomei. Good. You tried to scheme against me. I remember you. Tomorrow I'll go to the commune to see the leaders. Someone like you, with such bad character, shouldn't be out here in our team. It's embarrassing. Today you tried to trick me, and tomorrow you might try to scheme against someone else. It's truly despicable. Ding Yanfeng sneered and walked away without looking back. The remaining villagers, pointing and whispering about Zhao Xiaomei, surprisingly didn't defend her at all, not even the young men from the team who were still single. Zhao Xiaomei, being mocked by so many people, couldn't keep her face from burning. She covered her face and cried, running away from the place that humiliated her. Ding Yanfeng returned to the pig slaughtering station and found his father. Dad, save me 2 pigs' feet, half of the ribs, and some offal. Ding Hai nodded without asking anything and went straight to find the pig butcher. His son's pigs, after all, could be left wherever he wanted. She watched coldly as Zhao Xiaomei hurriedly ran away, feeling like she had missed something important. Then she stayed in the same spot for over 10 minutes, swatting at mosquitoes with colorless, odorless insecticide under the cover of night. Finally, she noticed fewer mosquitoes around her. After waiting a little longer, Ding Yanfeng's figure appeared. Ding Yanfeng carried a basket of vegetables, covered with a white cloth. Thank you. How much? I'll pay you now, said Qiao Wanwan, taking out a prepared stack of money from her pocket. No need, I'm treating you. You can just take it, Ding Yanfeng said nervously. Then take it back. I don't usually accept things from others for no reason, Qiao Wanwan firmly refused. She put away the money and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. I can't accept your money. These parts are not wanted by most villagers. Just give me 2 yuan. Ding Yanfeng tried to persuade her seriously. After taking the money, she probably wouldn't refuse, right? Qiao Wanwan looked back and saw through Ding Yanfeng's little tricks immediately. His excuse was really silly. The foolish man from before had done similar things. Without thinking, Qiao Wanwan instinctively grabbed the basket. When she realized what she was doing, it was already too late. She looked at Ding Yanfeng and then at the basket of meat in her hands. Frustrated, she cursed herself silently. She forced herself to act indifferent, took out 2 yuan, and handed it to Ding Yanfeng. That shameless man, he made her so confused.
2 yuan, right? Fine, here's 2 yuan.
Go cool off somewhere. Why are you staring? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman get angry? Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I will, Qiao Wanwan said firmly as she turned to walk away. She kept feeling that the man's gaze was fixed on her, making her hair stand on end. After walking quite a distance, she finally realized, did she just run away? Or was it more like fleeing in panic? She felt like she had lost face. Who would send her a piece of tofu? Even scallions mixed with tofu are pretty tasty. Ding Yanfeng stood there with a silly smile, holding the 2 yuan in his hand, watching her walk away. He stood like that for a long time. Long enough that his silly younger brother came looking for him after work. Only then did he realize he had been standing there for 20 minutes. Big brother? Why are you just standing here clutching 2 yuan? Didn't you ask me to come back early? What are you doing? Ding Yanchuan, dressed in bright blue work clothes, hands in his pockets, proudly watches his brother's rare moment of losing composure. Ding Yanfeng kicks him, teasing his younger brother, saying, "Go tell Dad. We're not coming home tonight. You come with me into the mountains." This familiar routine makes Ding Yanchuan's eyes sparkle. "Big brother, okay.
Ha, wait a moment.
I'll go find Dad." He quickly runs towards the stage. From his brother's tone, it seems he's been up to something again. After 5 minutes, Ding Yanchuan returns. The brothers go home first, tell their mother, then push their cart around the edge of the village, heading straight to the foot of the back mountain. They store the cart in the usual spot, cover it with some branches, and then, under the moonlight, climb to a hidden cave halfway up the mountain. "Wow, big brother, you've been up to a lot again? What's this time? Are you bringing something for brother who?" Only after entering the cave does Ding Yanchuan turn on his flashlight, surprised by the wild game stored there. Before Ding Yanfeng joined the army, the brothers often did this kind of thing. They knew the black market boss in town very well. "Yes, take it to brother who. Tomorrow, you should come home early after work. No, from now on you should come home early every day. Since it's hot, we can't keep the game for long." Ding Yanfeng plans to make more money during his month off. He believes men should provide security for women, and that security is shown through money. He remembers what the squad leader's wife said last time. He didn't think much of it then, but now he realizes it's true.
Okay.
"I'll come home early."
Huh?
What do you mean? Are you planning to go hunting in the mountains every day, thinking about his long day, working during the day and delivering at night? Ding Yanchuan feels exhausted. Does that mean he doesn't need to sleep? "Big brother, is something wrong? Are you short of money?" "I have some." "How much do you need?" Ding Yanfeng has been working for 2 years. His family spends only his father's money, and their mother doesn't want their earnings. She wants him to save it all. He was planning to find a wife in a couple of years without needing his parents' money. Now, if his brother needs it, he will give it to him first. Ding Yanfeng pauses while lifting a wild boar, then nods seriously. "Yes, I am very short of money. My wife said I can't support her on my current salary." "Big brother, do you have 100 yuan a month? I can't support a woman." "What did sister-in-law eat growing up? Gold?" Ding Yanchuan suddenly exploded. What kind of woman can't be supported on 100 yuan a month? What do you know? Girls not only need to eat enough, but also need to buy clothes, shoes, and that face cream or oil, whatever it is. They spend more than men. When you find a wife in the future, you'll understand. Ding Yanfeng directly copied what the team leader often complained to him about his sister-in-law. Sure enough, women are all the same. So, after going back, he planned to talk to the team leader seriously. His sister-in-law is perfectly normal. On the way down the mountain with the prey, Ding Yanchuan stopped talking completely. He kept thinking about whether his small savings were enough to support his wife. If he couldn't support her after marriage, he would be laughed at by others. When Xiao Wanwan carried a basket of meat into the house, Su Malia was standing in the yard talking to Fang Wuqing. Seeing her come in, she jumped up and ran over. "What did you buy?" "Wanwan, do you have ribs?" Su Malia had wanted to eat sweet and sour ribs for a long time. "Yes, and pig's feet and offal. All for you. You can see for yourself." "What should we eat tonight?" Xiao Wanwan casually handed the meat basket to Su Malia and, lazily, went into the house. "Chive and egg dumplings, I've already wrapped them. Just waiting for you to come back and put them in the pot." Su Malia lifted the lid of a big pot of boiling water and put the round, plump dumplings in. After gently stirring with a spoon, she happily took out some meat from the basket.
"Ribs.
Pig's feet. Offal. And there's even large intestines?" "Wanwan, that's great. I'll soak the large intestines later and make stir-fried fat intestines for you tomorrow." Su Malia excitedly started planning how many different dishes she could make with this meat. "Okay, you do it. Later, add 2 cucumbers, those I traded with the village auntie yesterday." As she spoke, Xiao Wanwan pretended to take out 2 cucumbers from the bottom of the cabinet and also pulled out a cloth bag filled with tomatoes and greens, placing it on the cutting board. "Huh? Was there a cloth bag just now? I don't think I saw it. Strange." Su Malia took the cucumbers to wash and handed Xiao Wanwan a head of garlic, muttering with pursed lips. She looked back at the cabinet several times. Could it be that she was so busy chatting with Fong Jiqing that she didn't notice? So I didn't even see such a big cloth bag. Hee hee, Wanwan is still the best. I remember going to buy fresh vegetables. Once the vegetables in the backyard grow, there's no need to go shopping anymore. Oh no, Su Malalai shouted in frustration. What's wrong? Fong Guiqing, who was in his own room, appeared instantly. Even quick-moving Xiao Wanwan only just reached the door. I forgot to water the vegetable garden. Today is so sunny. Oh, I am so silly. Su Malalai hurriedly grabbed a bucket and went to the well to fetch water. Fong Guiqing quickly spoke up. What are you talking about? I already helped you water the garden this evening. He is such a forgetful little cutie. Looking at Su Malalai, Fong Guiqing's eyes were full of affection, almost overflowing. Xiao Wanwan leaned against the door, wondering what they had been doing all month. How did these two people develop to this point, right under her nose? Tonight, silence is the essence of Kong Xiao. Xiao Wanwan was too tired to even call Su Malalai back. She picked up a large spoon and stirred the boiling dumplings in the pot. Spring is still a little early. What is wrong with these people? The dumplings are cooked and out of the pot, but the two people by the well are still chatting. Xiao Wanwan sat at the table, watching the pink bubbles rising from the well, then angrily ate 3 bowls of water dumplings, feeling so full she couldn't move. The cabbage at home was carried over in a basin. The next morning, Xiao Wanwan went to town to buy grain. She rode her bicycle, pedaling quickly like lightning. She sped to the grain shop, bought 10 jin of rice and 10 jin of flour, then found a quiet place to secretly swap them for the 20 jin bags prepared in her space. She also went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy the snacks, cookies, and fruit candies that Su Malalai asked for, along with some salt and seasonings. After buying everything needed, Xiao Wanwan pedaled around the town several times. On the way back to the village, she added crispy apples and sweet peaches to the basket tied to the back of her bike. This time, Xiao Wanwan didn't buy meat to bring home. After spending 2 yuan last night on a basket of meat, she and Su Malalai, the only 2 girls at home, had enough to eat for several days. Xiao Wanwan quickly returned home, put everything away, and went to the well to pull up the meat basket from last night's hanging. She locked the door and immediately carried her basket up the mountain to find Su Malia. Malia? Malia, where are you? Xiao Wanwan pretended to call near Su Malia. I'm here, Su Malia, with a sweaty face, smiled widely. You're back so soon? Why don't you rest at home for a while? I've almost filled 2 baskets. In 2 hours, she dug nearly 2 baskets of pigweed. The silly girl didn't rest at all, which explained her sweat. I'm not tired. I've brought everything back. I placed it on the kong, a traditional bed. You can rest and go home to tidy up. The meat from yesterday isn't finished yet. It was hanging in the well overnight, so it might spoil if left longer. By the way, I already pulled up the meat basket before coming here. It's on the kong. I'll go deliver the pigweed now and finish digging the 2 baskets this afternoon. The sun is getting stronger, so from now on, we should dig pigweed early in the morning, and we won't need to go out in the afternoon. Xiao Wanwan felt very sorry for the silly girl. Okay, I'll go back and do it now. If you're tired, come back and rest. We can come to dig again in the evening. We're quick, and I'll carry the full basket down first to Mr. Wang. Su Malia didn't rest either. She immediately carried the full basket and headed down the mountain. Yesterday, she saw that the lean ribs were for sweet and sour dishes, pig's feet for spicy brine, pig liver for stir-fry, and large intestines had soaked overnight. She planned to wash them a few times and then brine them. Oh, she forgot to ask Wanwan how much the meat cost yesterday. She hadn't given Wanwan the money yet. Also, she needed to settle today's grain money. She decided to wait for Wanwan to return and give it all together. On the country road, Fong Guiqing carried an empty water bucket toward the creek. He immediately noticed Su Malia walking by, counting her fingers as she went. My goodness, how can she be so adorable? Fong Guiqing quickened his pace and approached her. Malia, going to deliver pigweed? I'll help carry it. As he spoke, he lifted the basket on Su Malia's back and turned around to carry it on his own back. I have already collected enough targets. I finished watering the areas I was responsible for. Now I am helping Zhang Jingguo. No worries, he can handle it himself. Let's go deliver the pig feed. Qing Guoqing nonchalantly waved his hand. The two of them first returned Qing Guoqing's water bucket and carrying pole to the team. After noting the measurements, they headed toward the pig pen together. On the way, they chatted casually. Su Malalai blushed, and Qing Guoqing laughed loudly. Under the blazing sun, on the hillside, Qiao Wanwan leaned against the trunk of an old tree. The large canopy blocked the sunlight completely. She drank a cold, refreshing drink, feeling her body cool down faster than the hot weather could warm her. She really wanted to bite into an old ice lolly. That taste is more exciting than any ice cream made from fresh milk. But alas, the man was not at home resting in the hot weather, fanning himself with a fan. Why was he running around with a bow and arrow? It made her hesitant to take out her ice lolly to eat. Qiao Wanwan closed her eyes, pretending to nap under the tree. Meanwhile, she used her awareness to monitor the man's movements. Why did Ding Yangfeng come back on his day off? Was he deliberately harming small animals in the mountains? Another wild chicken was shot through the throat with an arrow, flapping its wings and falling to the ground. He had caught so many prey, but surely he couldn't eat them all. Could it be that the soldier brother was supplying the black market? Xiao Wanwan thought she had uncovered the truth. After resting enough and filling her backpack with pig feed, Xiao Wanwan turned to head down the mountain. She wanted to stay away from trouble and from people who caused trouble. Only then could she focus on her plan to relax. It was so annoying to have to come and cut pig grass every day. Maybe she could grow some pig grass in her space? Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed through the mountains. Xiao Wanwan quickly turned her head. Through the layers of obstacles, she finally spotted the tiger, causing panic. A thunderous tiger roar startled everyone, making them slow by 3 beats. In the deep mountain forest, Ding Yangfeng suddenly kicked hard against a tree trunk with his right leg. In just a few steps, he climbed onto a branch 3 meters above the ground. The sudden roar of the tiger truly surprised him. From the sound, he could tell the tiger was not far away. Ding Yangfeng continued climbing up the old tree, moving higher. He finally sat steadily on a branch as thick as his arm, looking around carefully. After a while, he saw a brightly colored adult tiger in the northern dense forest. The tiger was baring its fangs, alertly patrolling its territory. Perhaps an animal entered the tiger's territory, angering it. The tiger's roar just now was a warning to the intruder. Given this adult tiger's alertness and recent encounter with a strange creature invading its space, it is very tense and easily annoyed. It seems she will have to stay in this tree until late at night. Ding Yanfeng smoothly packs his belongings, leans against the sturdy trunk, and takes out a plain steamed bun from his pocket, eating it eagerly. Focusing on the tiger and Xiao Wanwan, her awareness expands again. When she sees Ding Yanfeng sitting comfortably on the tree branch, she finally feels a little more at ease. Xiao Wanwan feels annoyed and says, "Why am I worried about him? I'm crazy, completely crazy." She angrily carries the basket of pig grass to Old Wang at the pig pen, then returns to the scorer to record the measurements. When she gets back to the youth commune yard, she sees Su Malia surrounded by Fong Guiqing, who looks like a proud peacock. It really makes her mad. Ugh, I won't get angry. I won't. Getting mad just hurts myself, Fong Guiqing, why do you keep circling around my Malia? Like a fly, do you want me to sway you away? Suppressing her frustration, she takes a deep breath and rushes over, scolding Fong Guiqing loudly.
Qiao
Zhiqing? You misunderstood. Misunderstood? You're just a big fool. Why do you keep hanging around my Malia? Do you think I don't see what you're up to? What do you mean? Qiao Zhiqing, how do you know I like Malia and want to date her? You. Fong Guiqing, do you have a mansion at home? A courtyard house?
Can you support my Malia?
Qiao Wanwan is so angry she stammers. Qiao Zhiqing, how do you know I have a courtyard house? Fong Guiqing asks seriously, genuinely unsure if he ever told anyone about his home. Could it be Zhang Jingguo, that big-mouthed guy? Zhang Jingguo, working in the fields, looks up at the blazing sun, and thinks, "This is strange. It's hot, and I keep sneezing again." At the youth point, Xiao Wanwan is speechless because Fong Guoqing keeps bothering her. "You really do have a courtyard house?" "Wow, sorry, big boss, I didn't mean to offend." "You two keep cooking. I need some time alone." "Mo, you're very good. Very good. Spend his money. Live in his house. If he treats you badly later, you can just hit his kids." Suddenly, Xiao Wanwan hugged her and said a bunch of strange things. The more Su Malalai listened, the redder her face became, and she felt more embarrassed to meet Gao Guoqing's eyes. After finishing her nonsense, Xiao Wanwan turned around and went back to her room, closing the door without caring about her best friend's feelings. She lay on the bed, looking up at the natural wooden ceiling. Feeling annoyed, she closed her eyes and decided to go into her space to work. Using her mind, she controlled the crops, planting and harvesting in order. Then she opened the luxurious big freezer in her space and found 4 old popsicles. She tore off the wrappers, happily put one in her mouth, feeling the cold and sweet taste, which made her mood much better. While biting the popsicle, Xiao Wanwan picked up a level 9 Rubik's Cube from the bedside table in her space and quickly turned it with her 10 fingers. Her mood improved, her energy restored, and her blood level full. She stepped out of her space, and the smell of braised meat filled her nose. Wow, so fragrant, so delicious. Mo, is this ready? She lifted the lid of the pot, opened the door, and, knowing full well, fished out a piece from the iron pot and happily ate it. Thanks to Xiao Wanwan's strong encouragement, Su Malalai, who had already started dating Gao Guoqing, shyly waved at Gao Guoqing and then entered the room.
"I'm dating Gao Guoqing."
Su Malalai straightforwardly stated the fact, but her serious face still showed some nervousness. Xiao Wanwan nodded to show she understood. Fate arranged by heaven. What else could she say? Just bless them. She felt like she had been meddling for a month, acting like a clown. "Are you making ribs for lunch?" "I want to eat. I'm hungry," Xiao Wanwan said coquettishly. Su Malalai happily hugged her. "Yes, I'll make it right away." She was so happy. She had been worried that Wanwan still had opinions about Gao Guoqing and might get angry, but it turned out fine. "Wanwan, you're the best. I like you so much," Su Malalai sweetly said as if she was giving away her last penny. Xiao Wanwan nodded. Yes, you love me the most, and I love Gao Guoqing the most too. TSK women." After lunch, Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai prepared to go up the mountain to gather some dry firewood. As they stepped out, they encountered a mail carrier riding a bike toward them. Seeing that they came from the youth commune, he asked directly, "Are comrades Su Malalai, Fong Guoqing, Zhang Jingguo, and Zhang Aigua here?" "Yes, we are," they answered almost at the same time. Xiao Wanwan pointed to her side. "She is Su Malalai. Please wait a moment, I will call the others." Then, Xiao Wanwan shouted loudly, almost calling out all the young people from the youth commune. When they heard the mail carrier was here, several older youths looked at him with envy. Su Malalai received a money transfer slip and a small package. She didn't know what was inside, and it didn't seem very heavy. Fong Guoqing received a large, heavy-looking package. He guessed it was probably sent by his grandfather or maybe his grandmother. Zhang Jingguo and Zhang Aigua each received a letter. The mail carrier politely explained that the packages were too big to fit in the mailbox, so they should go to the town to pick them up today or tomorrow. This obvious difference in treatment made Zhang Jingguo pout and shout loudly. Then he carried Fong Guoqing's package and ran off. Anyway, the delicious food inside had to be eaten by him first. When he went to pick up his package in the afternoon, Fong Guoqing could eat whatever was left. "Comrade Su, your money transfer slip shows 200 yuan. Tomorrow, you should bring your ID and this slip to the post office to withdraw the money. Could you please sign here?" The mail carrier, who looked to be about 25 or 26, shyly said as he faced the 2 beautiful young women, blushing slightly. "Okay. Thank you for the reminder, comrade," Su Malalai politely replied, then neatly wrote her name on the paper. After the mail carrier left, Su Malalai hugged her package and went back to her room. Soon, she finished packing and came out with Xiao Wanwan to go up the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Wanwan used her awareness to quickly lock onto the tiger from Noon and Ding Yanfeng, who had already come down from the tree. They seemed to be peacefully resting. Malalai, let's just gather some dry firewood from the outskirts. During noon, the mountain tiger roared once, and I'm worried it might go wild, Xiao Wanwan honestly explained. She didn't ask about Su Malalai's package or the money transfer slip along the way. She always believed that even in close relationships, money matters should be clear. This way, their friendship remains simple and lasting. For example, Su Malalai never asked how much money Xiao Wanwan had, nor did she inquire about what was inside the 4 large packages sent by the uncles. The next morning, Xiao Wanwan took the foreign classics she had translated the night before and copied some excerpts. She went out with Su Malalai to the town's post office. She planned to send her translated manuscripts to the Xinhua bookstore and the newspaper. With her skill, she believed she would receive a reply soon. On the country road, Xiao Wanwan rode her bike with Su Malalai sitting on the back. Su Malalai held a bunch of wildflowers she picked by the roadside. She smiled happily and occasionally chatted with Fong Guiqing, who was sitting behind Zhang Jingguo.
Ugh.
This love stuff smells so strong, it's making me dizzy, Xiao Wanwan shouted playfully, blushing at the two of them. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jingguo didn't say a word during the ride. Instead, he kept pretending to be casual, watching Xiao Wanwan carefully. The 4 of them headed straight to the state-run restaurant. Early in the morning, none of them had eaten, and they were waiting to have a good meal there. There was no treat involved. Everyone ordered their own food and paid for themselves. In this era, landlords had no surplus grain, and the young people from the countryside couldn't afford to host a meal. They would be the ones paying. After eating, the 4 went to the post office. Su Malalai went to get money from the staff, while Zhang Jingguo and Fong Guiqing went to pick up the packages. They needed to collect not only Zhang Jingguo's but also Zhang Aigua's. Xiao Wanwan carefully filled out the mailing forms as instructed by the post office staff. She placed 2 identical handwritten translations into 2 matching envelopes and sent them separately. While waiting, Xiao Wanwan suddenly remembered a saying from the future. Travel is slow, but friendship never ends. News travels fast, but contact becomes less frequent. She sighed and asked the staff for a piece of paper. She wrote about her recent experiences, her friends, and funny stories. At the end, she wrote, Grandpa, life is short, but longing is long. We can't bring loved ones back to life, but we can carry their beliefs and live well until we pass away, leaving no regrets. To the recipient, near a family compound in Beijing, at the scrapyard, old Mr. Jean Baogua. A man who dedicated his life to protecting his country. Is it ready? Wanwan, I've got the money. My brother sent it to me, he said, patting his bulging pocket. Yes, it's sent. Are they okay now? Let's go straight home after this, Xiao Wanwan said, pulling Su Malalai. The 2 of them went to find Fong Guiqing and Zhang Jingguo. When the 4 of them came out of the post office, Zhang Jingguo and Fong Guiqing each carried a large package almost as tall as a person, struggling with their lightweight bicycles. Let's tie one on the back seat. Malalai is tall. She can sit on the front bar of the bike, Xiao Wanwan suggested, taking 2 thick ropes from her bag, indicating the boys should do it themselves. Now, they had no other choice but to follow Wanwan's plan. Otherwise, they might have had to push the bike all the way home. After tying the packages, Wanwan got on her bike, and Su Malalai sat on the front bar, bending over. Wanwan pushed off with her feet, riding steadily toward home. The 2 men didn't want to sit on the front bar. In the end, Fong Guiqing managed to get the riding rights. Zhang Jingguo sat on the back seat, with his large package tied to his back with rope. In less than 15 minutes, the 4 arrived back at the youth commune. Before the end of work, the usually empty youth area was now crowded with people. The 4 stopped, confused. Fong Guiqing stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, everyone, what's going on here? Hearing the question, the crowd turned and saw the 4 youth, and they started talking excitedly. Something terrible. Zhao Jiying from our youth group is pregnant. Yes, I heard she was pushed and she started bleeding. TSK. No idea who the father is. These young kids, living together as single men and women, really have no discipline. Even getting pregnant before marriage, back in the day, that would have meant a lot of trouble. Although they were talking loudly, the four of them probably understood the main point. Zhao Xiaomei is pregnant? Xiao Wanwan recalled sharply that on the day they were dividing meat, Zhao Xiaomei fell and ran away. Her reaction was strange. She instinctively placed her hand on her stomach and ran, protecting her belly. It turns out she was pregnant. Who is the father of the child?
Wow.
She's pregnant? When did she get pregnant? Did she cook big carp at the banquet? The last time Xiao Wanwan attended a banquet was a long time ago, and she still feels a bit nostalgic about it. Hearing Xiao Wanwan say this, not only the young people present were shocked, but even the villagers were speechless. Is the main concern now about the banquet? The most urgent thing is to find the lover. As the four of them pushed through the villagers and entered the yard, they saw the team leader and the accountant, all gathered there. Ding Hai was even holding a lit pipe, looking annoyed. Uncle team leader, uncles and aunts, what is going on here? Xiao Wanwan parked her bicycle under the eaves and went inside to get a bench, bringing it over. Fong Wuqing and another person followed her example, quickly returning inside to bring out benches, so everyone could sit down. Eager to know the latest news, Xiao Wanwan took out a porcelain jar of sunflower seeds from inside the house and placed it in front of everyone. She herself grabbed 2 handfuls, one to open and one to hand to Su Malia. Uncles, what's happening? When I just came in, I heard those aunts say Zhao Jiqing is pregnant. Who did this? Her curiosity was burning. She loved gossip and couldn't resist. We Chinese love to join in the fun. It's in our blood. Ding Hai didn't expect Xiao Wanwan to react like this, and her tone sounded so excited. It's not her child, so why get so worked up? He grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and surprisingly, they tasted quite good. He thought about asking this girl to exchange some for his wife. We don't really know what happened. When we rushed over, Zhao Jiqing was already lying on the ground. There was a lot of bright red underneath her. At first, we thought she was menstruating, but then she fainted. The barefoot doctor from the village clinic examined her and said she was pregnant. Imagine a girl who isn't married and doesn't have a boyfriend and she gets pregnant in our team. If this news gets out, how bad will the reputation be? Who knows what kind of bad luck has befallen us this year? Why do these problems keep coming one after another? There were no outsiders present, and the team leader was very open, even casually mentioning superstitions. Feeling worried, Ding Hai lit his pipe again.
Click, 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 click.
Everyone was focused on eating sunflower seeds, with Xiao Wanwan leading the way and having fun. So, is the child's mother awake now? Just ask Zhao Xiaomei and you'll know. Once we find the child's father and the team leader writes a recommendation letter, in 9 months, our whole village can celebrate the full moon feast. Wouldn't that be great? As she spoke, she made plans for the future. Xiao Wanwan clapped her hands and shrugged. There's nothing to worry about. If Zhao Xiaomei doesn't tell the truth, you can report her to the police. The charge could be public misconduct, and she might harm the young man without admitting it. Some things, if you think differently, can turn out better for everyone. Ding Hai's face, full of wrinkles, suddenly looked 20 years younger in shock. Can it really be like that? What would be the charge? I've never heard of it before. Cough, cough. Su Malia was happily eating sunflower seeds when she suddenly choked, surprised. Oh my, Wanwan is so special. How did she think of this? Why couldn't I think of it? Wanwan seems much smarter than me. Su Malia quietly went back to her room, drank several big sips of water, then boiled some water to make tea. While the adults discussed outside, she busied herself with small chores like making tea and fetching water. Meanwhile, the shocked village leaders exchanged glances and started discussing eagerly. After everyone shared their opinions, the usually unnoticed deputy team leader discussed with the team leader. Finally, Ding Hai made the decision. The entire village committee unanimously approved Wanwan's suggestion. The village women's director was sent to talk to Zhao Xiaomei in the girls' dormitory and to clarify the team's stance. Team leader, deputy team leader, uncles and aunts, thank you for having tea. It's really considerate of you, Su Malia greeted Fong Wuqing and Zhang Jingguo. The 3 of them brought out all the teacups from the youth camp, each with a little tea leaf and hot water, and served everyone present. So thoughtful and attentive. No wonder you can be the female lead. It seems that little Momo's role is to be a wise helper at home, keeping the family stable inside and managing social interactions outside. You really are lucky. Xiao Wanwan couldn't hold back and shot another glance at Fong Wuqing. The village officials took the tea handed to them, all looking very happy because it was made with real tea leaves. These villagers don't have tea coupons, so they can only buy cheap, non-premium tea leaves to serve guests. Those from better-off families might buy some, but those struggling just serve plain boiled water. You're too polite. Yes, that's what we should do. You kids have left your hometowns. It's not easy for you. This move was clever. It instantly changed the image of the educated youth. At least they wouldn't be judged harshly by the villagers or be seen in a bad light because of Zhao Xiaomei. Sitting steadily on a small stool, Qiao Wanwan chewed sunflower seeds and felt her mouth dry. She picked up her water bottle, which she hadn't yet uncapped, and tilted her head back for a sip.
Haha.
After waiting quite a while, Qiao Wanwan grew impatient. The sunflower seeds were finished, and she was about to suggest that the squad leader go to the police station when the women's director finally came out, parched and dry-mouthed. Why do I say she was dry-mouthed? Because Qiao Wanwan saw that the women's director looked like her lips were peeling. The women's director looked very upset today, probably the most unruly, unreasonable day of her 30-plus years. This is just too much, she said, her voice suddenly blocked by a lump of phlegm, unable to speak. What's going on? Why do you look like that? Did Zhao the educated youth say something about the child's father or not? Ding Haiyan put down her pipe and asked anxiously.
Oh.
She's not even sure who the child belongs to. The women's director blushed, clearly having learned something new. What do you mean? Feeling a strange itch on her scalp and her mind growing clearer, Qiao Wanwan's mouth was big enough to fit an egg, but she didn't want to understand. This was the 1970s. But her mind seemed to be understanding on its own. What should she do now? Explain clearly. What do you mean you don't know who the child belongs to? She doesn't know who she shared a bed with. The deputy team leader, in his 30s and a father of two, was first overwhelmed by a woman's accusations. The women's director was so angry she almost lost her temper. Usually, she found such matters hard to talk about, so she retorted. She slept with several men. Even the village fool at the entrance has been with her. She doesn't even know who the father of her child is. Why are you yelling at me? Suddenly, everything went silent. Even the villagers gathered at the gate, who were usually used to gossip, were stunned into silence.
Wow.
This is intense. Zhao Xiaomei really doesn't hold back. The village fool, Qiao Wanwan, knew her well. She was lazy and careless, only decent-looking, but not good at anything else. A young woman in her 20s, she relied on her mother's work points to survive. Someone like her? Could she really sleep with him? Zhao Xiaomei must be out of her mind. The young women at the youth camp blushed deeply, wishing they could disappear. Qiao Wanwan looked excited, trying to hide her smile so she wouldn't laugh out loud. At first, it didn't concern her. Hu Xiaomei, standing under the corridor and feeling annoyed, suddenly exploded when she heard this. She grabbed a fire poker and stormed into the house. Zhao Xiaomei, get out of here. You're a terrible person, always flirting and fooling around with men. Now you're pregnant, and you don't even know who the father is. How disgusting can you be? Get out of my house. I don't want your filth here. Even the village fool has looked at you. You're truly heartless. No, if you catch some disease, this house will be contaminated. I'm giving you this room. You can stay, I'm leaving. Hu Xiaomei quickly packed her things, rolled up her bedding, and rushed out to find an empty room. She ran back and forth 3 times in a hurry. Captain, I'll pay the rent tomorrow. Also, be careful. I heard from the elders that women working in brothels often get venereal diseases. They're contagious and hard to cure. No, Captain, I need to take a day off tomorrow to go to the hospital. I don't even have a boyfriend yet. I can't let someone like Zhao Xiaomei ruin me. Hu Xiaomei thought, remembering she had shared a bed with Zhao Xiaomei for a month, which made her feel sick. Hu Xiaomei, known for her sharp tongue, continued her relentless actions. Xiao Wanwan was already hugging Su Malalai, laughing so hard her body trembled. However, the situation was inappropriate, so she had to hold back her laughter. As a result, her body shook like a leaf, and she looked as if she was seriously ill. Knowing she was secretly laughing, Su Malalai tried to act serious. She held Xiao Wanwan tighter, making sure no one could see her laughing so hard. Such a strange situation left the team leader speechless for a long time. No wonder his late father used to say that as you grow older, you see all kinds of strange things, almost like seeing ghosts. This matter could not be hidden. Many people were watching. If it was leaked later, it could be used against them or cause more trouble. If it got worse, all their efforts would be wasted. The women's director, following Ding Hai's signal, took 2 strong women to find the local leaders and also asked 2 officers from the town police station to come.
They couldn't keep the secret.
It was too important and many people saw what happened. If it was used as blackmail later or exposed again, Ding Hai's work would be for nothing. Under Ding Hai's instructions, the women's director brought 2 sturdy women to guard the west door, and 1 woman stayed at the back window. Inside, Zhao Xiaomei was in terrible pain. She looked very pale from the sudden shock and fear. Oh no! They didn't plan to hide this anymore. Was the women's director just lying earlier? Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaomei broke down completely. She shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Why are you treating me like this?
Why?
All these men are just good-for-nothings. They used to sweet-talk me when they wanted something. Now that something happened, they all chickened out, right? Li Yang, Zhang Huaijian, Li Linbao, are you real men? Oh, and there's one more. Waste of space, Li Chongqing.
You
bunch of trash. Do you still dare to call yourselves real men? I just got pregnant, right? One after another, avoiding me like I have the plague. Is it my fault? Can everything be blamed on me? Can I, a woman, make a baby by myself?"
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Zhao Xiaomei shouted wildly, insulting every man who had deceived her into having a relationship. Finally, exhausted and in pain, she collapsed on the bed, laughing wildly. The sound of pain and collapse echoed in everyone's ears. Many women present felt a deep sadness inside. Zhao Xiaomei, do you think you are not at fault? Actually, you are wrong. You are very wrong. You are a woman, but first of all, you are a person, an individual. You can rely on no one and earn your own living. Standing at the window, Qiao Wanwan saw Zhao Xiaomei's misery clearly. She was laughing at Zhao Xiaomei's confusion, at Hu Xiaomei's ruthless attitude, but she never mocked. Women long for love and hope for a good partner. You just scolded 4 men. Each of them spoke sweet words to you, flattering and charming. You can't deny that at that moment you enjoyed it. You enjoyed being pampered by men, and the thrill of being pursued by multiple men at once. You blame those men for being irresponsible. But is it really just as you say? You are not without fault. You are completely wrong. You should not have tried to use a man to change your situation. You should not have dated 4 men at the same time. And you definitely should not have been intimate with them. Love is sacred, and women have always hoped for a lifelong partner. A partner who supports each other is what women should seek and are willing to give everything for. Ultimately, you are responsible for what happened to you. If you feel resentment, you should stand up and expose those unworthy men who hurt you. Let them be caught, and stop harming innocent young women. That's all I have to say. Oh, and one more thing. Women can only be truly loved when they love themselves enough. Hopefully, this will wake up this foolish girl. Xiao Wanwan didn't know exactly what Zhao Xiaomei was thinking, but she believed that every girl's deepest desire is love. After a deafening silence, Xiao Wanwan received applause from all the young women and girls present. She calmly bowed in the middle of the yard. After standing up, she turned directly to Captain Ding and said, "Captain Ding, our group of women unanimously agrees that those 4 disrespectful men who don't respect women should be severely punished. Please speak up for all of us. If these men are not dealt with seriously, one day they might harm the young women and girls in the village. Then, tragedies will keep happening." Xiao Wanwan always believed that men who cannot control themselves should either be kept in check or become eunuchs in the palace. One way to solve the problem permanently. Good. This comrade's idea is very right. Disrespecting women and causing trouble for others must be punished severely. Secretary Wang from the commune happened to meet the deputy team leader who was reporting, and he immediately brought people over. Secretary Wang, why are you here in person? Our team has agreed that this matter must be punished strictly to serve as a warning. We've already sent people to catch those unruly villagers. One of them was a former educated youth from this youth station, who was recently sent to a farm for reform. Do you think we should do something? Ding Hai quickly expressed his stance, hoping not to affect the overall interests of their team. Good, Captain Ding is right. When problems arise, report them promptly. We must cut off all hidden dangers at the source, rather than hide or lie about them like some teams do. When the issue becomes too big to hide and causes serious, irreversible consequences, they only then start to hesitate and make excuses under the guise of serving the people, harming the people, Secretary Zhang passionately spoke, raising the atmosphere to another high. At this point, Ding Hai, after catching his breath, dared to speak again. Fortunately, he had foreseen this and quickly sent militia members to arrest the suspects. They returned with 2 men, all lowering their heads and not daring to look up. Report to Secretary Wang, 1 person is still missing. We have increased manpower and searched the entire village, the militia squad leader reported confidently. In this era, being a militia squad leader in a production team meant you were honest and upright, recognized by the whole team. Usually, militia squad leaders did not leave their duties but participated in labor with others. Only when higher authorities organized militia training would they be temporarily relieved from their work. Good, increase the manpower and focus on catching them. We must not let any troublemaker escape. Secretary Zhang was very pleased with how quickly the Red Flag Brigade acted. This showed that under the leadership of the commune, the team was performing well, and the militia members had not fallen behind in their regular training. Please imagine a marmot scream. No matter how many. Sounds you right. Zhao Xiaomei's scream must be even more frantic and wild, as she collapses in despair. She was carried out by 2 ants, still bleeding heavily from her lower body. Everyone could see that the amount of blood loss meant the baby inside her would probably not survive.
You ruined me.
Even in death, I won't forgive you. Zhao Xiaomei, losing too much blood, looked pale and her lips lost color. She was dragged out in a sorry state, her eyes hollow and frightening. Sweat soaked her hair, sticking to her face. Her expression was very gloomy, like a monster from. The 2 men guarding her, members of the militia, were so scared that one of them wet his pants. No matter how much her family cried or begged, it was useless. All 3 were taken away by Secretary Wang. The team leader and Secretary Wang went to the commune to handle the follow-up. The women's director, the 2 ants, and 2 militia members took Zhao Xiaomei to the town hospital. Before leaving, Secretary Wang looked at Xiao Wanwan with approval. This young woman was very positive and eager to learn, showing high awareness. The chaos ended. The young people in the yard felt strange, neither sad nor happy. It was getting late. The women cooked, and the men gathered firewood. In the winter of the eastern province, without firewood, not only could they not cook, but they could also freeze to death. Fong Wuqing stood by the doorframe, talking to Su Malalai with great interest. He felt a chill on the back of his head. When he looked over instinctively, he saw Xiao Wanwan's cold, sharp eyes. What's wrong? Fong Wuqing stammered in fear. Xiao Wanwan sharply raised her hand, breaking a brick from the wall with a slap. She coldly said, "If you ever hurt Malalai or make her sad, I will personally send you to your grave." For some reason, Fong Wuqing felt a shiver down his spine. He could break bricks with his hands, but when Xiao Wanwan broke one, he was scared. He hurriedly nodded, "Don't worry, I won't let Malalai be wronged. From now on, my family will listen to her." At this moment, Zhang Jingguo called Fong Wuqing to help him unpack. Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai went inside and closed the door, blocking everyone's view outside. Su Malalai hugged Xiao Wanwan and thanked her. Having such a sister to support her felt really good. She was very grateful to be sent to the countryside at this time and to meet Wanwan, who could be her lifelong sister. Xiao Wanwan urged Su Malia to go back to her room and put away the money and tickets she had retrieved. At noon, Xiao Wanwan surprisingly cooked herself some hand-pulled noodles. Feeling touched, she went back to her room to digest her feelings. She rarely kneaded dough and added water herself, forming a slightly firm dough. While the dough was resting, she took out 2 cucumbers, secretly brought a jar of soybean paste from her space, took out 2 tomatoes, and 5 or 6 eggs laid by free-range chickens. She made egg sauce, shredded the cucumbers, prepared a tomato broth, and cooked the hand-pulled noodles, then cooled them with cold water. A large bowl of refreshing cold noodles was ready. She also fried 4 soft-boiled eggs and stir-fried some diced cured meat. Malia, dinner is ready. Today, let me show you my cooking skills, Xiao Wanwan said, carrying a bowl and walking to call someone next door. Coming? Wanwan, you made noodles. They look so delicious, and there's even cured meat. Su Malia excitedly hurried into Xiao Wanwan's room. Take your time. No one is rushing you. Xiao Wanwan glanced at the open door of her room, which was wide open, and gently closed it with a latch. She then took the key from the latch, twirling it around her finger as she went back inside to eat. In the afternoon, the 2 girls took a nap. They carried sickles in their hands, baskets on their backs, and wore straw hats as they headed to the back mountain. By this time, it was well past the usual working hours, and the 3 male-educated youths from the neighboring house were already working in the fields. As for the older educated youths, Xiao Wanwan didn't pay much attention. She believed that after Zhao Xiaomei's incident, they would all behave honestly for a while. Since Li Changcheng was sent to the farm and Zhao Jinyang broke his leg and returned to the city, these older youths had already started to behave more cautiously. The lush green leaves shaded the sunlight. Su Malia thought for a long time and asked, "Do you think Zhao Xiaomei will come back? Do you think Li Changcheng, who slept with Zhao Xiaomei, also slept with other female educated youths?" Xiao Wanwan looked at Su Malia with a gentle gaze and comforted her. Cause and effect. No matter what punishment Zhao Xiaomei faces, it's her own doing. She has to bear the consequences. As for whether those older youths were harmed by Li Changcheng, that's not our concern. Even if something happened and it didn't come out, we can pretend it never happened. Let's not bring it up again, for our own peace and hers. Silence reflected deep thought. Su Malia's eyes drooped noticeably, and she looked a bit down. She knew she shouldn't care too much, but she couldn't help but keep thinking about it. Mo, sometimes you shouldn't be too kind. Xiao Wanwan took off her straw hat and looked up at the tall, leafy tree above her. On the way down the mountain after digging pigweed, Su Malali's deep eyes suddenly became clear. I understand now. From now on, I will just focus on living my own life. I already have loving parents, a caring brother and sister-in-law, and my favorite sister. I also have someone who loves me willingly. So, I am happy. I shouldn't ask too much from this world anymore. Su Malali's eyes showed a bright smile. Her words made Xiao Wanwan look at her with new respect. She really is the heroine. She sees through everything easily. Every day, Xiao Wanwan goes up the mountain to pick pigweed, then down to gather dry firewood. When she gets home, she eats dog food, feeling like something is missing. Suddenly, a wild chicken fell from the sky into the basket at Xiao Wanwan's feet. It was pierced through the throat with an arrow and died peacefully, seeming to feel little pain. Comrade Ding? Are you telling me you did this on purpose? Xiao Wanwan threw the bloody wild chicken onto the ground and angrily kicked the pigweed stained with blood from her basket at Ding Yanfeng's feet. No, it was a coincidence. Truly, a coincidence. Xiao Jiqing, don't be angry. Sit down. I'll help you dig pigweed, Ding Yanfeng said, grabbing the sickle from the ground and kneeling seriously to dig the pigweed. Xiao Wanwan didn't hold back. She walked a few steps to the big tree and sat down to rest, crossing her legs. She took out 2 boiled eggs from her pocket and ate them little by little. She watched Ding Yanfeng's speed in digging the grass, suspiciously asking, "You're an officer, kneeling on the ground to help me, a small educated youth, dig pigweed. Aren't you worried about being laughed at?" Ding Yanfeng's eyes were deep, and a smile played on his lips. He replied, "That would be great." He kept his gaze straight ahead, not daring to meet Xiao Wanwan's eyes, feeling secretly happy inside. A gentle breeze blew away the awkward atmosphere, causing the leaves to sway and cover the big tree's eyes. Even if Xiao Wanwan wanted to ignore the obvious love from the other person, she didn't have the skill to protect herself. She simply couldn't understand. "Comrade Ding, I am asking you seriously now. Please answer honestly," Xiao Wanwan said very seriously, rarely being so earnest. Ding Yanfeng paused in digging, then immediately stood up, adopting a perfect military stance. He stood straight and serious, more nervous than on the night before going to the battlefield. "Comrade Xiao, may I ask? I swear in the name of a soldier, I will tell everything I know, speak honestly, and never lie," Ding Yanfeng replied confidently, looking like he was waiting for a review from a superior. "When did you start wanting to be my partner? Was it when you delivered the big flower? Your taste is really unique." Xiao Wanwan recalled Ding Yanfeng's various behaviors that day and found them quite suspicious. But they only met for the first time that day, right? Her experience told her that all love at first sight was just an excuse to be attracted by appearance. Xiao Wanwan had to look at the tall, strong man with a scrutinizing eye. He looked quite honest and upright. He looked peaceful, like the world was united, with a typical soldier aura, firm, resilient, brave. "Report to Comrade Xiao." "It's not exactly." Ding Yanfeng's face was determined and brave, and if it weren't for a faint red glow, he looked serious, like giving a report. "Please state your case," Xiao Wanwan thought. "Fine. Playing this game, huh? Anyone can do that." She immediately showed her judge-like attitude, sitting cross-legged on the ground, straightening her back, and her presence suddenly became more commanding. "Yes." Ding Yanfeng felt that giving a report was easier than this. "When I first saw you, I had a feeling as if we had known each other for a long time. From the first time I saw you, I wanted to be with you with marriage in mind. I've never felt this way before, and I don't think I will again." Silence is a pause in the daytime. Xiao Wanwan looked beyond appearances to see the bones, wishing she could directly see Ding Yanfeng's soul. Could it be that he really knew her before? What kind of hatred or grudge could make someone chase her across the world? To take revenge on a woman, is marrying her the only shortcut? Forget it, countless defeated men have been played by her. Who knows which part Ding Yanfeng is in? "Haha man, you are blinded by the unknown. I am not as perfect as you see. You might even be scared away. If the world rules allowed." Xiao Wanwan really wanted to perform a scene right now, breaking a zombie's throat with one hand, a classic move. "Let's make a deal. It will last for 1 year. If after a year, my feelings for you haven't faded at all, and if your conditions can support me, then maybe I will consider living somewhere else." Xiao Wanwan confidently turned around, carried a basket on one shoulder, raised her hand, and swung slightly. She thought she looked very cool. "Deal," said Xiao. "Comrade, I will try my best to marry you." Ding Yanfeng was so excited. The 1-year plan became 1 year. Xiao Jiqing already had feelings for him. This silly boy, how can he be a soldier with such a mind? Probably, after a year, she will get tired of this place. If he still insists on marrying her then, she might as well find a new place to have fun. According to the world's rules, after a year, Fang Guiqing should stand up. Mo will also leave. Then, she might as well go see a different world outside. Like an island. A desert. She has never planted trees in a desert before. It might be interesting. In her deep eyes, she looked back and gazed into the distance. A strange thought arose in her mind. She stared at Ding Yanfeng's figure for a long time until he disappeared into the forest. It's impossible. He's already dead. Maybe he's been reincarnated many times, probably even turned into a pig, Xiao Wanwan joked to herself, making animal sounds in a funny way, finally making herself laugh out loud. After feeding the pigs, she went home on time for dinner. Suddenly, she remembered that Su Malalai, that bad girl who only cares about herself and not friends, had shamelessly asked for leave to go watch a movie with Fang Guiqing. No one was at home. She was too lazy to cook, so she simply closed the door, lay on the bed, and disappeared into her space. First, she took a nice shower, then sat on the carpet in the living room. On the empty coffee table, instantaneously appeared fried chicken, burgers, fries, cola, milk tea, and a large pizza with Orleans chicken flavor. She ate happily, set an alarm, and then fell asleep comfortably in her space's air-conditioned room. No one disturbed her. When she woke up, Xiao Wanwan left a note, then rode her bike toward the town. She found a quiet alley, where no one was around. She put her bike into her space and entered her space herself. Then she began to change her appearance by taking out bottles and jars. First, she used black foundation to cover her entire skin, making herself look dark-skinned and instantly appear over 30 years older. Her eyebrows were thick and bushy. She filled her nose wings with silicone to make her nose look flat and sunken. Using silicone to fill her face, she changed her face shape from a slim oval to a rounder, broader face. She had long hair, put on a silver white head covering, and dressed in a worn-out old lady outfit. She hunched her body and looked at herself in the mirror. Her whole appearance changed. She looked like a dark-skinned, wrinkled, elderly woman with silver hair, hunched over. Even people who see her every day, like Su Malalai and Xiao Wanwan, wouldn't recognize her. Xiao Wanwan was very proud. Her skill in transforming her looks was amazing. She had spent a month learning this special technique because she loved studying unusual skills. She prepared food and vegetables from her space warehouse, which could appear in this world. She left the space, carrying a heavy basket that looked like it was hiding something, and slowly walked to the black market entrance. As she got close, a rough voice shouted, "What are you doing?" Xiao Wanwan changed her voice, coughed loudly to sound old, and lowered her voice, saying, "I want to trade and sell some things." The man looked her up and down, and even checked the basket behind her. Then he said, "1 dime to get in." Xiao Wanwan tremblingly took out a wrinkled note from her torn pocket and handed it over. She was reluctant to let go of it. She looked like a very poor old lady with no way out, trying to sell her family's food. "All right, go in. Go in." Oh. When she entered the black market, she saw not many people. Maybe because it was afternoon, everyone was very quiet. When they needed to ask prices or trade, they spoke softly. Xiao Wanwan walked around the market. There were stalls selling grain, eggs, cotton cloth, and defective fabric. She randomly found a nearby area selling grain and set down her basket. Hunched over, she took out a 5-pound bag of flour from her basket and placed it on the ground in front of her. She looked like a very old person, sitting on a small stool, closing her eyes and pretending to sleep. The paper bag on the ground was rolled up by her, revealing pure white fine flour inside. It was high-quality goods, which always sold well. Soon, a middle-aged woman came to Xiao Wanwan's stall, squatted down, and quietly asked in a low voice, "Annie, how much is this white flour?" "2 mao 1 fin per jean. My quality is much better than what you find in the grain shop, and I don't need a receipt. If it weren't for my old man needing medicine at home, I wouldn't sell it," Xiao Wanwan said tremblingly, extending 2 old fingers. 2 mao. The middle-aged woman hesitated a bit, but since this good white flour was perfect for her son's engagement dinner tomorrow, she gritted her teeth and said, "All right, how many jean do you have?" "I want all of it. 5 jean. Is that enough?" "If not, I still have some in my basket." Xiao Wanwan noticed that the woman looked reluctant, but still bought it. She must have a family matter and came to the black market specially today, so she asked again. "That's enough. Here's 1 yuan. The woman handed Xiao Wanwan a yuan, took the bag of white flour and carefully packed it into her own bag. This was fine flour, good enough for showing off, so she didn't want to buy more. 1 yuan could buy 10 jean of coarse flour, and the woman was clearly calculating carefully. After exchanging money and goods, Xiao Wanwan took out another 5 jean bag of white flour. The previous bag was thrown into her basket, and soon, a middle-aged man bought this one. After 5 or 6 transactions, Xiao Wanwan carried her empty basket, holding a small folding stool, and slowly walked from the east to the west of the black market, looking for a small empty space to set up again. This time, she was selling rice. She sold 30 jean again. Nearly 2 hours had passed. Selling like this was too slow. Her clever eyes glanced sideways at the man guarding the entrance. After packing everything up, she turned and walked toward a neglected stall in the middle. It was run by an older woman about her age, with a simple jewelry box in front of her. Long ignored, the older woman felt sad but still stood there, hoping someone would buy her jewelry. Xiao Wanwan stepped forward and quietly asked, "Big sister, can I see what you have?" The aunt was very happy to see the jewelry, but when she saw Xiao Wanwan's tattered clothes, her eyes quickly lost their shine. She handed over a jewelry box and said, "Older sister, if you want to look, go ahead. These days, this stuff is worth less than a kilogram of rice." She opened the jewelry box, and the items inside were just as Xiao Wanwan expected: a top-quality emerald ring, a warm jade piece for the man, which felt warm to the touch and was a key feature of warm jade. Xiao Wanwan held the warm jade and pretended to be surprised. She asked, "What is this?" "It actually heats up on its own." "Little sister, what do you want to trade for it?" The aunt quickly said, "Older sister, I only want grain, preferably rice. My husband just wants to have a bowl of rice porridge before he leaves." "You." As soon as the warm jade touched her, her fantasy was shattered. The aunt couldn't continue. She didn't seem like someone who had grain, so was her husband really leaving with regret? "All right, little sister, I'll give you 10 jin of rice, 10 jin of flour, a jin of oil, and a jin of red sugar. You can have all these things plus the box." "That's quite a lot, isn't it?" Xiao Wanwan pretended not to want to let go of the good stuff. She was deliberately acting like a shrewd trader, so giving these things to her wouldn't weigh heavily on her heart. This aunt looked well-educated and refined. Even now, she spoke kindly and softly. Xiao Wanwan also noticed that when the aunt handed her the jewelry box, she did so with both hands, showing respect for everyone, regardless of status. The aunt hurriedly said, "Older sister, that's too much. These things aren't worth much now, and I can't trade for so many good things." Xiao Wanwan quickly pushed the jewelry box into her basket and took out the promised items. "Just listen to me. I've worked all my life, facing the earth and the sky, never worrying about food or drink. But I've never worn jewelry. To me, these things are worth a lot." She put everything into a large bag, secretly adding 2 pieces of pork as a small gift for this poor woman. Without waiting for her to refuse, she left quickly. The aunt bowed and thanked her behind her back. In Xiao Wanwan's eyes, these 3 items were already worth a fortune. She had just exchanged them for some grain, and she believed she had gained more than the aunt. She thought carefully about these things. Food is the most valuable and scarce resource in today's society. She could only give this much. If she gave more, everyone in the black market might start to notice her. After leaving the black market, she took 3 or 4 turns and then slipped back into her space. She washed off all the special effects on her face and changed into a dark blue work outfit. Using her skills, she padded her shoulders to look broader. She also wore a thin inflatable vest underneath, a new short hairstyle, thickened eyebrows, sharp eyes, and a higher, wider nose bridge. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked like a confident, handsome young man in his 20s with a slightly rebellious look. She returned to the black market entrance, where a tall, strong man stopped her again. "What are you here for?" "I have a source, enough food for 2 trucks," she said casually, looking up at the man and getting straight to the point.
Wow.
"Are you serious?" The man quickly pulled her aside into a dead-end alley, suspiciously sizing her up. He didn't seem to believe she could really have that much food. She didn't rush to answer. Instead, she noticed a detail. As the man pulled her away, another man quickly took his place in less than a second. This showed that the people running the black market were very strict and skilled. "Of course, my boss. You don't need to worry about that. Just go back and ask your boss if he can handle it. If he can't, I'll find another buyer." "You're wasting my time," she said, deliberately brushing imaginary dust off her pants and showing off a valuable Omega watch on her wrist. The tall man was smart enough to change his attitude immediately. He put on a more friendly face. He didn't get upset when she called herself little boss. "Sir, how can you say that? Not only here in this town, but even in the provincial capital, There's no boss more powerful than Brother Hu.
Come with me. I'll take you to see him.
You can talk directly, he said, bowing slightly and acting very obedient. This was a big deal. If it worked out, Brother Hu would definitely give him a share of the profit. That would mean enough money for his wedding. Fine, lead the way, she said impatiently, waving her hand. She casually plucked a blade of grass from the roadside and chewed on it, showing no sign of fear. The tall man thought, this is truly a well-traveled rich young man. With this kind of bearing, most people can't imitate it. Xiao Wanwan initially thought that this person would take her back, as this was a dead-end alley. Just as she was about to turn around, she saw the tall man walk toward the end of the alley. He pulled out a brick from the wall, revealing a hidden mechanism. He turned a handle, and the entire wall at the end of the alley slid open like a sliding door, revealing a passage behind.
Wow.
Just for this clever trick, the boss behind the black market's reputation in Xiao Wanwan's eyes rose by another level. Such a clever mechanism, even if not made by the boss himself, would surely be created by a capable assistant. If the assistant has such skills, the boss must be even better. Xiao Wanwan was no longer afraid of this person cheating her because capable people don't bother to ruin their reputation. They can use tricks and strategies, but they don't resort to dirty methods. Nice mechanism. Lead the way, Xiao Wanwan said, hands in her pockets, walking ahead proudly. She saw that they had entered a side courtyard of a large estate. Although the yard was abandoned and overgrown, it was clear that the former owner was very wealthy, either a high official or a successful merchant. Sir, what is your surname? The tall man asked, looking down respectfully. My surname is Kwang. The yard is nice. I'll ask Brother Hu later if he's willing to sell, Xiao Wanwan said casually, strolling around as if she was visiting a friend's backyard for a party. Sir, I dare not ask. You should speak directly to Brother Hu, the tall man said sincerely, giving a thumbs up to Xiao Wanwan. When they reached the front yard, it was obvious it had been tidied up. The plants were lush, the pillars under the corridor had been repainted, and two similar-looking men stood at the gate. The tall man who brought her here told Xiao Wanwan to wait a moment while he went inside to report to the boss. Xiao Wanwan waved her hand dismissively and sat by a flower pot in the corridor, watching quietly. She was a refined, high-quality young woman. No need to cause trouble or make a scene. Big brother, that kid said, he has 2 trucks of grain to sell, and he has a special aura that's not common. I decided to bring him here myself. The tall man whispered nervously, worried about angering Brother Hu by acting on his own. How much? How many? Li Hu, holding a teacup, suddenly trembled, spilling tea all over the table.
2.
2 trucks. That's what the young man said. Should I go call him in now? Zhang looked a bit mischievous. The boss's meaning was very clear. Clearly, he was also surprised by the grain from the 2 trucks. For the past few months, there has been a shortage of grain, and the boss has tried many ways but hasn't succeeded. Now, since it has come to us willingly, we must keep it. That's why Zhang dared to act on his own. Hurry. Go invite him in. Li Hu kicked lightly, making a symbolic gesture that didn't even touch Zhang's pants. Zhang smiled playfully, pretending to be casual. When he reached the door, he changed to a serious look, opened the door, and said firmly, Brother Kwang, our big brother invites you inside for a talk. Xiao Wanwan put down the bare flower stalk in her hand, clapped her hands, and said, All right. Seeing the impressive figure of the young master mentioned by Zhang, Li Hu immediately went forward warmly. Brother Kwang, come in, take a seat. No need. I don't like to be the guest of honor. Brother Hu, let's be honest. I have 2 trucks of grain, one full of rice and one of flour, both high quality, better than market grade. I just want to ask, can you eat that much? Xiao Wanwan sat casually on a carved wooden chair beside her, showing no interest in the grand throne Li Hu pointed to. You're straightforward, brother. I don't play tricks either. These days, even grain shops are short of supplies, and the black market is even worse. I don't care where you come from, but I want to know, are the deals safe? Li Hu, experienced in the underworld, had one rule. Avoid trouble, protect your life. Money can be earned endlessly, but life is only one. Don't worry. We have plenty of people upstairs to keep you safe. As for the deal, I want to get some old items and big yellow croakers. If not, cash is fine. You decide what to prepare. How soon can you be ready? Our grain doesn't wait. Chow Wan looked at Li Hu with a half smile, as if she was about to leave and find another buyer. One more thing, brother. What about the grain prices? Li Hu asked cautiously, observing carefully. At normal prices. Rice at 2 yuan 3 cents, flour at 1 yuan 8 cents. As for how much you sell it for after you take over, I don't care. These are samples, see for yourself. Chow Wan casually took a handful of rice and flour from her pockets and placed them on the tea table beside her. 10 minutes later, after confirming the delivery time for tomorrow night, Chow Wan deliberately hummed a tune from Beijing and slowly walked out of the courtyard with Li Hu. She bumped into two men, one of whom she was very familiar with in recent days. All right, brother Hu, that's all for today. You have guests, so I'll go first. She bowed politely, acting very confident and lively, like a young master traveling the world. She aimed to look like a mischievous local from Beijing, trying to appear convincing, maybe about 50% there. Take care, brother, Li Hu secretly signaled, watching as the young man left the alley, then laughed loudly and welcomed the old friend inside. Brothers Ding Yangfeng and Ding Yanquan, confused, handed over their loaded cart to Li Hu's men and followed him inside, wiping sweat from their brows. Ding Yanquan was carefree, grabbing a water jug from the table and pouring 3 bowls to soothe his throat. He sat back with his legs crossed, acting unruly. Brother Hu, my brother caught a big one today. Do you think there's a good buyer? Ding Yanquan acted casually, but he was always alert. The man they saw earlier was someone he couldn't ask about. Knowing too much about others' business could be dangerous. Li Hu glanced at Ding Yangfeng, who was sitting calmly, pretending to be serious. Yanquan, let's go take a look. I want to see how big this guy really is. Time flew by, and it was dinner time again. Xiao Wanwan changed into her own clothes and headed straight to the state-run restaurant in the town square. She didn't know what they would serve today. It was late, but the advantage was no line at the window. The downside was that what she ate depended on luck. She could only eat what was available. Xiao Wanwan was surprised. The waitress this time wasn't the same friendly girl from before. Usually, in small-town state-run restaurants, there's only one waitress at the window. Why had she suddenly changed? Who's your aunt? If you miss your aunt, go home and find her. What do you want to eat? The new waitress looked grim, sizing up Xiao Wanwan from top to bottom, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Xiao Wanwan was caught off guard, but felt a little excited inside. She quickly put on a serious face and retorted, "Wow, such a fat fly. Didn't you see it? A plate of twice-cooked pork and a serving of chive dumplings." The waiter looked down at his round body, feeling like the young girl in front of him was insulting him. But she didn't say his name directly, and today was her first day working. He didn't want to cause trouble for his supervisor, so he glared at Xiao Wanwan with a bad attitude. The dumplings only have meat now. 1 jin of meat tickets, 3 liang of grain tickets, and it costs 1 yuan and 30 cents. After paying, Xiao Wanwan stood to the side, counting her fingers and occasionally glancing to see if her food had been served. She wasn't stupid. She had just scolded the waiter, and she worried that if she looked away, this chubby woman might spit in her food. They kept staring at each other in silence. During this time, 2 other people came to order food. The chubby waiter stared at Xiao Wanwan without blinking and finished taking their order and collecting money. TSK. Her eyes felt tired. Xiao Wanwan forced herself to hold back tears and kept glaring at the chubby waiter. She believed in standing her ground. Moreover, she had never learned how to admit defeat. Finally, the kitchen brought out her sweet and sour pork and dumplings. The chubby waiter quickly called out, "Sweet and sour pork and dumplings are ready." Her eyes finally blinked as she wished, feeling a little tearful. Ouch! It hurts. Feeling victorious and in a great mood, Xiao Wanwan picked up the 2 plates, confidently found an empty table, and sat down. She shot a proud glance at the waiter and happily enjoyed her meal. As night fell, Xiao Wanwan rode her bicycle toward the village exit. After less than 200 meters, she met her 2 brothers heading back to the village. Ding Yanfeng turned around and saw it was Qiao Wanwan. He quickly straightened up and called out, Qiao, comrade, are you going back too? Walking alone at night isn't safe. Let's go back together. Qiao Wanwan stopped her bike, tiptoed on the ground, supported herself, looked up at the sky, and said, the moonlight is bright. I think it's quite clear. No need to go together. Besides, I don't want to push my bike all the way back. It feels a bit silly. No bike, no riding? Walking back on foot? I don't need to lose weight. I really have a silly brain. Qiao Wanwan pedaled her bike quickly and disappeared into the night. Ding Yanfeng pushed his cart anxiously, worried that Qiao Wanwan might encounter trouble on her way home. Big brother, is this the sister-in-law you mentioned? She doesn't seem interested in you. Ding Yanchuan watched the whole scene. His brother was trying to flirt, but the girl, a young educated girl, clearly didn't want to pay attention. You don't understand. The little kid was shy because you were there, making her uncomfortable. Didn't you see or hear me call her? She stopped when I did. If you weren't here today, she would definitely have gone back with me. Ing glared at his younger brother and hurriedly pushed the cart toward the big group. Ding Yanquan was scolded and touched the back of his head, thinking for a long time. Was what his older brother said true? Why didn't he notice? He jogged to catch up with Ding Yanfeng, but still couldn't understand. He took one of the handles from Ding Yanfeng and pushed hard. Today, the older brother hunted a black bear. Li Hu, the guy, was so surprised he couldn't take his eyes off. He not only gave his brother 1,000 yuan but also 50 pounds of grain. His brother earned more in this trip than he did in a year, which made him jealous. When the two brothers reached the village entrance, they still didn't see Qiao Wanwan. Ding Yanfeng and Ding Yanquan went around to the educated youth station. They listened at the gate for a long time, confirming they heard Qiao Wanwan's voice inside, then went home with their brother. Yuanzi, here's 500. Keep it safe. You'll need it when you get married. There are many expenses. Ding Yanfeng counted out 50 10-yuan bills and put them in Ding Yanquan's pocket. No, big brother, I can't take this money. Ding Yanquan quickly refused. His brother killed the black bear alone. How could he take the money?
Keep it.
Without you, I couldn't carry the bear alone. Besides, I'll be busy at home for a while. You can't just run away from work, Ding Yanfeng said with a big smile, patting his brother on the back. The two brothers shoulder to shoulder entered the house. The next noon, Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai went as usual to cut pig grass. Su Malalai went to light the fire and cook. Qiao Wanwan headed to the backyard vegetable garden, thinking about building a frame for the cucumbers and pulling out some weeds. Wanwan, the small shovel for weeding is by the door, Su Malalai called out to her from behind. Okay, got it, Qiao Wanwan said, stepping into the backyard. She looked around, then went back to the front yard. All the weeds in the backyard are gone, and the water's been poured. The frame is ready. Did Fong Guiqing finish early? Qiao Wanwan teased Su Malalai while washing her face. Huh? Yeah. I don't know. I'll ask him when he comes back. Su Malalai blushed and dared not look into Qiao Wanwan's eyes. She carefully filled the stove with dry firewood. All right, I won't bother you anymore. Hurry up and cook. I'm hungry. Qiao Wanwan carried a basin of water into the house, took out a clean cloth, soaked it, and began to clean her small room. Although she slept in the space at night, and the bed was dusty, it didn't matter much. But she was afraid Su Malalai would notice something unusual, so she often aired the quilts and cleaned the house, making everything look tidy. Doing this was good everywhere, except for one thing. It wasn't good for her plan to relax and lie around.
Sigh.
I feel so tired. Qiao Wanwan weakly wiped the dust off the cabinet. The food cooked on the rural stove was really tasty, with a special smoky flavor, but the smoke from burning firewood was also quite strong, and there was dust from the wood too. In summary, it was just dirty. Su Malalai quickly noticed the door to the opposite room opened. Her lively little face looked up. Guiqing? Did you set up a rack in the vegetable garden? When did you do that? I didn't know. What? You want to set up a rack? I'll do it right now. Fong Guiqing peeked out from behind the door, picked up his gloves that he had just put down, and was about to go to the backyard vegetable garden. He thought Su Malalai was teasing him. It was really embarrassing. Such a small task, and he only knew about it when Malalai called him. When he fetches water tomorrow, he should ask the men in the village how to take care of the vegetable garden.
Hey, don't do it.
Someone already finished it, isn't it you? Su Malalai leaned at the door, confused, tilting her head. Yeah, isn't it you? Or who else? Could it be Zhang Jingguo? Cough, cough. Could it really be Zhang Jingguo? Qiao Wenwen thought that was unlikely. Zhang Jingguo, who came out after washing up, was innocent and caught in the middle. What did I do? Why can't it be me? Then tell me, did you do the work in the vegetable garden? Qiao Wenwen crossed her arms, very sure it wasn't Zhang Jingguo. He wasn't the hardworking type. Zhang Jingguo's confidence immediately dropped. He looked away, lacking confidence, and replied, No.
Not me.
Next time, it will definitely be me. He regained some confidence in the second half of his sentence. It was just a little job in the vegetable garden. Could a grown man be stumped by farm work? He didn't believe it. At worst, he would get up early or stay up late. The four people looked at each other. They knew that the old educated youths wouldn't care about the vegetables they planted. So, who was the kind-hearted person doing good deeds without leaving a name? Suddenly, all four thought of the same possibility and looked toward Zhang Aigua, who was gathering firewood. Could it be that comrade Zhang Aigua was a young man quietly helping others? Zhang Aigua, with rays shining on his head, suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Before he could lift his head fully, he spoke. No, it's not me. I, like Zhang Jingguo, will next do weeding and watering. Can I go back now to cook? He was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Over the past month, they had seen clearly what kind of person he was. Zhang Jingguo was simple-minded but strong. Fang Guoqing always carried a book, but he was muscular. The two women from the opposite side were even more formidable. Su Malalai had strong family backing, and in just a month, she received 200 yuan from her family. When they went to the countryside, they brought many packages. Also, Qiao Wenwen was very skilled. In a month, she had become quite close with the team leader. They even ate at his house twice, and yesterday, they sat together in the yard cracking sunflower seeds. Their relationship was definitely unusual. Moreover, she was a woman with money and talent. She could hunt on the mountain, catch fish in the river, and was a child of a martyr's family. No one to mess with, no one. Everyone was more capable than him. He only listened to his mother's words, planning to stay safe for a couple of years, then find someone to help him get a chance to return to the city. He would come back whole and fresh, and that would be his lucky break. Forget it. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Just pretend a brave hero has come to our youth point. Everyone go back to their own homes and eat their own meals, Qiao Wenwen said, pulling Su Malalai back to the house to cook.
She still had work to do tonight.
How could she skip lunch? Come on, Malalai. Let's make some delicious braised pork ribs for lunch, Qiao Wenwen said, pretending to be upset, using an excuse to show off some meat again. Oh, okay. Su Malalai nodded, curious as she looked at Wenwen's amazing cupboard. Was there really a big piece of braised pork ribs, at least 3 Jean? Qiao Wenwen paused while wiping the table and muttered to herself, people with such rich families are really lucky. My uncles, those 4 big bags of delicious food, I could eat for half a year, right? While speaking, she glanced sideways at Su Malalai to observe her reaction. Sure enough, after mentioning the 4 uncles, Su Malalai automatically remembered the 4 large bags that once amazed her. It turns out they are all full of delicious food. Wenwen's uncles really understand her personality. A day without meat makes her feel uncomfortable all over. Su Malalai cheerfully went to wash the blackened ribs. Hee. Wenwen, your uncles are so kind. They've increased my meat intake. Following you really helps me eat more meat. But we should be fair, I still have meat coupons. I'll give them to you after dinner. I can't always take advantage of you. All right, then I won't be polite. Bring the meat coupons, and next time we go to town, we can buy more fresh meat, replied Qiao Wenwen immediately. Their way of getting along is like a strong, unbreakable friendship bridge. Thinking about the 4 uncles, Qiao Wenwen felt a bit puzzled. It's been almost a month since she last sent mushrooms, yet she hasn't received a single reply. Could it be they sent it to the wrong address? But that doesn't make sense. If it was wrong, it would be returned. Wanwan, come help me start the fire, Sumalalai said as she kept chopping ribs. Seeing the fire in the stove was about to ignite, she called out to Xiao Wanwan. Oh, coming. Sumalalai made 2 dishes from the same ribs, garlic-flavored and soy sauce-flavored. She served them with refreshing cucumber salad and fragrant rice. Both of them ate 2 bowls each. After a nap, Xiao Wanwan took out her long-unused notebook and pen. Since she decided to pursue translation, she wanted to flourish in this field and prepare for future expenses. She picked up her pen and started writing. It was supposed to be a novel, but it felt more like an autobiography of her past life in a different world. In the vast sky, there was a fairy island called Seven-Colored Island, always shrouded in mist, with cranes calling in unison. The productive writing time always passed quickly. Night quietly fell, and Sumalalai had already gathered firewood. After dinner, she held a foreign book and humbly asked Xiao Wanwan to help with pronunciation and unfamiliar words. During this time, Fong Guiqing, who initially wanted to chat, took a walk, then returned with a book of essays. He sat on a stool outside Xiao Wanwan's door. The 3 of them studied together with great enthusiasm until the moon hung high in the sky. Everyone had already fallen asleep. Xiao Wanwan tiptoed to close the door carefully, then moved to the corner of the wall beside the yard gate. She skillfully climbed over the wall and landed silently outside. At this time, she was dressed as mine young master. Not wanting to walk, he simply took out a small electric stove from his space. Under the cover of night, he silently headed towards the town. In the woods outside the town, Xiao Wanwan waved her hand. 28,000 pounds of rice flour were neatly stacked in a deep ditch, almost filling it. She covered them with some dry branches and leaves to hide them, then calmly walked toward the meeting spot. While no one was around, Xiao Wanwan took out an old Shanghai brand car from her space, a vehicle she hadn't used in a long time. She parked it on a small road outside the woods.
Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. 3 calls of a cuckoo bird stunded, a prearranged signal.
Under her blue coat, Xiao Wanwan hid a wrist-mounted blowgun. When she saw the approaching people, she recognized Li Hu, who was accompanied by Zhang Wang and a few younger brothers. They weren't carrying weapons, but were carrying a heavy official-looking box, which Xiao Wanwan immediately recognized as made of Wangwali wood. Valuable stuff. Xiao Wanwan relaxed her finger from the trigger and confidently approached. Brother Hu, you're here. Just these people? No car, so you can't take it all. She pretended to be disappointed, as if overestimating Li Hu's strength. Brother Kwang misunderstood. The truck has been ready for a while. After we check the goods, we'll load them up. The payment for the brother's goods is also prepared. As you requested, mostly old items, Li Hu said with a meaningful look. Xiao Wanwan understood instantly. Let's go. I'll show you something. Xiao Wanwan didn't delay. It was already late, and her daily routine had become very strict. She was so tired she almost wanted to cry. At the prepared deep ditch, Xiao Wanwan pointed at Li Hu's men. Go ahead and lift the cover. I don't want to do it myself. I just bought new shoes today. Xiao Wanwan still insisted on acting like a spendthrift, only showing off her style, never doing any work. After Li Hu signaled, his men cleared away the branches and leaves on top. They pulled out 2 grain bags from the middle and carried them over for Li Hu to check. Xiao Wanwan squinted her eyes. She was right. Li Hu was capable. His men were disciplined and skilled at their work. Come on, guys, hurry up. I want to go home and sleep. Xiao Wanwan leaned against a tree, yawning nonstop. Li Hu became even more sure about young Master Kwang's identity. He opened 2 bags in a row. Under the flashlight, it was clear they were all fine grains. Li Hu signaled with his eyes, and a few of his men jumped down to check several bags of food from different directions. Brother Kwang, don't mind us. This is just a small business, so we're a bit cautious. Please forgive us, Li Hu said cautiously, watching young Master Kwang's face. Xiao Wanwan waved her hand, yawning widely. She mumbled, See, just don't delay my sleep. Oh, and later, could your brothers help me load the items onto the car? I forgot earlier, I sent my family members home. I really don't want to carry it myself. It's too heavy. No problem. Brother Kwang, you're straightforward, and I'm straightforward too, Li Hu said, opening the yellow rosewood box beside his foot. Inside, there was a variety of valuable items: blue and white porcelain, bottles, pearls, and agate. Xiao Wenwan reached out and picked up 2 objects, instantly knowing they were genuine. These items aren't worth much. At the bottom, I put a layer of small yellow croakers, worth about 3,000 yuan. I also prepared 1,500 yuan in cash and various receipts. Brother Kwang, do you agree? Li Hu took a small bag from his subordinate and handed it to young Master Kwang. He thought that even a bold young master would need to handle the money himself to feel assured, but he was surprised. Xiao Wenwan grabbed the bag and told Li Hu's 2 men to carry the boxes. Brother Hu, you guys busy yourself. I'm too tired and want to go back to sleep. You handle things smoothly.
I'll come back to buy from you next time.
That's all for today. I'm leaving now. Watching young Master Kwang leave, Li Hu truly admired him. Such a big deal, and even he would need to settle the debt face to face. Yet, young Master Kwang's family background was so rich that he didn't even bother to check it carefully.
Impresiva, li Hungría mutarat sufli.
He then ordered his men to bring the truck over to load the goods. Today had truly opened his eyes. No matter how big his business was, it still fell short of those who inherited wealth from their ancestors. Soon, the 2 young men who helped young Master Kwang deliver the boxes returned. Li Hu waved them over, and they revealed everything they saw. Boss, I saw clearly. It was just him, and there wasn't even a driver in the car. He drove off alone. The car is registered in Shanghai and looks very well maintained. Even the roof is spotless, very clean. Li Hu sent his assistant to move some goods. He watched the direction where young Master Kwang left, lost in thought for a long time. Xiao Wenwan decided to drive around the town once. She was worried Li Hu might send someone to follow her, so she followed the tire tracks to find the Red Flag Brigade. She put away her small car and rode her electric scooter. In the dark, she circled around, traveled a bit further, then got back on her scooter and returned to the Red Flag Brigade. It was already 3 a.m. when she finally went to sleep. She felt so comfortable resting her head on the pillow. When she opened her eyes again, she was greeted by the smell of spicy rabbit meat. What's that smell? Spicy rabbit? Where did the rabbit come from? Last night, she deliberately didn't sleep in her space and left the door open, worried Su Malalai might not be able to get in this morning. Who would have thought? It wasn't Su Malalai waking her up, but the smell of her spicy rabbit meat. Is it really good to eat such spicy food so early in the morning? Xiao Wenwan sat up with a roll, grabbed a basin, and went to wash her face and brush her teeth by the well. Xiao Malalai, you're not allowed to eat alone. Wait for me. Okay, don't worry. Su Malalai was always happy and satisfied when Xiao Wenwan enjoyed her cooking. She loved cooking for others the most. Across the street, Fong Guoqing looked sourly at Xiao Wenwan rushing into the house, happily eating with Malalai. He bit into a large steamed bun and sipped a bowl of porridge which he found tasteless, just like how he felt right now. I say, bookworm, can't you go next door and find your little sweetheart? Just bring back 1 bowl. With your status, that should be fine, right? Zhang Jingguo sourly inhaled the spicy aroma drifting over from the other side. Zhang Aiguo chewed his bun, looking expectantly at Fong Guoqing, waiting for his answer. He turned around and saw 2 pairs of eyes, one full of hope, the other full of mockery. Ha, you dog, trying to play mind games with me? If you want to eat, go get it yourself. Fong Guoqing pushed a bowl toward him, signaling with his eyes, you can do it, go ahead. Zhang Jingguo was momentarily speechless. How could this nerd not get it? He changed the subject and looked at Zhang Aiguo, who was silently eating. And you, why don't you know how to make spicy rabbit meat? It's so fragrant. Same cooking, but the difference is so big. TSK. Unjustly criticized, Zhang Aiguo wondered how he could be blamed for this. It is already impressive for a grown man to be able to cook, isn't it? No, you need a rabbit to make rabbit meat, right? Did either of you bring back a rabbit? Zhang Aiguo couldn't stand a suspicion that Zhang Jingguo was pretending about his cooking skills. Zhang Jingguo, Zhang Jingguo. That's right. The bookworm will go up the mountain to catch a rabbit soon, then we won't blame you. The three men looked at each other silently and finished a tasteless breakfast. The young workers gradually left the worksite, but all of them had one thing in common. When passing by Qiao Wanwan's door, their eyes carried a hint of sadness. When Qiao Wanwan and her friend carried their baskets out, Qiao Wanwan suddenly remembered her original question. Early in the morning, where did you get the rabbit meat? In the next second, her gaze fell on the simple rabbit nest she built herself in the corner of the wall, and her mouth opened wide.
Nest.
Nest. Nest, nest. Yes, the little rabbits are grown up and no longer drink milk. Soon, the little rabbits will grow bigger again. Su Malia hurried over to fill the rabbit's nest with some grass, then happily left. I can't believe it. It's you. Killing the mother to save the children. Now you're already thinking about a little bit of rabbit meat? Qiao Wanwan really didn't expect that Su Malia, who loved rabbits so much, was actually interested in their meat. Oh dear, at this moment, she just wanted to say, rabbits are so cute. Why do you only make spicy dishes? The two of them playfully left the house. When they returned after feeding the pigs, Qiao Wanwan keenly noticed that the pile of firewood by the wall had grown taller. It was at least 3 points higher. Someone was quietly doing good deeds. Doing a good deed every day. Just for her family? Never mind, whoever it is, let them be. Qiao Wanwan followed Su Malia into the house. After washing up, they sat facing each other. Su Malia studied, while Qiao Wanwan wrote a novel. They didn't disturb each other. At noon, Su Malia made cold noodles, carefully rinsing them with cold well water several times. When she ate, she felt refreshed. By the way, when I went to fetch firewood earlier, I felt like the pile of firewood in the corner had grown bigger, Su Malia said happily, still wondering about her suspicion. Maybe it's just your imagination. Perhaps you didn't pick up enough firewood yesterday. By the way, in about a month, it's time for the autumn harvest. We should stock up on wild vegetables and mountain delicacies now. After the harvest, when everyone is free, collecting these things will mostly be a matter of grabbing them quickly. Qiao Wanwan changed the subject, and Su Malia's attention shifted. Starting in the afternoon, aside from their midday study time, they spent the mornings digging for pigweed and the afternoons picking mushrooms, wood-ear fungi, and other wild vegetables to dry. They also collected some dry firewood. Life was busy, and even Fong Guiqing, who lived across the street, often couldn't see Su Malia's figure after work. This routine went on for about 5 or 6 days. One day, after lunch, Qiao Wanwan carried a ½ kilogram of brown sugar, ½ kilogram of tea leaves, and some sunflower seeds. She saw that the sunflower seeds caught by Ding Hai last time hadn't been eaten, so she put them in her pocket, probably to take home for Lu Tsuehua. After packing her things, she took a small basket and went to the village chief's house. Auntie, are you home? Qiao Wanwan stood at the door and called inside. You're here. It's Qiao girl.
Come in quickly.
The door isn't locked. Have you eaten? Come have a bite with Annie. Lu Tsuehua greeted warmly. She was very hospitable. Look at her eldest son's fiancé. She knew how to be polite. She never came empty-handed.
Eve iten, ontia.
Is Uncle Captain here? I have something to ask him. Qiao Wanwan replied with a gentle smile. He's here. Just finished eating. Come inside with me. Lu Tsuehua led her into the inner room. Before they reached the main hall, Ding Yangfeng hurried out, almost barefoot.
Qiao
Jiqing, is there something you want to see my dad about? He's inside. Comrade Ding, hello. You didn't go up the mountain today? I just need to see Uncle Captain about something. Is it convenient to go in? Qiao Wanwan was amused by Ding Yangfeng's flustered appearance.
Fong.
It's okay. You can go in, he stammered. His smile was so charming that he couldn't help blinking. Such a beautiful girl like Qiao Wanwan. When he returned to the army, would other men be interested in her? Qiao Wanwan didn't care about Ding Yangfeng's reaction. She stepped past him into the inner room. Captain Ding Hai was sitting on the kong, smoking dried tobacco. Seeing her, he tapped the tobacco pipe on the edge of the kong and asked, Girl, what do you want to see Uncle about? Hey, Uncle Captain, I brought you and Annie some brown sugar, tea, and sunflower seeds. Please accept them. I specially prepared these for you both. When Ding Hai heard there were sunflower seeds, he was about to refuse, but then he changed his mind. His wife loved eating these seeds. She said they tasted better than those from the town's supply store. Well, since it's your kind gesture, I won't refuse. Just tell me if there's anything I can do to help. I'll do my best. Ding Hai handed the basket directly to Lu Tsuehua. Uncle, with the harvest coming soon, Su Jiqing and I are thinking about doing some light work. We don't rely on public grain to support ourselves, and we want to give others who need it a chance to earn more. After speaking, Qiao Wanwan carefully watched Ding Hai's expression. Seeing he didn't look upset, she took it as a sign that things were halfway settled. Ding Hai hadn't thought much about it and hadn't planned to assign heavy work to these two young women. All right, when the time comes, you two can go check the grain drying yard. That's the easiest work. Thanks, Uncle. Also, I'd like to ask for your help with some materials. I want to build a small shed in the corner of the yard's south side to store firewood for winter. We and the old Jijiang can eat separately, and it's inconvenient to store firewood in the same shed. Additionally, I want to buy a large water jar for use in winter. It would be more convenient to have water inside the house. I've been to the town twice, but couldn't find one. Can you think of where I might buy it? Actually, Qiao Wanwan had a water jar in her space, but the supply store in town hadn't sold any for almost a year. If she made one out of thin air, it might raise suspicion. These two things are not difficult. In the afternoon, Fengzi can find two people to help you build the shed. The materials are already in our backyard. You can use them first. As for the water jar, wait a couple of days. Have your aunt ask around the village. Someone is bound to have one to spare. Ding Hai was very generous with Qiao Wanwan. He not only offered materials but also helped with people. He secretly gave his son a look. Your father can only help you this much. The opportunity is here, grab it yourself. Ding Feng understood immediately. He picked up his coat from the foot of the Kong. All right, I'll go to the backyard to fetch some wood. Dad, where do we put the saw? It has been 3 years since I last visited. After returning for half a month, I kept running up the mountain. Ding Yanfeng really doesn't know where his tools are anymore. Qiao Jiqing, you can go back first. I'll come over soon to help you set up the shelter. Ding Yanfeng hurriedly urged Qiao Wanwan to go ahead and wait. Just now, he had confidently said there was no problem, but now he couldn't even find his tools. Qiao Wanwan is quite understanding. She said goodbye to the team leader and his wife happily and went home to wait. On the way, Qiao Wanwan met a few women. When they saw her, they greeted her. Maybe because of her advice that day, she became well known. Did Xiao Jiqing go to the team leader's house? One woman, who had seen Qiao Wanwan go into the team leader's house, saw her basket was gone and she was empty-handed when she came out. She secretly made a face. Is Qiao Jiqing going to give a gift? Yes, Auntie. I asked the team leader's uncle to help me build a shelter. I need it for storing firewood in winter. I'll pay him. I also need to go back and clear the space. I'll talk to you more next time. Qiao Wanwan can guarantee that if she doesn't explain everything clearly today, what the team will say tomorrow is unpredictable. Oh, really? Paying for the work? That's good. The woman who had secretly looked down on Qiao Wanwan earlier hurried home to call her son. This is a chance to earn money, so she must quickly ask the team leader's family. Building a shelter can't be done by just one person. It needs at least two. Right now, only Fengzi, the team leader's son, is at home. Chuanzi went to work in town this morning. She saw her son go to help, so she thought she should give him 50 cents. It's like getting free money. When Ding Yanfeng finished loading the wood and tools and pushed the cart out, he saw Wang Ant's son sitting by the roadside waiting for him. Fengzi? My mom asked me to help you build the shelter. Qiao Jiqing said she would pay for the work, Wang Daqiang said shyly, scratching his head.
Qiao
Jiqing said that. Ding Yanfeng thought to himself. Is he really so unreliable in Qiao Wanwan's eyes? Then come with me. 2 people working together can do it faster, Ding Yanfeng said, his tone unconsciously sounding a bit sour. He probably didn't notice that Wang Daqiang, who is already married, heard it clearly. It turns out Fengzi has taken a liking to Qiao Jiqing. This is quite rare. For many years, matchmakers have been trying to get the team leader's family to agree, but this young man has never even looked at a girl. Now, he seems to be interested in finding a partner himself. Fengzi, how much does Qiao Jiqing plan to pay for the work? My mother didn't ask clearly, and she hurriedly called me up, Wang Daqiang said, holding the handle of the handcart, pushing it along with Ding Yanfeng. He asked while watching Ding Yanfeng's expression. I don't know either. She didn't tell me about the pay. You should ask her yourself later. I don't need it, Ding Yanfeng replied gloomily. He was in a bad mood and didn't notice Wang Daqiang covering his mouth to hide his smile. They remained silent as they approached the entrance of the youth station. Wang Daqiang watched a Sichuan opera face-changing scene, then paused for 3 seconds. Ding Yanfeng immediately put on a serious face. Qiao Jiqing, we're here to help you set up the shelter. Ding Yanfeng loudly called inside before pushing the door open. Xiao Wanwan and Su Malia had just finished making a new nest for the little rabbit. They moved the original nest from the southwest corner of the wall to the first room on the south side of Xiao Wanwan's house. Hearing Ding Yanfeng's voice, she casually responded, Come in. We've just cleared the space. As for the we Ding Yanfeng mentioned, Xiao Wanwan saw who it was. The person looked honest, but when working, his eyes kept glancing at her. For the third time, Xiao Wanwan stepped forward confidently and looked directly at Wang Daqiang. Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face?
Well,
I just wanted to ask how much you'll pay for helping to set up the shelter. My mother didn't ask clearly when she agreed, Wang Daqiang said, scratching the back of his head. Xiao Wanwan blinked her almond-shaped eyes, confused. She looked at Ding Yanfeng, hoping he would explain. Wasn't he the one who brought him here? What does it mean that her mother didn't ask clearly? Just when Xiao Wanwan thought Ding Yanfeng might not understand her look, he surprisingly answered, and his words hit the mark perfectly. Wang Daqiang's family lives right next door to mine. They have an Annie who loves to stand at the door chatting. When she heard you needed help setting up the shelter and paying for it, she specifically called Daqiang over to help. Ding Yanfeng was overjoyed inside. He realized he understood Xiao Wanwan's look. Does this mean they can already communicate without words? Surprised by Ding Yanfeng's quick understanding, Xiao Wanwan paused for a moment, then smiled and said to Wang Daqiang, I don't really know. Usually in the village they pay about this much for such work. It should be about half a day's work. How about 50 cents? Xiao Wanwan almost said 1 yuan, but Ding Yanfeng, standing behind Wang Daqiang, was waving his big hand with 5 fingers, clearly not 5 yuan. Now, 5 yuan could buy a month's food for an adult, so it was about 50 cents. Sure enough, when she mentioned 50 cents, Wang Daqiang was very satisfied. He nodded and went back to work, seeming to work a bit faster. Ding Yanfeng and Wang Daqiang placed a thick piece of wood by the wall. After measuring the distance, they started digging holes, burying wooden stakes, filling them with soil, and pounding them in tightly. Once the stakes were secure, they used thick branches, tying them crosswise around the stakes with coarse rope to form a tight rectangular grid. Next, they applied yellow mud, which Wang Daqiang had prepared, onto the grid. They also glued thin, long leaves on top to better prevent rain from seeping in. In the countryside, these kinds of structures are used for sheds. During times when people barely had enough food, no one would spend a few yuan to buy tiles to build a shed. Today, most villagers still live in earthen houses, with roofs made of leaves or mixed with straw to keep out the rain. Big brother, our father called me over to help. What are you doing? By evening, the shed was finished. Xiao Wanwan gave Wang Daqiang 50 cents, and he happily went home. Ding Yanfeng, however, had no intention of leaving. Just as Xiao Wanwan wondered if he planned to stay for dinner, Ding Yanfeng jumped over the courtyard wall and quickly climbed onto a roof. Comrade Xiao, some tiles on your roof are broken. I'll help you replace them today. You and Su Jiqing go to the backyard and dig some soil. Ding Yanfeng thought that before he rejoined the team, he should take care of Xiao Wanwan's worries, so he could relax more. Can we dig anywhere? Su Malia asked, genuinely confused, as she and Wanwan went to pick up the bucket of soil they had just filled. Anywhere is fine. Also, go pull some straw from next to the bean trellis. I'll use it when I mix the mud later. Ding Yanfeng lifted the broken tiles while organizing the girls to go to the backyard. Within 2 minutes, his younger brother's voice came from outside the door again. Big brother, Dad asked me to help you build a shed.
Hey?
Where are you? Ding Yanchuan glanced at the already built firewood shed, looking around for his older brother. Could he have already gone home? Since he was here, he might as well see what his future sister-in-law looks like. Last time, during a dark and windy night, he didn't get a clear look. What are you looking at? Trying to steal something. Ding Yanfeng stood on the high roof, holding a worn-out tile. After watching his silly younger brother's clueless actions, he thought, is this guy really a key technician at the factory? That's funny. Big brother, aren't you here to build a shed? Why are you on the roof? Ding Yanchuan looked confused at his brother, who was lifting tiles on the roof. Ding Yanfeng lowered his eyes and met his brother's teasing expression. He simply ordered this little worker, who was not needed to do anything, stop the chatter. Hurry up and pass me 2 tiles. Okay. Where are the tiles? Why are you the only one on the roof? Isn't our future sister-in-law here? Ding Yanchuan looked around deliberately. Only his older brother was in the yard, so he spoke more freely. Over there, a few tiles are under the east wall corner. That's enough. She and another young woman are digging yellow earth in the backyard. Don't talk nonsense and be careful not to disturb them. Ding Yanfeng pointed with his hand, secretly feeling pleased about calling his brother's fiancée Xiao Wanwan. Good boy, he'll get a chicken leg when he gets home. Ding Yanchuan chuckled and ran over to carry tiles. Careful about what? I heard that some people for free help young women dig sheds, not just working but also giving materials. If you're thinking about my future sister-in-law, the whole team is almost talking about it. As soon as he entered the village, passing the big tree at the entrance, Ding Yanchuan overheard the chattering of the women. Their loud voices rushed into his ears like a gust of wind. After returning home, he saw his mother's beaming smile, and he knew that at least 80% of the story was true. The voices of the brothers in the front yard were quite loud. Xiao Wanwan and Su Malia were just behind a wall in the backyard, clearly hearing everything. So, that Ding comrade wants to date you? I knew it! Why is he so eager? Not only helping build the shed for free, but also going upstairs to change tiles for you. Turns out he's interested in you. Sure, Wanwan. I heard that Comrade Ding is a military officer. If you get together, maybe you can go with the troops? Su Malalai said enviously. She longs to see the outside world, just wondering when she can visit the mountains and rivers described in books. Who said he likes me? I want to be his girlfriend. Wanwan didn't care. If rumors spread in the village, that would suit her just fine. The son of the squad leader, a military officer, is probably the biggest obstacle for love in the whole team. Moreover, she hasn't had enough fun with Su Malalai yet. Staying another year would be just right. Alright then, Wanwan, but if you could be with Comrade Ding, that would be good. His work is steady and his income is stable. But I worry about the danger in their jobs. My aunt often complains because her husband is often away on missions and she feels lonely. Su Malalai thought about her aunt, who often came to complain about her husband being away all year. She felt a bit disapproving. But she didn't say anything further. She would support her good friend unconditionally and stand behind her, just like Wanwan. Then Su Malalai remembered the scene where Wanwan scared Fong Guiqing by smashing bricks with her bare hands. But she didn't know how to break bricks. Maybe she could kill a fish in front of Comrade Ding? Her mind could only imagine the scariest scenes, either killing a chicken or a fish. If that didn't work, she might just wave a kitchen knife. When Ding Yanchuan saw 2 young women carrying a bucket of soil from the backyard, he quickly approached, holding the bucket with one hand, smiling as he introduced himself. Hello, comrades. My name is Ding Yanchuan, the younger brother of Ding Yanfeng. My father is the squad leader, and I was called here to help. Don't be nervous. Hello, I am Wanwan. I was just talking about your brother, Wanwan said with a smile, teasing. Hello, I am Su Malalai. I was just talking about your good sister, Su Malalai said playfully, not wanting to fall behind Wanwan. Hello, everyone.
Haha.
I need to get back to work. Ding Yanchuan blushed deeply, hurriedly ran away, and went to the wall corner to work with mud. The two girls laughed happily. Wanwan pulled Su Malalai closer and told the man on the roof, Comrade Ding, to thank you and your brother for your selfless help. We decided to invite you both for dinner tonight. Don't go home for now, okay? There, at night, call over the 3 young men from the opposite side, especially brother Fong Guiqing from your family. With more people, there won't be any gossip. I want to see what we can do tonight. Xiao Wanwan pulled Su Malalai back inside to search through the boxes. Outside, the 2 men with the surname Ding hesitated to speak. Ding Yanchuan looked at his older brother for guidance. Ding Yanfeng thought for a moment and said, "It's okay, eat." She already said we shouldn't refuse. Later, you can tell our parents, then bring over 2 wild chickens from the barn. Oh, and our rations, since we're big men and eat a lot, don't empty out their food bags. All right, after I pass you the things, I'll go home for a bit, Ding Yanchuan said, always listening to his brother. The brothers outside were planning how to lessen the burden on Xiao Wanwan. Inside, she took out a piece of cured meat from a mysterious cabinet, layered and very tempting, and a smoked rib, perfectly cured. Then she went to the Kong bed, opened the small cabinet at the foot, and pulled out 2 canned meats and 2 fruit cans. She also grabbed a 10-jean bag of white flour and a 10-jean bag of cornmeal. Su Malalai dragged out a bag of potatoes that hadn't been touched for a long time, leftover coarse grains borrowed from the team when they first arrived. These potatoes have sprouted. Wanwan, can we still eat these? Su Malalai picked out 2 to show Xiao Wanwan, but when she looked up, she saw Wanwan had laid out many delicious things on the Kong. Oh my goodness, Wanwan, you're so rich. I didn't know there were so many good things in the cabinet. I thought we were almost out of food, Su Malalai exclaimed in shock, then quickly ran back to her room. Soon, she returned with several cans and even a bottle of Maodai. You're the one who said I was hiding things? Malalai, you've hidden quite a few good items too. There's even Maodai? Why did you bring alcohol to the countryside? Do you like to secretly have a drink at home? Wanwan felt she had uncovered the truth. Who would have thought that the innocent, cute little bunny was secretly a drinker? It's not like that. The alcohol was given to me by my dad to use as gifts and to make connections. He's worried I might encounter problems alone in the countryside, so having this can help smooth things over, Su Malalai said, blushing. As a girl, how could she admit she loved drinking? No, absolutely not. Moreover, she hasn't drunk alcohol in a long time. Since moving to the countryside, she hasn't had a single sip, so she isn't really lying, right? The sun has already set, and the evening glow hangs in the western sky, marking the end of a day filled with hard work. It's almost time to finish work. This time, Xiao Wanwan is cooking with Su Malia. Su Malia is kneading dough to make steamed buns mixed with cornmeal, and they're also making some large pancakes. Xiao Wanwan is holding cured meat and smoked ribs, squatting by the well to wash off the smoke and dirt. She then takes them into the house, cuts them into suitable pieces with a quick chop. There are many dishes, but few stoves. Xiao Wanwan intentionally takes out another coal stove from the Kong cabinet right under Su Malia's watch. Since they don't have coal briquettes, they fill the stove with charcoal and break some firewood to make it work. When Ding Yanchuan appears carrying wild chickens in a sack, Ding Yanfeng also comes down from the roof. We brought 2 wild chickens. Later, we'll stew them with some vegetables, Ding Yanfeng says. After that, he picks up the wooden basin where Xiao Wanwan washed the cured meat, scoops hot water from inside, and together, the brothers pluck the chickens and remove the internal organs. Hee perfect. Later, we'll make chicken stew with mushrooms. We still have dried mushrooms from earlier. Malia, go find them and soak them. We can also make spicy chicken since we still have chili peppers at home. Xiao Wanwan isn't being polite. In a time when people often go hungry, who could refuse the temptation of wild chicken, especially with 2 of them? Hearing this and seeing Xiao Wanwan's confident attitude, Ding Yanchuan begins to understand why his brother doesn't like girls from 10 or 8 villages. Turns out, he doesn't like shy and introverted girls. Older sister-in-law. Ahem. Comrade Xiao, these are our rations. My brother and I eat a lot, so please don't mind. Ding Yanchuan timely places the bag of food on the ground inside the door. He's worried Xiao Wanwan might refuse, so he doesn't bother handing it directly. All right then, let's cook more. We can't let you go hungry, haha. Malia, hurry up and dig out a couple more bowls of flour and make a few more large pancakes. Su Malia obediently agrees. She immediately takes the flour bag and, in front of Ding Yanfeng and Ding Yanchuan, adds 2 overflowing bowls of flour into the mixing basin. Ding Yanchuan couldn't help but look at this cheerful and natural girl who is just like her sister-in-law. She looked quite pretty, with fair skin. Their future children would surely be good-looking. Su Malalai stood there casually, smiling foolishly, not noticing Ding Yanchuan's gaze. Instead, Xiao Wanwan, also smiling foolishly, turned around suddenly, and her eyes were caught by her. Why did she smell a hint of a villainous character? Looking again, she saw Ding Yanchuan squatting beside Ding Yanfeng, looking honest and straightforward. Xiao Wanwan stared in suspicion at herself. Where did Ding Yanchuan look like a typical villainous character? He clearly seemed like a positive, hardworking young man with good morals. Wow, so lively. Xiao Jiqing, Su Jiqing, did you build the shed over there? Hu Xiaomei, with a towel around her neck, came in. She looked a bit disheveled from working, her hair messy, and her skin darker from long exposure to the sun. Yes, for storing firewood in winter. Hu Jiqing, you shouldn't work tonight. Come over and have a bite. Qiao Wanwan suddenly showed enthusiasm, surprising Hu Xiaomei. Huh?
No.
I'll just go back and cook a meal, Hu Xiaomei stammered. Even though Qiao Wanwan invited her, it wasn't her way to accept free food without reason.
Hey.
Hu Jiqing, why are you running?
Hey.
I'm not trying to eat you. Qiao Wanwan was annoyed. She just wanted Hu Xiaomei to eat with them and distract Ding Yanchuan. Why was Hu Xiaomei running so fast? It felt like eating at her house was some kind of betrayal. When Fang Guiqing and the others followed the old Jiqing troop into the yard, they were truly surprised by Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai's generosity. Under the envy of all the old Jiqing, the 3 quickly finished washing up and joined in making dinner. Zhang Jianguo and Fang Guiqing, who didn't know how to cook, were responsible for lighting the fire. Zhang Aigua also contributed their stove, and a chicken with mushrooms was stewing in his room. Zhang Jianguo kept running back to add dry wood. Soon, the yard of the Jiqing station was filled with the smell of various meats. The hungry old Jiqing desperately swallowed their saliva, but dared not come out to cause trouble, only whispering among themselves. Did you see that the squad leader's 2 sons were both kneeling on the ground working? It seems the rumors are true. This Qiao Jiqing really caught the eye of the squad leader's son, the officer. In the future, he will be even more dominant in the Red Flag squad. With 5 strong men joining, cooking became much faster. When it was time to eat, 4 beds were pushed together to make a big table. The room was even hotter because of the cooking. So, they placed the dining table outside in the yard. Each person carried a small stool, and everyone gathered happily around. As soon as they sat down, Ding Yanfeng remembered that Qiao Wanwan didn't like bugs. He got up and took a bunch of dried mugwort from the wall, lit it and waved it around the table for a while. Hey, did we dry mugwort on the wall? Su Malia asked curiously.
No.
I don't think so. Probably not. I haven't dried any. That's strange. There are several bunches of dried mugwort on the wall, even though we, the city kids living in the yard every day, don't know why Comrade Ding would know about it, Zhang Jingguo teased bluntly. Last time, he and the bookworm discussed the vegetable garden issue for a long time but couldn't figure out who was responsible. They were also worried someone might have had bad intentions toward the 2 young women from the opposite side. Several times in the middle of the night, they got up to check if the gate was locked. Now, Zhang Jingguo felt he had uncovered the truth. But when he thought about the rumors the villagers discussed that afternoon, his mood wasn't so good. He cast a seemingly casual, worried look at Qiao Wanwan, who seemed to already know everything. Then, Zhang Jingguo suddenly grabbed the Maotai bottle on the table. Come on, this is my little sister-in-law's Maotai. Let's enjoy good wine with good food. No one is allowed to spoil the fun. Zhang Jingguo opened the Maotai and smelled its aroma, which was very fragrant. The 5 men each held a teacup, poured white liquor, and ate more happily. Even Zhang Aigua, who usually didn't talk much, after a few sips of the white liquor, revealed his true self. I know everything.
You.
All four of you are not simple.
Hee.
Hee. Zhang Aigua happily took a spicy chicken piece with red oil. The fiery spice made him cough non-stop, tears welling up from the heat. Growing up in Haishur, he had never tasted such a strong dish before. Even though it made his nose run and his eyes water, he couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and eat.
Wow.
So spicy. So good. The bookworm, Fong Guiqing, had been eating for 20 minutes without drinking a single drop of alcohol. Su Malalai looked a bit worried. If they really got married someday and Fong Guiqing didn't drink, she, as a woman, would have to drink alone, which didn't seem right. The smell of alcohol in the air made Su Malalai's curiosity grow. Her little cherry mouth kept swallowing saliva. Ding Yanfeng and Ding Yanchuan had been drinking since they were 8 years old. By 15, they could drink a full glass of white wine. Now, the two brothers looked relaxed, eating food and drinking wine, occasionally clinking glasses with Zhang Jingguo. Comrade Fong, don't you drink alcohol? Not drinking is actually good because it keeps you clear-headed and prevents mistakes, said Ding Yanfeng, puzzled. If he didn't drink, why didn't he refuse the wine? Zhang Jingguo quickly answered, he doesn't refuse because he's just really fond of food and drinks too much. It was rare to see a bookworm's weakness exposed, and Zhang Jingguo enjoyed it. What do you mean? He hasn't taken a sip all this time. Qiao Wenwen also became interested. Yeah, Guiqing hasn't touched the tea jar that looks like white wine. I've been watching him, Su Malalai said worriedly, her voice sounding a bit dull. TSK, you guys are doubting me? Bookworm, hurry up and finish your food and drink the wine. Don't worry, my brother will carry you home later, said Zhang Jingguo, feeling annoyed that everyone doubted him. He was eager to the chopsticks from the bookworm's hand right now. Fong Guiqing shot Zhang Jingguo a big, annoyed look, put down his chopsticks, and picked up the long-desired wine jar. He tilted his head and drank half the jar, in one gulp. Good, that's satisfying. Big brother, look at that. I'll join you, said Ding Yanchuan, lifting the remaining half of the jar and drinking it all in one go.
3, 2,
1. Two voices sounded at the same time. One was Ding Yanchuan, confidently setting down his porcelain cup with a clink on the table. The other was, down in one. Look, am I right or wrong? The bookworm is good with alcohol, but has a very low tolerance. Not even a sip, just a small drink, and he immediately passes out. So, he came up with a plan. After everyone has eaten and drunk enough, he will drink it all at once. That way, he won't disappoint others, and he can still have a little drink himself. Zhang Jingguo talked casually, recalling funny stories about his childhood friend. His hands moved quickly as he helped the bookworm into the house. From outside, you could see Zhang Jingguo taking off Fong Guiqing's shoes and covering him with a blanket before closing the door. The drinking party was still going on. Zhang Jingguo was a good drinker, and he and Ding Yanfeng finished a bottle of Maotai together. Qiao Wanwan and Su Malia sat nearby eating and chatting with them, so it wasn't boring.
Wow.
Zhang Jingguo, has Fong Guiqing ever gone to the hospital to check his drinking problem? I heard some people allergic to peanuts get rashes, some allergic to peach fuzz feel itchy, and some are allergic to alcohol. After drinking, they pass out like Fong Guiqing is now. Qiao Wanwan tried to explain by giving examples. Nowadays, people generally don't pay much attention to allergies unless they threaten life. They tend to ignore or just accept them without investigating. She thought Fong Guiqing's symptoms looked very similar to alcohol allergy. Otherwise, after so many years, even with poor tolerance, he should have learned to handle it. How could he still pass out just from a sip?
Huh.
Alcohol can cause allergies too? I've heard of peanut allergies that make it hard to breathe, but I've never heard of alcohol allergy. Has Fong Guiqing ever been checked? Zhang Jingguo, do you know? Su Malia was getting more and more scared. She felt Fong Guiqing might be in serious trouble tonight. I wanted to write dead, but then I thought it might be inappropriate, so I changed it to passed away. Her first partner hadn't even married when he died. Just thinking about it makes her feel cold. Zhang Jingguo, should we take Fong Guiqing to the hospital? Banwan, Do you think the town's doctor can find out what's wrong? Su Malia was even more anxious now. Even Ding Yanfeng's brothers put down their chopsticks. Zhang Jiangwo's sleepy mind suddenly woke up. He tried to remember carefully. No, we all thought he just had a low tolerance for alcohol. Even he thought so. We never considered this possibility before. Oh my God, Fang Guoqing, you better not cause trouble for me. We promised to be lifelong brothers, but if you dare to abandon me, I swear I will stand on your grave and on it. Zhang Jianguo led the way and rushed toward Fang Guoqing's door. He nervously reached out to check Fang Guoqing's breathing. In just 5 seconds, Zhang Jianguo thought of everything, even how to handle Fang Guoqing's future affairs. He had everything planned out. Bookworm, Zhang Jianguo's voice trembled as he reached out, feeling so nervous he could hardly breathe. Relax, he's still alive. His chest is still rising and falling.
He won't die suddenly.
Tonight, someone needs to stay with him. If he shows any symptoms or problems, they can be noticed early. Also, to do this check, we might need to go to the big hospital in the city because the local hospital doesn't have the right equipment or the professional knowledge. Let's have a few of us stay to take care of him. The others can help clean up the table and wash the dishes. After that, they can rest. There are so many bowls, pots, and dishes. Mo, and I can't finish them all, Zhou Wanwan said straightforwardly. Besides her and Mo, 5 men had drunk 2 bowls each. The remaining 3 men still needed to stay to care for Fang Guoqing. If the other 2 ran away, she would really lose her temper. Ding Yanchuan pushed his older brother toward his sister-in-law. He rolled up his sleeves and faced the table full of dishes and bowls. He wondered if he should go home and praise his mom. His sister-in-law is a woman who knows how to enjoy life. Most families wouldn't have so many bowls and plates. They didn't even use lunchboxes, and the chopsticks looked brand new. No wonder his older brother said he needed to earn good money. With today's meals and his sister-in-law's careful way of living, his brother must work hard to support her. Ding Yanfeng was pushed by his brother. He understood what his brother meant. He listened to the advice and walked a few steps to Zhou Wanwan. Not knowing what to say, he looked up and found something to say. Tonight, the moon is quite round. Ding Yanfeng thought he found a good way to start a conversation. Zhou Wanwan looked up. Yes, it is. Not only round, but also quite bright. Here, Cui, you can wash this pot. I'm going to some sunflower seeds. While Ding Yanfeng washed the pot, Zhou Wanwan sat comfortably on the edge of the Kong, swinging her legs and leisurely cracking roasted sunflower seeds. Wearing the most common black pants and simple plain top, her hair in a braid like other girls, but in Ding Yanfeng's eyes, Qiao Wanwan was so captivating that he couldn't help but look at her. Think about her. Comrade Qiao, can I call you Wanwan from now on? Ding Yanfeng looked at her and then nervously lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the pot, as if he couldn't see anything else. All his attention was on his ears, waiting for her answer.
Sure.
Then I won't call you Comrade Ding anymore. I'll call you Big Brother Ding. It sounds more friendly. Qiao Wanwan was munching sunflower seeds and thinking about eating watermelon seeds, clicking her tongue, feeling more and more hungry. Ding Yanfeng was stunned. I want to be your boyfriend, but you want to call me Big Brother? It made him feel a bit upset, like a knot in his heart. Okay. Will Wanwan go up the mountain tomorrow? Ding Yanfeng paused for 3 seconds, then cheered up again. Whether it's a sister or a brother, just changing the way of thinking made him feel more positive. Yes, I will go. I need to gather pig grass. But I saw Mo. Oh, that's Su Jiqing. She's dating Fang Jiqing. Tomorrow, she might take Fang Jiqing to check on things, so I can only go alone to gather pig grass. Thinking about it, Qiao Wanwan was a little excited. Finally, she was alone, so she could freely collect interesting things from the mountain into her space. For example, that colorful big tiger, it looked very cute. She had been thinking about it for a long time. Its big mouth could swallow a chicken in a few bites. Its broad paws also looked good, with soft pads that looked very nice to touch. Then I'll go with you to gather pig grass tomorrow. If I don't go, there won't be enough pig grass, and the big pig might not have enough to eat. The piglets she gave birth to are old enough to eat a little. When I have time, I'll go see with you, Ding Yanfeng tried to find a common topic. But he didn't realize how upset Xiao Wanwan felt listening to him. Finally, she could relax and be herself. Why is this grown man always following behind her? What is he doing? And that big pig is happily sitting and taking care of her piglets. Why does she need to go see her? She already checked the pig grass every day. Does she really need to make a special trip? Cough. Big brother Ding, yes? Ding Yanfeng looked at her expectantly. Are you not busy lately? No longer need to earn money to support the family? It's been 3 years since I returned home, and I no longer need to fulfill my filial duties. Aren't you afraid the villagers will gossip? Qiao Wanwan gently expressed that she didn't need Ding Yanfeng's company. Really? Ding Yanfeng felt a surge of happiness inside. Was Wanwan worried about him? Was she asking if he was busy lately, caring about his health, worried he might be tired? Was she asking if he needed to earn money to support the family, perhaps afraid he couldn't afford to marry her? And was Wanwan worried about what the villagers would say about him, concerned about his reputation? Even before marrying, she was already thinking about his future. Today was another day she wanted to marry Wanwan immediately. Wanwan, if you keep doing this, tomorrow I will give all my wages to you, along with my savings. It's not a lot, just 1,000 or 2, but I will be promoted when I go back, so supporting you won't be a problem. That night, Su Malalai couldn't sleep well. When she knocked on Qiao Wanwan's door for the 3rd time, Wanwan, who was sleeping in the space, couldn't take it anymore. She appeared on the bed with her bedding. Luckily, she had foreseen this today and was dressed in clothes from this era, covered with a rough cotton cloth. Qiao Wanwan opened the door, pulled Su Malalai onto the bed, then closed the door and took off her shoes. Sleep now, don't worry. Fong Wuqing is healthy. The world won't end, and the country won't fall. Just rest assured. I'm about to fall asleep myself. Tomorrow you should go to the hospital with someone from the team. Remember to ask Uncle for an introduction letter. Wanwan's sleepy eyes finally closed peacefully, leaving only her steady breathing. Strangely, Su Malalai, who was worried and couldn't sleep, lay beside Wanwan, listening to her even breathing. She felt much calmer, and her eyelids grew heavy. Soon, she drifted into sleep. At dawn, with roosters crowing and dogs barking, the countryside woke up to a lively symphony. Su Malalai, why are you up again? Wanwan shouted angrily, her voice echoing through the youth camp. Su Malalai, who felt she had only just fallen asleep around 3 in the morning, looked angrily at Su Malalai beside her, who was twisting restlessly like a beautiful maggot. Only 3 o'clock, and I just went to sleep. Now it's only 2 hours later, 5 o'clock. You're up again. Su Malalai couldn't take it anymore. As a young person committed to resting, she couldn't endure the pain of not being able to sleep. I'm not worried, really. My mind is restless, and I just can't sleep. Sorry, Wanwan, you go back to bed. I promise I won't make any noise. Su Malalai sat on the kong, a traditional bed, looking worriedly straight at the door as if she could see through the curtains and walls to check on Fong Wuqing. Yeah, Wanwan took a deep breath, slumped up tiredly, silently put on black pants and a military green shirt with a collar, put on her shoes, and opened the door. Let's go. I want to see Fong Wuqing. If he's not awake, I will wake him up. Wanwan clenched her teeth and glared angrily at Fong Wuqing's slightly open door across the hall.
Don't, Wanwan.
We can't hit him. We're girls. We should be pretty and gentle. Su Malalai quickly grabbed Wanwan's hand, trying to calm her angry heart. Her mind unconsciously remembered the last time Wanwan broke bricks with her bare hands. Fine, I won't hit him. I'll hit you instead. You and your husband are sleeping peacefully, but he won't wake up. And he keeps snoring and disturbing my sleep. Why doesn't he just sleep? Wanwan's voice was loud and unrestrained. Hearing the noise, the door to Fong Wuqing's room opened from inside. He had bloodshot eyes, looking so tired that his red veins seemed longer than his life. The 2 girls took a step back. Oh my, Zhang Jingguo, how did you turn into an old man? Wanwan wanted to tease him, saying he looked like he could give birth to another Fong Wuqing, but she held back and didn't say it out loud. Zhang Jingguo, how is Fong Wuqing? Is he awake? Su Malalai asked anxiously about Fong Wuqing's condition. Zhang Jianguo stiffly shook his head. Who knew? He was so worried all night that Fang Guiqing might stop breathing. He checked his breathing every 10 minutes, then finally just put his finger under Fang Guiqing's nose. He's not awake. He's alive and sleeping peacefully. Zhang Jianguo wasn't worried about Fang Guiqing dying now. He just wanted to take advantage of Fang Guiqing being unconscious to fight him alone. Clap, clap, clap. Before Wan Wan and Zhang Jianguo could act, Su Malalai, who had been worried all along, decisively took action. She sat on the edge of Fang Guiqing's Kong, clenched her fists, and started hitting him hard. Fang Guiqing, wake up. Wake up quickly. While hitting him and crying at the same time, her words were full of genuine emotion, making it hard not to feel moved. Su Malalai, let me move aside. I'll hit him for you.
Ah.
Called Fang Guiqing. Yes, you're too weak to wake him up. Let me do it, Zhang Jianguo said as he rolled up his sleeves. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Unexpectedly, Fang Guiqing, who had slept all night, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. He looked confused at the three people gathered around his bed, his mind foggy, his voice hoarse.
Why?
Why are you all gathered around me? Seeing him wake up, Qiao Wenwen rolled her eyes and angrily stomped her foot, then turned around and went back to her room to sleep. Zhang Jianguo was filled with mixed feelings, part happiness, part disappointment. He waved his hand and took a basin to the well to wash his face. Su Malalai was so excited, she threw herself into Fang Guiqing's arms. Unable to hold back her emotions, she cried loudly. Her tears were so sincere that Fang Guiqing felt that if he could be sent away with such heartfelt crying in the future, his life would be worth it. 20 minutes later, Su Malalai's emotions settled down, and Zhang Jianguo finished explaining everything. Fang Guiqing fell into deep thought. When the young people in the yard finished washing up, the three of them, Zhang Jianguo, Fang Guiqing, and Su Malalai, were ready. They planned to go find the team leader to get a referral letter to the provincial city. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the main gate of the youth's courtyard was pushed open from outside. The team leader, holding a pipe, walked in, followed by Ding Yanfeng, the son of a military officer. How is it? Fang Jiying, I heard you're allergic to something? My son Fengzi went home and said you need to see a big hospital in the city. I came to check on you and ask when you're going. Our team will help you get a referral letter. Ding Hai liked Fang Guiqing and Zhang Jianguo very much. They were strong young men who could do half a day's work in a short time, earning full wages daily, and always willing to help others. The team leader liked such hardworking young men. When he heard about this from his son last night, he came to see them early in the morning. Fang Guiqing looked at Ding Yanfeng with gratitude. Everyone knew that Ding Yanfeng was the one who called him over. This is what was said before. When the court has good officials, things go smoothly. When his father was alive, it was the same. All right, who will go with you? Come with me to the team office to get the introduction letter. Ding Hai thought early so he could catch the first bus to the provincial city. I want to go too. Two voices spoke at the same time. Ding Hai looked at Su Malia in confusion and asked his eldest son, What? Su Jiqing also wants to go? She and... Ding Yanfeng lowered his head, leaning close to his father, and whispered that Su Jiqing is dating Fang Jiqing. She's worried and wants to go along. Zhang Jiqing is going too, and it won't cause any trouble, Ding Hai nodded. He felt that his eldest son and the new Jiqing in the team knew each other well, even more than he did after just over a month of working together. All right, you three, take your things and come with me. After getting the introduction letter, we should leave early so we can catch the first bus to the city. The bus leaves at 8. If we miss it, we'll have to wait until the afternoon. Ding Hai led everyone out. When they reached the door, he noticed his eldest son hadn't come out yet. He looked back and saw his son rolling up his sleeves, helping to tidy up the yard, especially at the girl's door. He thought to himself, still young just like when I was young. That's how girls are won over. Feeling even happier, Ding Hai greeted everyone with a smile, which made others feel a bit uncomfortable. The former team leader was easy to talk to, but he didn't smile at everyone all the time. By mid-morning, around 9 o'clock, Ding Yanfeng had carried firewood twice and returned. There was finally some movement in Xiao Wanwan's room. She yawned, sleepy-eyed, and opened the door for Ding Yanfeng. "Hi, good morning." After greeting her, Xiao Wanwan sat back on the Kong. Her still drowsy mind was in a state of confusion, like a computer just turned on. In other words, she was totally dazed. Ding Yanfeng rarely saw Xiao Wanwan so quiet and harmless. Instead, he found her strangely adorable right now. He skillfully gathered firewood and lit the fire, carrying water from the well. He felt that a large water jar was really important. Tonight, he planned to remind his mother to ask about it. Ding Yanfeng, who had just boiled water, warmed a large leftover pancake from last night for Xiao Wanwan. He also made a bowl of egg soup, adding 2 eggs to make it more nutritious. The result didn't quite look like egg soup. It more resembled egg porridge. Ding Yanfeng's face reddened. This was his first time cooking, and it seemed he had messed up. When he brought it to the table, he felt a bit nervous. "I think I added too many eggs. You can see if you want to eat it. If you don't like it, I'll make you another bowl." Xiao Wanwan finished washing her face and came in, seeing Ding Yanfeng's awkward look. She glanced at the table and understood immediately. This man was quite adorable, and it seemed like it was also his first time cooking. "It's pretty good. Have you eaten? Want to share some with me?" Xiao Wanwan took a pair of chopsticks and sat at the table, asking Ding Yanfeng at the same time. Seeing that she wasn't angry made Ding Yanfeng feel much better. Luckily, she didn't reject him. "No need, I've already eaten. You eat first. I'll go water the vegetables in the garden, and after you finish, I'll go with you to dig pigweed on the back mountain." Xiao Wanwan nodded helplessly. How persistent was this man? Last time, she clearly saw him go up the mountain alone, and he didn't say anything then. Why does he have to follow her now? Men's hearts are like a needle in the sea. Hard to guess. He scooped a spoonful of egg porridge into his mouth. The taste was okay, except there wasn't much soup. Xiao Wanwan gave up on the idea of getting breakfast from her space and honestly ate the breakfast Ding Yanfeng had made for her. She put on her straw hat, took her basket, and before locking the door, called out toward the backyard. "Brother Ding, let's go." "I'm ready." Ding Yanfeng had just finished watering Xiao Wanwan's vegetable garden. He put down the water bucket, washed his hands, and came out. Seeing Xiao Wanwan dressed in her gear, with a determined face and a hidden smile, he felt a bit amused. "All right, the watering is done. Let's go," Ding Yanfeng said, walking over and picking up another basket from the ground. He slung it on his back, and the two of them left the youth commune side by side. On the rural path, they walked shoulder to shoulder, occasionally greeting the women from the village. "Where are Xiao Jiqing and Fengzi going?" "Auntie, we're going to dig pigweed." "Fengzi, what's that?" "Oh, we're heading to the back mountain to dig pigweed." Ding Yanfeng's mood can only be described with one word: proud and confident after more than 20 years of hard work. Xiao Wanwan leaned under a big tree to rest. About 10 meters from her, some firewood was burning. When the wood turned to ashes, she took out 2 small sweet potatoes and 4 or 5 eggs from her basket, burying them in the ashes. Less than 20 meters away, Ding Yanfeng was digging pigweed in a mountain hollow. Because the hollow was quite deep, the children from the village who came up the mountain had left it behind. "Big brother Ding, I've cooked 2 sweet potatoes and some eggs. After we finish digging pigweed, we can eat them," Xiao Wanwan said carefully, jogging down the steep. "Okay, Wanwan, you don't need to come down. I can dig this pigweed myself. It's better for you to rest up there. It's so hot. Be careful not to get heat stroke," Ding Yanfeng said, working harder as he dug. He felt happy someone had cooked sweet potatoes for him. Xiao Wanwan had already stopped and stood with her hands on her hips, looking over the mountain hollow, which she was about to clear of pigweed. "We need to work faster, especially since the area around the hollow is full of big trees and dense branches, blocking the sunlight." It doesn't feel hot at all. She chose a spot with thick pigweed, squatted down, and took out a small shovel, digging vigorously. She felt that a small shovel sharpened was better than a sickle. The handle of the sickle was too long and could accidentally cut her leg. "Big brother Ding, if you see mushrooms, pick them too. I'll dry them and eat them in winter," Wanwan said, just noticing a handful of wildwood ear mushrooms. She cut some and put them into a cloth bag, reminding Ding Yanfeng to help her gather more. Hearing this, Ding Yanfeng carefully picked a handful of hazelnut mushrooms nearby. Seeing Wanwan's cloth bag for mushrooms, he went over and put the mushrooms inside. Wanwan, do you like eating mushrooms? In a few days, I'll pick more for you. I know a place with a big patch, Ding Yanfeng said, thinking that he would be leaving in half a month. He wouldn't be able to help Wanwan with the harvest or even in winter. Fortunately, his parents and younger brother were still in the village, able to take care of things. Also, firewood, don't worry. Starting tomorrow, I'll come to the mountain every day to chop wood. Before I leave, I'll fill your small firewood shed. Winters here are really cold, and without a stove you could freeze. Ding Yanfeng picked a cluster of wild mushrooms and put them into a cloth bag. Xiao Wanwan nodded. Seeing him carefully come over to place the mushrooms, she felt it was affecting their work efficiency. She immediately reached into the bottom of her backpack and pulled out another cloth bag to give to him. This bag was sewn by Su Malia during her free time. They both kept it with them every day, and it was used to carry mushrooms, wood ear fungi, wild fruits, and other things they found. Big brother Ding, here's a bag for you. Also, I want to ask, aren't you afraid that I might not end up with you? That I might marry someone else? All this effort you're putting in, won't it be a waste? Xiao Wanwan spoke half-truthfully. She just wanted to live comfortably in this small world, to grow old peacefully, and enjoy a simple life. Marriage was outside her plans. But it seemed that this time, her plans had already changed from the start. Hearing this, Ding Yanfeng paused for a moment, then quickly relaxed. Actually, before you asked me, I hadn't thought about this. But I can tell you seriously, even if you don't choose to marry me in the end, I won't regret falling for you now. I'm willing to give everything I have. How could I leave myself with regret? If Xiao Wanwan chose another man, Ding Yanfeng thought he might do anything to stop him, maybe even fight fiercely. To Xiao Wanwan, it sounded like Ding Yanfeng was very confident, more than confident, that she would marry him and bring him home. Haha, such confidence, that's a good thing. Big brother Ding, keep it up. Xiao Wanwan could only reply with a dry, polite response. After casually agreeing, she threw herself into her ongoing task of clearing the pig grass. One day, she was determined to clear this mountain by herself. Ding Yanfeng, about to squat down, stiffened and froze. Keep it up. What did Wanwan mean? Was that what he thought it was? So, Wanwan wasn't completely uninterested in him either. Did she want him to keep working hard, to get promoted and earn more money, to marry her? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Ding Yanfeng was like a harvesting machine for pig grass. In less than half an hour, he not only filled the basket he carried but also took over the basket that Xiao Wanwan had filled to the brim. I have to admit, this man is really good at working. Xiao Wanwan silently gave him a thumbs up. Ding Yanfeng carried 2 full baskets, one on his front and one on his back. He refused Xiao Wanwan's suggestion to carry her own basket and handed her a relatively light half bag of mushrooms to watch. Don't move. I'll put the pig grass on top, then come down to get the mushrooms, Ding Yanfeng said. Before he finished speaking, he saw Xiao Wanwan walking up easily with 2 bags of mushrooms, as if the steep beneath her feet was no threat at all. In the cornfield, Lu Tsuehua carried a bamboo basket filled with water bottles, walking along with a big smile on her face. Aunt Lu, are you going to deliver water to the team leader? I heard that your son Feng went up the mountain with the young woman from the youth team today. That's good news, isn't it? Oh, that young woman from the youth team? I don't think much of her. She's so thin, not as pretty as my niece from my family. Her hips are big, and she looks like she can have children. An older woman working in the rice, with drooping eyes and a thin frame, quickly chimed in.
Don't gossip.
I've seen your niece from your family. She's not just big hips. She's big all over, even bigger than our team's big pig. Another woman, who had seen the niece with drooping eyes, shouted with a big laugh, not holding back.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
That girl is quite grown up now. If she really marries the youth girl, it would be a great thing for the family. You don't know, but that youth girl is a descendant of a martyr. If our Ding family could marry her, we'd be laughing all night, she said. Lu Tsuehua also knew that the so-called big-hipped girl who could give birth easily was nowhere near as good as Qiao Wanwan's finger. These women in the village who loved to gossip, she had to shut their mouths tightly. Otherwise, if any bad word spread, it would affect her son's future with his wife.
What?
A descendant of a martyr? I've never heard of that. Aunt Lu, you're probably just talking nonsense, the woman with drooping eyes doubted, unwilling to admit that her own niece was inferior to that youth girl. She had never been able to have a son in her life, only 3 daughters. Still, her behind wasn't big enough, and she lacked the luck to have a son. Her niece, who clearly could have children, was a bit plain but already of marriageable age. However, no matchmaker had come to her door, which was truly worrisome. That young woman, thin and with a small backside, definitely couldn't have children. Among these rural folks, everyone married to have a son to carry on the family line. Lu Tsuehua's smile quickly faded. She glared at the woman with the plump niece and sharply retorted, "Who do you think you are? Do I have to tell you everything? And you even dare to doubt the children of martyrs in public? Are you trying to make a scene?" Having been a village head's wife for many years, Lu Tsuehua knew how to handle people well. She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely, which really did scare off the troublemaking older women and young wives. Everyone else quickly dispersed, lowering their heads and busying themselves with their work. The awkward older woman also looked embarrassed and went to do her chores. Xiao Wanwan opened the kettle, washed her hands happily, and used a stick to dig out sweet potatoes and eggs buried in the ashes.
Phew.
Phew. She picked up a sweet potato, ignoring how hot it was. She blew on it to cool, peeled it, revealing the yellow, sticky flesh inside. While it was still hot, she took a small bite, savoring the sweet, natural flavor. The sweet potato was just the right level of sweetness, and Xiao Wanwan ate happily. Ding Yanfeng knew she liked to stay clean. He took his own water bottle, washed his dirty hands briefly, and then carefully sat down next to Xiao Wanwan. "Big brother Ding, you have to try this. The sweet potato is really good. Come on, don't be shy." Xiao Wanwan handed him another sweet potato, then happily started eating her own. Looking at the still warm coals in front of them, she sighed regretfully. If only they had a grill, they could roast some lamb skewers and enjoy a sip of malt soda, then it would be even more perfect. She decided to ask the team leader's uncle if they could raise a sheep. Xiao Wanwan was thinking about her grand plan for a barbecue feast, while Ding Yanfeng, secretly pleased, leaned close to her, smelling the fragrant soapberry scent on her. It was the first time he realized that a girl's sweat could also smell nice. After finishing all the food, the two of them headed down the mountain together. First, I went to feed the pigs and checked on the big flower pig and the 6 piglets. The smell was terrible. Zhou Wanwan didn't stay more than 5 minutes, and then pulled Ding Yanfeng to the scorekeeper to record their work points. Back at the youth station, Zhou Wanwan quickly washed her hands and face. Since she had just eaten sweet potatoes and wasn't hungry, she moved the bed table outside into the shade, sat down, picked up her pen, and continued working on her novel. Ding Yanfeng didn't bother her. Although he didn't know what she was doing, he saw she was writing and assumed she was studying. He took his machete and rope and went to the back mountain to chop wood. An hour later, Zhou Wanwan stretched and yawned. She also cooked some rice in the pot, added a few slices of cured meat, and some chopped green beans. It was a simple meal of rice with cured meat. She just needed to sit by the stove and add some dry wood now and then, waiting for the meal to be ready. Thinking about how fast Ding Yanfeng was working, Zhou Wanwan instinctively looked up at the gate. Ding Yanfeng had just come in carrying 2 big bundles of firewood. Some of the wood wasn't very dry yet. He placed it on the other side of the firewood pile that Zhou Wanwan often used, where it could be sun-dried. Soon it would dry out and be ready for winter. "Big brother Ding, wash your hands and come eat," Zhou Wanwan called from inside. Ding Yanfeng put down his machete, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and went to wash his hands. At noon, the bell rang to end work. All the youth workers, after a busy morning, saw the team leader's eldest son sitting in the shade under the eaves, eating with Zhou Wanwan. When they looked closer, they saw he was eating rice, and there was even cured meat. The air was filled with the fresh smell of rice and the wild aroma of cured meat. Everyone looked envious and almost cried from hunger. Why is it that all the youth workers came from the countryside, but the difference in treatment is so big? Hu Xiaomei was also very hungry. She hadn't eaten meat in a long time, since about 2 weeks ago, when the man next to Zhou Wanwan had hunted a wild pig. After much hesitation, Hu Xiaomei finally asked, "Zhou youth worker, can I exchange money for a bowl of cured meat rice?" "Of course," Zhou Wanwan replied. She liked Hu Xiaomei's straightforwardness, especially considering what she was saying. She was talking about exchanging money for a bowl of cured meat rice. It was clearly buying with money, but saying exchange could save a lot of trouble. Hu Xiaomei excitedly ran back to her room, holding a 1 yuan coin and her bowl, rushing back quickly, afraid that later, Qiao Wanwan might change her mind. Xianran took the money from Hu Xiaomei's hand, set her own bowl aside, and took Hu Xiaomei's bowl into the room. Hu Xiaomei stood at the door, not going inside without permission, as it was rude to enter someone else's room without approval. She watched as Qiao Wanwan scooped 2 large spoonfuls of rice and covered it with 7 or 8 pieces of preserved meat. Hu Xiaomei was so excited that her impression of Qiao Wanwan changed completely. After giving Hu Xiaomei a bowl of rice, there wasn't much left in the pot, just enough for 1 more bowl. When Ding Yanfeng finished his bowl, Qiao Wanwan served him directly, then casually poured a basin of water into the big pot to soak. When she came out and sat down to eat, Wen Ting, along with 2 other female educated youth, rushed over with lunchboxes. "Qiao Jiying, is there still rice? We want to exchange money for some." Yes, we want to exchange too." Qiao Wanwan pointed to the stove inside the room. "It's all gone. Only dishwashing water left." "Do you want to exchange?" The 3 of them stubbornly looked inside, and when they saw the greasy dishwater in the pot, their hearts sank. "Why is there no more here? Why didn't you make a little more? And there's so much oil in that pot, you were just going to throw it away? Such waste. Do you know that waste is a serious crime? Qiao Jiying? Do you realize that? Exactly, you're committing a crime. Eating meat every day, aren't you afraid of getting mouth ulcers?" When Ting finally, painfully, took the money to exchange for meat, only to find she wasn't included, and immediately started talking without restraint. Qiao Wanwan placed her own bowl in Ding Yanfeng's hand, then got up and went into the room to scoop the greasy dishwater into a basin. She carried it out and splashed it directly at the 3 of them. Splash! Unexpectedly, Qiao Wanwan dared to splash water on them. The 3 were caught off guard, drenched from head to toe, and immediately screamed. The loud commotion alarmed everyone at the educated youth station. Even Zhang Aigua, who was still groggy from drinking, with swollen lips and a dazed expression, stood at the door to see what was happening. Ding Yanfeng also didn't expect that Qiao Wanwan would have such a fiery side, almost like her mother when she was young. He really should let his mother see this as the wife he chose. "Ah! How dare you splash water on us? Or is it pot washing water? It's so dirty. So disgusting. Help! Someone! Qiao Wanwan is bullying us." 3 young women from the countryside were furious, and Wen Ting even stepped forward to try to grab Qiao Wanwan's hair. But Qiao Wanwan easily dodged her with a quick move, then kicked her with a swift kick. Wen Ting, being weak, was knocked to the ground and holding her stomach, groaning. "Oh no! Oh no! She's killing us! She's killing us! What are you yelling about? Isn't it you who complained about wasting oil and water? Now I give it to you for free, and you're still unhappy? Wastefulness is shameful and a serious crime. Don't waste this hard-earned oil and water." These 3 pests really disgusted Qiao Wanwan. You're unreasonable. I will go find the team leader to judge this." When Ting shouted fiercely, very different from her usual gentle image. "Oh." Qiao Wanwan took the bowl Ding Yanfeng handed her and ate eagerly. If she didn't eat now, it would get cold. After taking a bite, she still tried to do the right thing. She pointed at Wen Ting and the others and said to Ding Yanfeng, "Brother Ding, they came to see your father. Eat slowly. If it gets cold, I'll help you reheat it," Ding Yanfeng said without even glancing at the 3 young women, only caring if Xiao Wanwan's food was cold. Being ignored so blatantly in front of everyone, Ting and the others felt more humiliated by the neglect than by being splashed with water earlier. Comrade Ding, Xiao Wanwan splashed dirty water on us publicly, damaging the unity of the people. How can you stand by her side? Ting stomped her feet angrily. Haha, Hu Xiaomei leaned against the doorframe, unable to hold back her laughter. She knew the three young women led by Ting weren't very smart. She didn't expect them to show it so clearly, yet they still asked such foolish questions. On one side is the object of affection, and on the other side is a person begging for food in front of that object. If Ding Yanfeng didn't stand on Xiao Wanwan's side, it would be truly strange, wouldn't it? You don't need to worry about me. Just go ahead. I just heard a huge joke that made me laugh for days and nights, ha. Hu Xiaomei has always been a free spirit and used to being arrogant. Ting and the others couldn't afford to offend her, so they could only turn their hostile gazes back to Xiao Wanwan. But unexpectedly, in the next second, Ding Yanfeng's tall figure blocked her completely. Ting looked up happily and met Ding Yanfeng's strong, handsome face. He is the son of the team leader and a military officer. He has real skills. At only 24 years old, he is a battalion commander. According to the women from the village, he was granted a special leave for his achievements this time. He might get promoted when he returns. The battalion commander above him commands over 1,000 people. If someone could marry him, it would truly change their life. Ting instinctively blushed a little. Her left hand unconsciously brushed her hair near her ear, but touched greasy, wet hair instead. She felt awkward and helpless, more annoyed that Xiao Wanwan had splashed her with pot water, causing her to embarrass herself in front of Ding Yanfeng. Ting was shy and found it hard to speak. Ding Yanfeng frowned. Someone who has fought bravely in battle naturally has an aura that keeps strangers away. Now, with his temper flaring, everyone could see his anger and quietly step back. For example, the two female educated youths behind Ting, who were also splashed, were so frightened by Ding Yanfeng's sudden change in aura that they kept retreating. What's with the buzzing? You're not a mosquito. Who do you want to bite? You just look good but lack brains. You're not even better than the big yellow dog next door. Are you still complaining about the leftover oil in that pot? It's because Comrade Xiao is kind-hearted and generously shared the oil with you. What? You're still not satisfied? Even trying to turn things around? By the way, you said you want to complain to the team leader, right? Fine, I'll go back and tell my dad. Maybe we should hold a meeting where every family in the team sends someone to discuss who is really at fault. Is it your fault? Or is it your fault? As a battalion commander, Ding Yanfeng oversees over 500 soldiers. Those soldiers are much harder to deal with than these young, educated youths. When it comes to handling people, even his father would have to step aside. Ting was so frightened that her face turned pale. She immediately begged for mercy. Talking about this privately was okay, but if it got out of hand, it would be a big problem. Moreover, Ding Yanfeng wanted to hold a meeting. If it became known to everyone, their reputation would be ruined. Who would dare marry young educated youths like them? No, please. Comrade Ding, I was wrong. We were wrong. We don't want to hold a meeting. We can't hold it, no. Ting initially wanted the three of them to plead together, thinking Ding Yanfeng wouldn't pursue it further. But when she turned her head, she saw that the two other young women had already stepped back far away. Only she was left alone, facing Ding Yanfeng and Xiao Wanwan, plus Hu Xiaomei, who was sitting under the eaves, watching the scene unfold. From her posture, it seemed Hu Xiaomei was also on Xiao Wanwan's side, especially since Xiao Wanwan had just shared a bowl of preserved meat rice with her. Ting looked around, trying to read everyone's expressions and send a plea for help to the few young men behind her. They had been together for 3 years. Surely, someone would speak up to help her. But when Ting looked at each of them, they either ignored her or avoided her. Not a single person stepped forward to say a word. Even the two girls who had been inseparable from her and had suffered from Li Chongqing's cruelty were avoiding her gaze, even trying to run away alone. With no one to rely on behind her, Ting's mood changed drastically. Xiao Wanwan could see this change in her eyes. Just a minute ago, when Ting was pleading with her eyes to everyone behind her. Now, her gaze had turned cold and fierce. Xiao Wanwan wondered if when Ting and the others had also suffered at Li Chongqing's hands, just like Xiao Xiaomei. It was even possible that they had been worse off, but no one knew because they hadn't made a fuss. Xiao Wanwan silently labeled Wen Ting as a potential threat in the future, an unpredictable bomb that might explode, even if it was just against others. She didn't completely exclude herself, but it was clear from Wen Ting's fierce, poisonous look that she was being provoked by the cold, indifferent group behind her. Of course, Wen Ting would also retaliate fully. Enough, Wen Ting. Let's just leave it at that today. I am a person who doesn't bother others unless they bother me. If someone harms me, I will definitely return the favor. Xiao Wanwan casually picked up a wooden stick leaning against the wall. It would do, since the brick was a bit far today. With a sharp, the firewood stick, about the thickness of a wrist, was broken in half by Xiao Wanwan with an open palm. I've always said that my dad was a hero and a martyr. As a hero's child, I won't be bullied. From now on, if anyone comes to trouble me, you all better think carefully, see if you can handle a stick like this. The meal was greasy and unappetizing, making Xiao Wanwan feel sick. She had no appetite to eat more. She left the yard silently, ignoring the others who dared not speak, and went inside to take out a big red apple. She sat under the eaves and started eating it with a crunch. Hu Jiqing, can I call you Xiaomei? I heard Uncle Captain mention last time that you wanted to buy a water tank. I also want to buy one. Aunt Lu from Uncle Captain's family can help find out. If the village folks are well off, maybe they can share a water tank with us. Do you want to join? Xiao Wanwan's eyes lit up as she decided to bring Hu Xiaomei into her circle. She couldn't always stay in the yard. If she wasn't around, it wouldn't be good if Mo was wronged. Sure, that's great. Wanwan, you don't know, I've been trying hard just to buy a water tank. Why don't we go to the big team leader's house now and ask Aunt Lu, who Xiaomei was used to being independent, partly because of her family background. More importantly, no one at this youth station could get along with her temperament. Today, seeing Xiao Wanwan's attitude, honestly, she was attracted. If Xiao Wanwan hadn't called her earlier, she would have found a way to get to know her anyway. Surprisingly, Hu Xiaomei sat next to Xiao Wanwan, and the two were chatting warmly, holding hands. Everyone in the yard was shocked, except Ding Yanfeng. He consciously took the bowls and chopsticks from their meal and went inside to wash dishes. After washing the dishes and cleaning the stove, he thoughtfully picked up the broom behind the door and swept the scattered branches and dust on the ground until it was spotless. After tidying up, Xiao Wanwan was still talking with Hu Xiaomei. Ding Yanfeng shook his head and, holding an axe, stood by the firewood shed. From where he was, he could see where Xiao Wanwan was. He started chopping firewood with a loud, sweaty, Ding Yanfeng was about to take off his shirt and undo the buttons when he reached into his pocket and remembered something he had put in there last night, something he forgot to give to Wanwan. The large pieces of firewood were almost all split in half by Ding Yanfeng. Beads of sweat, as big as beans, traced down his sharp jawline and dripped into his open collar. The afternoon work bell rang. Hu Xiaomei grabbed her towel and water bottle, hesitating to say goodbye to Xiao Wanwan. She didn't expect Xiao Wanwan to be even more interesting than she seemed. One by one, the old educated youths took their belongings and left the yard. Soon, only Xiao Wanwan and Ding Yanfeng remained. Ding Yanfeng sat down naturally on the bench beside Xiao Wanwan, wiping sweat with his towel while pretending to be casual. From his shirt pocket, he took out a passbook he had put in last night. It had been in his pocket all morning. He held the towel in one hand to wipe his sweat and extended the other hand to give the passbook to Xiao Wanwan. This is my passbook. The money isn't much, about 3,500 yuan. I'm giving it to you for safekeeping. From now on, I will send you 100 yuan and some receipts each month. Remember to pick them up at the post office. Seeing that Xiao Wanwan didn't reach out to take it, Ding Yanfeng directly pressed the passbook into her hand. Your passbook? You're just giving it to me like that? Aren't you worried I might run off with the money? This was a large sum, 3,500 yuan. Many families in the village work a lifetime and never earn that much. Holding the money in her hand, it felt very hot. Xiao Wanwan was about to put it back when Ding Yanfeng stopped her. His strong, knuckle-roughened hand pressed down on her small hand, rubbing her delicate hand with his calloused palm.
Keep the passbook.
I can only rest assured after I rejoin the team. You wouldn't want me to be distracted by thoughts of your life when I'm fighting on the battlefield, right? Ding Yanfeng looked at her seriously, trying to make her see the sincerity in his eyes. Don't rush to refuse me. Giving you the passbook isn't about forcing you to be with me. Take your time to think about it. Like we agreed last time, you can give me an answer in a year, he said, releasing her hand. He looked up at the endless blue sky and white clouds. Ding Yanfeng didn't say anything more. He knew she needed time to think. If the rope was too tight, it might break.
Haha.
Cunning man. Xiao Wanwan could only think that Ding Yanfeng had truly touched her comfort zone. Monthly wages handed over, savings directly given, and even when he wasn't home, the money was never short. She looks good and has a decent job. At home, there are no worries. Someone like Ding Yanfeng is probably the marriage partner many people admire. After playing with that hot savings book for a long time, Xiao Wanwan finally put it into her pocket. Okay, but remember, once the money is in my pocket, I won't take it out again. There was another sentence she didn't say. Any man who catches her, I won't escape her grasp, unless they die or disappear completely, like that scoundrel. After death, even their soul vanishes without a trace, so she can't find any sign of them. Xiao Wanwan's playful and charming look made Ding Yanfeng burst into loud laughter. His tense heart finally found peace. Ha! All right, remember not to take it out again. Ding Yanfeng excitedly pulled Xiao Wanwan into his arms. He was so happy that he almost lost himself in joy. She had wanted to push him away, but her hand, hanging in midair, somehow didn't fall. She just let Ding Yanfeng hold her for a while. Ding Yanfeng was full of energy. Even his intelligence seemed to rise. He first went home, pushed a cart to the foot of the mountain, and bundled the chopped wood and branches, filling a cart before heading back. He made 3 trips like this. On the 3rd trip, he saw a man pushing a bicycle standing at the entrance of the youth station, looking for Xiao Wanwan to talk to her. Ding Yanfeng immediately became alert. Was someone trying to steal her away so soon? His arms, pushing the cart, bulged with veins. His speed increased significantly. Xiao Xinyan, I'll go first. Do you really not need me to help you carry your package inside? The postman, about 25 or 26, was still hopeful. He had come all the way to the countryside carrying Xiao Wanwan's big package, just to get a chance to get closer to this beautiful young woman. No, really, I can carry it myself. Xiao Wanwan refused for the 3rd time. Her tone showed some impatience. Ding Yanfeng approached and overheard what the postman was saying, along with Xiao Wanwan's impatient expression and refusal. He saw and heard everything clearly. Wanwan is right. We won't trouble this comrade anymore. We can carry it ourselves, Ding Yanfeng said, putting down his cart. He quickly moved to pick up the big package beside her feet. At the same time, he looked at the mail carrier with a fierce expression, trying to stop him from approaching. Even a fool could see what was happening.
Oh, I see.
Well, I'll go now. I still have a few letters to deliver. The mail carrier, annoyed, looked back several times as he rode away from the youth camp. Once he was gone, Ding Yanfeng was still standing there, glaring with wide eyes, watching the direction the mail carrier left. Big brother Ding? Are you still watching? I'll go inside first. Carrying dozens of pounds of packages and you're not tired at all, Xiao Wanwan teased as she headed into the yard. Coming. Just tell me where to put it. I'll help you move it inside. Ding Yanfeng quickly grabbed the packages and followed her into the house. Xiao Wanwan casually pointed to the ground near the Kong, a traditional bed, and Ding Yanfeng helped her place the packages there. Then he went outside to unload firewood. When she opened the packages, she found a heavy cotton quilt weighing 10 pounds, for cans of malted milk, for boxes of cookies, for towels, for pieces of cloth, and for... Ha ha ha. Xiao Wanwan burst into laughter as she arranged the items on the Kong one by one. These 3 uncles were so adorable, they sent her 4 identical sets of gifts. Even the malted milk came in 4 cans. She wondered how they managed to get all these.
What are you laughing at?
Why are you so happy? Ding Yanfeng finished drying the firewood, washed his hands, wiped his face, and came inside. Look at these things. Qiao Wanwan pointed at the 4 identical sets on the Kong and showed him. Why are they all the same? Ding Yanfeng asked curiously. He was now quite curious about who sent these gifts to Qiao Wanwan. He remembered that Qiao Wanwan's parents had sacrificed bravely, and the team leader had asked him to call her family to check on her work and life. So, who sent her this package? All these good things, even 4 cans of malted milk. Who could have sent them? Ding Yanfeng's sense of unease grew. It seemed that in the future, he would need to send not only money and tickets but also delicious food, or else his wife might be taken away by someone else. Seeing Ding Yanfeng's worried expression, Qiao Wanwan smiled slyly, her bright eyes blinking playfully as she asked, Big brother Ding, do you want to know? Fengzi, are you there? Your dad fell down, and your mom is calling you to take the team leader to the town hospital. Outside the youth workstation, Aunt Wang, panting heavily, leaned on her knees and shouted into the yard. Ding Yanfeng's face suddenly turned red, and he quickly grabbed his coat and rushed toward the door, saying as he ran, I'm leaving now. Remember to close the door. Zhou Wanwan didn't respond but followed Ding Yanfeng out. After she locked the door, Ding Yanfeng was already gone. The cart, which had finished unloading firewood, was still parked in the yard. Zhou Wanwan pushed the cart to catch up. She didn't know exactly where the team leader had fallen, but she knew she had to go to the town hospital to check on him. With someone injured, a cart was better than a bicycle. No matter the reason, the team leader had always taken good care of her. Even without Ding Yanfeng, she would have gone today. Zhou Wanwan was just a girl. She didn't have Ding Yanfeng's long legs or big strides, and she pushed the cart quickly, soon losing sight of Ding Yanfeng. Ding Yanfeng ran very fast, pushing aside the crowd around his house, and reached the yard. There, he saw his father, lying on a wooden board. Dad, what happened? Did you fall somewhere? As soon as Ding Yanfeng appeared, Lu Tsuehua seemed to find her backbone. She had been holding back her emotions, instructing people to call her younger son and find her older son. Lu Tsuehua, who hadn't shed a single tear, finally couldn't hold back anymore. Fengzi, you need to check on your dad. He isn't responding no matter what we call. What should we do? What can we do? Lu Tsuehua cried out loud, wanting to go forward and hold her old man, but also afraid she might hurt him. Ugh. Lu Tsuehua's suppressed emotions finally burst out. She grabbed Ding Yanfeng's arm tightly, as if clutching a lifeline, hoping her eldest son would come up with a plan. Ding Yanfeng tried to comfort Lu Tsuehua, holding her hand with one hand and patting Ding Hai's shoulder with the other. Dad, can you hear me? Ding Yanfeng checked his father's breathing and heartbeat. His breath was still steady, and his heartbeat wasn't too slow. He quickly asked the villagers who brought Ding Hai back. Ding Yanfeng noticed that his father's forehead had some scratches, but he couldn't be sure if he hit his head directly on the ground or if he was just grazed. Now, he wanted to take his father to the hospital, but he needed to explain what happened clearly to the doctor so they could treat his father properly. It seems like he suddenly tripped over something and fell off the ridge into the field. When everyone ran over, he was already unconscious. It looks like it was his head. I saw him fall headfirst. Maybe his leg. He tripped and fell. No, it was his head. Look, there's blood. Everyone was talking at once. Ding Yanfeng quickly filtered the information, trying to find useful details. Mom, don't be afraid. I'll take Dad to the hospital now. Ding Yanfeng instinctively wanted to find their cart, but suddenly remembered it was still at the youth camp. He had come in such a hurry, he forgot about it. Right, there was an ox cart at the brigade office. Ding Yanfeng thought about carrying his father there, but then remembered the old ox was still in the shed, and hitching the cart would take some effort. Mom, hold on to Dad. I'll carry him to the hospital. Ding Yanfeng made up his mind. The youth camp was not far from their home, and going there and back would delay his father's treatment. He was strong and quick on his feet. Carrying his father would be just as fast as pushing the cart. Hey. Fengzi, make sure you're holding him steady. Don't drop your dad. Lu Tsuehua helped Ding Yanfeng carry Ding Hai on his back, then ran back inside to grab some money and tickets from home. She locked the door and was about to head to the town when she bumped into Qiao Wanwan, who was pushing a cart. Big brother Ding, Auntie, I pushed the cart over. You're taking Uncle Captain to the hospital, right? Auntie, go home and get a bed and blankets to cushion him, so he doesn't get hurt again on the bumpy road. Qiao Wanwan hurried over. She immediately noticed Ding Hai lying on Ding Yanfeng's back, with blood still on his forehead. I'll go right now. Lu Tsuehua quickly ran back home, grabbed a quilt, and rushed back. Big brother Ding, did you find out how Uncle Captain fell? Once we get to the hospital, the doctor can give the best treatment right away, Qiao Wanwan asked carefully, waiting for Lu Tsuehua to bring the blanket and check Ding Hai's injuries. He fell off the ridge into the cornfield below. No one saw exactly how it happened, only that he tripped over something and fell headfirst. I thought it would be best to send him to the hospital quickly, so the doctors could check him. It's better than us guessing here. Ding Yanfeng stayed calm and discussed with Qiao Wanwan. Qiao Wanwan nodded and said, That's true. When she saw Lu Tsuehua coming out with a blanket, she quickly helped spread it over the stretcher. Villagers around them hurriedly helped to steady Ding Hai on the stretcher. Two strong young men from neighboring families took the initiative to push the stretcher toward the town with Ding Yanfeng. Qiao Wanwan then hurried back to the youth commune, took her bicycle out of the house, but didn't chase after them immediately. Instead, she went to find the deputy team leader of the brigade and got 4 referral letters to the provincial city. Earlier, she had taken a quick pulse of Ding Hai during the chaos. His blood flow was blocked, and since Ding Hai had fallen and hit his head, she was worried that the town's medical facilities might not provide the best treatment. The deputy team leader listened to Qiao Wanwan and quickly ran to the brigade office, wrote the referral letters by hand, and stamped them with the prominent brigade office seal. Qiao Wanwan put the letters into her bag, then rode her bike toward the town hospital. On the way, she kept chasing after the stretcher pushing the village head's uncle, but she didn't see it. Such reckless men, pushing so fast. Aren't they afraid of causing further injury? She was annoyed that she hadn't protected the village head's head better earlier. Pedaling her bike faster, she felt like she was riding on a wind-fire wheel. Finally, she caught up with the group at the edge of the town. Slow down, slow down. Big brother Ding, protect Uncle Village Head's head. Don't jostle him. I'll go find the doctor. Now. Qiao Wanwan couldn't brake. At her current speed, stopping was impossible. Her brake cable was worn out, and she couldn't stop these 2 fiery wheels. Suddenly, she saw something quickly slide past. She couldn't see clearly what it was, but she faintly heard it was Qiao Wanwan. He hurriedly responded loudly, Okay, got it. Everyone, slow down. Don't jostle my dad's head. Nyang, you're responsible for holding my dad's head steady. Everyone else, keep moving steadily forward. Qiao Wanwan stopped her bike, locked it, and rushed straight to the doctor's office. Doctor, she called out as she walked. Soon, a person in a white coat came out from the nearest office. Qiao Wanwan quickly explained the situation. The captain of the red flag team suddenly fell down, possibly hitting his head. He is now unconscious and unresponsive to shaking. He was immediately rushed here. Qiao Wanwan tried to describe what she knew clearly and specifically mentioned that Ding Hai was the team captain, hoping that the doctors would take extra care of him. A doctor in his 40s quickly called 2 nurses and another doctor, and they ran to the hospital entrance, just in time to see Ding Hai being brought in on a stretcher. Everyone worked together to lift Ding Hai into the emergency room. To avoid interfering with the doctor's work, the nurses asked everyone who came with them to wait outside. Just a door away, Ding Yanfeng paced back and forth anxiously, feeling restless and a little scared. Once, a shrapnel had wounded his chest, but he was never afraid. He dragged his bleeding body and fought fiercely to defeat the enemies. Now he was afraid. He had strength but couldn't use it at all. Qiao Wanwan didn't try to comfort him. When Ding Yanfeng's father's life was at risk, she didn't think a few words of comfort would help him feel better or stop him from worrying. 10 minutes later, the door to the emergency room still hadn't opened. Lu Tsuehua, stumbling and out of breath, finally arrived at the hospital. Earlier, Ding Yangfeng and the others had run too fast for her to keep up, so she told them to go ahead and followed behind. What's happening? Huff, huff.
Fengzi.
How is your dad? What's going on? Lu Tsuehua leaned against the wall, gasping heavily, nervously asking about Ding Hai. Ding Yangfeng was too overwhelmed to speak. His throat felt tight and he couldn't say anything. He could only point at the emergency room door and slam his fist against the wall. Seeing this, Xiao Wanwan quickly stepped forward, helped Lu Tsuehua sit down and explained, "Andy, the captain is inside being treated. You should sit for a while. You can't relax now. When the captain comes out, you'll need to take care of him." She helped Lu Tsuehua sit down, then sat beside her, gently rubbing her cold fingers. "Auntie, don't worry too much. The captain is lucky, and he'll be fine," Xiao Wanwan said softly, her voice like magic. Lu Tsuehua's trembling hands gradually steadied, and her anxious heart calmed down a bit. Two strong young men who came with him stayed nearby, silently watching but not leaving. They all hoped the emergency room door would open soon. Time felt very slow during this wait, each minute torturing the family members outside the emergency room. 10 minutes passed. Ding Yanfeng clenched his fists in frustration, frowning as he repeatedly looked up at the clock on the wall.
Dad.
My dad. Big brother, where is Dad? Where is he? Ding Yanchuan hadn't received a call from the village. Only after calling back did he learn there was a problem at home, so he immediately took leave and rushed over. Before Ding Yanfeng could speak, the door to the emergency room was pushed open from inside. Ding Hai was the first to be pushed out by several nurses. Two doctors, responsible for the rescue, followed closely. One doctor accompanied Ding Hai's bed to the ward. Another doctor stopped Ding Yanfeng and handed him 2 payment slips. "When your father fell, he probably hit his head. You can see he has a scrape on his forehead and a large bump on the back of his head. There's a chance he might have internal brain injury. I recommend he stay in the hospital for observation. Also, some anti-inflammatory medicine should be used. One slip is for the rescue costs, 8 yuan 50 cents, and the other is the hospital admission fee, which needs a prepayment of 30 yuan. Seeing that Ding Yanfeng was dressed in military uniform, the doctor explained everything in more detail and also reminded him of some care instructions. "Okay, I'll go pay now. Please give my dad the most effective medicine. We can afford it," Ding Yanfeng emphasized, wanting the best and most effective drugs. Naturally, this meant a higher price. Many ordinary people are reluctant to buy expensive medicine or delay seeking treatment because they don't have extra money. The doctor also preferred to use the cheapest medicines first. Hearing Ding Yanfeng's words, the doctor nodded. Since the family could afford it, he naturally wanted the patient to receive the best treatment. After the doctor left, Xiao Wanwan quietly reminded Ding Yanfeng on the way to pay the fee, "Big brother Ding, if the captain's condition doesn't improve after 1 day of observation, we should go to the big hospital in the provincial city for treatment. The medical conditions in the town are just not as good, and the doctor's medical knowledge is on a different level." After paying the fee, Ding Yanfeng nodded and also lowered his voice. "Later, I need to go back to the village to get a referral letter. If we want to go to the provincial city for treatment, we can't do it without a referral." He also needed to find a car. Thinking about his father's current condition, he knew he couldn't squeeze into a bus. He had to find a small car. "Big brother Ding, I already got the referral letter signed by the deputy team leader. You still need to find a car for Uncle Captain." "Buses are too crowded," said Xiao Wanwan, pulling out 4 referral letters from her bag, along with the passbook Ding Yanfeng had just given her. When she took out the passbook, Ding Yanfeng wanted to refuse, but Xiao Wanwan stopped him. "Big brother Ding, the matter of Uncle Captain's treatment is urgent. Don't worry, I won't look at anyone else's money if the passbook isn't in my hands." Thinking about a few hours ago when she said money was only coming in and not going out, now she was voluntarily handing it over. Xiao Wanwan felt like she was slapping herself in the face. At the door of the ward, Ding Yanfeng held the passbook and took Xiao Wanwan's hand as they entered the room. They told Lu Tsuehua and Ding Yanchuan, the 2 young men who had been with them since Ding Hai was admitted to the ward. After Ding Hai was hospitalized, they had gone back to the village. Now only Lu Tsuehua, Ding Yanchuan, and the unconscious Ding Hai were in the ward. Go to the provincial city? The medical conditions there are better than in our town. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Ding Yanchuan, eager and impatient, wanted to help Ding Hai onto a stretcher, but Ding Yanfeng stopped him. Chuanzi, listen to me. Our dad can't handle much more. If we go to the provincial city, it has to be tomorrow. I'll go get a small car now. The bus is not suitable for Dad. Only a car can get him safely to the hospital in the city, said Ding Yanfeng, grabbing Ding Yanchuan's hand and forcing him to sit in a chair beside the bed. Then I'll go back to the village to get the referral letter. I need to do something too. Brother, I'm scared. Ding Yanchuan, a young man of about 20, had tears welling up in his eyes. Lu Tsuehua didn't say anything. As a rural woman, the farthest she had been was to the town, and she had never even thought about going to the provincial city for treatment, let alone how to get there. Fortunately, her 2 sons had grown up and could support the family. Lu Tsuehua held Ding Hai's hand and silently shed tears. Husband, wake up soon. Look at our Fengzi and Chuanzi. They've grown up and become capable.
They are more talented than you.
You haven't even taken me to the provincial city. Ding Yanfeng took out the introduction letters he had prepared. He hadn't looked closely at the names on the letters before.
Thank you, Wanwan, he said.
There were 4 letters, for Ding Hai, Ding Yanfeng, Ding Yanchuan, and Lu Tsuehua. Wanwan happily accepted Ding Yanfeng's thanks. I appreciate your words. Big brother Ding, go find a small car. Only the officials in this town might have one, and you should ask around. Actually, Wanwan's first thought was of Brother Hu. She had met him last time. Ding Yanfeng and Brother Hu seemed to know each other well, but she couldn't say that out loud. Her current identity was Wanwan, not the young master of the mine. She couldn't know about Ding Yanfeng's connection to the black market boss. After Ding Yanfeng left, Wanwan took off her shoulder bag. She sat next to Ding Yanchuan and opened the bag, handing it to him. There is a jar of malted milk, a lunchbox, 2 spoons, and a pack of cotton swabs. Uncle Captain can't eat dry food now, so you can soak some malted milk and feed him little by little with a spoon. The cotton swabs can be used to wipe his mouth with some water now and then. At the bottom was a glass bottle containing 5 slices of 30-year-old wild ginseng, which she had prepared herself. They could decide how to use it. In a short time, Wanwan not only prepared the introduction letters, but also gathered everything her father might need. Ding Yanchuan felt ashamed. After his father's accident, his mind had become as blank as glue. He couldn't think of anything.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
I understand. I will use these for my father. Your kindness today will be repaid by my brother working tirelessly in the future, he promised confidently. He was truly Ding Yanfeng's good younger brother. Having a brother like you is his blessing. Xiao Wanwan silently praised Ding Yanchuan in her heart. When Ding Yanchuan called her sister-in-law again, she didn't correct him. She then stood up and went to comfort Lu Tsuehua by the hospital bed, secretly checking Ding Hai's pulse once more. The situation didn't look good. Clearly, the fall caused bleeding inside the brain, pressing on some nerves. That's why Ding Hai was unconscious. The only thing Xiao Wanwan couldn't estimate was the amount of bleeding. Chuanzi, go get some hot water. Captain Uncle's lips are dry. Help him moisturize. She ordered Ding Yanchuan to leave the room. Okay, sister-in-law. I'll go right now. Ding Yanchuan gratefully took the lunchbox Xiao Wanwan handed him and hurried out. Once he was gone, Xiao Wanwan said to Lu Tsuehua, Annie, you can open the malt drink. Drinking malt is more nutritious than water. Lu Tsuehua believed her without question and immediately went to the chair across from the bed, turning her back to the bed to get her bag. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Wanwan secretly took out a small black pill, about the size of a fingernail. She gently lifted Ding Hai's chin and easily fed the pill into his mouth. This pill could reduce intracranial pressure and slow bleeding. As long as the bleeding stopped, and with medication to dissolve and absorb the existing blood in the brain, Ding Hai could recover quite well. After taking this medicine, he might hold on until tomorrow, when they could go to the provincial hospital. If that didn't work, an hour later, Ding Yanfeng returned to the room. I've found a car. Tomorrow morning, we'll take Dad to the provincial hospital for treatment. Good. We'll follow your plan. Fengzi, it's getting dark now. Later, you can take Sister Wanwan home. Lu Tsuehua, with her muddled mind, still worried about Xiao Wanwan's safety. No need. Annie, I can ride my bike quickly and I know martial arts. Most people can't hurt me. Big brother Ding, come outside for a moment. I have something to tell you. Thinking of the scene where Xiao Wanwan split a wooden stick as thick as her wrist with her bare hands, he said to his mother, "It's true." She told the truth. "Mom, take good care of Dad. You don't need to worry about anything else." At the door of the room, Xiao Wanwan handed Ding Yanfeng a small porcelain bottle containing 4 or 5 pills for blood circulation and blood stasis. "What's this?" Ding Yanfeng asked in confusion. "It's medicine for blood circulation and removing blood stasis. My mother made it herself. My maternal family used to be imperial doctors in the palace. You understand, right? This medicine is helpful for your father's illness. I won't come over tomorrow. Be careful on your way there and drive slowly. If Captain Uncle's symptoms worsen or his breathing becomes irregular, give him 1 pill. It may not cure the disease completely, but it can help him hold on until he reaches the city hospital." Zhou Wanwan was very modest and humble when she said this. She took out the medicine with a painful heart, "Okay? This medicine. Tonight is destined to be lonely." Zhou Wanwan closed the door tightly, drew the curtains, and made sure no one outside could see inside. She turned off the lights and slipped into her space. In this world, no matter what unhappy things happen, there's nothing a hot pot can't fix. If there is, then 2 hot pots. The spicy, flavorful yellow throat meat made her feel that giving Ding Hai a rare pill from the old doctor's secret recipe could save his life. The pain of parting was still bearable. That old doctor from the Tang dynasty was so skilled at making medicine, but in the end, his enemies hanged themselves. When she arrived, only the pills in the medicine room were left. It really is true, use a little and you get less.
Gulp.
Gulp. Chilled wheat drink is definitely better cold. Zhou Wanwan closed her eyes comfortably. This is the life I long for, lying around and relaxing. Waking up at sunrise and going out dancing at sunset. She missed those days so much. Now her life is too comfortable. She doesn't even stay up late anymore. A solo hot pot feast lasted until 2 a.m. Zhou Wanwan was too full to eat more, so she curled up on the mat in the space's living room and fell asleep naturally. Early the next morning, with the first light of dawn, roosters crowed and dogs barked. Zhou Wanwan sat up with a tired face, feeling down. This regular life had set her biological clock. When the first rays of sunlight hit the ground, her mind became clear again. It was her nemesis of laziness. She stayed up all night, but as soon as the first sunlight appeared, her mind woke up and she couldn't sleep anymore. Feeling upset alone, she instinctively took out a bowl of millet porridge and ate it bite by bite. After the spicy hot pot, her stomach was a bit sore. Seeing her open the door and go to the well to fetch water, Hu Xiaomei paused. "Wanwan, how is Captain Uncle? You came back late yesterday, so I didn't come over. I heard from the team that he was hospitalized."
"How is he?"
Hu Xiaomei is straightforward and independent. In the team, the captain has often worried about her. She usually doesn't say much, but everyone knows what's in her heart. This morning, when she saw Kawanwin's door open, she hurried over to ask about her, even though she hadn't eaten breakfast yet. "I don't know the details, but she should be back after staying for a while," Kawanwin said, noticing a few old young workers peeking around and raising her voice a bit. She didn't mention Ding Hai's illness clearly, just gave a vague answer. With so many people around, someone with bad intentions might overhear. If rumors spread that Ding Hai is seriously ill, someone might try to take his position as team leader. Also, no one is home at their place now. In a day or 2 it might be okay, but if it goes on longer, someone might get ideas breaking in at night or stealing. Really? So, it's not serious, and he'll be back in a few days? Hu Xiaomei nodded and went back to her room to cook. She thought for a while, then took out a ticket for malted milk powder from the cotton inside her mattress. It was about to expire in 2 months. She had kept this ticket for herself, but never used it. Remembering Ding Hai's kindness, Hu Xiaomei decided to buy malted milk powder in the next few days. She put the ticket back, heated 2 cornmeal buns, and ate breakfast with hot water before heading to work. Kawanwen also left at the same time, walking with Hu Xiaomei. They parted at a fork leading to the back mountain. Hu Xiaomei needed to go to the grain drying yard in front of the team headquarters to wait for her work assignment and tools. Kawanwen didn't need to go. She had a basket, and her small shovel was much better than the rusty sickle issued by the team. On the way up the mountain, Kawanwen saw 2 groups of village children, all small and lively, digging for pigweed. As she moved deeper into the mountains, she was glad to be alone. No Su Malia sticking to her, and no Ding Yanfeng jumping around on the back mountain. Her mind was open, scanning within a 200-meter radius, casually walking past tigers and black bears in the deep mountain as if they were her own backyard. Along the way, she collected 3 old ginseng roots, each over 30 years old, into her space. As she continued deeper into the mountain, a cave caught her attention. She stood at the cave entrance listening carefully. Surprisingly, she could hear the sound of flowing water inside. The opening was about 1 meter wide and looked very deep. Sunlight couldn't reach the entire inside of the cave. Xiao Wenwan took out a bright flashlight and, full of curiosity, walked into the cave. She had already used her mind to scan the area. No wild animals were inside. However, strangely, there was a small area beside the flowing water that she couldn't probe with her awareness, no matter how strong her sensing was. This made her think deeply. What kind of tiny world was this? It had a magical wild ginseng, a warm jade filled with spiritual energy, and now there was a mysterious small cube she couldn't investigate. As she went further inside, she realized there was more to discover. The small cave, only a meter wide at the entrance, expanded to about 3 meters wide inside. The view became more open as she moved deeper. Finally, she stood in the middle of the cave, facing a small waterfall pouring down from above her head. The water flowed into a pond, heading somewhere unknown. Around the pond, plants and flowers grew. A large rock hanging from the ceiling looked like a fierce tiger, with sharp eyes fixed on the entrance. TSK. If this was natural, formed by nature, I'd be eating dirt. Xiao Wenwan pulled out a small shovel, ignoring all the arrangements inside the cave. Who cared about traps or spells? She wasn't looking at those. She only cared about the tiny cube, a perfect cube about 10 centimeters on each side, blocking her awareness. Step 3 to the left. Step 3 to the right. She returned to her original spot. Smirking, she skillfully swung her shovel at the cube, which she had been digging around for half a month. Without much effort, she managed to dig out a box that looked like it was made of wood. She couldn't tell which tree the wood came from. It had no lock, but she couldn't open it. Xiao Wenwan tried many times with a crowbar, but still couldn't open the box. Just as she was thinking about using a chainsaw, a tiger's roar suddenly echoed through the forest. Was it the same northeast tiger? She had never seen it before, but she had heard about it for a long time. She thought it was an old, familiar tiger. She wondered why it was roaring so loudly today. Could it be that something else had entered its territory and disturbed it? Xiao Wenwan loved watching excitement. She casually stored the box in her space warehouse and quickly headed toward the direction of the roar, while also sending out her awareness to keep track of what is happening. This big tiger looks so ugly, and you even have a wife? Zhou Wenwan was completely speechless and finally arrived near the cave of the 2 tigers. She squatted on a tree branch, took out a telescope, and looked through the faint sunlight shining into the cave to find the little tiger near the mother tiger's belly. The little tigers looked very much like their father, with small tiger heads. Both little northeast tigers hadn't fully opened their eyes yet and were instinctively crawling toward their mother's belly. The mother tiger had just given birth and looked a bit tired. Her maternal instincts made her keep licking the damp fur of her babies. The proud father tiger stood confidently on a large rock at the cave entrance, roaring loudly, as if announcing to all the animals in the forest that he had offspring. Zhou Wenwan watched for a while, but the big tiger kept guarding the cave entrance without moving away. She itched to reach out and pet the tiger's head but had to hold back her urge. She looked up at the sun's position. It was about the right time. Quietly, she backed away from the tiger's territory, humming a song as she headed toward the forest edge. On the way, she collected a basket of piggrass and carried a bunch of wildflowers, walking along the field ridge below the mountain. She met many villagers, and unsurprisingly, the first thing they asked was, "How is the team leader doing?" She brushed off everyone, finished exchanging the piggrass, and returned to the youth station. She was alone again. Momo and the others hadn't come back yet. She started a fire, used coal balls to cook rice in a small stove, and secretly took out a prepared chicken from her space, chopped it into pieces, and blanched it in water. She also sneaked out 2 carrots, 2 potatoes, and a pack of stew seasoning from her space. When the bell rang for work, the chicken stew she was cooking was just ready. After she ate, the youth workers would return. They had become numb to Joe, Wanwan often finding wild chickens for extra meals. They had been to the back mountain more than once, but not a single feather or even a chicken's body was found. Only the sound of chickens, but no sight of them. "I'm back. Wow, it smells so good." Before she arrived, her voice already reached everyone. Su Malalai hurried in and saw that Joe Wanwan's pot had food. "Boo, it smells so good. Wanwan, I want to eat a big bowl later. But don't eat it all yourself. Look quickly, I bought many nice things. See these 2 pieces of fabric? They're very beautiful. I deliberately bought 2, 1 for each of us. Also, I found cotton gloves in the city. I thought we could wear them in winter. I bought 2 pairs." Su Malalai happily pulled out all the items from her bag, and everything was in pairs. Followed by Fong Guiqing and Zhang Jingguo, who also carried many things. It seems these 3 went to the city not just to see a doctor, but also to shop wildly. Seeing Zhang Jingguo's eyes almost pop out, Qiao Wanwan bluntly said, "Don't even think about it. There's only enough food in this pot for Malalai. You 2 should call Zhang Igua to bring more rice. If you wait too long, he'll already be cooking the rice." Qiao Wanwan spoke honestly. Zhang Igua came back earlier than the others. He seemed to rush home, as if he was born from a hungry ghost. He started cooking immediately, his face still unwashed, in such a hurry. Zhang Jingguo could only take a deep sniff of the delicious smell of meat, then hurried back to find Zhang Igua to cook. He was puzzled. They had been eating meat every day these past 2 days, even made a big pot of braised pork last night. Why was his craving back now? Zhang Jingguo left quickly. Fong Guiqing leaned against the door, admiring Su Malalai's silly, lively look. Qiao Wanwan asked routinely, "Are the test results out? Is it alcohol allergy?" Fong Guiqing put away his aggressive gaze and answered seriously, "Yes, it's confirmed. It's alcohol allergy. And I want to thank you. If you hadn't noticed, I might have been in serious trouble with alcohol poisoning." No need to thank me. Just treat Malalai well. That's worth more than 1,000 thanks." Qiao Wanwan didn't mind. She got up and served Su Malalai a bowl of rice, then covered the pot with potatoes, carrots, and chicken stew. The rich broth poured over the rice looked tempting and smelled wonderful. Fong Guiqing's stomach growled uncontrollably. Embarrassed, he went back home, put down his things, and then went into Zhang Igua's room. Everyone had left, and Su Malalai, busy with her shopping, didn't notice. She was immersed in the satisfaction of her purchases. "All right, let's look at it later. Hurry up and wash your hands to eat. The clothes, hair ribbons, and buttons you bought won't fill your stomach." Qiao Wanwan didn't want to spoil Su Malalai's mood, but the food was getting cold if she didn't eat soon. Also, she couldn't really appreciate the trendy dresses, buttons, and floral fabrics Su Malalai bought. Especially that baggy shirt. Wearing it doesn't feel cool, and it makes her look stiff. How can she look like a worker in such clothes? Isn't she just giving her little braids to someone else? Moreover, the black pants and white shirt, aren't they a good match? The classic black and white combination will never go out of style, even in the next century. By the way, Wanwan, I think I heard that the team leader was injured and hospitalized. Su Malalai was eating and still asked about the news she heard when she first arrived in the village. She wondered if it was true. Qiao Wanwan was also holding her bowl and eating. When she heard Su Malalai ask, she nodded naturally. Yes, he was hospitalized. He should be back in a few days. That's good. The team leader is such a kind old man. How did he get hurt? Sue Malalai wasn't sure if she had gone to the provincial city and relaxed completely, or what had happened. She felt she might have spoken too freely. In the afternoon, the mail carrier rode his bicycle back to the youth station. Comrade Xiao, you have a registered letter. It was the same mailman from before. When he saw Xiao Wanwan and Sue Malalai come out together and noticed the two pretty girls, his ears turned red again. The girl youth near Comrade Xiao was also very pretty. He wondered if she was seeing anyone. Thank you, comrade. Xiao Wanwan took the letters. There were two, sent from the Xinhua bookstore and the newspaper office. In front of the other young people, she opened the two letters. Inside the one from the Xinhua bookstore was a translation certificate. It was from when she previously sent foreign documents for translation. She had specifically mentioned in the letter that if her translation skills were good enough, she hoped the bookstore could help her get a translation certificate for better work in the future. As expected, the translation work she sent was of high quality. This time, the bookstore not only sent her the translation certificate, but also several foreign books. Due to the complicated procedures, the books would arrive a few days later than the letters. Xiao Wanwan seemed to do it on purpose. She raised her translation certificate for everyone to see and said, "This is my translation certificate. From now on, I can translate documents for newspapers and bookstores and earn translation fees." Sue Malalai excitedly hugged Xiao Wanwan and said happily, "Wow, Wanwan, you're amazing. You passed everything. You're really talented. I knew you were the best. Yes, congratulations. I didn't expect that Xiao Jiqing is so knowledgeable and can even read foreign languages clearly," Zhang Igua said, genuinely admiring talented people. Xiao Wanwan explained on purpose, "My high school homeroom teacher is someone who studied abroad. She taught me these skills. She once said I have a talent for this, but unfortunately, I haven't seen her for a long time." She added, "I wonder where she is now, working on a farm for reform, and if it's far from here." At the end, Xiao Wanwan looked a little sad, as if she was mourning her former teacher. When she said this, everyone fell silent. Even the old youth who came to watch the fun stopped talking. Fong Guiqing sighed at the right moment. Things in the world are unpredictable. Don't worry, talented people will shine wherever they go. Xiao Wanwan thought to herself, no wonder he's the main character. Such a big bowl of comforting words. You go ahead and eat. I'm not hungry. Xiao Wanwan, who couldn't eat anymore, looked to the side and saw Sue Malalai looking at Fong Guiqing with starry eyes, as if she was completely captivated. She covered her eyes and forehead, feeling she really couldn't watch anymore. After sending away the clearly sad postman, Xiao Wanwan and Sue Malalai went inside. The crowd gradually dispersed. For 2 days, in the mornings, Xiao Wanwan and Sue Malalai went to the back mountain to gather pig grass. In the afternoons, they stayed in the room translating documents, sometimes writing a little story. Their life was very full, but it was very different from what she originally planned. That afternoon, as usual, Xiao Wanwan and Sue Malalai sat facing each other. One was translating documents, and the other was self-studying a foreign language. Suddenly, Ding Yangfeng's tall figure appeared at Xiao Wanwan's door. He was sweating heavily and panting, but his eyes were bright when he looked at her. Seeing this, Sue Malalai quickly packed her things and left, returning to her own room. She was innocent, but not foolish. She didn't want to be a third wheel. Now only the two of them were left in the room. Xiao Wanwan put on her shoes, got off the Kong bed, handed Ding Yangfeng a basin and a new towel, and pushed him to the well to wash his face. "Why are you back? How is your father?" Xiao Wanwan stood by the well, asking Ding Yangfeng while helping to hold a new towel. "Because I missed you. I came back." Ding Yangfeng suddenly spoke openly, his intense gaze fixed on Xiao Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan awkwardly looked away. "And Captain Uncle? Is he feeling better?" Cough, cough. Realizing his abrupt words, Ding Yangfeng cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. "My father is much better now. The medicine you gave was very helpful, and we also used ginseng. Now my father's condition is stable. He's in the town hospital, and after a few more days of treatment, he can come home to rest. Ding Yanfeng once again felt that Xiao Wanwan brought good luck to his family. She was his lucky star. Like Chuanzi said, he would work hard and take good care of her in the future. I'm glad to hear that. What did the doctor in the provincial city say? He said my father had a brain hemorrhage, which is why he was unconscious. After taking your medicine, by the time we reached the provincial city, he could hear us talking, but he couldn't open his eyes. Now he's fine, just needs to rest in bed for a while. I came back this time to get 2 sets of clean clothes. At this point, Ding Yanfeng realized that the clothes he was wearing had been on for several days and had become smelly. The foul smell of sweat had turned sour, and Ding Yanfeng could clearly smell it himself, not to mention Xiao Wanwan standing beside him. But throughout, Xiao Wanwan never said a word. Instead, she stood beside Ding Yanfeng, caring about his father's condition. This girl made him feel a little touched. Go inside. I've seen you now, so I can rest assured. I'll go home to shower and change clothes, and I also need to go to the hospital to deliver some things. Ding Yanfeng felt embarrassed to go into Xiao Wanwan's house again, worried about making it smell bad. For several days, Ding Yanfeng kept running between the hospital and home. During this time, Xiao Wanwan and Su Malia went to the hospital to visit Captain Ding. According to Su Malia, the old man looked quite spirited, so he must be recovering well. Early one morning, a military green jeep drove along the rural road into Hongqi Brigade. 5 men in military uniforms got out of the vehicle. The deputy brigade commander, who had received the news, hurriedly put down his tools and ran over to greet them.
Hello, comrades.
I am Deputy Captain Zhang of the Red Flag Brigade. My surname is Zhang. May I ask what brings you here? This is my first time talking to so many soldiers, and I feel a bit nervous. I recall how the former brigade leader handled such situations. Hello, comrades. We want to ask for directions to the Jiqing site. We are here to find someone. The soldier in uniform driving the car shook hands with Deputy Captain Zhang kindly, and then asked, I will take you there. The vehicle can't go inside because the road is narrow. Which Jiqing are you looking for at the site? Deputy Captain Zhang led the way in front, with the 5 soldiers following behind. Curious villagers also followed from a distance, eager to learn the latest news. Oh, we are looking for Xiao Wanwan. Is she doing well here? The man among the 5 soldiers, carrying 2 badges on his shoulder, suddenly asked. Deputy Captain Zhang looked at him and replied, You're here to find Xiao Jiqing. She's doing quite well here. She's pretty and talented. An old Jiqing from her courtyard told me that a few days ago, a mail carrier brought her a translation certificate. She's quite capable. By the way, who are you to Xiao Jiqing? As they spoke, they arrived at the Jiqing site. Deputy Captain Zhang pushed the door open and called out, Xiao Jiqing, some soldiers are here to see you. Come out and take a look. But the reply came from the wind in the courtyard, and all the doors were guarded by iron gates. Clearly, Xiao Wanwan was not at the Jiqing site at this moment. This was awkward. Deputy Captain Zhang suddenly forgot about Xiao Wanwan going up the mountain to gather pig grass this morning. Comrades, please wait a moment. Xiao Jiqing probably went up the mountain to gather pig grass. I'll ask someone to call her back. Deputy Captain Zhang was about to call villagers nearby when the 5 soldiers stopped him at the same time. The soldier who was driving earlier, named Zhang Longhai, explained proactively, No trouble, fellow villagers. We're just here for some mountain climbing to stretch our muscles. Could you tell me which path leads up the mountain? The villagers responded warmly, and the 5 soldiers turned around and soon reached the foot of the back mountain. They ran into Xiao Wanwan coming down the mountain carrying pig grass. She was walking with another young woman, Jiqing. Both thought that this must be the new friend Wanwan mentioned in her letter. Hello, Uncle Zhang? Uncle Zhao? Uncle Wang? Uncle Li. Why did you come here? You even came to the back mountain to find me. Hee, let me introduce you. This is my good friend. Her name is Su Malalai. The 2 of us. But Xiao Wanwan suddenly stopped speaking. She widened her eyes and her pupils trembled because she seemed to have seen her father, who sacrificed himself as a hero.
Dad.
Is that really you? Xiao Wanwan's small shovel slipped from her hand. She stepped forward in disbelief, trembling as she reached out to touch Qiao Lisin's face, but she was afraid to do so, worried that it was just a dream. Girl, Dad is back. My girl, you've suffered so much. You've really suffered, Qiao Lisin said tearfully, holding Wanwan in his arms. Father and daughter hugged and cried together. Dad, I miss you so much. I miss you so much. Wanwan buried her head in his shoulder and cried loudly. But her mind was full of questions. Didn't Qiao Lisin die? The day before she traveled here, the original owner personally handled the funeral. She remembered it very clearly. How come now this dad is alive again? And 4 uncles came with him. Would her strange behavior during this time, or the pills she gave to the 4 uncles last time, make Qiao Lisin suspicious? Could it be that this visit was actually to catch her? It didn't seem likely. Forget it, if she couldn't figure it out, she would just play along. After a while, Qiao Lisin looked her up and down, his face full of concern. It was obvious he thought his daughter had suffered a lot recently, and he felt very sad. You're thinner and darker. My girl, you've been through a lot, haven't you? Qiao Lisin choked, speaking with difficulty. No, Dad, I've been doing well lately. Besides missing you and Mom, everything else is fine. The 4 uncles sent me a lot of things. I can't finish them all. And I also made the best friend. Her name is Su Malalai, and she's from Beijing too. Wanwan introduced Su Malalai to them. Su Malalai politely greeted them and received a lot of praise. Captain, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go down the mountain and see where Wanwan lives. We didn't go in earlier, Li Yuanjiang suggested. He also took the basket filled with pig feed from Wanwan and put it on his back. Wang Feihu also took the basket from Su Malalai and carried it away. Qiao Wanwan and Qiao Lisin walked down the mountain side by side, still calling out to their close friends who followed closely behind. Their group went together to deliver pig feed, recorded their work points, and then returned to the youth commune. Qiao Wanwan's room felt quite spacious to her, but it was still crowded with 5 strong men inside. So, Su Malalai helped Qiao Wanwan move the 2 beds and tables out, and brought some stools, just like when they ate together with many people last time. They arranged the 5 big men under the shade of a large tree at the door, which was not too hot. Seeing that Qiao Wanwan didn't explain, the kind villagers couldn't help but ask from the wall. Qiao the youth, who are these people? Are they your relatives? They look important coming in a jeep too. That person has 2 stripes on his shoulder. What kind of official is he? Hey, Qiao the youth, tell us about them. The villagers chattered loudly, not only whispering but also asking openly. These 4 are my uncles here to visit me. And this one. Qiao Malalai took the enamel cup handed to her and placed it on the table in front of Qiao Lisin. And the last one? Who is he? Tell us. Exactly, tell us. Of course, he's my real dad. Today I want to declare here that my dad is not dead. I am a child supported by my father. He is my real dad. Qiao Wanwan straightened her chest and loudly announced to the world. Tears of happiness welled up in her eyes, streaming down her face full of collagen. She cried and smiled and cried. She played out the emotion of losing her parents, but still shining with hope inside. Very well. Just a few tears, but perfectly timed. If there was an award for small gold statues, she would deserve one, no matter high or low. When she said this, it caused a big stir among the crowd. Over the past 2 months, almost everyone in the Red Flag Brigade knew that Qiao Wanwan was a martyr's orphan, a hero's descendant. She had mentioned it several times herself, so why now is there suddenly a real dad? Wasn't your dad sacrificed? Yeah. Aren't you a martyr's orphan? If your dad is still alive, what kind of orphan are you? This wasn't a trick, was it? There were all kinds of people talking in the crowd. Qiao Lisin stood up, pressing his hands down, standing there with a natural commanding presence. Soon everyone quieted down. Villagers, my child did not lie. She is a child of a martyr. Her mother sacrificed her life rescuing comrades on the battlefield. I was seriously injured and went missing at that time. Everyone thought I had died on the battlefield, and my wife and I were posthumously awarded the title of martyr. My child also thought we had all perished, but she did not forget the courage of our Chinese soldiers. She resolutely signed up to go to the countryside. Now I am back. I am proud of her. Child, you are wonderful. Mom is in heaven and must be proud of you. As Qiao Lisin finished speaking, he looked at Qiao Wanwan's small face, afraid that mentioning her mother would make her sad again. Zhang Longhai, Wang Feihu, Zhao Wuqing, and Li Yuanzhang all stood up at the same time, moving to stand beside Qiao Wanwan. The 5 men, dressed in military uniforms and serious expressions, now looked like her strong support. They were the backbone of the entire Hongqi team. Everyone knew that behind Xiao, Wanwan was their support. Soon, they would leave again on a mission, and her safety was their greatest concern. Xiao Wanwan felt an unprecedented sense of security. These 5 seasoned soldiers standing behind her were like 5 mountains she could rely on. Villagers, let's disperse now. Don't disturb the father and daughter as they reunite. Disperse. Disperse. Deputy Captain Zhang and the others finished asking and then dismissed the villagers. Hurry, disperse. Did everyone get their work points? Come here just to watch the fun? The villagers dispersed in a rush. As expected, Qiao Wanwan would be the talk of the village all day. Once the yard was empty of outsiders, Qiao Lisin took out 2 thick envelopes from his pocket and handed them to Qiao Wanwan. The father and daughter sat facing each other. Qiao Lisin's eyes were full of pain and reluctance. This departure might truly mean she would become a martyr. What is this? Dad, why are you looking at me like that? It's as if we're about to part forever. We just reunited. Can't we be happy for a bit? Qiao Wanwan felt confused and thought the atmosphere seemed very heavy. She picked up the envelope and saw it was full of money, 2 thick envelopes with large black bills. She pressed the envelopes onto the table with both hands. She asked in surprise, Dad, where did you get so much money? Our family's bankbook is with me. Could it be that you secretly hid a lot of private money without Mom knowing? That brat. When did I hide private money? And I definitely didn't hide anything from your mom. Don't you know my position at home? Qiao Lisin felt like he was back to the days of arguing with Qiao Wanwan at home. His gloomy and heavy feeling eased a little. This is a bonus from a mission Dad completed. It's 2,000 yuan, and there are some receipts inside. Keep it safe yourself. You can deposit the money when you have time, understand? Qiao Lisin felt like a wall had blocked his heart. All those instructions used to be for his wife. Now that she was gone, he could only talk to his daughter. Got it, got it. By the way, Dad, do you want to try my cooking at noon? I've gotten really good at it now. Qiao Wanwan teased playfully. She remembered the scene from the original story, where she forced Qiao Lisin to eat dark, unappetizing food. She thought Qiao Lisin would refuse angrily, but as soon as she asked, he immediately agreed. Really? Then you must try it. Go ahead and make it now. Dad and the uncles will go back in the afternoon. Qiao Lisin's noticeably different attitude made Qiao Wanwan's heart skip a beat. Her face grew serious as she looked at everyone's expressions. Dad, uncles, are you hiding something from me? Is there something you can't tell me again? Her question made the 5 men feel mixed emotions. They were on a secret mission this time, and even family members couldn't be told. The danger was very high. That's why Qiao Lisin rushed from Beijing just to see Qiao Wanwan.
That girl.
Oh, Zhang Longhai wanted to defend the team leader, but he realized he didn't know what to say. Seeing each other again meant parting again, with no clear return date and life or death uncertain.
How could they say it?
Not only him, but all of them couldn't speak. The brave, proud team leader couldn't open his mouth in front of the 18-year-old girl. Uncle Zhang, you don't need to say anything. I understand. Children of soldiers. I understand. I just wish for one hope, that everyone returns safely. Dad, uncles, I am going to cook now. I've really gotten good at cooking. Very good. Qiao Wanwan smiled bravely as she spoke to them, but even with a smile, tears filled her eyes and couldn't be hidden. Just a door apart, Su Malalai said that hearing she couldn't hear was definitely not true. She quietly wiped away her tears, forced a smile, and rummaged through the cabinet to find all the delicious snacks she bought from the city. She gathered them all and ran out happily. "Uncles, please sit down first. I'll help Wanwan cook. I must say, I've also become a good cook. Later, you'll see, whether it's me or Wanwan who makes the tastier food." "All right, girl. We're just waiting to see which one is better." Xiao Lisan laughed loudly. He liked his daughter's new friend even more and felt more at ease leaving Wanwan at Hongqi Brigade. "Okay." Su Malalai cheerfully ran into the house. She had planned this. Wanwan's dad could only stay for this meal. She didn't want everyone to be sad when she left. Who says parting has to be sad? She believed that parting was for a better reunion, and it should be faced happily. Just like on the day she left for the countryside by train. No matter how much she cried at home, she left with a smile. She thought her family would remember that day only by her smile. "Wanwan, I'll cook with you. I have canned meat, fruit, and dried shrimp. We can use them to stir-fry chives. There's some in the backyard, I'll go pick a bunch now." Su Malalai happily grabbed a knife and ran outside again. "Hey, take it slow. Holding a knife is dangerous." Wanwan's heavy mood suddenly brightened. Su Malalai felt like a cloud blocking the sky suddenly opening letting the bright sunlight shine down. She was a girl who understood how to heal others. Wanwan knew she was influenced by her own emotions just now, but she was willing. Her mood brightened, and she felt full of energy. Using the cabinet as cover, she took out a layered piece of cured meat, a sausage, and a bowl of about 20 eggs. There were also green peppers, tomatoes, cucumbers, and other vegetables. When Su Malalai returns, the two of them check all the ingredients and decide to make spicy stir-fried cured meat, steamed sausages with a dipping sauce, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried shrimp with chives. The canned food is simply placed in a large bowl, and they prepare a cold cucumber salad. Su Malalai first mixes a big bowl of plain flour, lets it rest for a while, then adds her homemade lard to make pork lard pancakes as the main food. The two girls busy themselves preparing lunch. Xiao Lisan and his 4 comrades do not speak. Their eyes follow every move of Xiao Wanwan. "Boss, when we come back, Wanwan should start talking about her future too. Who do you think she'll end up with?" Zhang Longhai, who is usually talkative, is the only one daring enough to joke with Xiao Lisan. "Go away. Talking about others? My daughter is still so young, no rush. I hope she never leaves me and stays by my side forever." Xiao Lisan says what he truly wishes. "Exactly. Dahai, don't talk nonsense. And if some foolish guy is really interested in our Wanwan, he'll have to get past us first," Wang Feihu, known for favoring girls over boys, says. His family has 3 sons, which always gives him headaches, but he adores his daughter. Having a daughter is wonderful. Daughters are like a warm, caring little quilt for a father. Outside, Xiao Dad and the soldier's conversation can be heard clearly by the 2 girls inside. Su Malalai teases Wanwan by poking her in the waist, and everything is understood without words. The bell signaling the end of work rings on time, and the delicious food in Xiao Wanwan's pot is also ready. The 4 uncles help, carrying all the cooked dishes and tableware to the table. The young workers who have finished work see the 5 officers who came looking for Wanwan as rumored. They look even more impressive in person. "Hello, uncles. We are the young workers sent to the countryside at the same time as Qiao Zhigang. My name is Zhang Jingguo." Zhang Jingguo, acting playful, stands with his legs together and raises his right hand in a perfect military salute. "Hello. Hello. Report to the leader. I am from Beijing, living on Huangxi Street. I am 20 years old. Since I was young, I have admired soldiers. I want to join the army and serve my country." Zhang Jingguo stood straight and spoke loudly, like a soldier during a review by a leader. "Good." Xiao Lisan nodded happily. He admired everyone who wanted to serve the country. Great men of China should build and contribute to the nation. Only then can they make the most of their youth. "Report to the leader. My name is Feng Guoqing. I am from the same batch of rural youth as Comrade Xiao Wanwan. I am currently dating Comrade Su Malia. We will go back now to cook, so we won't disturb your meal." Goodbye, leader. Fong Guiqing saluted sharply with a perfect military gesture. His strong voice echoed through the youth camp. After speaking, he hurriedly pulled Zhang Jianguo toward his house. I say, you're really silly. Why are you making trouble? Aren't you just trying to steal Comrade Ding Yanfeng's girl? Fong Guiqing whispered, kicking him lightly on the backside. Zhang Jianguo chuckled and mumbled as he quickly washed up, then headed straight to the stove in Zhang Aigua's house, just like usual. With Zhang Jianguo leading, a group of old youths shouted hello, leader, and quickly went back to their rooms. It's over. Why does she, Qiao Wanwan, have more and more supporters? A female youth, who had previously caused trouble for Qiao Wanwan, sighed while leaning on the window. Wen Ting sneered inwardly, thinking, no matter how many supporters Qiao Wanwan has, what does it have to do with me? Do you really think I'll be pushed out to take the blame? Still looking? Today isn't your turn to cook? If you don't go now, those male youths will start arguing. You'd better handle it. Wen Ting carried a basin to fetch water from the kitchen well. She deliberately didn't go to the water well today. The well was too close to Qiao Wanwan's house. If she complained to her officer father, she would definitely get into trouble. At the dining table, Qiao Wanwan and Su Malia excitedly talked about what they saw and experienced in the Red Flag Brigade, along with funny stories nearby. Qiao Lisan and the other four were happily eating and drinking. They looked at the time on their watches. The hour hand pointed to exactly 12 o'clock. If they didn't leave now, they would miss the next train to Beijing. Wanwan, Dad has to leave now. You need to take good care of yourself here. Next time, Dad will come to see you again. Qiao Lisan felt uncertain inside. It was the first time he made a promise he might not keep, just to make his daughter feel at ease. The five of them stood up, put on their military hats, tidied their clothes, and headed out of the youth village. I know, Dad, uncles. I will take good care of myself. You all must take care too. Come back safely. Wanwan followed behind them, squeezing herself between them. She held onto Qiao Lisan's arm with one hand and Zhang Longhai's arm with the other. Dad, uncles, I'll only see you to the village entrance. I'll wait here for your victorious return. You must come back alive and well. At the village entrance, Wanwan waved as she watched the military green jeep drive away until she could no longer see it. Feeling a bit lonely, she turned around. When she looked up, she saw Su Malalai smiling sweetly at her. Silly Malalai, how long have you been standing here? Have you been following us all along? No wonder my dad and the others left so quickly. They saw you waiting here to go back with me. Wanwan's gloom was instantly swept away. The two girls, arm in arm, happily headed home together. In the afternoon, instead of staying home to study as usual, Wanwan and Su Malalai took cloth bags and baskets and went to the back mountain. It was August, and the hazelnuts on the mountain were starting to ripen. Today, they came to pick hazelnuts. The wild hazelnut trees on the mountain were quite tall, with only a few reachable by hand. The fullest nuts were on the branches above. Malalai, you pick from down here. I'll climb the tree to pick. But remember, don't go too deep inside. There are two big tigers there. They're fierce and often roar loudly. Wanwan warned Su Malalai, though she was actually teasing the not-so-cute tiger dad. Okay, I got it. Be careful climbing the tree. Su Malalai watched Wanwan climb safely and sit on a branch before she started picking her own nuts. Raw hazelnuts contain up to 45% fat, mainly unsaturated fatty acids, and are rich in vitamin E, which has antioxidant properties. They also contain a lot of calcium. A tiny hazelnut grows on an unremarkable hazelnut tree, wild and abundant across the mountains. Every year, villagers go up the mountain to harvest them. Although they did not know the nutritional value of hazelnuts, it did not affect the local people who rely on the mountains for their livelihood. They used the abundant resources in the mountains to be self-sufficient. Now, the hazelnuts are just beginning to ripen, and it is the busy farming season. Next month, when all the corn in the fields is harvested, villagers will gather mushrooms, hazelnuts, black fungus, and wild vegetables from the mountains. After 2 hours of work, Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai's baskets were full, and their cloth bags were also packed tightly. They both smiled happily as they descended the mountain, returning to the youth commune, where they started to peel and dry the hazelnuts. Their hard-working sweat fell onto the ground as they worked with their hands. Compared to shelling and drying the nuts, harvesting was much easier. Sue Malalai shook her sore fingers vigorously, realizing that nothing could be gained without effort. 3 days later, life in Hongchi Brigade was peaceful. In the morning, Xiao Wanwan and Sue Malalai dug for pigweed, and in the afternoon, they picked hazelnuts for an hour. After returning, they carefully finished their work. As night fell, they each worked and studied separately. Xiao Wanwan had not yet received foreign books from the newspaper office or bookstore, so she used the time to revise her novel and add some detailed writing. The end of July was approaching quietly. Captain Ding Hai was finally discharged from the hospital. That evening, he was sitting on a cart, being pushed home by his 2 older sons. As they entered the village, the information department at the big tree at the entrance was busy promoting their news. By the time they reached their home, many villagers had gathered there waiting. Ding Hai, facing everyone's greetings and concern, rarely showed a smile. He used to always have a serious face, so when he suddenly smiled at everyone, the villagers felt a bit uncomfortable. "Captain, you're finally better? You're back." Vice Captain Zhang hurried over. During the 7 or 8 days Ding Hai was away, Zhang Shulin felt like he had lost his backbone. Although he appeared to be organizing work normally, he was actually very anxious inside. Yesterday, the commune officials held a meeting to discuss this year's harvest. Usually, Ding Hai attended these meetings, which determined how much grain their brigade would deliver and the order of delivery. These issues were always fiercely debated. Zhang Shulin is doing okay in the brigade, but if he goes to the commune and meets the leaders, he gets very nervous. At that time, he's afraid they might force him into unfair agreements that could ruin his reputation. "What's wrong with you? Did something happen?" "Don't worry. Take your time to tell me," Ding Hai said, steadying himself on the edge of the cart as he got off.
"Villagers, I'm fine.
I've recovered completely.
Don't worry about me."
Everyone go back to work. The harvest is coming soon. Let's work harder. Victory is just ahead. When it comes to making empty promises, Ding Hai is quite skilled, like a graduate of a specialized school. "Shulin, come inside and talk." "Feng Zichuan, help your mother tidy up the house. It's been so long since anyone lived here. Everything's covered in dust." Ding Hai instinctively reached for a cigarette, but found nothing. His pockets were empty. His 2 sons had taken his cigarettes, and now they might be lying in some trash can somewhere. Those 2 troublemakers, grown old, and still under their son's control. After settling everything at home, Ding Yanfeng took his bow and net, and under the setting sun, climbed up the back mountain. The sound of insects in the forest was still as timeless as ever. He moved quickly, aiming only to gather food for his family, not to hunt excessively. A wild hen in the bushes sensed someone nearby, flapping its wings and trying to escape. Yanfeng took his shot at the right moment, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow that swiftly pierced the hen's body. He shot 4 hens in total, then carried his catch to the stream. He took off his shirt and shoes, jumped into the cool water, and quickly caught 2 fish with his net. With a full basket, he returned home, leaving 2 hens and a fish. He told Ding Yanchuan to help his mother cook. After changing into clean clothes, he secretly hid a small cloth bag close to his body before heading to the youth camp where Xiao Wanwan was. Xiao Wanwan wasn't surprised by Ding Yanfeng's arrival. Even Su Malia and Fong Guiqing, who were sitting nearby, showed no signs of shock or curiosity. "Why do you all seem to know I'm coming?" Ding Yanfeng asked, confused, as he handed the wild hens and big carp to Xiao Wanwan, who was already reaching out her hand. "Maybe it's because we all share a special connection with you," she replied. Xiao Wanwan quickly went inside, brought out a pot of boiling water, put the wild chicken in, and handed it over to Ding Yankong to clean up. "Did you go to my house while I was away?" Ding Yankong's mind only gets confused when he sees Xiao Wanwan. He can guess this obvious thing even with his eyes closed. "Not very clever." Xiao Wanwan nodded with a serious look, making everyone laugh. Tonight, their small group gathered again for dinner. It's worth mentioning that Hu Xiaomei also joined them this time. She didn't come empty-handed. She brought 5 eggs, a bowl of plain flour, a piece of tofu, some greens, and her own mung bean sprouts. With a good mix of meat and vegetables, everyone ate happily. When they were almost done, Ding Yanкang came over. Hurry, hurry. Sister-in-law, move over to my brother's side and give me some space. I have nowhere to put my legs, they're taking up too much room. Ding Yanкang joked as he pushed Xiao Wanwan to sit close to Ding Yanкang. His frank use of sister-in-law made Fang Wuqing and Zhang Igua laugh out loud. Xiao Wanwan was not shy. She sat confidently beside Ding Yanкang, facing everyone's attention. A noble person is open and honest, and a woman can be just as noble. Everyone was having fun, and no one noticed that Zhang Zhengwo's face stiffened for a moment, but he quickly hid it. Ding Yanкang even stood up, clapping loudly with excitement. He was sure about his sister-in-law. The only regret was that his brother was about to leave the team. Such a good sister-in-law shouldn't be taken away by some wild wolf. He had to watch out for his brother. He discussed with his parents about moving his sister-in-law to their house. Just then, Ding Yanкang, who had been the happiest, suddenly rested his chin in his hand and fell into thought. As the moon rose over the willow branches, everyone quickly tidied up. It took less than 10 minutes to clean up the messy table. Ding Yanкang and his brother headed home, looking back several times along the way. Xiao Wanwan locked the yard door and held the tiny cloth bag that Ding Yanкang had forcefully handed to her before leaving. The uneven, crooked stitches on the bag were very noticeable. Could he have sewn this himself? Xiao Wanwan suddenly felt she had uncovered the truth. She laughed out loud, went back inside, locked the door, sat on the Kong, and finally opened the cloth bag. It was actually a lifelike wooden sculpture. Its nose, eyebrows, and eyes looked very much like her. The sculpture was polished very smoothly, probably because the man was worried that splinters might hurt her hand. I wonder how long it took Ding Yanfeng to carve such a delicate and realistic sculpture. Xiao Wanwan loved it so much, she couldn't put it down. After entering the space, she looked at it under the bright light for a long time. The next day, when she woke up, she was still holding the wooden sculpture that resembled her. She got up and carefully placed it on the bedside table in the space. Xiao Wanwan was happy as she went to wash up and have breakfast. It was a sunny new day, perfect for digging pigweed. Even though Xiao Wanwan no longer lacked money and had a decent translation job, she still completed her daily chores on time and diligently. Phew, it's so hot. Wanwan, I want to wear my new dress. I haven't had a chance to wear it yet. Su Malalai picked up a towel draped around her neck, wiped her face, and softly complained. If you want to wear it, do it in your room or wait until your break, and wear it when you go on a date with Fang Wuqing. But now you have to hold back. We're here to work. If you wear a dress like that, someone might report you to the commune, and you could be made to walk through the streets for everyone to see. It's not that Xiao Wanwan was trying to scare Su Malalai. The truth is, there are so many people in the village who are jealous of them now. If she wasn't careful with her words and actions, one wrong step could lead to a deep trap. Got it, got it. I was just joking. I wouldn't dare wear a dress while working. Not only would I get reported, but I'd also scold myself, Su Malalai, feeling a bit clearer after the sunlight made her dizzy, said. Just keep your head clear. This afternoon, I want to go to the post office. I'll check the time. The foreign books sent from the newspaper office and bookstore should have arrived. I want to pick them up early and start translating. Malalai, do you want to go too? Xiao Wanwan calculated that the mail carrier probably wouldn't want to step foot on the youth station's land for a month or two. She decided to be kind and go to town herself, saving the mail carrier the trouble. No, I don't want to go. It's too hot. I just want to go home and lie down. Wanwan, can you bring me a few bottles of orange soda? I really want to drink some. Su Malalai sat on the grass, trying to cool herself with the green grass. Lying down. Lying down. Xiao Wanwan suddenly realized she hadn't had the thought of lying down in a long time. It was really dangerous. She hadn't felt the need to lie down during her vacation. That was very wrong. Tonight, she would reflect on herself and ask how she had fallen so far. Could it be that she was starting to focus on her career again? Wanwan, please. I'm begging you, My Wanwan is the best. Su Malalai saw that Xiao Wanwan hadn't agreed after a long time. She was very eager for some soda, so she shamelessly held Xiao Wanwan's small hand and shook it, acting cute and spoiled. Her big eyes blinked quickly, sending subtle signals to Xiao Wanwan. All right, stop joking. I'll bring it back for you, Xiao Wanwan said with a smile, gently patting Su Malalai's little head. After feeding the pigs, the two didn't go straight home. Instead, they went to the small pond in the village again. They rolled up their pant legs and stepped into the cool water, feeling the heat of the day melt away. They played happily for a while, then started catching snails. The snails they caught were placed directly into their baskets. When they had enough to eat, each of them carried a basket, still dripping water, back home. When they entered, they saw that the firewood shed had been restocked with plenty of wood, and the yard was drying some freshly cut wet firewood. It was obvious who had done it. Su Malalai teased, "Your friend Ding really is a model of doing good deeds without leaving a name." Since Wanwan always loved to tease her about Fong Guiqing, she could now perfectly return the favor. This feeling was wonderful. After teasing, Su Malalai was proud of herself, not noticing that Xiao Wanwan simply didn't care. They opened the door and discussed lunch. In the end, they both agreed on cold noodles. In the hot summer, the heat was overwhelming. No matter how much fish and meat they had, nothing beat chewy hand-pulled noodles with fried sauce, cucumber slices, and toppings. Just as they finished making the noodles, Ding Yanfeng pushed a cart inside. Perfect timing. "Do you wanna? Why are you bleeding?" Xiao Wanwan dropped the firewood she was holding and hurriedly ran to Ding Yanfeng. Two hands forcefully tugged, and the shirt on Ding Yanfeng's chest split open from the middle, revealing his strong chest and 3 bloody wounds, all exposed before Xiao Wanwan. With a strong pull, Ding Yanfeng's shirt tore open, showing his muscular chest and 3 bloody cuts. Xiao Wanwan saw everything clearly. "You went up the mountain to chop wood, and you got so close to the tiger's home? Why didn't it keep you for a meal?" Xiao Wanwan asked, catching Ding Yanfeng off guard. He had prepared a lot of excuses, but none came out. He hurriedly tried to pull his torn shirt back together, suddenly exposing his upper body in front of Xiao Wanwan. Ding Yanfeng felt a bit shy. As the saying goes, he was feeling embarrassed. "No, it's not that. Maybe I climbed the tree too quickly, and it didn't have time to invite me," Ding Yanfeng said, trying to lighten the mood. He noticed that Xiao Wanwan's face was dark and serious. He had to admit, right now he felt guilty and a little scared. With his current timid attitude, if he told the army, probably no one in the whole group would believe him. "Oh, so you still have the energy to joke? Then your wound probably doesn't hurt." Xiao Wanwan suddenly pressed Ding Yanfeng's wound, catching him off guard. The wound, which was already healing, tore open again, and bright red blood, along with dark purple blood clots, flowed out. This also helped clean out any bacteria inside the wound. Ding Yanfeng felt pain but didn't step back, letting Xiao Wanwan's fist hit his chest. How can a man not withstand a little punch from a girl? Did that small fist really hurt? It must be because he was injured, not because Wanwan hit him hard. Ding Yanfeng started to deceive himself. He looked at Xiao Wanwan with a sad face, gasping from the pain, and even took a step forward. The hand pulling at his collar seemed to loosen intentionally, with less force. "Hee Wanwan, you're so clever. How do you know it was the big tiger that caught me? Why not guess it was a bear instead?" Ding Yanfeng, bleeding and still trying to tease Xiao Wanwan, looked a bit silly in her eyes. Xiao Wanwan angrily pushed the person onto the cart and sat down. She then went inside the room to search through boxes, actually taking out a bottle of medical alcohol with the packaging and labels removed, a bunch of medical cotton, and a clean white cloth. She hesitated for a moment, but decided not to take out the gauze. Currently, medical gauze is rarely used outside of big cities. Most hospitals do not have it. Usually, a large white cloth is used everywhere. During wars, white cloth is washed, disinfected, and reused. "Comrade Ding, with such a serious injury, don't you need to go to the hospital?" Su Malalai asked worriedly. She watched the whole process and was amazed that he didn't shout out loud from the bleeding. No need. If he went to the hospital, they would just give him medicine. "I have everything here," Xiao Wanwan said, hesitating again. According to medical knowledge, a deep scratch like Ding Yanfeng's would definitely risk tetanus. But she wasn't sure if hospitals currently had tetanus vaccines. Xiao Wanwan dipped a cotton ball in alcohol and carefully cleaned Ding Yanfeng's wound. The alcohol caused continuous pain, and Ding Yanfeng's forehead broke out in cold sweat. The pain was intense, but his mind stayed clear. As he looked down from the pain, he suddenly realized that Xiao Wanwan's face was buried in his chest. They were so close that his warm breath could directly spray onto her delicate cheek. Huff, huff. Ding Yanfeng's nerves were tense. His throat felt uncomfortable as he swallowed a large gulp of saliva. With a gulp, Xiao Wanwan heard it very clearly. Ding Yanfeng's eyes seemed to be embedded in her, unable to look away, and his mind went blank. Ding! It was like a tight string suddenly snapping in his mind. His breathing deepened several notches, and the pain in his chest faded away. Just a second ago, Xiao Wanwan took the opportunity to move closer to Ding Yanfeng. The man's eyes widened, even forgetting to breathe. She listened more carefully and could hear his faint, strong heartbeat. She subtly glanced into the room. Su Malalai was busy making sauce and didn't pay attention to them. Xiao Wanwan gently placed her hand over Ding Yanfeng's eyes. She pressed his head against her stomach, and with her other hand, she quickly and accurately administered the tetanus shot in less than a second. The task was done swiftly. She released the confused Ding Yanfeng, bent down again, and applied Yunnan Baiyao to his wound, then wrapped it with a white cloth in circles. During this process, unavoidable physical contact made Ding Yanfeng feel as if all his strength was drained from his body. He let Xiao Wanwan do as she pleased. When Ding Yanfeng regained his senses, he found himself sitting alone on a cart, looking foolish. Xiao Wanwan, at some point, had already sat under the eaves eating a bowl of noodles. Cough, cough. Ding Yanfeng's face felt hot. He had been distracted and awkwardly finished packing the firewood. Wanwan, I need to go home and change my clothes. I'll go now. Okay. Xiao Wanwan replied cheerfully, taking a bite of her noodles and enjoying the sight of the man rushing away. In the afternoon, Xiao Wanwan rode her bike out. Passing under a big tree at the village entrance, a group of women greeted her warmly. She responded with a smile, then turned around, and her smile suddenly faded. In town, Xiao Wanwan first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy orange soda for Su Malalai, which she didn't have in her space. She spent 5 yuan to buy 10 bottles of orange soda, no receipt needed. Each bottle cost 50 cents, and after drinking, she could return the empty bottle for 20 cents. Seeing new snack cakes at the counter, knowing Su Malalai loved them, she bought 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. She also bought 2 jin of fruit candies to replenish sugar during the autumn harvest. Leaving the cooperative, Xiao Wanwan headed straight to the post office. After giving her name and showing her youth worker certificate for inspection, the staff handed her 2 tightly bound packages, clearly containing books. Comrade, may I ask how many days these packages have been here? Xiao Wanwan asked casually while signing. 2 or 3 days, I think, the postal worker replied casually. Hearing this, Xiao Wanwan's face darkened. 2 or 3 days meant the mail carrier might have deliberately not notified her. All right, I've signed. Thank you, comrade. I'll go now, she said, thanking him. She then carried the 2 heavy packages out of the post office. She took a piece of rope from her bag and securely tied the 2 bundles of books onto the back of her bicycle. Su Malalai's orange soda was hung on the bicycle handlebar with an extra cloth pouch. Just before entering the village, 20 jin of grain was added to the back seat of the bicycle. Recently, more people have been eating at home, and both her and Su Malalai's grain bags are almost empty. It was a good chance to restock. Xiao Wanwan left around 2 in the afternoon and returned after 4. Luckily, when she entered the village, the elderly woman under the big tree at the entrance was noticeably fewer, probably gone home to cook. She carried several large bags of goods and rode into the youth commune, attracting another wave of envy and admiration. Malalai, come here, Xiao Wanwan said, stopping her bike in the yard and inviting Su Malalai to help unload the items. She handed the task to Su Malalai to organize. I'm going to the team leader's house to get some anti-inflammatory medicine for Brother Ding and deliver it. Xiao Wanwan rode her bike there, which was faster than walking. Is Annie home? Xiao Wanwan pushed her bike and called out from outside Ding Yangfeng's house. She was calling Lu Tsuehua, but Ding Yangfeng came out quickly from the granary ahead of her. Why are you coming at this time? Ding Yangfeng opened the door and let Xiao Wanwan push her bike inside. Yes, I came from the town this afternoon. I brought some anti-inflammatory medicine for you. Why are you alone? Is Annie not home? Xiao Wanwan asked with some doubt, taking out 7 or 8 small wrapped medicine packets from her bag and handing them to Ding Yangfeng. My mother went visiting. She'll bring the water jar to you in a few days. Ding Yangfeng always remembered that Xiao Wanwan still needed a water jar at home, so he urged his mother to ask about it. Where's the team leader? Not at home either? Doesn't he need to rest for a while? Xiao Wanwan playfully crossed her arms behind her back and looked into the house. She didn't hear any movement inside. Clearly Ding Hai was not home either. He's at the commune. The autumn harvest is coming soon and my father can't rest, Ding Yangfeng said worriedly. He also advised, but the old man wouldn't listen. The village's autumn harvest was a major event, and he couldn't stop the team from coming to find Ding Hai. When they were alone, Ding Yangfeng unconsciously clenched and loosened his right hand behind his back, repeating the motion. Wanwan, you're just in time. My mother made a new pair of shoes for you. Come try them on and see if they fit. Ding Yangfeng suddenly remembered that his mother had made 3 pairs of shoes for his future wife, with stitches so tight they were better than the ones he made himself. Really? Aunt made shoes for me? I never told her my shoe size. Xiao Wanwan was truly surprised. My mother is very skilled. When someone passes by her, she can tell what size clothes and shoes they wear, how much fabric is needed, just by looking. She's very accurate, Ding Yangfeng said as he led Xiao Wanwan through the main hall into the east room where Lu Tsuehua and Ding Hai lived.
Sit down.
I'll go find something, Ding Yangfeng told her. He took off his slippers, went upstairs, and found a pair of carefully embroidered cloth shoes with thick soles, made by Lu Tsuehua. Look, see if they look good? My mother has been embroidering for several days, he said, holding the cloth shoes and placing 3 pairs beside Xiao Wanwan. 1 pair, decorated with rose patterns, was placed carefully in her hand. They're really beautiful. Aunt's skills are amazing. Are these all for me? Xiao Wanwan felt a little overwhelmed with happiness. All of them are yours. Try them on and see if they fit, Ding Yangfeng said affectionately. By the way, I just heard today that your father… That is, he came to see you? Why didn't he stay longer? He almost said too much and quickly changed his words. Xiao Wanwan didn't mind at all. She took off her shoes and immediately put on the embroidered black cloth shoes. Although they felt a bit strange, everyone was wearing black cloth shoes now. People working outside had no other options. Yes, he's actually alive again. I was shocked myself. He probably just came by to tell me he's alive. Maybe just a quick visit, she said with a helpless smile, spreading her hands. They fit perfectly. Look at that, Aunt's craftsmanship is really superb. They're just the right size, and the embroidery is beautiful, she said happily, bouncing her feet back and forth, clearly very pleased.
Hee. Look.
Xiao Wanwan showed off in various playful poses. Her proud little attitude made Ding Yangfeng laugh loudly, even though his chest hurt from the injury. He enjoyed her happiness. Lu Tsuehua stood in the yard listening for a while. She thought to herself, my good son, he even uses the things I made to please a young girl. The pace was just a little slow, and Lu Tsuehua was eager to invite the whole village to a feast tomorrow. Marrying her daughter-in-law into the family, it would be even better if she could have a little grandson soon. As it was getting dark outside, the two inside the house were still chatting happily, with no sign of leaving. Lu Tsuehua sat in the yard feeling a bit anxious. Her husband was about to come home, but the stove was still cold. Luckily, just when she was hesitating, Xiao Wanwan pushed aside the curtain and came out. Make sure to take your medicine on time. 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening after meals. And about your wound, don't get it wet. Come see me tomorrow for a dressing change, Qiao Wanwan advised as she walked. Just as she left the main room, she met Lu Tsuehua. Lu Tsuehua immediately smiled brightly and went over, saying, "Auntie, you're back. I've been waiting for you. Look at these shoes you made. They're so pretty and fit perfectly." "You're so talented." Qiao Wanwan deliberately lifted her feet, showing off her embroidered cloth shoes. Her small face lit up with 2 words, "So pretty, really? Do you like them? If you like, I can make more for you. I know many styles, but I haven't had a chance to show my skills. It's because you're so beautiful that these shoes look good on you." Lu Tsuehua was very confident about her shoemaking skills. Just looking at the shoe's style and pattern, every woman in the village wanted her to make some. Qiao Wanwan's embroidered shoes were also carefully crafted. The black shoes were embroidered with pink roses and green leaves. To make them comfortable, she even added a thicker sole. "Girl, I'm glad you like them. I also have 2 more pairs of shoes for you. Take them home and change them around," Lu Tsuehua said warmly, holding Qiao Wanwan's small hand. "I've already put them in my bag. Look, they're right here. These are made by you, so I'll wear them every day, won't take them off," Qiao Wanwan promised seriously. Good. Stay here and eat with us. Do you like meat? I'll ask Fingzi to bring a wild chicken from the storage. I'll cook mushroom stew with chicken for you," Lu Tsuehua said as she pushed Ding Yangfeng toward the storage. Qiao Wanwan quickly grabbed Lu Tsuehua's hand and cheerfully refused, saying, "Auntie, I won't be eating at home today. I told Momo I was coming to deliver medicine. She's probably already cooking and waiting for me to return. Auntie, I need to go now. I'll come back another day to chat." Hey. Fingzi, hurry and go deliver." Lu Tsuehua liked Qiao Wanwan very much and was very pleased. She thought this educated youth was different from the village girls. Her words sounded so nice. After Ding Yangfeng walked away with Qiao Wanwan, Lu Tsuehua mumbled as she headed to the kitchen. "This girl is still young and doesn't know how to sew or do needlework. For winter clothes and shoes, once the busy harvest season is over, I will make them for her." "A girl shouldn't be cold," Lu Tsuehua said as she scooped 2 bowls of white flour and mixed them with half a basin of cornmeal. Ding Haikai finished his meeting and came home. Following the light, he found his wife, who was muttering to herself, with a smile that couldn't be hidden. "What's wrong? Did you find a stick outside?" Ding Hai washed his hands and face, then sat by the stove to help Lu Tsuehua start a fire. "I'm back, and I want to tell you." On the rural path, Ding Yangfeng walked openly with Qiao Wanwan. They talked about the weather, livelihood, wildflowers, and even the war. When they reached the youth station, Ding Yangfeng still felt reluctant to part. He enjoyed being close to Qiao Wanwan not just physically but also in his thoughts. He admired her family background, knowing she was from a military family and understood many things from all over the country. He really wanted to meet Wanwan's father and have a face-to-face conversation. Before leaving, Ding Yangfeng looked deeply at Wanwan's back and thought, "I still want to meet your father and ask for his daughter's hand in marriage. I want to promise him in person that I will love Wanwan only for a lifetime." This time, he planned to go find the regiment leader to report their marriage. The approval process takes quite a while, but once approved, he would return immediately to marry Wanwan. Days passed, and Ding Yangfeng went to the back mountain every day to chop firewood and hunt. He dried the wood and stacked it neatly. Wanwan's small firewood shed was already full. He caught wild game, some of which he brought home for Lu Tsuehua to make into preserved and dried meat. The rest he sold on the black market, claiming it was for sale, but actually it was handed over to Brother Hu, and others on the black market handled the sales. During this time, Qiao Wanwan's large water tank was finally arranged. After it was brought over, Ding Yanfeng helped clean it thoroughly several times. He then placed it on the windowsill inside the house, close to the stove, making it very convenient for drawing water. Ding Yanfeng also helped fill the tank completely and handmade a new wooden lid for it. That evening, Ding Yanfeng happily carried the money order he had returned from Brother Hu. Last time, his father spent over 500 yuan on medical treatment. He didn't touch the savings book. It still showed 2,000 yuan. Over the past week, he hadn't settled the money order with Brother Hu. Today, he delivered the last batch of wild chickens and mountain delicacies, which totaled 300 yuan. Although it wasn't as much as the last big payment, it was quite a lot considering he was injured while hunting. When he got home, Ding Yanfeng handed all 30 large black 10 yuan notes to Lu Tsuehua, along with some cloth tickets, sugar tickets, and tobacco and alcohol tickets. He had exchanged these with his comrades before leaving and had kept them hidden until now. Tomorrow, he would board the train to return to the army. The next time he came back might be the day his marriage approval was granted. Dad, Mom, I have to leave tomorrow. Please take care of yourselves at home. All right. Don't worry about us, Ding Hai sighed. He felt old and couldn't help but feel reluctant when thinking about his son leaving again. Tears welled up in his eyes. Mom, keep these money and tickets safe. Don't be afraid to spend them. I'll send money back every month. The factory in Chuanzi also pays on time. If you don't use the money, it will expire, Ding Yanfeng said, knowing Lu Tsuehua was generous to everyone but reluctant to spend her own. Oh, and Mom, keep these tobacco and alcohol tickets. They are useful for social occasions. My dad's health is fragile, so he should drink less, he added. Hearing this, Ding Hai's sadness instantly faded. He puffed out his cheeks and glared, showing his displeasure, but the 3 women in the house didn't even glance at him. He felt angry but lonely. Early the next morning, just as the sky was turning pale, Lu Tsuehua hurried into the kitchen to prepare food for Ding Yanfeng's journey. Ding Yanfeng, sitting in the yard brushing his teeth, didn't want Lu Tsuehua to tire herself out. He knew that every time he left home, Lu Tsuehua couldn't sleep the night before. Every time, she would get up at dawn to prepare food for his trip. Son, don't be busy. Now on the train, everything is sold. It's just as good if I buy and eat, Ding Yanfeng advised. Luquihua heard this and grabbed a spatula, rushing out of the kitchen. You little brat, your wings are growing, and your tone is so big. Can the food bought on the train be as tasty as what I make? Can the meals on the train compare to my cooking? You little rascal, go and have a good talk with Sister Chiao. Stop bothering me, Ding Yanfeng responded. Got it, Mom. You're the best. Your cooking is the best in the world. I'm going to the youth station now and we'll be back soon. Go. Go then, Luquihua, holding back her emotions, answered with a hoarse voice that was a little choked. After Ding Yanfeng left the yard, Luquihua glanced at the West Wing room. She immediately grabbed her spatula and angrily kicked open Ding Yanquan's door. She slammed the door and shouted, Little brat, the sun is already high and you're still lying around? Your brother is about to return to the army and you're still sleeping? Hurry up, get up and start the fire. Quickly, Ding Yanquan, feeling doubtful about life, opened his eyes, groggily put on his clothes and shoes, and sat in front of the stove, blinking as he lit the fire under the morning sunlight that shone on his back. Mom, why is it that every time my big brother leaves early in the morning, I have to feel your love?
Why?
Why is that? Ding Yanquan truly couldn't understand. They are all children born from Lu Tsuehua's belly, so why is the treatment so different? Since childhood, his mother only praised his older brother, gently patting his head with kind words. But for him, her love turned into a fire poker and a rolling pin. This morning, his mother had a new tool. Was it a spatula now? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and boil some water. I'm going to stew a chicken for your brother to take on the road, Lu Tsuehua said harshly, slapping Ding Yanquan on the back, making him feel the weight of maternal love once again. The chickens at home and his brother's screams, Ding Yanfeng knew nothing about them. He ran quickly and arrived at the youth station gate. When he got there, he realized he might have come too early. The gate was still barred from inside. He could jump over the wall, but he was worried about scaring the other youths in the yard. So he simply leaned against the gate and waited quietly. Only when he heard some movement inside did he knock on the yard door. After successfully entering, Ding Yanfeng stood under Qiao Wanwan's window and listened for a long time. He didn't hear any sounds inside, not even breathing. He frowned and felt a bad premonition. His back hairs stood up with tension. Nervously, he knocked on Xiao Wanwan's tightly closed door. He called out loudly, "Wanwan, Wanwan, it's Ding Yanfeng. Are you inside?" He knocked several times, pressed his ear to the door, and listened repeatedly to check if someone was inside and safe. Just as he was about to kick the door in, Xiao Wanwan yawned, staggered, and opened the door from inside. She struggled to open one eye, relying on her raised eyebrow to lift her eyelid. She sleepily asked, "What are you doing?" "It's early in the morning. Why are you bothering me to sleep?" Xiao Wanwan clumsily fell back onto her warm bed, her consciousness gradually drifting away. Ding Yanfeng carefully tucked her half-visible leg from outside into the bed. He looked at her adorable, sleepy face with reluctance and boldly sat on the edge of her bed. He gently brushed her messy hair and said, "Wanwan, I know you're sleepy. So I'll talk and you just listen." Xiao Wanwan tried hard to open her eyes but failed. She hummed a couple of sounds in response. "In about an hour, I'll leave. I don't know when I'll be back. From now on, I'll write you letters every week. You don't have to reply every time. Maybe once a month, or even every 2 weeks. Is that okay?" Ding Yanfeng felt he might go crazy if he didn't hear from her for a month. Xiao Wanwan moved her throat. "Second, I've left the bank book under your pillow. When you wake up later, remember to keep it safe," Ding Yanfeng said, slipping the 2,000 yuan bank book under her pillow. Xiao Wanwan turned over and continued to respond. "Third, I'll send you money every month as I said before. Don't be afraid to spend it. Make sure you eat well and stay warm. If you face any problems you can't solve, go to my dad. You have a family here you can rely on." Xiao Wanwan answered. "Fourth, Wanwan, when I come back next time, let's get married, okay? I'll go back and get the marriage license." Ding Yanfeng nervously watched Xiao Wanwan's reaction. Xiao Wanwan casually brushed aside her long hair and responded casually. Ding Yanfeng was overjoyed. He excitedly hugged Xiao Wanwan and suddenly kissed her tender skin with devotion. Then, reluctantly, he got up, helped cover her with the quilt, and left the room, glancing back every few steps. When he closed the door, he looked deeply at Xiao Wanwan's sleeping face facing the door, staring for a long time, long enough to remember this moment forever. Feeling happy, Ding Yanfeng's steps became lighter. He went home, packed his military backpack, carried the lunch prepared by his mother, and filled a jar with water from the well. Sitting on Ding Yanchuan's bicycle, the two brothers headed toward the town as the early morning sun rose around 6 or 7 o'clock. Xiao Wanwan finally woke up feeling well-rested. She opened her eyes and saw a bare, natural roof, feeling a bit confused. She clearly remembered sleeping in the space last night. Why was she waking up on the outside bed? Could there be a problem with the space? She quickly thought and, in the next moment, flashed into the space. What's going on? The space is fine. Could it be that I sleep so boldly now that even the bed can't hold me? Did I roll out of the space with my pillow and quilt? No matter how she thought about it, it was strange. Following her usual habit, Xiao Wanwan held a basin, grabbed her washcloth, toothbrush, and towel, and opened the door to fetch water from the well. She was foam-covered when she turned around and saw her door wide open.
Did she
just open the door? Last night, the door was definitely locked with a latch. Why is it open now? Is there a thief? Are there thieves at the youth station? Xiao Wanwan spat out her foam excitedly, finished her washing quickly, and happily carried the basin back into the room. She checked around but found no rice missing. This was very strange. She doubted others and doubted herself at the same time. Did I lock the door last night? It seemed locked, but also seemed unlocked. Zhou Wanwan, full of questions, finished folding the quilt. As she moved the pillow aside, a passbook that looked familiar caught her eye. She picked it up and opened it. 2,000 yuan. Ding Yanfeng was really sneaky, breaking into places and picking locks. He's a man, a soldier, but why doesn't he follow the right path? With such behavior, how can he be a company commander? And he still dreams of becoming a regimental leader? Isn't that just leading him astray? When it comes to being a soldier, her father is the best, brave and loyal, ready to face any danger. She casually put the passbook into her space, tidied up her room, and saw that Su Malia was still not awake. She took out a breakfast from her space and started eating. After finishing her breakfast, Zhou Wanwan suddenly remembered something. Today was Ding Yangfeng's departure day. It seemed she had overslept and didn't see him off. Luckily, yesterday afternoon, she had already packed some medicines he might need into a cloth bag, along with 2 large jars of beef sauce and a jar of chili sauce. She had put everything into Ding Yangfeng's military backpack. Haha, I am so clever. I packed everything for him yesterday, so it doesn't matter if I oversleep today. But today felt strange. She had actually slept past her biological clock. Hey, Zhou Ziking, it's so good that you're at home. I want to exchange some cloth tickets. Do you have any? When Zhou Wanwan heard the voice, she looked up and saw a stranger woman standing outside the door. She looked honest, but was it too abrupt to ask for cloth tickets right away? Ma'am, who are you? Zhou Wanwan pretended to be confused and a little cautious. The woman, with a friendly smile on her face, shyly lifted her basket to show her. Zhou Ziking, I am the wife of Lu San's family from the other side. I really have no choice today. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth in a couple of days, and we have no cloth tickets. My grandson's clothes are in trouble. I was thinking since you're a city girl, you probably have some cloth tickets. I won't ask for much. I'll give you 30 eggs in exchange. Just a yard of cloth, enough to make a small outfit for my grandson. Xiao Wanwan also saw the sincerity of the other person. Usually each family keeps at most 2 chickens. With these 30 eggs, the aunt would need to save for half a month. Moreover, there is a daughter-in-law about to give birth at home who also needs nutrition. The clothes on this aunt are patched repeatedly, and the color has faded to white, but she still uses old cloth to make clothes and diapers for her unborn grandson. She must have a kind heart. Uncle Lu? Please wait a moment. I'll find some cloth tickets. May I ask who told you I have cloth tickets? Xiao Wanwan didn't ignore Uncle Lu. She went straight to her as soon as she entered. If no one suggested it, who would believe it? Seeing that Xiao Wanwan was really going to find cloth tickets, Uncle Lu felt relieved. It was exhausting to gather cloth tickets and diapers for making clothes, almost taking half her life. She asked almost everyone in the village who was doing well. The only one who helped her was the wife of the team leader, who gave her 2 feet of cloth tickets. With that, her grandson's diapers were secured. With 2 more feet, her grandson could have 2 small outfits. That was really great. Happy and excited, Uncle Lu suddenly forgot the advice from the 2 young women. She smiled and replied, "It's also because you're from our yard's young workers. There's a girl named Bai, and another who seems to have the surname Qian. These 2 children are kind-hearted. When they heard I was worried, they kindly told me that you have cloth tickets. They told me to come to the young workers' point to find you, saying you probably haven't gone to the back mountain yet. Since you're at home now, my grandson is lucky. You're a good kid with a kind heart, and you're truly a rare good child." Xiao Wanwan awkwardly smiled, deliberately holding a handkerchief wrapped with cloth tickets. She walked up to Uncle Lu and took out 2 feet of cloth tickets from inside, handing them to her. "Auntie, look, I don't have many cloth tickets left. The remaining ones aren't enough for me to make a winter coat. I'm giving them to you this time because you're kind-hearted and good to your daughter-in-law. As women, I am deeply touched, so I'm willing to exchange with you. Just take it quietly. Don't tell anyone in the village. If everyone comes to exchange with me, I won't have enough cloth tickets. If I get reported for trading secretly, I might get into trouble. Moreover, I don't really know those 2 old young workers. Last time, they blocked my door and caused trouble, and Ding Yanfeng almost got into a fight with the team leader. I was almost forced to go to the team leader to complain. Today, the 2 of us will pretend nothing happened. As for you, just mention going to town to exchange for cloth vouchers, and that will cover it. Do you think that's right?" Xiao Wanwan took the basket of eggs from Aunt Lu, picked the eggs into her own bowl, and softly explained to Aunt Lu. Both of them are experienced people, almost old enough to be wise. Aunt Lu understood quickly after Xiao Wanwan's small hint. She realized she was being used as a tool and was still proud of herself. If someone reports her for illegal dealings, Not only might Xiao Jiqing be caught, but she could also end up in trouble. Don't worry, girl. You helped Auntie out of kindness. I won't let you get into trouble. Keep this in your heart. If you ever need help, just come to me. I live at the third house on the west side of the village. My son is the record keeper. Aunt Lu hurriedly left. Xiao Wanwan watched her go, all the way to the door. She didn't expect that Aunt Lu was the mother of the record keeper. She truly hadn't realized it before. When Xiao Wanwan returned after seeing her off, she looked at the tightly closed door of Su Malia's room and felt even more puzzled. She had spoken loudly to Aunt Lu just now, so Malia should have woken up. Malia? Malia! Xiao Wanwan knocked on the door, but it didn't take much effort. The door was pushed open. Su Malia was not inside. She probably went somewhere else. The door wasn't locked. Such a forgetful girl. Xiao Wanwan locked the door for her, then went back to her own room. She took her straw hat and basket, locked her door, and left the youth activity center. On the train heading far away, Ding Yanfeng, dressed in a green military uniform, looked out of place in the crowded carriage. A young woman winked at him secretly, and an older woman came close, trying to matchmake. Ding Yanfeng said, "No trouble, everyone. I already have a fiancé. When I go back, I'll report our marriage. Your daughter or niece should find someone suitable." 3 days passed. The Red Flag Brigade had its last holiday before the autumn harvest. Everyone rested for 2 days to prepare for the upcoming harvest. Early that morning, everyone at the youth activity center woke up at their usual time, some even earlier. After hurriedly eating breakfast, they packed their bags and rushed to the village entrance to wait for the ox cart. Xiao Wanwan had a bicycle. She and Su Malia weren't in a hurry, but they got up on time. When they pushed their bikes out, Zhang Jingguo and Fang Guiqing also came out pushing their bikes at the same time. "Jasmine, let's go." Fang Guiqing had been staring out the window all morning just to go to the town with Su Jasmine. Okay, Su Jasmine habitually sat in Xiao Wanwan's back seat. Remembering the bicycle ticket her brother sent her last time, she quickly jumped down and ran back to get it. Halfway there, Su Jasmine said, "Wanwan, I also want to buy a bicycle. My brother sent me a bike ticket last time. Can you help me pick one out later?" "Sure," Xiao Wanwan agreed. It was good if Su Jasmine bought a bike. Having more things meant she could carry more. "Hey, where's Zhang Aigua?" "I didn't see him," Su Jasmine asked curiously. "He's at home steaming buns." "We are responsible for shopping," Zhang Jingguo answered quickly. Fang Guiqing pinched his thigh hard, making him sway the bike handle left and right in pain. The 4 of them went together, laughing and joking, quickly passing the village's ox cart. Along the small road, many villagers also went to the town to buy things. Some of them greeted familiar faces. The old educated youth on the ox cart looked at them with envy, wishing they could ride bikes to the town. Those who didn't get on the ox cart also felt jealous. At the supply and marketing cooperative in town, Xiao Wanwan and the others rushed inside, heading straight to the meat stall. It was harvest season, and every family used these 2 days to spend their meat coupons accumulated over the year. Only then could they have strength for the coming days. Because of this, the meat stall was always busy. The supply of pork was limited each day, so latecomers couldn't buy any. Xiao Wanwan and her friends arrived early, but there were still about 10 people ahead of them. The 4 of them squeezed inside desperately. After half an hour, each person carried a piece of meat with a good mix of fat and lean, and they squeezed out separately. They bought separately to avoid making others jealous. "Hey, Wanwan, why are you going back again?" Su Jasmine asked, surprised, as she took the piece of meat Xiao Wanwan handed her. She watched Wanwan push her way back into the crowd. More and more people gathered around the meat stall. Fang Guiqing and Zhang Jingguo could only protect Su Jasmine and wait at a nearby empty household goods counter. 10 minutes later, Xiao Wanwan appeared behind them unexpectedly. Su Jasmine asked in surprise, "Wanwan, how did you come out from there?" She was sure Wanwan hadn't blinked, staring at the crowd in front of the meat stall. "Let's go out and talk later." "Aren't you planning to buy a bicycle?" "Let's go buy one." Xiao Wanwan mysteriously carried a large burlap sack usually used for grain, which looked quite heavy. Seeing her like this, The three of them silently agreed not to ask further. Zhang Jianguo even joked, "Buying a bicycle? I'm an expert. Come on, little sister-in-law, let's pick one out." The four of them smoothly completed the purchase of a bicycle and then went to the grain shop to buy the needed grain. Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai bought fine grains, while Fang Wuqing and Zhang Jingguo bought half fine and half coarse grains. The three men usually ate a lot, and during harvest time, they were physically exhausted, so they naturally ate more. That's why they bought a mix of both. On the way back, the heavy-looking burlap sack was tied to the back seat of Qiao Wanwan's bike, and the grain was tied to Su Malalai's bike. When the four finally returned to the youth camp, Su Malalai closed the yard gate and eagerly asked, "Wanwan, now you can tell me what's inside that sack, right?" Since there were no outsiders, Qiao Wanwan directly took down the sack. With a loud bang, she threw it on the ground, then untied the rope holding the sack closed, revealing a whole pig's head staring with wide eyes. "Wow," Su Malalai exclaimed happily, quickly covering her mouth, and crouched down excitedly to admire the pig's head. "How did you get this?" "No. How did the meat vendor sell it to you?" Qiao Wanwan smiled mysteriously, pretending to be profound. "The mountain folk have their ways. Just tell me, should I cook this pig's head or not? Where could it have come from?" She took it out of her space. Today, there was indeed a big pig's head at the meat stall. She squeezed in, but before she could ask, the staff moved to the back, clearly having been prearranged. She only made a turn, slipped out, found an inconspicuous corner, transformed herself, and then carried it back to the others. "It must be cooked." Su Malalai excitedly ran inside to get a big basin. The pig's head was so large that one basin couldn't hold it. Fang Wuqing and Zhang Jingguo were stunned. They always thought they were capable, but seeing the pig's head hanging on her bike handlebar and comparing it to the 1 kilogram of meat on their handlebars, they suddenly felt a deep sense of defeat. Qiao Wanwan then took out 4 pig's trotters from the sack. Even Zhang Aigua, who had come to watch the fun, felt like he was dreaming. Look, still looking. The 3 of you grown men aren't helping to clean up? Are you waiting for us 2 girls to do it all?" Qiao Wanwan pretended to be annoyed as she directed the 3 men to work. Coming. Bookworm, you better hurry back to get the meat ticket and money. Would it be okay if we split the pig's head in half?" Zhang Jingguo responded the fastest, immediately pushing Fang Wuqing to go inside and get the money. It looked like he was asking, but he actually wanted to share half. "All right, we'll split it with you, but you have to clean and watch the fire," Qiao Wanwan replied after pretending to think. The pig's head and pig trotters are the hardest parts to clean. Anyway, she and Momo couldn't finish so much meat alone. Sharing half not only helped build good relations, but also earned her 3 free workers. As for the money ticket Fang Wuqing hurriedly handed over, Qiao Wanwan took it all. She worked hard to prepare the pig's head herself, so she wouldn't let 3 men eat for free. She couldn't develop a habit of inviting others to eat for nothing. Currently, no family was wealthy enough to invite people to share half a pig's head for free. Fang Wuqing moved Zhang Zhengguo's Kong table outside. The pig's head was too big for a basin, and he thought washing it in a large basin was unhygienic, so placing it on the Kong table to clean was the best way. Zhang Jingguo was busy burning a pile of wood ash. While the temperature was still high, he spread it all over the pig's head. Then he threw the 4 pig trotters into the ash pile. After washing the pig's head clean, Zhang Aigua took a knife, with Zhang Jianguo supporting him. Together, they cut the pig's head in half along the mouth opening. Su Malalai took the seasonings for stewing meat and went to Fang Wuqing's stove to start cooking. The pig's head needed to stew for half a day. The young male workers kept an eye on the fire, so naturally, they cooked it in their room, which was perfect. After the pig's head was stewed, Su Malalai came back to blanch the 2 hind legs. She planned to make braised pork, sliced for easy eating during busy harvest times. Just as she was about to ask what Qiao Wanwan wanted for lunch, she saw Wanwan sitting cross-legged at the Kong table, holding sunflower seeds in one hand and a big apple in the other, while her eyes stayed fixed on a book on the table, smiling non-stop. Forget it. Wanwan must have gone through a lot to bring back this pig's head. Better not disturb her. Su Malalai quietly opened the stove in her own room. The iron pot was already set up. Usually, she didn't use it much, but she had been cooking and boiling water in Wanwan's room all along. She put washed rice into the pot. Imitating the way Xiao Wanwan made preserved meat rice last time, she went to the backyard vegetable garden to pick some fresh green beans. She added some seasoned fresh meat, felt like something was missing, and then picked a tomato, cut it into large pieces, and put it in. Over at Zhang Aigua's side, almost all 3 stoves were in use. The smoke from the youth station gathered in the sky. The older youth, who was always a step behind in everything, finally returned with the goods they had hurried to buy. Some were lucky and managed to get pork, while others didn't even get a single pig hair. From the gate of the yard, they could smell a strong meat aroma, as if a whole pig had been cooked. When they came in, everyone was so jealous they clenched their teeth. A few young men looked at the lively scene but then quietly went back to their own rooms. The remaining women, Wenting, Bai Ling, and Qianfang, stood in the yard, reluctant to leave. Wenting looked at the 2 women who were almost staring into the pot and sneered. Humph. She took the 2 ounces of meat she had grabbed and went straight to the kitchen. With so little meat, it wasn't worth cooking a stew. On her way back, she had already decided to stir-fry it with chili. Just thinking about the taste made her drool.
Hey.
Wenting, why did you leave? Why didn't you wait for us? Qianfang wanted to provoke Wenting into taking the lead, but when she turned around, she saw Wenting had already walked away on her own. Wenting seemed to have changed over this period. Several times, when asked to step forward, she had disappeared somewhere. This feeling of losing control made Qianfang angry. Her tone was sharp and full of blame. Wenting was about to step into the kitchen when she heard Qianfang's tone and immediately retorted without politeness. Waiting for you? You don't deserve it. Always freeloading, dragging your feet when working, living off others' hard work. You think you can call me? You're really giving me face. Do you think I'm your mother? I've been tolerating you everywhere. You're just pretending to be good. In these 3 years, I was blind to see that I was letting you my blood all this time. Today, I tell you, the 3 yuan and 10 cents you owe me. Pay it back by tomorrow, or I'll report you to the commune. What kind of thing are you? Others might not know, but Wenting knew clearly that Qianfang only pretended to be proper on the surface. In reality, she had already been involved with Li Changqing in secret. Luckily, she was naturally cold-bodied and couldn't get pregnant, or she would have ended up like Zhao Xiaomei. She was truly blind before, being used by such a person for 3 years. Fortunately, she is now completely awake. Before going to the kitchen, Wenting looked at Bai Ling with sympathy. She saw her as a simple girl who would still help count money even if someone sold her. No one expected Wenting to suddenly turn against her. The loud commotion caused the men who were hiding inside the house to come out, all surprised as they looked at Qianfang. Qianfang felt embarrassed under everyone's gaze. She cursed loudly. It's just a few bucks I owe you. Do you have to be so mean? I'll pay you back. No need to be like that. Tears, as big as beans, rolled down her face, looking very wronged. Bai Ling, standing beside her, quickly hugged her with concern and softly comforted her. After watching the lively scene, Zhao Wenwan was sure that the mastermind behind the last incident, when Lu Shun was persuaded to exchange cloth tickets, was this girl named Qianfang. As for Bai Ling, who encouraged Lu Shun to find her, she was just a puppet with no brains, manipulated by Qianfang. It's really hard to see. In such a large youth camp, there's someone like Qianfang who can secretly control others' thoughts. If this were in later times, she would definitely be the top leader of a secret organization. Since you're good at scheming behind the scenes, don't blame me, hee hee. The improved fresh meat rice was cooked and directly placed into an aluminum lunchbox that Su Malalai hadn't used in a long time, so she and Wanwan wouldn't need to refill their bowls after finishing one. They sat leisurely under the eaves, watching Qianfang's clumsy performance like they were watching a show. Maybe because when Ting startled her unexpectedly, tears came out, but her eyes betrayed her. Meanwhile, the male youth eating in the same pot all stood on her side, almost ready to criticize Wenting. After eating, Jiao Wanwan chose to lie down and relax, taking a nap. Su Malalai, on the other hand, sat in front of the stove with a beginner foreign language book, reading happily. On hot days, they always kept the door open while cooking. This meant that the smell of the pork head stew and the fragrant meat would drift out for a long time. The old educated youths dared to feel angry, but didn't dare to speak out. They often worked with two tough guys, Fang Guoqing and Zhang Jianguo. Because of their strength, no one dared to question them. They could only stay in their rooms or sit under the eaves, desperately smelling the delicious meat in the air. It felt like every sniff was a small victory. When Xiao Wanwan woke up, the pork head was cooked, the marinated meat was ready, and the rabbit had died, along with a pair of rabbits. Su Malalai was wielding a shiny knife, chopping the peeled rabbit into pieces quickly. The rabbit was cut into chunks in just a few strokes. Xiao Wanwan was stunned. She thought that after handing over the rabbit's head, the rabbit's body might still have a little time to move around. But in just a short nap, both rabbits had been sacrificed. She couldn't understand it. She really couldn't. Little Malalai, why did you make so much dried meat? There are only two of us at home. Half a pig's head and a pot of marinated meat are enough. Why did you kill the rabbit? It's so cute. Without chili, it tastes better, Xiao Wanwan asked sincerely, trying to understand Su Malalai's feelings. Oh, the chili is ready. I plan to make spicy marinated meat. When you wake up, come help me light the fire. We need to cook some more time-consuming dishes. Otherwise, during the harvest season, it will be very busy. The team leader said all the villagers will be exhausted, especially us too. Making a bit more food means we can just warm up and eat when we're tired. It saves a lot of trouble. Su Malalai felt she was very considerate. If someone married her, oh, that would be great. Hee. Xiao Wanwan sat at the stove, reached out to add 2 pieces of wood, and asked with some confusion. Us? Why would we get so tired? We'd be exhausted. I didn't tell you, during the harvest will we go to the threshing yard. Going to the threshing yard to turn and dry the rice should be the easiest task during harvest. The team leader wouldn't trick her. Su Malalai, who was turning the rabbit marinade, suddenly stopped moving.
You didn't say anything.
What should I do? I already killed the rabbit? It seems like if I put the skin back on, it won't live anymore. Su Malalai's eyes fixed on the rabbit skins on the ground. She suddenly felt that these 2 rabbits had died so unfairly. What else can I do? Just eat 2 big bowls with tears in my eyes. Xiao Wanwan thought the best solution was to eat it all openly. What else could she do? Opposite, only Chef Zhang Aiguo was left working alone at the stove, while Fang Guoqing and Zhang Jianguo had already gone to the back mountain to hunt wild game. As it was getting dark, Hu Xiaomei returned, carrying a bulging bag. She passed by Xiao Wanwan's open door and playfully dropped 2 large green melons. Try these. I met an old man selling them today, and they're so sweet. Hu Xiaomei was now quite familiar with Xiao Wanwan and the others, so she naturally became more friendly. When she had something special, she was happy to share it for everyone to try. Xiao Wanwan and the others would also call Hu Xiaomei when they had good food. Hu Xiaomei's mood changed completely, looking much more cheerful. In response to Hu Xiaomei's offering, Xiao Wanwan and Su Malia happily accepted. They washed the melons in a water basin right in front of Hu Xiaomei and started eating them. They are really sweet and delicious. Xiaomei, Malia cooked pig's head stew and spicy rabbit meat today. Drop your things and come eat with us. Xiao Wanwan warmly invited Hu Xiaomei. Okay, I'll come right now. Hu Xiaomei went inside to put down her bag, then took a bowl of flour from a new bag she bought. Before leaving, she also grabbed some canned meat from the cabinet at the door and took everything to Xiao Wanwan's room. The next morning, Su Malia boiled 7 or 8 boiled eggs and made a pot of mung bean soup, adding 3 handfuls of sugar and pouring it into a large pot. Including the 3 young men from the opposite side, and Hu Xiaomei and the other 6, each person filled a large water jar with sweet mung bean soup. Compared to the current internal conflicts among the older workers, the small group of 6 people around Xiao Wanwan was as united as building a great wall. This is a pair of knitted gloves I bought. Don't be shy. Each of you take a pair. If the harvest season tears your hands, it would be terrible. Qiao Wanwan said, then took out 2 new sickles, shining with a cold light. She and Su Malia each held a sickle, and the 3 young men also had new sickles, all prepared in advance. Hu Xiaomei only had an old sickle, but she had polished it herself until it shone just as brightly as a new one. Xiaomei, why don't you use a new sickle? Su Malalai asked with confusion. She remembered that the night before yesterday, Wanwan had given Xiaomei an old tool. Hu Xiaomei smiled brightly. No, I just find this old one easier to use. It feels better. When this one wears out, I'll use a new one, and it will be just as good. The new sickle was indeed better than the old one she was using now. But that sickle was officially lent to her by Qiao Wanwan. She knew Wanwan and Mo both didn't mind sharing that sickle. It was called lending, but in fact, it was more like giving it to her. Kindness should be accepted. She could also live well within her means. The sickle was a bit old, but it was much better than what many villagers used. Besides, she was strong. Having experienced 3 harvests, she had become very good at working with it. Su Malalai wanted to say more, but Qiao Wanwan gently pulled her aside. Everyone has their own way of living. Others might not understand, but they should always show the greatest respect. They arrived at the grain drying area. Ding Hai stood on a high platform and gave a long speech to encourage everyone. Then he started assigning tasks. Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai went to work at the drying area. They earned 5 work points for the day. Hu Xiaomei, Fang Guoqing, Zhang Jingguo, and Zhang Aigua all worked in the cornfield, husking corn, cutting corn stalks, and transporting the corn to the drying area, all earning full work points. The drying area was in an open space. The sun was shining brightly, making it hot and sunny. Luckily, they had protective gear, straw hats, and light long-sleeve shirts. Qiao Wanwan also applied sunscreen. She didn't want to cause suspicion, so she couldn't share it with Su Malalai. They didn't have work to do yet. Before the corn was transported from the field, they could only clean the assigned area, just like the villagers. This way, when it was time to dry the corn, it would be easier and cleaner. They waited a long time. The half of the mung bean soup they had was almost finished. Only then did someone push a 2-wheeled cart to transport the corn packed in burlap bags to the drying area. Gradually, Qiao Wanwan, the villagers assigned to the drying area, and others started working. In the cornfield, Hu Xiaomei bent over to cut the corn stalks. Her sickle was very sharp and easy to use. She sharpened it quickly and kept pace with the villagers, not falling behind at all. Everyone was working hard. Tasks were assigned, and each person had a specific area. They worked full days. If they didn't finish, they would stay late into the night to complete their work. Qianfang was working next to Bai Ling, cutting corn stalks. The hard farm work made her complain aloud. Why do Qiao Wanwan and Su Malia not have to go to the fields? They just stand around in the drying yard doing nothing. Bai Ling was also very tired. When Qianfang came over to talk and leaned on her, she felt even more exhausted and hot, so she responded curtly. The drying yard earns 5 work points a day. If you want to go, you can ask the team leader. After saying this, Bai Ling quickly went back to work. In just those 2 sentences, the people nearby had already moved a step away from her. She was not like Qianfang. She didn't care what others said. She was afraid of being judged and cared a lot about how others looked at her. Sometimes, she envied Qianfang, who seemed to live her life without caring about others' opinions. Qianfang suddenly stopped talking. Without work points, she couldn't eat. No one at home sent her money or tickets to support her. Why do Qiao Wanwan and Su Malia have money and tickets and don't have to fight to do dirty, tiring work just to survive? At that moment, the village's disabled man suddenly approached. The disabled man from the village suddenly came over. Qianfang was startled and quickly crouched down with the disabled man, trying to hide her nausea and lowering her voice. Why are you looking for me now? Don't you know people might see? The man with a scarred face didn't care. He was known as a lazy troublemaker, so what was there to be afraid of? You promised me yesterday about that young girl from the city. When are you going to bring her out? I can't wait anymore. The scarred man grabbed Qianfang's arm tightly, as if he would cause trouble if she didn't give him an answer. They were already close, and with his grip, they were even closer. His yellow, Rotten teeth and foul breath irritated Qianfeng, making her feel like vomiting. She dared not make a big scene, as it would attract attention. She wouldn't be able to explain herself if others noticed. "Why are you in such a hurry? I plan to take her out tonight. Just wait at the firewood pile at the village entrance. The best part is still to come," Qianfeng said with a forced smile, patting the disabled man's dark hand, taking advantage of his moment of distraction. She stood up, feeling disgusted, and quickly moved away from his sight. Who knows if this lame person will suddenly lose control and hurt her? Just thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. Xiao Wanwan is working seriously. She and Su Malalai are assigned to the same area. Working together makes everything easier and less tiring. Soon, the morning passes. The sun is high in the sky, and it's almost time to finish work. Xiao Wanwan quietly signals to Su Malalai to go home and cook. Most of the people guarding the drying area are elderly women or pregnant wives. Some of them have already quietly taken their things and gone home. That's why Xiao Wanwan told Su Malalai to leave first. They don't want to be the first to take risks. Going along with others usually keeps them safe. After Su Malalai leaves, Xiao Wanwan continues to work. She spreads out the corn in her and Su Malalai's area, making it flat so the sun can dry it evenly. This helps the corn dry faster. When she finishes, only she and an elderly woman are left. Seeing that she hasn't left, the woman kindly reminds her, "Qiao Jiqing, you can go home and cook now. We take turns watching over the drying area at noon. You're scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Today, my wife is on duty. Okay, I understand. Thank you, ma'am. You've worked hard. I'm going back now." Qiao Wanwan doesn't know this woman well, but being polite never hurts. She obediently carries her empty water bottle and towel, heading toward the Jiqing point. On the way, she bumps into Lu Tsuehua, who is returning home to cook. Seeing Qiao Wanwan, Lu Tsuehua immediately puts on a tired but cheerful smile. "Qiao girl, come to Annie's house for lunch today. Your uncle bought a big piece of pork yesterday. I'll make dumplings for you. No need, auntie. You don't have to trouble yourself. Malalai already prepared today's meals yesterday, and they should be hot now." Qiao Wanwan pretends to just remember, pulls 2 handfuls of candy from her shirt pockets, and quickly puts them into Lu Tsuehua's pocket. "Auntie, don't be stingy with this candy. The harvest season is hard work, so don't overwork yourself." Qiao Wanwan's caring words make Lu Tsuehua even happier. Her son had told her before leaving that next time, Qiao girl would marry into their family. This well-chosen wife makes me happier every day. She never refuses when Qiao Wanwan offers her sweets. She's such a good daughter-in-law, much more caring than my son. My old fool of a husband at home is not as thoughtful. Yesterday, I asked him to buy some meat. He only bought meat and came straight back, not even asking to buy her some candies to sweeten her mouth. Today, my daughter-in-law brought some for me. As the old saying goes, a good son is not as good as a good daughter-in-law. It really makes sense. Lu Tsuehua happily went home. As soon as she entered, she started working, kneading dough and chopping filling, without any complaints, as if she had endless energy. The dumplings quickly went into boiling water. Just as they boiled, the work bell rang. After Lu Tsuehua packed the dumplings into a lunchbox, Ding Hai wiped his sweat and came in. "Old lady, are these dumplings? You said you were very tired and wanted to eat steamed cornbread at noon," Ding Hai said happily as he washed his hands and face. His wife still couldn't bear to see him old and tired. She said she was too tired to cook, but then she secretly made dumplings for him. Happily, he walked into the house. Before he sat at the table, Lu Tsuehua handed him a big lunchbox. "Husband, hurry, and take these to Qiao Yadu. If you wait too long, they won't taste good," Lu Tsuehua said. She didn't finish wrapping all the dumplings before boiling them, worried that Xiao Wanwan wouldn't get to eat. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up. When you come back, the dumplings will be ready. You've wanted to eat them for a long time." Lu Tsuehua glared at Ding Hai. Without his pipe, Ding Hai dare not complain and went to deliver the dumplings. His wife usually respects him in front of outsiders and children, but when it's just the two of them, She loves to make him do small chores. Ding Hai, with his hands behind his back and a serious face, walked to the youth commune. At this time, every household was eating. Some sat in the shade of the yard with bowls, and everyone greeted him as he passed. After Ding Hai passed by, people started talking. Where is the team leader going? Not sure. Is that a lunchbox he's holding? Looks like it. Isn't that towards the youth commune? Looks like the rumors are true. What rumors? What truth? Let me tell you, Fengzi from the team leader's family has taken a liking to that young girl, Jiqing. Not long ago, he returned from his leave and has been going to the Jiqing station every day. When Ding Hai arrived, Qiao Wanwan and the others had just finished eating. Both girls are very clean, and since it was so hot and they were sweaty, their first priority was to take a shower and change clothes. After washing, they quickly rinsed out their clothes, which took a little extra time. Young Miss Qiao, your aunt made some dumplings. Come and take some. Ding Hai stood at the door of Qiao Wanwan's room, holding out a lunchbox. He didn't intend to go inside. It was the first time Ding Hai brought food to his daughter-in-law, and he felt a bit awkward and uncomfortable. Qiao Wanwan didn't expect this either. She quickly stood up, took the lunchbox from Ding Hai with both hands, and said, "Aunt really made dumplings? I must try some. Uncle, you and Aunt haven't eaten yet, right? I have some braised pig's head meat and pig's trotters. You can take them home and share with Aunt to see if it tastes good." Su Malalai was very perceptive and quickly found a lunchbox, filled it with a whole pig's trotters and another with a large piece of pig's head meat. Hastily, she took them over. Qiao Wanwan also handed the lunchbox to Ding Hai, saying, "Uncle, don't refuse. I accept these dumplings and you should take the pig's head meat too. All right, you clever girl. You all eat first. I'll go back and try your cooking with your aunt," Ding Hai said, holding the two lunchboxes, humming a tune, and went home. After Ding Hai left, Qiao Wanwan opened the lunchbox on the table. "Come on, try Aunt's cooking. Smells so good. Hee hee, I won't be polite then. It looks like chive and pork dumplings." "Smells so delicious," Su Malalai said, nibbling eagerly like a little cat stealing food, biting half of a dumpling. Over at the old Jiqing station, they were also eating. Their meals had changed from wild vegetable porridge to steamed buns and thick soup. The autumn harvest work was very intense, and their food couldn't keep up, making it hard for them to endure. The team leader came into the yard to look for Qiao Wanwan and even brought her dumplings to eat. Everyone saw this. Qian Fong clenched her teeth, grinding them loudly.
Why?
That Qiao Wanwan looked decent enough, so why was she so lucky? They let her smile, let her enjoy good food and comfort. After tonight, see who in the whole team dares to marry her. Then, she will be nothing but a shameless woman. In the afternoon, Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai took a short nap before going to work, each with a pot of mung bean soup. In the evening, the elderly woman in charge of guarding the grain drying yard came to Qiao Wanwan, clutching her stomach and looking embarrassed. "Qiao Jiqing, can you watch for a little while? I have a stomach ache and need to go home to use the toilet. Just watch for a bit, and the young man from the team will come to take over later." Qiao Wanwan didn't think much and nodded in agreement. As the sunset disappeared and night fell, the village youth the woman mentioned finally arrived. He was walking leisurely, picking his teeth, looking very relaxed. When she saw that it was Qiao Wanwan watching the yard, she was surprised.
Qiao
Jiqing? Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be with Mrs. Huang today? Mrs. Huang had a stomach ache, so she asked me to watch for a while. But before I knew it, it was already dark. Since you're here, I'll go home now. Qiao Wanwan was also speechless. She didn't know if Mrs. Huang had given the wrong instructions, or if the young man was deliberately late. Anyway, it was dark now, and enjoying the moonlight wasn't a bad idea. On the way home, they passed through a cornfield. It was very dark, and the night wind rustled the corn stalks. People with little courage might have been scared by now, but Qiao Wanwan was different. She had seen ghosts before, so she wasn't afraid of people pretending to be ghosts. Qian Fong hid in the cornfield, shaking the corn stalks vigorously. After struggling for a long time, She found that Xiao Wanwan showed no fear at all, and even picked some wildflowers by the roadside. Seeing that Xiao Wanwan wasn't scared, Qianfeng had to think of another plan. She clenched her teeth, ran out of the cornfield, and pretended to be panicked, shouting, "Help! Help! Xiao Jiqing, help!
Someone.
Someone is chasing me." Qianfeng looked back in terror, as if someone was really after her. When she caught up with Xiao Wanwan, she grabbed her arm and pulled her along as they ran forward. However, Xiao Wanwan's feet were tied as if with heavy stones. No matter how hard Qianfeng pulled, she couldn't move her.
Qian.
Jiqing, Xiao Wanwan suddenly grabbed Qianfeng's arm, trapping her in a difficult position, and curiously looked back. "Who's chasing you?" "I don't see anyone. Don't worry. With me here, even if a ghost tries to chase you, I'll beat it to the ground." Xiao Wanwan's eyes widened, her head tilted to the left, and she wore a strange, creepy smile that looked very unsettling. "Chasing after you. Is that what I look like?" she said in a strange voice. Seeing Xiao Wanwan acting like a ghost, Qianfeng screamed in fear. Don't. Let go of me. Please let go. You pretend to be spooky, thinking you can scare me?" "Xiao Wanwan, I tell you, I'm not afraid." "I'm not afraid of you," Qianfeng shouted loudly, as if shouting would make her less scared. "Oh? Really?" Xiao Wanwan's voice sounded eerie. She suddenly her head to the left, and her head seemed to come off her body. Terrified, Qianfeng screamed and fainted. Her legs collapsed on the ground, and some strange liquid was leaking out, looking very gross. Disgusted, Xiao Wanwan quickly let go of Qianfeng's right hand and took off a fake shoulder pad from her shoulder. She had only used the darkness to hide it earlier, making it look like her head was falling off when she moved her head. She also wiped off the bright lipstick on her lips. She kicked Qianfeng in disgust. "Is this all? And you still dare to come out at night to scare people?" Ignoring the fainted Qianfeng on the ground, Xiao Wanwan hummed a cheerful tune as she headed toward the youth station. It was so hot now, she wouldn't freeze at night. If it were winter, she'd really have to drag Qianfeng back. When she got back to the youth station, Su Malalai was anxiously standing at the door, looking out. She could hear her calling for Feng Guiqing from afar, telling him to go find someone. As Xiao Wanwan got closer, Feng Guiqing and Zhang Jingguo, holding steamed buns and slipping on their shoes, were about to run outside. "Hey, are you guys going to find me?" Xiao Wanwan exaggeratedly jumped out, startling all three. Bad Wanwan, you scare me to death." "Why did you just come back?" Su Malalai patted her chest, looking at Xiao Wanwan with a sad face. "It's nothing. I helped Granny Huang watch the drying yard for a while. She has a stomachache. What are we eating tonight? I'm so hungry."
Yao Bangwan pul sumolili inside.
She saw Hu Xiaomei standing in the yard with a flashlight in her hand, looking silly. Her shirt buttons were all mismatched, clearly rushing out after hearing Su Malalai was coming to find her. "Wow, Xiaomei, you're worried about me too. Oh my, I am so happy.
So many people care about me."
I feel like I could burst with happiness." Xiao Wanwan quickly pulled Hu Xiaomei over, while holding hands with two other girls as they entered the house. Before closing the door, she playfully said to the two men biting their steamed buns, "Hey, Momo's family, thank you for celebrating National Day, and Guiqing's family for celebrating the founding of the country. You all make me so touched." After saying that, she closed the door and went inside to chat and laugh with her two close friends. As for the reactions of the two men outside, it didn't matter much to her. Xiao Wanwan sat with Hu Xiaomei and Su Malia to eat. Hu Xiaomei wanted to go back and bring her own food, but Xiao Wanwan held her back. "Tonight's dinner is on me. Mo is the chef, and Xiaomei will wash the dishes." That settled. Xiao Wanwan waved her hand confidently, as if she was treating the whole world to a meal. While talking, she took out 2 cans of yellow peach slices from the cabinet, boldly opened them all, and poured the contents into a large basin. The 3 of them each took a spoon. They happily ate together, sharing the sweet syrup and finishing it all. The next day, when Xiao Wanwan woke up, she heard Bai Ling shouting. It sounded like Qianfeng had a high fever and was foaming at the mouth. A few young workers hurriedly carried her out, back on their shoulders, to borrow a cart from the brigade. Once everyone had left the youth camp, Su Malia yawned and opened the door. She saw Xiao Wanwan leaning against the doorframe, and they both leaned on each other. She asked vaguely, "It's not time to start work yet. What's the point of calling everyone to the brigade? The team leader is still at home having breakfast. Who can approve them to use the ox cart?" Xiao Wanwan shrugged, indicating she didn't know either. Maybe those people just weren't very smart. Wash up quickly. For breakfast, let's have some steamed cake and malted milk. I still have several cans unopened. Xiao Wanwan turned around to heat some water, ready to make the malted milk. Su Malia nodded drowsily, then went inside to change clothes and do her hair. The autumn harvest lasted for half a month. Everyone was exhausted. Today, they finally went to the commune to exchange grain. All the young men and women in the village participated. The women in the village also had to till the land. In a few days, they would start composting to prepare for planting wheat in the spring. But they didn't need many workers, so the young workers all had a holiday. Many of them had already gone up the mountain early in the morning to gather firewood, mountain delicacies, and supplies for winter storage. Currently, only Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai are at the youth camp. Xiao Wanwan is pretending to sleep, while Su Malalai feels restless. "Wanwan, let's go play on the back mountain. You said there are chestnuts besides hazelnuts and big persimmons too. Let's go see, okay? Please, I beg you." Su Malalai can't stay at home anymore. She doesn't dare go deep into the mountains alone, so she keeps bothering Xiao Wanwan, not letting her sleep. Xiao Wanwan doesn't want to move. She turns over on her side, thinking to herself, "Why is lying down so hard now? Come on, Wanwan, just get up. You've been lying all morning. Let's go pick persimmons. We can make persimmon wine when we get back. It's really tasty, you know." "What? Persimmon wine? You can make it." Xiao Wanwan opens her eyes immediately. She hasn't had persimmon wine in a long time and is a bit tempted. Seeing Xiao Wanwan like this, Su Malalai quickly nods. Yes, I can make it. It's really good." Then she worries that Xiao Wanwan might not believe her, so she sillily raises 3 fingers toward the sky. "All right, then let's go pick persimmons. You come back and make the wine. Deal?" Xiao Wanwan gets up, puts on the shoes by her bed, which were made by Lu Tsuehua, Ding Yanfeng's mother. One pair has no embroidery. The 2 carry baskets on their backs, with cloth bags inside, as usual. They walk happily toward the back mountain, passing by a haystack near the cornfield. Suddenly, they seem to hear something.
Sumolili stops nervously.
"What sound?" "Wanwan, did you hear it?" She looks around. Strangely, the sound seems to disappear suddenly. No matter how hard she listens, she can't hear it again. Xiao Wanwan extends her awareness, then quickly pulls it back. Ugh, that's too glaring. Seeing Su Malalai boldly approach the haystack to check, Xiao Wanwan quickly pulls her back. "No sound. You heard wrong. Let's go quickly or all the persimmons on the back mountain will be picked." "Oh, right. Let's hurry up." Su Malalai turns sharply and heads toward the back mountain. Xiao Wanwan glances at the haystack with a mysterious look. Seeing how careless she is, her flower-patterned shirt's hem is still hanging out. How can that be okay?